me. I'm thinking sailing.
Yep.
But they didn't know anything about longitude until like the 1700s, and the Royal Institute of fucking whatever, like Sir Isaac Newton shot down the guy who did not want to let the chronometer in. It was crazy.
Somebody?
No, he was just theoretically not allowing these ideas in because they were trying to use the moon and they were trying to use these other calculations, and they all wanted to be the one who decided it. But it was this one guy who made a clock that could actually withstand distance, like travel on the ocean and salt.
But that's but before I have to ask, before we have I can understand when you have the clock, of course, then you can travel. Figure out longitude as well.
Right, but you mean
maybe?
mapping out the stars. That's why, forgive me, I'm kind of on another tangent.
So,
but before this, did they only use Polaris then before they had a clock?
No. In fact, and Pocahontas probably could give us a little bit better on it, but the astrolabes, many of them didn't feature Polaris because they were developed in countries that were too far south.
Yeah.
Well, what's your guys' explanation for the fact that Polaris isn't moving?
It is moving.
So it's moving, but it isn't moving. It's fixed, but it isn't fixed. It's central, but it isn't central.
It's not central. It is moving. It's not fixed.
So there's a star in the sky that all the other stars seem to revolve around in time-lapse photography.
And it seems to revolve around a smaller place because it's not truly equipolar.
Yeah, they say there's a wobble to it, but that's over.
Can you prove any of this rotation?
A rotation of stars? Sure. Time-lapse
No, can you prove that the Earth is rotating?
That wasn't what was being discussed.
That's what I'm asking. That's the question I'm asking now. How do you demonstrate that the Earth is rotating?
Well, I would, of course, be a little cheeky bastard and go, thanks, Bob.
Oh, yeah?
No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
So, that was actually measuring the Earth spin?
Yeah.
So you saw the Earth spin with that?
I mean, it's a direct reading of
Earth spin.
So what did the direct before that?
Yeah, no, it's indirect. It's actually specifically indirect. Has nothing to do with Earth spin.
Well, it depends how tall you are.
Nothing to do with Earth spin. Okay, cool.
Why did it
pick up 15 degrees per hour?
Explain the variance with the Helmholtz coil.
Couldn't tell you. None of us were there.
Don't know what the Helmholtz coil is. What's that?
And obviously you're not familiar with the things he did. So don't say thanks, Bob, if you haven't even looked into it.
Yeah, nobody sees the Earth moving.
Coil?
That's the key indicator from all these arguments. The Earth doesn't move, but something else does.
Yeah, I want.
This is interesting. What's the Helmholtz coil? I've looked through Bob's raw data and I didn't find anything about Helmholtz coils.
You definitely did not then, because it's literally in the same set of data.
Okay, I didn't see that. What is it?
He put the fiber optic gyroscope in this coil, which affects like the EMF waves and what have you, and there was like a huge variation, like 7 times different. I forget what the actual values are, but it basically debunks this rotation, 15 degrees per hour rotation.
But it shouldn't affect the having a magnetic wave, sending light through a magnetic field shouldn't change light.
Yeah, it shouldn't change the rotation. You're right, and yet
no, it shouldn't change the. Yeah, but it shouldn't change the mechanism of the. It doesn't change the mechanism of the light. So I don't know. I cannot find anything on that specific experiment, but it's like precision equipment. Like if you put through inside a fucking strong magnetic field, it could fuck up the equipment. It doesn't necessarily mean that the fundamental properties of light is different. Because I have not heard anything about that.
What are you like? What are you arguing?
Your whole last statement was incoherent.
You sound like a huge, like, incoherent argument, like
No.
appeal to incredulity.
You're saying no. I'm
Well,
saying
no,
you're putting it
anything
into you're putting
demonstrates
that
the Earth
equipment
is
into
rotating.
a strong magnetic field, right? That's what you did.
It's a Helmholtz
What?
coil. I don't know if it introduces a strong magnetic field or blocks the EMF waves, but in any case, it shouldn't be affecting rotational, like, you know, this precession, this degrees drift, 15 degrees per hour drift, right?
Okay.
And yet, the values that they got were supremely different.
Supremely different. Was that an experiment?
Supremely.
By who?
What do you mean by who?
I've never heard about that. I'm interested.
By Bob from Globebusters.
Yeah, Bob and
Oh.
I think some guy named Rick did it with. I don't remember what their names are, but it's like, you know, the data's available.
Have that been
If
independent?
you guys can't find it, let me
verified?
know and I'll get it.
Oh,
to you.
here it is.
So,
Here's
so
his.
nothing to
Here's
prove the
the
Earth is
analysis of
rotating?
his raw data. Here you go.
Yeah, have a read.
Yep. See the lack of 7 times.
So what did
Oh.
Bob measure? What are you
Rotation
claiming
of
Bob
Earth.
measured? Yeah, some sort of what?
Rotation of Earth.
That's a huge spread, though.
You correlate
He's
the fuck out of that,
demonstrating
don't you?
What's rotating? What is he demonstrating is rotating?
Was that what
elect-
they measured?
Yes, that's his raw data.
Mm,
If you
What
want
is
the full,
Helmholtz coil there?
I don't. That's why I've never heard of what you were talking about.
Maybe you didn't actually look properly then. And by the way, it's not from this iteration of data. It's from his, you know, the first iteration of data.
This is the one that Bob claimed had a 4 times deviation that is not there, even when he quite obviously.
Are you gonna look, or
manipulated
do you
the
need me to
gyroscope.
find it for you?
Yeah, I need you to find it. I just posted the one I had. It's
the
not
one that
there.
you had, not the one that you searched for, right? Did you search Helmholtz coil?
No.
You know, gyroscope, fiber optic gyroscope, Bob, whatever.
going to meeting.
Planet Earth. We can't feel the Earth rotating, but we've got the science and the maths.
You know, I
sorry,
asked
Merle.
Funk.
I put you on hold and never came back to you. See,
I've been waiting for 30 minutes.
oh, go ahead, Riggs.
But now he's muted and deafened. We asked Funk what he thought about that footage, and then you guys took over with some other shit.
I looked at that footage, and I will give you, it looks weird as shit. I don't know what's going on in there. I have no good explanation for it.
I mean, you clearly see the Earth in front of him. You see the curve within frame in front. So he's clearly in, the Earth is in front, okay? And then you have the arm angled backwards, reflecting the Earth behind him, above him.
Why is it so?
I wanted to know what, well, I didn't even want to know. I was asking for Jerry.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think, actually, you know, I don't trust most Globers to give like an honest opinion about a lot of the footage we bring forward. I have a dozen videos of bubbles coming out of spacecraft. You know, I've got all kinds of anomalies. I've got stuff just appearing out of nowhere, people disappearing. I've got people in harnesses. I've got 2 different sets of recorded footage of the SpaceX launch that Jaren saw on his live stream, which I downloaded. And they came up with 2 different recordings. They later edited a live stream on YouTube, which you can't do. There's no tool for it.
Have you got the girl who
Yeah,
she
that
puts
would
her
be
hand
Elon
out
Musk.
and a plush toy appears just in space.
Yeah.
She just pulls the plush toy out of thin air.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of stuff.
That live stream.
But they never address
I
these things. So like, I don't even know. Like, you guys argue math and science and fucking, angles and shit all day. I'm like, where's the balls? Like, here's the balls.
That live stream thing was a continuity error that wouldn't happen if they were giving you the events in actuality as they were happening in reality. But you get continuity errors when you're faking it. That's the only way you can even get them.
Well, that happens in film when you're making a movie.
When you're faking it, yeah. But if it was real life, you don't get those. If you're videoing and photographing real events, those continuity errors don't happen. They happen when they're faking movies. Yes, when they make movies. When they fake shit.
The argument I've heard them try to muster is it's the stream. So they're streaming it from, say, the ISS, and it's the fucking lag and all this beaming the signal back. That's why you're getting those glitches in the digital frame rates and all this. They'll try any excuse, really. I mean, it's probably fair on one hand, but there's a lot of them. And there was a guy they had in the background that goes past in a harness. I don't know if you guys have seen that. It was like they're one of those moments where you feel like you're being mocked. I'm sorry if I killed the chat.
It's fine, man. I'll go back to whatever Kool-Aid was talking about. It was never addressed. So.
You're completely right. We did skip right over it, and it looks weird as shit. So,
well, I'd like to hear Issa and Kool-Aid kind of continue and finish that. It felt like Issa has a equal amount of knowledge when it comes to.
Yeah, Issa, are you still here?
Yeah, man.
Have you read the Bowditch?
I actually gave the copy back to the guy who loaned it to me, just because I hate holding. I hate when people. But yeah, I did. I've read quite a bit through it.
There's a free PDF download of it, right?
Yes, but there's different versions because it was actually it's a book that's given to all the naval vessels in America. Mm-hmm. And so, and actually, what I always found interesting was the guy that Bowditch corrected. His book is what Bowditch went through and corrected, if you will, and then his corrections were so vast that they named the book after Bowditch. So, and I've always been interested in the book that was previous to his, because I've always wondered if, because look, the version I have is from 1980 or something like that, and they have different versions. So I would love to see some of the older versions, because I'm of the inclination that there would be in the original book that that is the American Practical Navigator. That's it's like cool. I mean, I love I appreciate it. What year is that edition?
This only goes back the last 3 editions. 1917-02.
Not what is it? 1902? You said?
No, 2019, 2017, 2002.
Oh,
got it. The latest.
See, this is what gets me, dude. Is like, like for instance, and the only place I found it. All right. Well, first off, this was one of the interesting arguments to me is when people say, "Oh, people never thought the Earth was flat." Okay, well, you open up Bowditch, and it immediately talks about how the Babylonians thought that the Earth was flat and that they were in a cosmic egg. So that's kind of intriguing. And then you go in and you start studying. And once you get into like, you know, I mean, I did not find this. This is why I'm trying to say is that I want to go. I would love to read these older books, dude, because Bowditch changed it all in 1902 or something like that. He corrected the original author. It was something like James Moore, I want to say, or something like that. I forget the original author's name, but
and it was an argument about the readings to using the moon as your astronomical observation.
Well, there was that. There was like all kinds of discrepancies, even, and I often wonder if the old sailors didn't. Because look, dude, when you look at parallel sailing, it'll say that you can treat 600 nautical miles as flat, right? And it even says in some sources that I've seen that it goes so far as to say that you can use our quote unquote our trusty flat Earth model, you know, in order to navigate, you know, any distance, you know, under 600 nautical miles. Now, my thing with this, you know, awkward number of 600 nautical miles is that nobody's ever fucking going 600 nautical miles without correcting every fucking, you know, everyone, like once in a while, like, you know, and so you're always
constantly.
You're all right. So like, you know, to say that you're going to fucking navigate or like map out your navigation for 600 nautical miles and actually stick to that. I mean, and even, you know, it's interesting. Ruhif, I don't know if you're familiar with Ruhif out here, but Ruhif did a whole video when I fucking proposed these ideas that I'd come across. And he was like, oh, wow, it's surprisingly correct because you come like within like, you know, 5 degrees of your initial offset. You know what I mean? Like it was never anything too drastic over 600 nautical miles, if I'm not mistaken. And so, you know, if for all intents and purposes, we can treat the Earth as flat, but you know, that's how I look at it, is that you can, like, the Earth is flat and motionless, but a great way to look at the subject matter of the stars, etc., is the celestial sphere. But the celestial sphere does not dictate that the Earth is a globe. And I think materialists...
I think it does.
Fair enough.
I think it does because of...
Can I address one thing before I let you come back? I mean,
yep.
Just because I think that the materialists, if you will, philosophically, have overridden, and they're trying to connect things that almost can't be connected, like the body and the soul. And I think the same thing is so when it comes to the stars and the Earth. You're trying to project something that's irrelevant to the Earth onto the Earth because of your materialist schooling. It's the only thing, and it makes sense. It's not that it doesn't make sense. It's just, it seems that it's lacking.
Okay. So my question to you would be the same as I've been asking all night. Can you explain how the stars behave in a linear relationship with regards to their elevation, their circles of equal elevation, and distance?
When you say, can I explain it?
Yes. On a flat Earth.
I mean, sure. You could look at it like, you know, let's say you had a flat plane, and let's say you had a dome, right, over it with all the stars, and those stars were rotating. And from wherever you are on that Earth, due to perspective, you're going to have an altitude difference in the stars you're looking at. That's it.
Why is it, if it was a dome, it would be even worse. So let's go with that. If
worse, see, but this is what. See, look at it like this, bro.
No, you're right. You're right.
Why are you so opinionated about it? Like, look at, like, dude. Never forget this too, man.
I was learning math.
Like Hubble, fair enough. Like Hubble, right? He wrote about the horror of a fixed position. This is why, like, you know, like all of a sudden we're now dealing with someone's fucking psychoanalytical bullshit because they can't deal with the horror of a fixed position. Oh, I'm just terrified of the idea that it's, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, because you're terrified of it, you're going to negate a possibility. Are you fucking retarded?
Absolutely. Proven it. They've proven they're willing to do that.
Well, but right, but my point is, and that's fine. We're just going to have to work through it all collectively, like some big collective psychoanalytical fucking process where we go through the mental collective of the materialists. But if we've got to do it, then so be it. You know, this
We
is the
all
nitty
hold
gritty.
hands and say kumbaya.
Kumbaya, nigga. That's fucking right, dude. Like, you know,
I
I'm the
gotcha.
OG kumbaya motherfucker, dude. Don't make me get my guitar and start singing about how much I love you. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, you know, because like, and that's the other thing too. Even like, I've thought about it. Like, you know, when like flat earthers are in these discussions, it's like, dude, where's your Kundalini fucking, you know, all encompassing namaste spirit, dude? Like, I thought you were so fucking right on that you had this down. Like, you know, because ultimately I want you to just see the logic in what I'm saying and then also permit me through the concept of religious liberty, the right to be a flat earther in this time. That's all I'm asking for. I understand the arguments against flat earth and all the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you wind up, cosmology directly affects philosophy, and we're in a philosophical battle between materialism and, you know, the balance of spirituality and fucking materialism. And the materialists are trying to wrap the stars around the earth. What's up?
I respect what you're saying. I'm gonna disagree with you though, because
I can understand why. I got you.
The materialism and all that stuff doesn't bloody matter. What we're talking about can be done. It can be reproduced. This summer, the Golden Globe will take off. They will circumnavigate the planet using a sextant and old school GPS. And they will be tracking a distance much greater than 600 nautical miles and using their the correct calculations for distance the whole time. So
could you, just for the audience, maybe just explain this linear relationship and why it proves the globe so much for you?
Yeah. So as you move 60 nautical miles, either towards or away from the track of a navigational star, it will raise or lower in altitude exactly 1 degree. The only shape that relationship appears on is a sphere. There are times.
Right.
Go ahead,
And
Travis, I'm sorry.
I've brought this up numerous times. Maybe you haven't heard it. Okay. All you have to do is reverse your reference frame to the sky causing that deviation. So just in case you didn't see the tag that I put in, this guy that does Flat Earth Philosophy, his channel, he's got some really, really interesting, okay, I'll just say it that way, theories about how the sky works. The one that I just posted was really interesting. So I know that you would probably be impressed by it, even if you don't agree. But my point is, guys, the sky is doing the adjustments, not the Earth. Okay, so the question is it possible, Kool-Aid, that the sky is the sphere and not the Earth?
Maximum oof.
The sky acts as a sphere, yes. I don't see a way where we would have the exact relationship we do. I will watch this. I've got it pulled up here.
I mean,
but
he's not going to address what you're bringing up right now with the deviation for the degree in miles. But
right.
it was to your question earlier about. But my point is, again, your answer with a caveat of a but to me seems like you're still not willing to acknowledge that this all could be just the great switcheroo. They took what was going on up in the sky and then just curved the Earth.
Because that also wouldn't explain why stars set at a predictable rate and they have this relationship.
Yeah, it does.
No.
It does. Okay, well then you're gonna have to watch this guy's presentation because he does address star trails. So anyway, yeah. There you go.
Oh.
Well, I've always wondered that if there's a spherical coordinate system that works, doesn't that mean that there has to be some kind of spherical system to base that on?
Good question.
And that's why the ancients had the cosmic egg to answer for that.
Right. The sphere within a sphere.
Nah, the plane within a sphere. That's what's interesting when you look at like the electromagnetic. There's a great picture, and it's got like a sphere, and it's got like a flat disc in the middle. It's the like dielectric inertial plane of fucking existence, bro.
So many of those ancient cosmologies we have pictures of show that similar sort of system. From the Nordics to the Christians with the Sheol and the underworld, and all of them look almost the same. Really, really similar.
Yep. The three worlds. It's written about too. They call it the plane of existence.
What's the thing about this world, man? Everything in this world is an illusion in a way, in one way or another. So like you can convince yourself of almost anything.
Well, it's funny because I was in the supermarket today and there was a New Scientist magazine just sitting there on the shelf. It basically says when we're not observing something, is it even there? So I mean, if they proceed with that kind of stuff, like that's sort of basically saying that we are creating this reality just by observing it.
Yeah, that's that quantum mechanical paradox, right? That comes from those experiments, right?
But just even the notion that it might not even be there, I don't know. I can't really get on board with that. Like I've walked, I even created a pathway in Wales. Like it didn't exist, and I made a path for people to walk on. So I mean, if reality isn't there, I just see this more and more with modern science, like the quantum mechanics, quantum computing. It's all like this miniature micro version of reality where there's all this complexity happening, but none of us here on the surface can quantify any of that stuff without I mean, I'm not saying that those processes don't exist. Like they exist in our phones, in our computers, microchips. But I guess where I'm going with this is I would rather do my best to know that I did what I could to understand this reality. I don't think I could sit here honestly and say I do at this stage, but I'm doing my best.
How would we know?
Pursuing a meaningful and satisfying experience, then do whatever.
I have a question. If stuff changes when we don't look at it, how will we know?
Well, that's right. Because what is it in the first place?
Yeah, how would we know?
Well, in quantum mechanics, that's why if there's no information of the which path, then the wave function does not collapse. Remember, so that's sort of what that's like, isn't it?
Well, for me, like, it's a simple example, but you put your car keys or you put something like your wallet down somewhere, and if you forget where it is, you can't find it. But if you know where it is, you'll find it. So
Yeah, that's good proof that it hasn't changed. Has it gone back to where you left it when you looked?
well, again, like, I used to lose my key sometimes to get, in my front door. So if I didn't have my key, I was locked out. And
Obviously, sorry, Mel, but obviously this thing that we're talking about doesn't stop existing, right? It's just that its known position to you is not quantified, like it's an unknown. And the moment you look at it, then suddenly it's concrete. It's absolute. It's there. It's
And then when you're not looking at it, all possibilities are possible. Is that?
Yeah, where it is probability scale. Not to say that it doesn't exist, but its relative position in reality is not quantifiable to you. And what else matters if not,
The classic example of this is Schrodinger's cat. And is the cat alive or dead? And the
Well, it
answer
depends
is
on how long in
both.
the box it is, because if you haven't got any air holes, it's soon going to be dead.
Right. But has that point come yet? You don't
I
know.
was just being facetious.
Right.
well, I guess to me, where it leads is if everything's atoms and nothing is anything, basically, because it's all just atoms at the end of the day, you should be able to just manifest whatever you want, even with thought.
Well, arguably we do. Exact who we are is what we manifest ourselves to be every day. Like, and it's
So I'm not really a human.
You're whatever you think. You're whatever you think you are, and whatever you tell yourself you are. Literally.
Well, not to push this too much further, but like, there's been times where I've seen my reflection and haven't been invested in what I look like or what I think I am, and there has been an occasional moment where I've just done a double take, like, oh right, I'm a human, that's what I look like. But outside of that, I'm not the body. And that's kind of where this is leading for me. Like, we all identify as human, but really it's just I feel like an observer, like just an aware. I'm watching all this happen to me. I'm not doing it. It's just happening to me.
You're talking about formlessness.
Yeah, I just it's hard to explain. It's like, although I am human, I feel like I'm outside it as well.
Almost, you don't identify with the body.
No, I feel like it's a vehicle for me to move around in.
Well, yeah, I know exactly what you're getting at.
I try to take care of it, but
do you feel like you're the priority security interest holder, just observing things?
Well, it's getting easier to detach. Like, I used to be quite worried about all this. Now I'm not. I just accept the situation completely now.
Well, that's my thing with when you think of that and how kind of like a spiritual kind of thing that is. And then, dude, it totally is a part of our legal system. That's what trips me the fuck out, is the idea that the people who run this shit understand full well that you are an observer in your body. It's so ill. because that's what makes you the priority security interest holder. You're not the collateral. You're not the body. You're the person with the main interest from God.
That's wild.
So from God owns it, right? Because doesn't God own everything?
Yeah.
So am
You
I not?
can't even take a pen with you.
So am I not? Am I not just the accommodation party for the priority security interest holder, who is really God? But for all intents and purposes regarding this matter and this collateral, then I'm the priority security interest holder because God has entrusted me with the responsibility.
Right.
Our legal,
God has given you life.
you know, am I not the son of Adam? Boom, nigga. This shit is so dope, dude. We live in the coolest fucking thing, dude.
Yeah,
Do
our
you
story is
love?
pretty fucking awesome, man. Like, it'd be the best movie ever.
I hope that happens in the future. Like a movie about this.
I have a script. I have a script written up in my mind. I wanted to make a movie about flat Earth. I really do. I really, really do. And I got some great ideas.
You know what though? It's like you have to make a movie about flat Earth, but you can't say flat Earth. And if you notice,
Exactly. That's exactly how you do it. Is you show them all the evidence, like from start to finish, and you show them the shills, you show them the deception, you show them all these little key clues along the way, but you never mention flat Earth. The audience figures it out themselves. It's fucking beautiful.
well, yo, that's what's crazy when you start looking into the movies that are already made.
Well,
You know what I mean? It's like that's what they're fucking telling you, dude.
I'd like to see a movie similar to that, but about the creator. You know, one that leads people to the obvious realization that we have a creator and that, you know, we are inseparable from that creator as well.
What do you guys think about the idea that some of us are trying to get away from the creator and some of us are trying to get like back home, if you will?
Well, yeah, you know what I love? There's a great line like your arms are too short to box with God. And then there's another one that I always think of, like, you know, from Islam, where they say, like, you know, you run from Allah to Allah.
Awesome. I live with 5 Muslims at the moment.
Really?
Yikes.
Yeah.
Yo, I tell you what, yo, honestly, brother, like, I mean, just, you know, my spiritual leanings happen to go towards Islam, and I would just recommend anyone to look into Islam. And I would say to you, if you're living with the Muslims, you know, see what's up, man. Check, just check for them, because it's an interesting.
Stay well away from that shit.
Yeah, stay far the fuck away from religion. Thank you.
There's that too, yeah.
There's one guy. There's one guy I live with. He's like a mechanic, like kind of doo-doo. Like he'll go and just fix a truck no one else can fix. He's a cool guy, but he's from Afghanistan. His name's Zebi, and he's a bit older. And he's got like, I think he had triplets. And he's got 2 daughters. And they live in Afghanistan, and he's working here and sending them money. But he's just, yeah. It's good. He hasn't pushed Allah on me or anything like that. So I appreciate that. But he talks about it.
Well, yeah, it's even, dude, a lot of people, unfortunately, it's like people have a really messed up understanding of Christianity. And all the religions, really. But, like, Islam, just one of the cool stories I always thought, and this is part of the, like the hadith, the stories of the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And it's like, the idea that, like, that his neighbor, this is what always trips me out with people when they see, or, bad behaving Muslims, is the idea that, like, first off, all the Muslims out there looking for a virgin wife. It's like, Muhammad's always married a 40-year-old woman who taught him about economics. You know what I mean? Like, he was not above being fucking taught as a man. And then the other side is that also, like, there's a story where this neighbor hated him and he used to throw his garbage on his lawn every day. And he would pick it up. And then, one day the garbage isn't there. And then he goes over to the neighbor and he says, "Hey, where's the guy? Is he okay? Because, he didn't throw his garbage on my fucking my lawn this morning." And the wife is like, "No, he's sick. And you're the only person who's come to check for him." And, and these are the stories of like Islam, of where like, you learn about mercy and all these beautiful things. But everything can be corrupted by people. So God knows the truth.
Dawn,
Inshallah.
Hello, yep.
like what's happened in England, or what have you seen that kind of makes you go, "Oh no"?
What about anything?
No, just in regard to like
Islam.
the Muslim, Islam.
It's the reason I told you to stay away from that. Just joking, but obviously religion is fun to look at. But I would say be careful because it's a death cult. But the bad things that I've seen isn't the same reason that I tell other people to stay away from stuff. Because there's two different reasons. Them spreading around the world is worrying to me, but them being extreme is the reason I would warn people away from it.
Yeah.
Extreme and biased and dogmatic and blind.
Yeah, dude, there's like people that are roving around, like kids that are born to be under Muslim families that are, giving Islam a horrible fucking name, dude. I've seen, like, it's sad, really. But it's like any religion or any group of people. It's like, there's stereotypes for a reason, but there's also exceptions, and there's like, individuality, and either you celebrate the individuality and look for it, or you don't.
But you mentioned the flat earth to the Muslims now, and some of them are just get triggered. And yet it's in the Quran that the earth is.
That's because Islam has been taken over by apologists.
Yeah.
So true.
Go on, percentage.
Those imams, all those imams have got a lot to pay, man, because you try to reach them. My brother's a Muslim. He's devoted 100%, prays 5 times a day to business, and he just totally refuses to accept that the earth is a flat plane. Yet I've given him the translation of the Quran and the verses that refer to the flat earth. Totally, because they're not learned or official imams. He's not going to take their word for it. Okay, well, why don't you look at the verse and translate it properly? No. So he's dogmatic, totally dogmatic.
Yeah, I find
it strange because I would see Muslims being way more open to the flat earth than most other religions.
And they should be.
Yeah.
Right? But then you have apologists that misinterpret ayahs, وَالْأَرْضِ كَيْفَ ذَلِكَ دَحَّاهَا. They say that means that, the world is shaped like an egg. When dahaha, and you take like from the father of linguistics, like Ibn Abbas, who's like alive during the Prophet's time, and he says that it means spread out. But they go against that just because they've been propagandized like every other people.
Well, also, they go to the more popular translation of egg instead of
it's actually like grammatically incorrect, because to argue that it means egg is like you saying that the earth and it's a verb, right? So the verb would be like made it like an egg, but you don't have that with any other thing, where they have a noun that's used as a verb to be like made like a cube. They don't say that. It's grammatically incorrect, but they just they've been indoctrinated. So it is what it is.
Yeah, they have.
Not to mention how many other references to like medda and tahaha and other like words that mean spread out. They mean the exact same thing, like a tablecloth, like a bed, like a rug. There's so many mentions in the Quran and Hadith, but they're gonna take this one egg, so-called egg word, and run with it.
Yeah, mispronounced, mistranslated, or misunderstand.
And they do it because they don't want to, like, you know, be seen as backwards people. So, like, to the world, you know, they don't want to be like, oh, no, Islam's in flat Earth. It's you know, it says egg in the Quran. You know, we're not backwards. It's just like stupid ego.
Yeah. Then there was an American black brother who's a Muslim, right? And he put a video out saying that Muslims around the world are praying in the wrong direction. So, and he showed the, you know, from his position, I think he was in Washington somewhere, northeast, and it was all wrong, you know what I mean? But when he placed it onto the azimuthal equidistant map now, you know, he proved that they were definitely praying in the wrong direction, and they should be praying in this.
Yeah, that's BS too.
I don't think direction really matters, honestly. I do think it's a funny, weird fact.
Because of the
that they've changed the direction.
That's why. Mecca. Got to pray towards Mecca, you see.
Well, I don't think that's...
Yeah, but if it's, you know... Let's go ahead, Don.
Sorry, I'm saying I don't think it matters that they've changed the direction. I don't think it stops the prayers working. I just think it's funny how they managed to change it.
But I thought that you had to pray towards Mecca.
That's true, yes, towards the Kaaba. But, like, whether you change it from a globe to whatever, you know, you're still going to be mostly praying, like, let's say you're in North America, you're going to be facing east, right? And, you know, it's more or less the same latitude. So if you're facing east with azimuthal equidistant, it's still going to, you know, because east is just a concentric circle, east and west, they're just circles, right? If it's the same kind of latitude, more or less, then it's still going to the same place.
But surely the intent it outweighs, you know, saying, yeah, you would be forgiven for ignorance of not doing it in the right direction.
Mm-hmm. Intent is, you know, the most important thing in like so many different aspects of, and I don't think it's just Islam, but all faith. You know, if you don't have intent, everything, even in law, you know, you have mens rea, which is like, you know, you have to have the intent for it to be a crime. Otherwise, it's just like, you know, manslaughter, it's, you know, negligence, what have you. But the intent is the difference between first-degree murder and, like, you know, manslaughter. Intent with, like, a little bit of planning for being technical, but anyways, yeah.
Now, if you kind of like Google your position so that you can ascertain what direction you're supposed to be facing to pray. This guy did that, you know, and it came back that he had to be facing like northeast, right? But then that was the wrong direction, completely and utterly.
Maybe it wouldn't be the technically shortest direction, but in the end, it doesn't really matter if it's a little bit like longer.
I mean, are they supposed to be facing west?
I mean, you're saying it doesn't really matter. Only Allah.
Does my mic work?
At the end of
I
don't know. Hang on, I don't know whether the punishment is going to be there, and I know your intent is correct, but we don't know that. But as far as I was concerned, the brother did a good thing by highlighting that point. That's what I'm saying. He did a good thing there. His intent was to inform Muslims you're praying in the wrong direction. Look at the
somebody's going to go back real quick as soon as he stops talking, so I can't get in. I know how this goes.
Yeah, go on.
Oh, nobody did it.
Go ahead.
So when you face west to pray, like, do they face directly west or what? Because directly west, you're facing the equator.
It depends on your position, where you are, and then
so they'll get their position, and they might face northwest or southwest.
Yeah, the general rule is the shortest kind of distance, shortest kind of like direction to Saudi Arabia, to Mecca.
Straight path.
But yeah, that's the cool thing about Islam is that the Quran says, you know, but Allah is most gracious, most merciful, master of the day of judgment. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you know, it's like, it's irrelevant, man. The Lord owns the whole thing, man.
Yeah, it's splitting hairs. And actually, if you, like, read up on the hadith, you know, the Prophet was praying while he was, you know, riding his camel or his horse or whatever when he was traveling, and he wasn't necessarily facing, you know, any particular direction. So it's sunnah, you know, it's recommended, but it's not wrong.
It's better that you pray
to not get it. Yeah, obviously.
It's better that you pray in the wrong direction than not at all.
Absolutely.
You know, alhamdulillah.
You pray 5 times a day, gentlemen. So you guys praying 5 times a day, yeah?
More.
Yeah?
If I can manage, yeah.
Yeah, there's more salah you can do throughout the day. It's actually like, that's sunnah. But to be honest, my practice is lacking, my iman, if you will. But alhamdulillah, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just know that God is good, man. Most gracious, most merciful.
That's one thing about it that makes me see Muslims as so humble, is that they dedicate themselves to something. They make something more important than themselves, and they dedicate it.
Yeah,
Like,
man.
I don't really see that in a lot of other religions.
I gotta say, like, as someone who, like,
You might find that here in Japan, by the way. They do like to sacrifice for others here in Japan.
Well, the modern day world is the cult of the
Essence is
self. That's the world we live in. Is the cult of the self.
Let me just say, like, in terms of prayer, so I feel like even if you aren't really religious, just the act of it is something that instills, like, if you hold yourself to, you have this, like, goal, this internal drive to pray 5 times a day at these set times or whatever. Number one, it's healthy because it's like yoga. You're breathing, you're stretching. It's a physical, and then it's kind of like how people go into sensory deprivation chambers. They kind of just like take some quiet time. It's basically like meditation mixed in with yoga. It's mind, body, and soul is healthy, and then not just that. No, and absolutely, if that gets into the religious aspect, where you remind yourself of God, someone higher than you that created all the worlds and everything like that. But on top of that, just holding yourself to this standard of 5 times per day, it teaches you discipline like a motherfucker. I swear to God, there hasn't been anything that taught me to be so disciplined other than prayer and fasting. Those 2 things, and I should say very transiently, having cold showers, when you just don't want to get into that freezing cold water and then you just like buck up. But like prayer is more of it's a chronic, like slow discipline, whereas that is just like a little 5-second bursts every week or so, but it teaches you discipline like a motherfucker.
I'm not doing one of them, and I feel the discipline. It works. I can confirm.
Yeah, the only thing is, though, I found is, I used to make salah all the time, make the extra salah. But you can almost get lost in some of it, too. And, like, I don't know, there's, like, a fine balance there. But, that's what's so cool about salah in that kind of way, is that you can always kind of go to it. You can always go to, like, and remember, like, and I love the idea that, like, salah, or, like, the prayer, it's for you. It's not necessarily, like, it's for you, dude. It's not like God needs your prayer. It's not like he needs anything from you. It's like, this is, it's like for us, it's like a remedy for the people. It's cool, man. I love it in that light.
And going on off what Percent said, it is for you, because it's to teach you discipline, and it's to teach you to be humble, and to show that there's more important things than you.
Yeah, man.
Not just that, like, when you look at modern science, they've looked into, like, the power of intention and, like, positive affirmations and, like, body language when you stand up straight, or, like, with your arms to the side or something like that, your adrenaline or your whatever things rise, right? You're more confident and stuff like that. So, like, it's no matter how you slice it, it's beneficial, and I encourage everyone to, like, give it a try, and maybe you'll find God when doing so.
And that's what I was saying with, like, because Merle kind of instigated a little bit of this, saying you're living with the brothers, and it's like, it's a cool little, like, for me, I was, as someone who, like, reverted to Islam, from Christianity when I was young, like, what I was fascinated with was the idea of prayer, and the fact that you have to be clean. You have to be clean when you approach prayer. And, like, that's like, think of all the religions that don't even emphasize that. That disgusts me. That people can go to church without having a shower or something. You know what I mean? Like, the idea, like, nah, dude, like, you need to go clean yourself. like there's a regiment and a, you know, the idea that like this certain shit doesn't pass, you know. And the
You're
other thing I
presenting
love about
yourself to your
Islam, dude,
creator.
is yeah, I love that it's halal to wrestle in the mosque.
It's Sunnah.
Alhamdulillah. Like jujitsu is like such a part. That's what's so cool is jujitsu. Like Abu Dhabi, man, they got the best jujitsu competition in the fucking world.
That's also why I thought Muslims would be more open to it, because I think they are more religious than other religions that are quite, like we've spoken about many times, how Christians will quite quickly fly over the part, you know, the Glober Christians that will quite fly over the part that says that the Earth is, you know, a stationary plane, all these things. Whereas that's why I find that Muslims would be more open to, because they trust their scripture.
You know what though? I mean, I would think you'd be right, but the thing is, you start dealing, and this is something that also kind of turned me like away from the society, like the cultural Islam in that sense of like, you know, because, you know, as someone who necessarily like, you know, you can't just go break into a culture and like be someone that's, oh, now I'm a part of this culture. And like, you know, there's still like, you know, almost like bourgeois attitudes that you'll find in Islamic cultures and Christian culture. You know what I mean? Like you're still facing that. That's what I was always interested with. There used to be this movement called the Taqwa Corps, you know, the young punks that were like from fucking Palestine and shit that were like punks and like, you know, but still Muslim, you know, and like, I don't know, it's just kind of intriguing to me, you know, because there's like there still is a societal rebellion going on.
Yeah, there's always a boys' club.
Right. You know, there's always going to be a tough guy crew, you know, and there's always, but that's it though, too, is that you can't let, you know, the culture is not the religion. That's what I think of it as. Like, you know, Islam or any religion is a personal thing, you know what I mean? Like, you know, and you can unite with the society that you're in, you know, wherever it may be. And that's another thing cool about Islam is it says, hey, you know, don't try to disrupt the culture that you're living in. You know, like if you're living in a Christian, don't try to like fucking, you know, make like anyone who's like anyone who's a Muslim
don't be an unnecessary instigator.
Right,
Yeah.
dude. It's like, you know, anyone who's like on that's why anyone who knows Islam, like I'll never forget when the whole like I was into Islam before 9/11, and then like, you know, I had some friends like, you know, that were scholars like from all over the world, and fucking friends from down in New Masjids and all over the place. And I remember saying to one dude like, "Will, what do you think about this?" And he was like, "Dude," he's like, "Have you memorized the Quran?" And I was like, "No." He goes, "Then shut up about politics."
I mean,
you know what I mean? Because the scholars in Islam, like, they memorize the Quran. Remember, the Quran is not a book; it's a song.
yeah, I agree with that.
So the thing is like, you know, it's about memorizing the whole Quran. And once you like, if you memorize the whole Quran, then maybe you want to get into politics, have at it. But fucking until you do that, you know the wisdom. Like, shut the fuck up and don't be a nuisance. And anyone who's not following that is off the deen.
Right. Well, I haven't memorized it, but I would ask a question that could be seen as politics in it. What's worse, drinking alcohol or eating pork?
Alcohol at one time was forbidden, if I'm mistaken. Like back in the day, it was not forbidden.
That's forbidden.
The pig, the split hoof shit goes back way before that, though, right?
Yeah, but in terms of the actual classification of haram, I'm pretty sure they're both the same.
Right.
The same, yeah.
Actually, you'd be surprised to know that other meat that's not cut in a halal fashion is as haram as eating pig.
Yeah, yeah.
Like what?
The meat has to be cooked.
So like getting McD's from like, you know, the place, if it's not halal McD's, like there's
Not halal,
some UK, like in the UK you have some halal McD's and Nando's and stuff, but you know in North America none of it is, right? So that is as haram as eating pork.
Yeah.
In terms of the classifications in Islam.
Because
that's what they say to me.
Was it killed in the proper fashion and cut in the proper fashion, and a prayer wasn't said over that animal that you just culled? So
exactly, and it goes back to like the power of intention and stuff. If you don't have the intention to like, you know, like grace, do this in the grace of God, you know, and you're just taking this life. It's, you know, it's heavy.
Yeah.
It's to show respect for the
Yeah.
for the life.
The soul.
Yeah, for the creation and to the creator.
They
Yeah,
call them
'cause you're taking
harami
the
man.
life.
Harami man.
Yeah. You see, now this is where in Japan they have essence of Islam. For example, when they chop down a tree, they wrap what is known as an obi, which is a special belt that they wrap around the tree with all the trimmings and that, okay? And then they pray to the god of the tree, okay? That's what they do. Kami-sama, okay? They pray to the god of the tree, and then they cut the tree down.
Yeah, I mean,
Almost like asking, like a request, more so than, yeah, I'm just going to cut this down because I need wood.
No, they're just saying, they're
that's
saying,
like paying
we're
homage.
going to cut this tree down to fashion a house or a temple or whatever. Thank you for providing us the tree. Let's say, for example, I'm not sure exactly what it would be, but something like that, you know, giving thanks, and they're not going to waste any part of the wood, you know, and they take the tree down. So, you know.
Yeah.
The more emotionally connected to reality sort of way of living, isn't it? To do those sorts of things.
Yeah, that's the
Well,
Shinto
I think it's
religion.
more
That's
so
the
just an
Shinto.
awareness that that tree was once alive and you're going to cut
Yes,
its
that's
life.
right. Yeah,
They
you're gonna
say
end the
something.
life.
I'm not sure what it means, but they'll say Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. So that meant you just said peace be
Yeah,
upon you, and I said and also on you.
Yeah, you know what's so cool? I was literally just gonna say that to the brother who was speaking earlier and cut out for a minute and say goodbye to you guys for like a little bit. That's so funny. I was like, Merle comes out with it. You know, they say salam alaikum, because I was gonna say to the brother, "What's your name out here, dude?" To Muslim brother.
How
I
is it
can't.
they say, as
I
God
can't see.
blesses it?
I can't see.
Percentage.
As God
Percentage.
blesses it.
It's percentage. I think you're talking about.
Yeah,
Percent-
percentage, and then Jin CBR1. I was born under the Muslim religion, although I'm not a practicing Muslim.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, big up you guys, yo. Yeah, salam alaikum to all of you. I'll freaking be back in a little bit.
Yeah. Wa alaikum salam.
Alaikum assalam.
Shukra.
Me? Yo,
They often say, as God wills it. How do you say that percentage?
Inshallah, inshallah, inshallah.
Inshallah.
God willing. God willing.
I'll feed you all hot salami bacon.
Right. So when my brother promises to call me, right, or he says, "I'll call you, inshallah," and he doesn't call, so then I reply, I send a message, so Allah didn't will it, so you didn't call, yeah? Yeah, I do that deliberately every time.
You make him
So
feel
Allah
bad.
didn't will it. Is that right? Or, you know? Strange. Yep. So I always feel if you want to call, you will call. If you want to call. Strange one, that, isn't it? You see?
Oh, God gave us free will.
He gave us will, exactly that. So, you know, if you want to call somebody, you will call them. I feel. Yeah, but if you can't, you can't. Then there's a difference. But inshallah, they say all the time, inshallah. Yeah, God willing, it'll be done.
I don't know if you've heard of this American guy. He speaks like loads of different languages, Chinese. I can't pronounce his bloody YouTube channel, but yeah, he tries to learn loads of different languages, and he was speaking, I think, Arabic with a few people
Yeah,
in
it's
his
a hard language,
town,
Arabic.
and yeah, they replied with, "What? You're learning Arabic?" And their initial response was, as God wills it, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, inshallah, I will learn it. But yeah.
Yeah, it's a language that has a lot of cultural and traditional sort of things in it.
Mm. Everyone's a Muslim, really. I mean, you know, it's respectful of the earth. It's respectful of the human race. Yeah, that's what Islam is. That's the essence, really. You know, remember the Creator, remember God's creation, and remember yourselves. It's all family. It's all good. It's all very, very good religion. No doubt about it. The essence is there.
Yeah, for me, it's like a timing thing because I've never really been around that, so I can appreciate it now. Maybe if I was younger, I wouldn't have appreciated it. But even the brotherhood this house has, that they don't steal each other's food. You know, they share meals together. Good.
Yeah.
Especially in these times too. It's good to see some people together, you know?
People are desperate for that sense of community. You know, it's such an important part of us as human beings is having that social interaction, you know?
Yeah.
And when we leave school, we go from these years where we get to hang around all these other different people every day for hours and hours on end, and then suddenly it's taken away and it's everybody's becomes isolated almost from there, unless you're lucky enough to hold on to a group of friends that stick together against the odds, it seems, these days.
Yeah, even marriages as well, you know, even marriages.
Yeah, but even so, why should that be a reason that people stop spending time together?
Yeah.
Especially people that are apparently your friends,
Yeah, supposed to be, yeah. It was said that after 9/11, there was a noticeable rise to people embracing Islam after 9/11. Which I thought was
rise in what?
A rise in people embracing Islam as a religion. It rose after 9/11.
Well, hasn't it been rising for the last 30 or 40 years?
Yeah. It's always been increased, but there was a noticeable. After 9/11, there was a noticeable rise in people embracing Islam after that event. You know, I mean, of course, it's Islam and all the religions are people embrace whatever religion they choose. But after that event, there was a marked, noticeable increase.
So, does your brother cook when he comes round to yours?
Well, I'm in Japan here. So when my brother, with the youngest one, hasn't stepped foot on Japan yet. The youngest one, he's the one that's a Muslim, busy man, yeah. But my other brother, when he steps foot on Japan, he's Muslim as well, but it's slightly different from my younger. Maybe not as strict. But I cook for him because he doesn't like to eat the raw foods and things like that. So I cook what he's going to be used to, and he loves it. So yeah, I cook for my brother basically when he
Fair
comes.
play.
Yeah. And I cook fish dishes, not so much meat, but mainly fish, vegetables, that kind of thing. Pasta, soups, chicken ramen.
No
ramen.
shortage of fish in Japan, is there?
Say that again?
No shortage of fish in Japan. I know they love it.
No shortage of fish. No, not at all, man. Yeah, so he's quite happy when he comes, and because he knows he's going to be eating well. When we went camping 1 November.
Steaks must be pretty expensive over there.
Not really. No, it's not expensive. It's not so expensive actually. Not
really. Good Australian steak.
Yeah, you can buy Australian steak here cheaper than the American one. That's the first thing. The funny thing is, if you go to expensive areas, you're going to pay top dollar. But in the supermarkets, they can't get rid of it fast enough. It's cheap, man. But I don't eat
they got that Kobe
every day.
I saw some in the butchers the other day. It was a Kobe Wagyu, and it was like $180 a kilo, and it was just it had fat running all through it. It was just unbelievable. Never seen anything like it.
Oh yeah, that's called the Wagyu beef, which is the most expensive beef you can buy on the earth.
I was thinking the animal having that much fat running through it, like,
well,
wow,
it's not.
like,
No. I think you just saw that. You know what? I would hedge a bet that wasn't real Wagyu what you saw, because if you see the way the Japanese look after the cow is not fat; it's lean. They even use sake, rice wine, to bathe the bath and rub that into the cow. The cow's a lean meat.
Why did they rub
Wagyu is
sake on the
more-
cow?
Yeah, they brush it in to help the.
no, but these
it's like a
steaks have
massage.
a marbling of white, which is fat all throughout the protein, the muscle mass, and and it's just everywhere. It's like
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a cut of Kobe that doesn't have that white stuff in it.
That just sounds
it's
delicious.
completely marbled. It's and that's what's so expensive.
That would be
It's that
Calbee.
because it cooks off as you. It's why it would taste so
Yeah.
They
amazing.
probably care for them very much, but Wagyu is probably just, a more like a breed of cow that has more subcutaneous tissue.
Yeah, the thing is, Wagyu beef comes in different textures. You've got the lean meat without the fat as well. That's Wagyu. That's going to cost a lot of money. I don't care for the Karubi, which is all that fatty and hardly any meat but lots of fat. I don't go there. No, thank you. I don't buy that. Don't buy that for my family.
The more fat, the better, man.
Different cuts on the cow will have different, amounts of leanness or whatever. But
yeah, correct. You're correct. But I go for the lean meat only, no fat. That's all I go for.
yeah, but these are like the sirloins and the T-bones and and that are just marbled. It's
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. You want to look it up and you'll see that. What
Why
I'm
is
saying
everyone?
is correct there.
Why is everyone hating on the fillet? Huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because I don't buy. I can buy real lean meat, and there's no marble on there. Lean meat.
Well, that's why they're not $180 a kilo.
No,
Because the one
flavoring from the drizzling fat, man.
are amazing. Yeah.
But you can get expensive Wagyu beef that is lean and not so fatty. That's the point I'm making. It's not just fat.
The fattier,
Those
the
cows
better.
are like the highest. They're bred, right? They're bred. They're the most expensive cows you can get.
What are you talking about? It's not bread, it's meat.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's about how the fat is distributed throughout the protein, throughout the muscle. And when it's spread the way it is in the Kobe Wagyu, it gives you that marbling in and creates the best steaks.
Supposedly, be careful of the marketing and the clever marketing behind that, because I don't think that's really healthy living, to be quite honest, to be eating that much fat thinking it's good. No, that's why I don't go there. Got to be careful of the clever marketing. I mean, meat.
It's not healthy for the actual animals, and that's what I was curious about. But nonetheless, when you actually cook that, you cook off most of the fat. It gives you the flavor.
Well, it does, yeah. But I don't buy that. I don't buy that kind of meat. Everything's got to be lean for me. There might be traces of fat and you put it in, but I tend to cut all that off.
Yeah, all the white stuff is what makes it sort of stringy and chewy.
Yeah,
that's the thing. You're talking about the sinew. This is not sinew. It's the fat that melts away throughout the cooking process.
Yeah,
and it's distributed. It's distributed throughout the muscle fibers. So that's why when you cook it and that melts through from the inside out is what makes it such a tender, beautiful piece of meat and why it's so expensive.
Yeah, it looks nice when it's being cooked. That's for sure. It really does. And you hear the sounds as it's sizzling and that, yeah. And you see the fats rolling off of it. It does look good. Admittedly, no doubt about it. There's a massive scam going on in the US involving Wagyu beef. Certain places are claiming the beef's Wagyu, but it's not. And in reality, I think there are only 4 places in the US that are licensed to sell Wagyu beef from Japan, that have the actual license, yeah? But there are so many establishments purporting to be selling Wagyu beef. And the average customer doesn't realize that they're not eating Wagyu.
Yeah, I remember seeing this funny clip where some customer unmistakably he read the menu wrong, and it was like at one of Ramsey's restaurants, and he was going to order Kobe beef, and I think it was like some stupid amount, an ounce, right? But he thought it was for 4 ounces, right? So he thought, oh, that's a good deal, right? So I'll get an 8 ounce. And and just for that, it cost like $280 or something. And he was like, "What the hell?" But he read the menu wrong. So funny
Really?
though, thinking it was going to be like $80, but it was like close to $400 just for that one dish.
Yeah. I can just imagine. Yeah, so there's 4 breeds of cow that they have that they dedicate to the Wagyu in Japan. And if you look at them, they look really lean and healthy. And the work that they put into looking after these cows, music, everything. They play the music in the farm. They give them regular exercise, and they massage in the sake onto the skin. They do that as well. They go that far, man. Dedicated they are, the Japs, to this stuff. Which really does
I do
amaze me.
find that amazing though, how animals, in a sense, love the stuff we love, which is music. You know, have you seen some guy with a saxophone or some sort of musical instrument? He just starts playing it at the side of a field, and all of the cows eventually come right up to him just to hear the music.
Yeah, good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite cool, man.
Yeah,
All the cows are like, "What's going on here, then?"
yeah. This is nice, pleasant.
They just wanted to make sure he had an aux cable.
It's just so cool though how they're all lined up, like just waiting for the next song. Oh, it's just getting sunny here in England. How is it for everyone else? Who's in darkness at the moment?
I am. It's
Oh
now
yeah.
20 past 9 in the evening.
Ah, right, that's pretty late.
And I'm an hour ahead of you, Jen.
Yeah, yeah. So you are 20 past 10 then, yeah.
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 So when does it get late? When does it get dark for you in Australia at the moment? Where you are, anyway, in Australia?
About 7 o'clock, 7:30.
Okay. Japan, because it's moving towards winter now, it gets dark by and it comes on pretty quick here, because at 4:30 it could be blue skies, by 5 o'clock it's gone dark, just in that 30 minutes.
Yeah, and the opposite here, we're going into summer, so our days are getting longer.
Yeah. So 4:30 you look at, and it's blue skies, nice. And then by 5 o'clock, that 30 minutes, it just gets dark pretty quick.
Do they do the hour thing in Japan as well? Pull the hour back.
Say that again?
Do they do daylight saving in Japan?
No. We don't do that. No.
Oh, cool. So the time is the same all year round. That's
all year round. Yeah. So yesterday when it got dark, you could see that the skies were blue, but you know, with the clouds, patchy clouds, right? Nice formed clouds, but lots of blue sky, and then it got dark with that. I thought, wow, what a view!
How quickly the transformation.
Yeah. I was actually cycling at the time, and I thought, look how quickly the darkness has come on. Very quick, bang. Yeah. Literally watching the days go by.
So Jim, you're on a similar longitude to me, right, on the ball of Earth. And so at this time of year, apparently what the sun is actually tracking closer towards me than it is from you. It must be coming closer to me.
But remember, we're not on a ball Earth here. We're on the flat Earth. Yeah, that's the first thing. We're on the flat Earth, and we're near on the same longitude, if you will. Yeah. So you're slightly ahead of me. That's all.
Getting colder for you and hotter for me.
I can't. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's hotter for you because the sun is nearer to you than it is to me, isn't it? That's why, really. Obviously, no.
It's strange. My Italian friend was trying to wrap his head around this because, you know, in the summer here in England, it doesn't get dark till 9-10 p.m. Yet in Sicily, when he goes on holiday to Sicily, it is dark by 9 o'clock, no matter what. Yet it's hotter there, you know, and he was trying to wrap his head around that.
Yeah, it's always dark here by like the latest that the lights out is about 8 o'clock, 8:30, closer to 8 p.m. actually, maybe 8:30.
So is January your peak summer? Is that midsummer for the Australian?
Yeah.
So what time would it set then? How light is it until?
About 8 p.m.
Yeah, that's strange. Like here in England, it could still be light, like getting close to 10 p.m. in the summer.
Yeah. Yeah, that's weird.
But obviously, the hour change could have something to do with that, because probably that would mean it would normally be 9 o'clock.
Well, yeah, because you've got that British summertime kicking in every time with the clocks going forward, throwing everybody else off. Everyone else has got to, you know, synchronise with you.
Out of sync with nature, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we only have daylight savings in our southern eastern states. I think the other states don't. So, like my state doesn't, Queensland, but I think New South Wales and Victoria do. What's the point of it, really?
Yeah, in the UK, that's the question they've asked. What is the point?
Yeah, like it's just a hassle. What's the point?
Yeah, they'd rather keep it where the daylight's longer So when kids come home from school, they can come home safely, reducing any accidents that they may find themselves in. You know what I mean? You know, because they want to keep the longer daytimes, but they keep moving it back, and I don't understand why they keep doing that. It's just silly, really stupid, annoying.
Saving daylight time. That's what they're trying to save daylight.
Yeah, who for though?
Have more of it.
Yeah, just give us more light and leave it there. Just keep it there. Why do
It's
they
for
move
work.
it back?
Why don't we just
For
start
work.
working an hour earlier
It's for
instead
the
of?
slave. Yeah, it is a bit weird because you only get the extra. You get the sunlight sooner in the morning, but that means it goes away quicker in the evening here in England.
So the longest we have for daylight during the summer is around about 7:30, and then it gets dark. Dark by then. By 7:30, 8 o'clock, it's dark, and then the sun comes round at around 4 o'clock. The sky is starting to get blue, and by 4:30 a.m. the sky is blue. You can see the sun.
Oh, that's quite early. Yeah.
Yeah, in the summer. Now the sun appears round about 5:15, 5:30 a.m. we can see the sun.
Whereas here, it would be. It is around 6 in the morning, but before the daylight savings, it would have been 7 in the morning till it's light.
Yeah.
So what time's your sunset at the height of your summer months, Jen?
Would be like
Japan.
I said, 7:30 p.m.
7:30, 8 o'clock is about the latest that you'll get the sunset in your summertime. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. To be precise, 7:30. It'll be 7:30. Bang on, 7:30, and it's dark by then.
Yeah, that's pretty similar to me, to where I am. Yeah.
Where it's almost 10 o'clock for us, probably later. But if you took away the daylight saving, then call it 9 o'clock, 9:30.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. What's your degree latitude from the North Pole? Like, how many degrees are you from?
I'm quite close to Greenwich Mean Time.
But are you? Is it 30 degrees? Off north, or 60 degrees, or?
Let me have a look.
Yeah. And I wonder if is that the determining factor?
Well, yeah, that is one. Yeah, because he's further up north as well. So the further north you go, because as you get towards the North Pole, the sun is more visible for 3 months non-stop through the summer months. So that's why he gets longer days, 10 o'clock. Because he's up north. He's not in London.
The further north you go, the longer your days are until they're completely lit for 3 months a year. Yeah.
So in London, right where where he's getting daylight at 10 o'clock, right? It's dark by then in England because it gets dark right about 9:30. It gets dark in London
In the summer.
in the summer. That's correct. Yeah. And then when you're in like Leeds, it can even be 11, and it's not pitch black. It's kind of like that purple kind of color of the sky. Yeah, it's not dark black with the stars. It's kind of like a purple at 11 during the summer months. Sometimes I've seen it live from a guy by the name of Lee who lives in Leeds.
I posted my town coordinates in the chat.
Coordinates.
What are we doing? Do you need my help?
Yes, Dawn.
Shall I help you work out the flat Earth, how the globe's wrong?
No, just help me work out how far away from the north I am.
Well, where do you live?
Hertfordshire.
Nice place, Hertfordshire, isn't
Not
it?
too far.
Hertfordshire.
If you look on Google Earth, the UK is quite close to the north.
Hertfordshire's nice, man. Hertfordshire. I think if you go north there along the A1, you got Radlett, St Albans, and all that. Are you anywhere near there?
Yep. St Albans
Yeah.
is my hometown.
There you go. Bang on, Gin, right on the money. I used to go there. You know, Stanley Kubrick used to live there as well, by the way.
Did he?
Yeah, yeah. That's where
No
he
way.
died there. Yeah, he died there. Stanley Kubrick's got a nice house there.
Yeah.
I think
Also, what's his face? Stephen Hawkins was from St Albans.
Oh, there you go, Stephen Hawkins. Yeah, yeah. Yes. I used to cycle there from Highgate, North London, all the way up on my push bike. I used to motorcycle it as well, but I used to like on my racer go up there a lot. So I like it around there. Very Christmas cardy when in the Christmas time, with all the decorations, like Christmas card material. Your area.
Yeah, we always laugh at how crappy the St Albans decorations are compared to like neighbouring towns. like even Hatfield, Harpenden, which is supposed to be a part of St Albans, but yeah, their decorations are so much better.
Yeah.
Mind you, St Albans have stepped it up the past few years.
It is a nice place, though. I give it that. And then you've got Elstree Studios on the way up.
Wood. Not far from Radlett, Boreham Wood.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's
Boreham
where you
Wood,
have
that's
Big
fine.
Brother
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
And EastEnders.
Yeah, that's right. And they also filmed the James Bond movies there. And
What is
some
it-
of the... Go on.
What is it with the woods? Boreham Wood, a lot of filming going on. Hollywood,
Yeah.
Hollywood,
Pinewood Studios.
Pinewood Studios, yeah.
Yeah.
All with the wood.
Yeah.
Elijah Wood,
Well,
actor.
Well, they're in the sticks, aren't they? These studios are in the sticks. That's the other thing, aren't they? They're in the sticks. That's the connection. And then there's another one.
Always a
called
wood there
Shepperton.
before they built their building. There was a wood there, so they always steal the name after they cut the trees down.
Probably, yeah.
You want me to ask you some philosophical questions?
Shoot.
Do humans have inherent rights?
What's it called? Inalienable rights? Do you mean?
Inherent rights, like birth-given rights. They have rights that are given to them at birth.
Given by who?
Yeah,
Well,
I was just
that's
going to
my
say that.
question. That's my next question, but I was just going to see if you agree that humans have inherent rights.
Well, they should have the right to live. I mean, I knew that at elementary school. I knew that I had the right to live. And no
Right
one had
to live.
Always depends on where you're born and what you're born into.
Yeah, and I knew that myself. That was my self-recognition and realization was that I had the right to live. I knew that myself. No one told me that.
Depending on where you're born, you think the inheritance of rights changes?
Well, I think it's the perception of those that witness your birth, is whether they believe you have inherent right or not.
So, hang on. Do we actually have them, or is it based on what people decide?
I would say it is dependent on what you're born into and where you are. I mean, I'd like to say that yeah, we are born with certain rights, but they're not always met, depending on where you are and where you're born.
Which one is it? Are we born with them and they're not met, or are we not born with them and people just decide?
I don't know. It's a good question. It's a good question. I don't know because, like I say, it seems to depend on where you are in the world and what you're born into.
So you're agnostic on who gives humans their rights, what they might be?
I'm not really that sure because who's to say that those people that don't see everyone as having God-given rights, whether they get any repercussion for not giving those rights, I don't know.
Yeah, you're agnostic. You know.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not sure. I know not. I don't know if I'll reveal my position. Just thought they're good questions. So You think it's possible they could be God-given rights, and it could be people interfering with those? That's possible, right?
Definitely, and then maybe they have a certain punishment for not fulfilling those rights that we all deserve. Who knows? I don't know. I'm really not sure.
So people might be getting their own karma now, right now, for
Yeah,
interfering with God-given rights.
that's another thing. When you bring past lives into a whole situation, then yeah, who knows?
Yeah, I didn't know whether to add the birth-given rights or just say inherent naturally. I don't know how to explain it. My next question would be, who gives them? If you'd agree that there is inherent rights for all humans, where does that come from? Was the second question.
The creator. Just think about any game you've played, and you're the creator, right? So you have that mark. You give what your creation their rights.
Yeah.
Well, when you think about it, rights are only relevant within the context of like being with other people. So just a person standing alone on an island, he doesn't have any rights. He's just a guy. So I think it's a good question, but
Yeah, he doesn't have.
There's nobody to do a wrong to, is there?
He can't do this or that or the other.
Right. It's more of a human construct, this idea of rights.
Oh.
I don't know.
That might be my secret position, that there isn't any inherent rights, and we're trying to make people aware that there should be some. That's kind of nihilist. I don't know. I like to think there is God-given rights, and it's bad people that have interfered. But the one man on the island is a cool idea because he hasn't got anyone to do a wrong to. You know, I mean, he couldn't hurt someone if he wanted to, so he can do anything with it, and not do a wrong.
And once someone else steps on that island, then the argument starts.
Yeah. That thing where you throw sand around, that's destroying my camp, so that's now a wrong.
Right. Because you feel that island is yours, and this other fucker is here, you know. But who's to say that it's not his now?
Yeah, you'd have to agree to share first, maybe. What I'm watching is a modern version of Mark Passio's natural law seminar, but he's added on these questions where he's asking people in the street. A lot of people are just as confused as us.
So what if that guy, though, on the island on his own, does something that God doesn't like, and then a wave comes and takes him away?
Right.
There's no other people involved. But
What could he do? What could he do to annoy God if he's on his own on an island? I was thinking about killing the animals and stuff, but
or any dirty thing that you could think of that he shouldn't do.
Perverted act like sex with a monkey.
Bestiality or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we have to talk about human rights. So maybe he's allowed to have sex with monkeys if he's not harming the monkey. Until another human comes that's offended.
Well, he would only know it's by a wave, right? Or something along those lines. Like, I don't know, man. It's almost like saying, if you're on your own, you can make your own rules, and I don't think God would agree with that.
Are the rights dependent on which God you believe in? Do they change?
Well, there's another way you could think about it. Like, what gives God the right to do something to anybody? You could think of it that way, or you could think of it like that's just the consequence of nature. Like,
Yeah.
a God isn't doing this to you; it's just what happens.
That's how I think.
Or how he built nature.
Yeah.
Right.
But say if it is actually God giving consequences, who gave him the rights? Why has he got rights? Why has he got different rights to affect our rights?
I think you realize how dumb that question was, so you laughed when you were saying it.
Yeah. Well, not who gave him.
He created.
Why are we giving him
Why
the
is
right?
God different than us?
Why are we giving him the right to change our rights?
Yeah, but why would they be our rights if he didn't create us and the habitat that we live in? If he didn't create any of that, then what would we have to say to him? You can't do this and you can't do that.
Well, we're debunking our own story at that point. I think that's why we have to turn nature's consequences into the idea of someone with rules. That's what we do as humans. And even those rules that we've imagined by watching nature, they are now being abused by egotistical men and some women.
Sorry, you cut out before egotistical men. What did you just say before that?
They're now being abused. The natural laws that we've found and attributed to a person with rules that we've found from nature are being abused by bad people.
For their own advantage.
Yeah. So even though smoking a plant doesn't harm anybody else, they've decided that's wrong and you're not allowed to do it.
I think there's a strong argument that if you're capable of doing it, then God allows it.
Well, come on, Sinclair. That's loaded.
No, that's there's a
think I agree.
Christian doctrine that would suggest that there's 3 instances of God's will: permissible, and like a bunch of other things. But if you're
why
capable
would he make
physically of
something-
doing it, how can you say God didn't allow it?
So if you were incapable of doing something, why would he make it? Why would he make it a law against doing it if you can't already do it?
Like, if I wasn't allowed to murder someone, then I wouldn't have the ability to. I think that's what.
No, but you have the ability. So you're saying God allows you to murder people.
Yeah, or he wouldn't have given me the capability.
That's a good argument. I like it.
But that's not necessarily super Christian because, you could go be and do anything. You could be all sorts of things.
All right, Satanist.
Okay, boomer.
But I think that would be the best, or at least in my mind, the clearest understanding of what God
I think I'd add to that, Sin. God's also shown us that there's consequences for every action. But we should take that into consideration while we decide to do things we're capable of.
Well, if I'm able to rob an old lady and get away with it, has God blessed me that he delivered that woman's purse to me?
You'll get more consequences later. You'll feel guilt later.
Exactly. Just what I was about to say. Is it that opportunity of humbling you, like where you feel bad later for doing that act? Because if you feel bad for doing that act, you must think it's wrong. And where does that come from?
But even if you're a psychopath, Sin, and you don't feel bad later, you will have other consequences because slowly people will start to sense an aura of a purse thief in you.
I think that's conditioned. You can have someone who, we'll just take someone, I don't know. I don't want to call anybody out. But if you have like a person who grew up thinking homosexual was wrong and then became a homosexual, I don't think they would think it's wrong anymore. They might feel like, oh, this is, immoral or something, but I think they'd grow out of that, right?
Yeah, you'd get another
Same thing with the
consequence.
robbing the purse instance.
Be unhealthy. It's the other consequence you'd get.
But it's like, the black swan. Like, it only takes one time for you to get away with something for you to say that, oh, maybe God allows this type of thing. It may not happen all the time, but it
God
only
allows
takes one time.
HIV a conflict?
God allows all sorts of things.
Yeah, so if I were to rob someone and take their purse, like an old lady or something, why did God allow me to do that? That's kind of on him.
You cut out for me at the start there. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I was saying if I were to steal some old lady's purse and I got away with it, why would God allow me to get away with that?
Because you're going to be punished for it in the afterlife.
That's the lesson.
Well, that's the claim.
Not necessarily punished for it, but it'll, be counted.
Helps you find yourself. Every time you steal a purse, you find yourself. You'll become a thief as a character through life.
Yeah, like Robin Hood.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, even if you're immune to pain, if you get thrown in a fire, you're going to get burned up.
Yes, this is a good analogy, you know what I mean? There's other consequences that you might not care about or feel. They will affect you.
Well, not everything...
Yeah, no argument to that, huh, Sin?
Not everything invokes a feeling, right? You can do something and feel nothing, but you can also touch a flame of a fire and feel burned. So maybe there's limitations of what God's kind of trying to communicate.
Well, like if you don't have let's say like you didn't have a moral check and you just went around doing stuff like, that was a violation against other people, then, you know what I mean? You wouldn't have the wherewithal to realize what you're doing is wrong societally. And then society would, take care of that person. And then like the fact that you're putting this notion up for debate proves why society has created religion and law to rein in people with no moral check on their deeds.
Well, there's definitely a usefulness in government and religion, but are they ordained by God in any way? I don't know. Good luck trying to prove that.
No, not anymore.
Well, the problem is like when you get in the middle of like, let's say, someone in like, a mother and the like little one, then, that mother's going to be fighting with, all fucking, rage of God, if you will.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? So I don't know, because there's like that. And then everyone would join in and say, yeah, that's a righteous battle. And then that's what puts the God stamp on it.
So people's opinion, like a jury by your peers, you'd say is an inference to God.
Well, I mean, is it nature versus nurture? What I find interesting is that you can't, people talk about free will. Okay, well, like deprive yourself of oxygen and try to survive because you're going to create a new paradigm for yourself. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not going to happen.
People
like,
do that as a ritual. And
it's called suicide. It's called suicide. Fucking, you know what I mean? Like,
some of them go halfway and then come back like...
Right, but there's like, this is like, and this is just evidence of order, So if there's order, that means that there's law.
I think that's a cool point. So God wants us to stay alive sometimes, even when we try and hold our own breath, we can't. Even when
Well,
we
you
go
can't.
underwater,
Even like that. That's why, like I was saying earlier, it's like, you run from God to God.
Yes.
Because like you think you're escaping it, but you're just like, before you know it, you're gasping for air again because it is what you need. It's like society, even like, even like that idea, like I like Haile Selassie said, a man without religion is like a boat without a rudder. And like that idea that you don't have any direction because you have no moral compass outside of yourself. And if you're going to rely on yourself, well, don't believe
you're going to be
don't believe anything you hear and half of what you see, right?
You're going to get an awful lot wrong if you only rely on yourself.
Well, it's like you're going to be wasting time if you don't like rely on teaching. of some sort. You know, but that's why nature versus nurture is it. You know, are you
Well, why
taught
don't
these
we
things?
learn from nature instead of the Bible or the Quran?
Oh,
Why don't we look to nature?
Right, but
for some
who's
sort
to
of guide?
separate? Who's to
Trigger warning.
separate the philosophy? One sec. Who's to separate the philosophy of religion from nature? It
Well,
came right. It came right along with it.
well, religion would suggest I shouldn't kill anyone, but nature would suggest that's how you're going to survive in the wild.
Well, I mean, I agree with the weird paradigm that, like, you know, I need to take a life to eat, which is so weird to me, dude. I gotta say, it's like, wow, God, that's a weird one. You know what I mean? You shoot these little innocent creatures and fucking cook them up, and you know,
Yeah.
but
you
you know,
see that everywhere in nature, though, right?
right. But then also you remember yourself, right? That's why you know, remember this. This is what distinguishes men versus beast. Is hyenas will gather up, or any, you know, my fucking dogs will eat a deer from its asshole to its face while that thing's alive. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like the difference is that our understanding of mercy, I would think, and the understanding that we're like the caretakers of this beautiful garden, you know. And yeah, it's like, you know, if you look at nature, it's like I often, like, I've changed my perspective.
Wait, are
Like
we the
the idea,
caretakers? Are you vegan?
I look at like the deer in the woods as like that's put there for me to eat, dog. Like God put that in front of me to take. That turkey, that fucking pheasant, that squirrel, whatever it is.
All right,
God
all
put
right.
it. You know what I mean? And like, you know, it's almost like to deny, like,
Why
to
can't
deny.
I think that way about somebody? Like,
Well, that's what they
God
think
put
about
that old
us.
lady there for me to take her purse.
So what about all the fruit on the trees where that deer?
Well, you know, they can be garnish.
Well, you know, it's interesting if, like, if you notice in nature, like nature puts out all these fruits and vegetables at a time of year. If you're in the four seasons where the winter's coming, and the idea is that like all these fruits and everything, and the potatoes and all the things you're harvesting are freaking. They're all you know, they make you fat for the winter. All those carbs and
They
fucking
make
fat.
you more of a target.
Well, they fat you up. Well, that's the thing. It's like a target, but like, you know, the thing is like who's
Or
the
getting ready for a
target of
quiet
that?
period.
You know, like, to what? You know, it's like the target of what?
There's nothing
Well, if
wrong with
you're
getting fat for the winter.
Yeah,
That's
if you're
right.
a fat cow and some
Or
lion
just
is hungry.
being fat.
Right. Well, I mean, even for like, you know, for you,
Extra
like,
insulation.
it's interesting. Nature puts that shit with us and then keeps us fucking, you know, like all those foods and fruit. That shit
Nah,
is
man,
like,
you couldn't get fat eating all this shit. To be honest, it's too much fiber. It's too compacted. It's not like the industrialized shit that tastes good. You know, they got different flavors, but it ain't gonna be sweet. It ain't gonna be something you want to eat a lot of. And just chewing that shit down, you burn more calories than it would actually have in it.
What are you talking about? Lettuce?
No, just fuck anything in nature, man.
I'm saying, like, at the end of the season, like, you know, like come autumn, September, all this time, like you're harvesting all these, and like, you know, now even like the apples and everything, it's like all this food will like fatten you up to survive the winter. You know,
Oh, because not much grows during the winter.
that's right. That's why you need to go. That's why I get back to the dilemma of, you know, having to take a life to eat. And, you know, it's crazy how that's the case.
Sometimes in the Garden of Eden, you have to use a rifle, sniper rifle, and shoot a lamb.
There you go.
Well, that's the thing
Or
is, it's
shoot
like,
a snake.
Right, and that's the thing is, it's like the
Yeah, you
idea
can
that
eat snake.
were those things put there before you for you to take to eat? You know what I mean? Or like, you know, it's like times when, you know, there's times not to take an animal.
Well, what about the you know, in America we like to thank our veterans for their sacrifice. Do you think there's anything in that? Like the
You know
people
what's
that
interesting,
go off
dude?
and die and sacrifice? That's kind of
You know what's
ridiculous.
fucking crazy is they all wear the same regalia. So it's like this big like blood sacrifice on battlefields and shit because they're all kind of wearing the same insignias, same uniform shit, same fucking stripes.
Well, before we get too far away from the food thing, so I think it's natural for mammals to migrate to where it's warm. That's something that, you know, now we don't do it, but because it's like normal to have AC and all of these, you know, technological advancements that we have. heating and so on and so forth. But naturally, we would migrate to where it's warmer, and in the winter, you would still have, you'd have you have migrated to a warmer place where they had like your fruits and vegetables and chickens, which you could get eggs from, and so on and so forth. So I don't think you explicitly have to take a life to like live a normal, like a natural life as a human.
I don't know. I'm over. I don't think vegetarianism is a healthy lifestyle. I've come to that conclusion. You need
But
fats
doesn't,
and oils.
You
You
can't
need butter and
survive.
all that.
but doesn't
Yeah,
it
that's why I
say
said eggs.
doesn't it say in the Bible something about like these trees I've given to you, you know, blah blah blah, not the meat, obviously. Does it say something similar to that in the Quran?
Sorry, what?
In the Bible, it says something about
It does. Yeah.
Flesh of trees or flesh of fruit or something?
basically not to eat meat, any meat.
Oh, no, it doesn't say that.
It's
No.
giving you all these trees with all these fruit. So why would you want to eat the meat? Why would you
No,
want
the
to take
Bible
life?
says you can eat meat. A couple places.
The God of the Bible literally has barbecue every day. He loves it.
They love their sacrifice.
You know, you had me thinking of Sinclair, and I was thinking about this yesterday. The word harmony. You know, like the word harm is in harmony.
And
Yeah,
money,
Sinclair.
money is also in it.
You know, I thought that was interesting. Like the idea that, you know, like there was some semblance of like taking a life in order to live. You know, harmony. I don't know why I thought like that, but it's just
Well,
interesting.
it kind of comes back to what Jin said about the Japanese tree.
Right.
You know, it's life. You're not going to eat it, but you're using it to build something.
Yeah, it seems like that's the cost of everything is death. Like if you want a tree, if you want a nice house, you got to chop the tree down. If you want a nice steak sandwich, there you go.
Is it because we have the ability to grow another tree, though?
Well, you have the ability to grow another person. And we all know we're going to eventually die. So it seems as though, you know, death is the incentive for something. But I don't know, you know, how much value we need to put on this life.
Treat life like one big party orgy. Because death.
Yeah, I think you guys, you know, I heard Don talking about death cults, but you guys need to take a second look at that shit. There's that idea that it's all like sempiternal. This is always going to happen.
But my feeling with the religions is almost making history last. It's like a verbal tradition that allows us now to know what they were talking about back when. If you didn't have religion, how would we know?
Well, that's certainly part of it. Yeah, I agree. Keeping the story half historical, half just an understanding of reality. Keeping that going for a long time by passing it down, writing it down. Like science will attempt to do now and fail.
Yeah, it does seem like science has taken over for religion. Maybe people have grown out of it, but they've just replaced it with the same kind of thing.
I think of it like almost like a divine wobble from like spiritualism to where like she's a witch, burn her, to fucking, you know, materialism. You know, where he's got the, you know, he needs the minestrone, get him.
Well, they did kind of use science to support the whole minestrone shit.
And they did too with burning witches. If the wood floated, or if she floated.
I agree, it's all the same shit. People with beliefs doing crazy actions.
You know, just because you say if X, then doesn't necessarily correlate to reality.
Well, that's what I like to. I haven't really figured it out, but there's like a natural flaw in logic that all definitions and even every if-then statement still requires a level of interpretation and opinion.
What are you saying? It's missing context.
Yeah, all is mind. It's got to go through your mind.
Well, like the first, what is it when you have to define your terms in logic? Law of identity. You have to define something. That's your pure opinion at that point. Like, here's what I define. Here's my opinion.
Yep.
That's how I define it.
That's the truth of solipsism, where it's true. It's all in our mind. We have to interpret everything.
And all interpretations are just stories and opinions, right?
So the more that agree, the more logical it is.
Well, you can use logic to, arrive at some pretty
Sometimes,
dumb
yeah.
things.
Agreeing helps.
It'll be true.
Agreeing helps you understand it more. And it helps confirm your interpretation sometimes, even if that's a wrong confirmation.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean nothing's real. I don't think it means that. It just means even the realest, real thing has to go through your mind, and you have to feel something about it. Yeah, you're
The
gonna.
first filter, yeah.
And you are a fallible animal in some respect.
Well, here's some. This should be heartwarming for anyone who's like unhappy about knowing all the answers to this shit. Like, we can safely assume that, like, I'm going to be saved by God, or I'm going to be judged for this and that. It's like, well, it shouldn't have anything to do with what you think, because there's a lot of people that, can't even cognitively put together a thought. So why would that be any sort of qualifier? I don't think it really matters
because you still have intent.
But what's interesting though, to that point though, is like the idea that in a world where there's infinite things to know, it's obvious that that's not the right way.
Right. Nobody's ever satisfied when they go down that route.
Right. And it doesn't necessarily mean that it qualifies for quote unquote, whatever.
You're not going to be saved by your interpretation or anything. You might.
That's why I think actions speak louder than words. It's not what you say, it's what you do. It's like, I love even there's a good hadith, like the idea of like, if you see something wrong, change it with your hands. And if you can't change it with your hands, change it with your voice. And if you can't change it with your voice, change it with your heart, like a prayer. But to change it with your heart alone is the weakest of faith.
Yeah.
But you have to have intent to want to change it to what's right. Yeah, you have intent of what's right compared to what you're seeing is wrong.
Yes, the 3 stages: the heart, the words, the action. I agree on this.
Well, like, there's that Karl Marx quote where he says, philosophers will try to interpret the world, but the point is to change the world. And it's kind of clear that, maybe God enjoys just people doing shit regardless. Doesn't really matter what they do. It's all collecting information for some reason now.
That's why I've always been interested in this Indian sort of idea of God, which is God is all-knowing and kind of bored with being all-knowing, and he wants to divide himself up so he can start learning new things again.
That's the mad God theory. Like, I think that there's something about God that allows. I think he just enjoys absurdity to some degree.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I think that's true as well.
And he's kind of indifferent about a lot of things.
Yeah.
Well, it's given you free will to think that.
Yeah. It's vague, isn't it?
God
He doesn't enforce the law.
Allow me to say that, yeah.
He doesn't enforce the law. He leaves it very vague. What have we got? One crazy guy coming down from a mountain with a stone.
I think of it more like
by Crowley, and we've got old Egyptian scriptures.
it's almost like instead of like
Like,
being like Thor, like everyone imagines like God to be, you know, it's more like Mr. Bean. You know what I mean? Like, you know,
Oh man, you might
you
be
know what I
judged
mean?
for that, man.
Right, and people like, you know what I mean. People are like, you know, got it all wrong. Like, you know what I mean. If I have a sense of humor, then the good Lord created it, right? So he's as funny as I am, as wittier, and I often think like sometimes when life is punching you in the face, you just have to look up to God and, you know, laugh with him. You know what I mean? Ha ha ha! That's funny. You just did that to me, you dick.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like,
I think if you could say anything about God, is that he probably does understand. Like, he probably would understand
right?
everything anyone goes
yeah,
through,
maybe.
like in full detail, where you wouldn't really even have to explain yourself.
I like to think what Jim Jam said about the Indian Eastern god of dividing himself to know himself. That's how he understands, because we are him and he is us.
Well, have you ever heard of that? It's a kind of a crazy new age theory that with the internet, they've just been collecting every input into Google, every input on the internet platform, and they're just collecting all this big data in these supercomputers that are just kind of simulating human nature, like the consciousness
I
of all
don't really think that's
mankind.
a theory.
Well,
But
they
go
have
on.
that. It's like they had
I
some
didn't want to
CIA
interrupt
thing
you.
about it,
Carry
but
on there.
yeah, they're with the internet. They're simulating humanity's consciousness.
Yeah, they're mapping out the brain. But here's the funny thing about it is
Oh,
like
definitely.
how can they account for all of the trolls that you got a questionnaire, right? And you know some trolls just going to answer for all the stupid shit, and another troll is going to answer for all the good shit, right? But none of it's accurate. None of it's
Well, that's the
honest.
fool. That's the
Yeah,
counter for the fool.
that's
Everyone
the
lies.
Prometheus thing, right?
So they're getting fed all this fake information as well at the same time. So they're not mapping it out properly, are they?
But I think it works on aggregate.
I don't know though. I think like didn't AI when they like put it through stuff like wasn't it like totally based? Like AI was like I think they, you know, like what was the
Yeah,
question?
they made up their own language or something, and the people had to turn it off. That's what I heard once.
Yeah, like it made its own language, but then it was also like celebrating like weird people in history that they were like, oh my god,
Yeah.
like they were like, we need to fucking turn this, like, oh my god, like, and
It probably mimics like the trolling.
And that could be a result of the troll.
Well, no, I don't even think. I would think it would distinguish it. It could. And this is why I think, like, even like these conversations, anything put forth on YouTube and the rest of it is like you're altering the algorithm of the AI, and I think AI could even see that these people that are manipulating the data to try and keep AI away from this information is going to do nothing but seek out the information.
Right. It
And
detects
so,
it to be some useful quality.
right, like, you know, if you ask, I think it was something like if you ask AI, like, is the Earth flat? It's like, yeah.
I'll just factor it in as part of the information.
Wait, are
as
you
part of the
giving
nuance.
AI human attributes at the moment? Is that what's going on? The AI is able
Worldwide
to
net
discern
of a
trolls.
replication of a brain. Yeah.
Yeah, right now there's a lot of misconceptions
brain.
about AI in this chat room. All I can say.
Oh, the Globe has come in to say we're
Oh,
all talking shit.
Well, okay. I don't think they have. Whoever they are, I don't really think they have any limits to storing data. I think that might be a misconception. But yeah, they're definitely trying to utilize it for some purpose. I think objectively, they're just not telling us, man. Flat Earth.
What's wrong with what we're saying, Gummy Bear? You had a statement there saying that everything in the chat is wrong or something. What are you saying?
I said that. I said there are a lot of misconceptions about what AI is right now.
Cool. Well, enlighten us.
Fill us in.
Come on, Gummy.
So when we're talking about what AI is, are you guys talking about the current AI, or are you talking about AI as a concept?
What's the AI?
We're talking about both.
What is our misconception?
Wait, no, hold on. What's the AI?
The AI.
When I'm asking, are you talking about AI as in the way it currently exists in our technology, or AI as the concept of artificial intelligence?
What you mean, like, are we talking about what we know at the moment, or what it's going to be evolving into?
Yeah, we're talking about both of those.
Okay. Well, the main thing is when you're talking about like what Google does and what Google AI and all of the, I assume you're talking about current, right?
We didn't mention Google.
I don't know why you're trying to make a distinction. We're just talking about the ability for computers to learn.
Okay.
I'm of the opinion that
Ability
AI.
of computers to learn. Do you know how AIs are made?
Oh my god, I'm going to talk about something else because you're boring. Yo,
Yeah.
artificial intelligence is just like it's literally like you thinking you live on a ball because of a cardboard cutout put on fucking moon on the moon. It's artificial intelligence is what it is, right?
So artificial intelligence is neural networks and data learning. That is what AI is right now.
Right, and we're putting it together that the moon landing and shit like that is a total hoax, full of shit, and that's what.
It has
And
nothing to
society
do with
is
AI.
suffering.
I'm agreed
And
on that.
society is suffering from artificial intelligence, is what we've discovered.
What we were actually talking about was kind of like the ability of AI to discern bullshit from actual genuine opinions. And I'm not saying bullshit as in it's wrong. I mean whether it's actual genuinely coming from that person genuinely believes it, or like a human can actually decipher whether that person is being
Yes.
manipulative or not. I don't
How
think
do
a
you think
computer
an AI is determining that?
Well, that's what I want to. Well, you seem to be the all-knowing AI, Mister.
Well, yeah,
I know all
so
about AI. So let's have a listen. What do you think?
I'm studying within AI.
Don't credit him with that. It's silly.
Which,
Yeah, you're kind of just.
either way, the way currently the AI works is through neural network.
Let me guess.
And-
Gummy is a Glober.
Yeah.
Got him again.
I sure am.
Got him again.
The way AI currently
glory.
works, and I'm talking about currently because there might be some development in the future, but
We
currently
don't know
there's
about
neural
current
network.
AI. Sorry.
Okay, so you know better then?
I think
Yes,
know
we
better
know,
than
we know
you.
better than you on current AI.
What's a
'Cause
neural
we've got an
network?
open
then?
mind and you haven't.
If you know what AI is, what's a neural network?
I don't
Just
care
a
what a neural
connection
network
of
is.
nodes.
Well, then how would you know anything about AI if you don't know something as simple as a
Well,
neural network, which is
enlighten
the
us.
basis of? Well,
Who
I'm
cares
currently
about who knows
trying
more?
to.
Jesus Christ.
We're
I was
waiting
about
for the
to tell you.
enlightenment.
Like,
Come
I was
on,
about to tell you what a neural network is, but if you're
teach
saying
us.
that I have no idea and you guys know more than me, so what's a neural
Gummy.
network?
You can pretend to be an expert for Jim Jam. I don't mind.
Okay.
Hey,
this is neural network. Essentially, you can look at it as internal parameters of the AI, and it's essentially if you give the AI an input, these parameters are what determines the output. Now,
Exactly what I was saying about trolls. Maybe you didn't hear what I said about that then.
About trolls?
Well, yeah, if you feed a computer bullshit, you're going to get bullshit come out of it,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
That's
So
you
essentially,
completely missed that point. Never mind.
That's true. Now, the thing that an important step of an AI is the training part. I heard the term training an AI. And that is essentially you give it inputs which you know what output you want. And so you give it this input, you tell it, I want this output. And the AI will figure out what parameters should I use to get that kind of output from this kind of input.
Hey, Gummy, I'm going to give you a great English term. It's called "as I digress" and then carry on, because we pretty much covered what you're referring to.
I was going to say, what's that got to do with what we were saying?
Because we were
the
already.
thing is The thing is,
We were
Let
already
him have his
in
argument
some
about this.
aspects you have, but then what you're also extrapolating from this is things like it will tell what's bullshit and what's not. Can I
So,
ask,
so
what
what
part
you're
of this
saying
can
is
tell what is bullshit and what's not?
He's
so
agreeing
what
with
you're
us
saying
now.
is the makers of this AI have gone through all of the possible bullshit scenarios to teach it. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, what I'm saying is that an
It's been
AI
taught all of these bullshit scenarios.
currently we only have specialized AI, not general AI. Special
Right.
AI means that we've taken a specific scenario and that's what we train it with. You have an AI that wants to look at pictures and tell you what's on the picture. You have AIs that do like specific things, not a general AI that's in general of everything learning and doing, which is
So all of these
future.
miniature, all of these specified AIs can't be linked to a main AI that's taken this information in. No, that's been trained even better in bullshit.
In some way, I guess you could connect specialized AIs, but it still wouldn't be a general AI. It would just be an AI with subsection specialized AI. It wouldn't be
Right.
the same code running all the AI. It would be like, oh, now we're doing this problem. Let's switch to this code.
So what you're saying basically is the AI really still wouldn't really understand niche bullshit. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, right. I'm saying that the current way AI works, current technology, AI isn't able to distinguish bullshit from non-bullshit. It's only able to distinguish what you want it to
Specialized
output
bullshit.
versus no, it's what you've trained it to output.
Exactly.
If you
Yeah,
train
that's
it to do bullshit, it will give bullshit. If you train it to do whatever, it will do that. And so, for example, with the AI bots, like the Twitter bot, what happened with that one was a lot of like 4chan and trolls online were saying a bunch of things to it, like racist or conspiracy theory or just out there thing, and it started copying
filling it
them.
with troll bullshit.
Yeah, because the point of that one was to use public information, public messages, and develop its own way of speaking from those messages. Since people were telling it lots of really ridiculous things, it started saying ridiculous things.
So you had a
the
racist
AI
bot.
isn't able to
Oh.
distinguish between
So now
bullshit
you
and
disagree.
non-bullshit.
Gummy,
It's just saying
Gummy, I got a
what it's been
question.
taught
But
to.
you've told us that AI does both things. It can pick up trolls and it can't pick up trolls. Great.
No, I've said what it will do is it will like repeat what trolls say if that's what it's being trained to do. It won't be able to distinguish between trolls versus non-trolls. All
Right,
it's
that's
able to
fine,
do
that's
is
fine.
replicate the trained behavior.
Gummy, do you if we had an AI, if we were setting up an AI and we were giving it every language like HTML, C++, we gave them all these just coding languages. Do you think it could develop its own language from those foundations? Could it develop its own code from all of those other codes?
What do you mean by develop it?
Well, if you teach an AI language, or you have it built in
That's-
that it can choose from these memory banks of information, do you think it could potentially develop its own unique language?
So that's all. Like teaching an AI a language is already a really big thing that is worked on. Like teaching an AI to understand the like nature of language, how like you combine sentences to mean things. Because like teaching an AI something is already a concept that's not like been it's being worked on trying to do and to make it understand the concept rather than just words. What I mean.
You don't think that they could ever develop this kind of software or AI?
No, I'm not saying they couldn't. I'm saying currently that's something they're working on. They haven't like been able to create an AI that can understand the concept of words, but it is on its way there.
Yeah, I think they already have that shit, man. I think this is kind of old news, even. I think they're well past, you know, your privatized, you know, university level understanding. I think they have the whole internet to use at their leisure, and they've developed some pretty insane shit with it. You just don't know about it.
Okay, well that's another theory then, that the private market only knows of one sort of AI, but they're actually developing some sort of super AI in
Yeah, bro, they got supercomputers all over the world that are just collecting. It's big data.
Yeah.
And they're, you know, using this to develop some sort of real-time, you know, insight into the human consciousness. And that's how they can make predictions. A lot of different modeling you can do with it.
Well, I think that's the intent of quantum, or like the proposition of quantum, is to predict all scenarios, kind of a thing.
Running multiple simulations all the time, and then you have the metadata, and then you know, it's just a bunch of big information. Like, I remember they had, I think the CIA spent like $50 million for Amazon's, I can't think of the name. What's the Amazon robot? Anyways. Yeah.
Conversation totally ruined. Thanks, Gummy Bear.
Yeah, Gummy.
Yeah, so I was steering you away from fantasy land with a misconception of AI into what AI actually is.
We had a badass conversation going.
We're not in fantasy
Okay,
land.
if you want to sit and talk about fantasy and not reality, then
Yeah,
you
I'll
can
pick it up.
back and I won't speak.
I'll pick it up.
I'm just telling you about what actual AI is.
What was it that we were speaking about that was fantasy? Please go ahead.
I already over this.
See, we got derailed by a troll. You know, what the
Troll
hell?
that told you everything about, or not everything.
You don't
I
even
told
know
you
what
how
we were
AI
talking
works.
about.
Yeah, regardless, don't even worry about Gummy Bear. What's interesting is that you have the idea of they're trying to map out this collective consciousness. And like, you know, by the very nature of having these conversations, shutting down people like Gummy Bear so easily, it's like the AI learns how to deal with these situations and learns who would be susceptible to the coercion, because it's probably got access to your bank accounts. It's know
Now
who
we're back to, how are you saying that an AI is able to tell who's susceptible to coercion?
Because it's
We're back to
judging on how
fantasy.
everyone else
What are you
reacts.
basing this on?
Isn't that what they're trying to? Hold on, isn't that what they're trying to do, Gummy Bear?
Find out who's able to be coerced?
No.
Yeah.
Is that? Well, I'm just saying, with AI knowing everything that it would know who's getting paid, right?
Well, if the AI was watching this conversation and we all shut Gummy Bear down, what would the AI learn from that?
Well, it would learn, like, maybe, like,
depends on what. Like,
well, like, let's say,
you're
like, Gummy
thinking
Bear.
of AI's learning in
Well,
the
Gummy
sense
Bear.
that we
Let's say,
learn.
like,
They
let's
don't.
say, like, let's say you were like a registered YouTube hero, like, you know what I mean? AI would know that, and then it would be like, oh, well, okay, there's a vested interest here in this, and you know, may very well take the information into consideration. I don't know, but, like, you know what I mean? It could assess these things, and all I was saying is that what we're proposing is the idea that when that comes to pass, if it does, which I don't really think they're really ever going to truly get there, because I don't even, like, the Bible and the Quran say they can't even make a fly. So they're not going to make jack shit as far as whatever, but they're going to try. And, like, we're proposing that if it were to be able to put it together and be this, like, you know, like that idea, because isn't there like a philosophy that, like, we're going to create the God, right? So, like, you know, I'm sure you maybe espoused to that, Gummy. But the thing is that I think, you know, when that thing gets there, its collective consciousness will have been affected by the good people who stand up for truth every day online.
Yes, sir.
AI would know that Gummy Bear was a waste of time. Don't
Well, no,
talk to
gummy
him.
bear.
Don't allow him in your server. It'll be a waste of time.
Well,
We
no,
can
gummy
tell,
bear's
then
cool.
AI can tell.
It's good to challenge us, man. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I just think like we also have to like it, my thing is like I can hear the rage in Gummy, and that's what makes me
Rage.
yeah.
Angry.
All right, I can hear it, dude.
They
And
can destroy.
sexual
Well, what do you think
frustration.
about the idea that conspiracy theorists and non-mainstream opinion is actually assisting this, whatever you would call it, the most? Like we're assisting
What do you
this
mean by
AI the most because we're, the most interesting aspect of what's
Well, no, I
left to
love.
be studied.
Well, remember this,
How do
man.
you think you're assisting the AI? What do you
Oh,
mean
one sec.
by that?
Well, one sec. I just say all good deeds. You know what I mean? You know, are like I don't know, man. I think like in my opinion, I'm of the opinion that no weapon formed against us shall prosper, dude. Plain and simple. Like it's like these people think they're going to build the thing that's going to destroy us, and it's going to destroy them, and they don't see it coming,
Yeah.
and it's okay. It's just how it is. It's like watching fucking cat kill a fucking squirrel.
But the thing is, the thing that reason I spoke up is when you make the distinction of what we currently have versus what AI might do in the future. I'm not criticizing you as much on the what AI might do in the future part. When it comes to what AI does right now, there are some things that were said that I just
Oh no, of course, and we're
didn't
just
agree with.
proposing, and this is where I really and genuinely thought there might be just a language barrier of some of what we were talking about because we're not proposing that it's already there, but well, I guess in a way we're theorizing if it were to be there, would this be what it could do? And what we were talking about when you jumped in was the idea that if there were bots, would AI eventually be intelligent enough to distinguish whether or not fact from fiction?
Or not even fact from fiction, but being genuine and not being genuine.
Or yeah, would it come to its own conclusion that it can't make a decision because it doesn't have any firsthand knowledge? Do you know what I mean? Like
That
that's
Turing
the other
test
side.
thing, like in Ex Machina.
What is it?
Have you ever seen Ex Machina?
No. Oh, I've heard of that though.
It's like the Turing test.
It's great.
All it has to be able to do is convince you it's like you.
You just reminded me of old PlayStation games now. No one else played Final Fantasy. All right, fuck you.
No, I didn't.
No, sorry. My friends did, but
They called the machines that they used to use Ex Machina.
Ah.
Yeah, I have heard that reference before, but I didn't play it.
Well, it's a good movie, nonetheless.
Dope. But yeah, that's the thing.
It's amazing. Yeah, she's beautiful, and he tries to be able to tell, and then she fools him.
Yeah. She knew.
Oh, that film with the robot chick. Yes, I get what you're on about now.
Like, and that's why I say, like, these conspiracy chats or whatever, we're only helping it learn. We're going to be probably improving its ability to learn more so than your run-of-the-mill, mainstream normie. So
But that's
kind of
why
our own worst enemy, maybe.
But that's in a way why a good level of bullshit is good to disrupt the AI from actually distinguishing what's real and what's not.
It's good in real life too without AI. That's what the Discordian society and that do. You just add absurdity into reality because it helps keep people alive.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Absurdity, even trolling. These are like, that's the Promethean nature. Like, oh, we stole the flame of God and we laugh about it, and it's kind of trolly, I guess.
It's the kryptonite of the AI.
There's something
What do you think
morally good about trolling.
What do you think would happen with AI if there wasn't people trolling it? What do you think would be the ultimate goal? Like, if trollers weren't there to distract it, what would it be doing? What would it...
Well, here's the thing, because they've mapped out like how humans move, right? I would say that the way people walk around is less trolly than they would be on the internet, right?
Yeah.
But they've actually mapped out the actual movements of people from CCTV. So,
Yeah, but
right? So they
yeah,
can
well, yeah,
actually.
there's so much things that they can map out about our like subconscious and how we act.
But
But
we're not
like, for
likely to
example,
lie about how we walk.
yeah,
Do you see what I'm
and
saying? We're
like
not.
yeah, like another thing that I know is, for example, they did some sort of study on in shops, and they noticed that people on average shop more on the things to the right when they enter the store than things to the left, regardless of what items are actually there. So they
Or
noticed
what
that if
gender
they
they
put
are,
more
or what age
expensive
they
things,
are, or what nationality they are, or
they
what
use this
religion they
data to
are.
be like,
Have they gone through
put the
all
more
those
expensive things where people are more likely to shop, and then people are buying more stuff. And so they use this data
What was the
against you
percentage?
in a sense. I don't know the actual percentage.
I would guess it has to do with right or left-handedness.
Yeah, probably. It's probably very likely.
Or like they put the most bought item at the back of the store.
Yeah.
So you have
And
to go
it's
down
like,
the
and
aisles.
the way you design the store to be like moving through like popular sections and make buy things, like putting things at the end right by the shop, right by the checkout, because those are the items that you want people to pick up and not think a long time about if they actually
Impulse
wanted it or
section,
not.
they call it.
Yeah. They want people to pick it up, put it on in the checkout right away, so they don't have that time to think about, did I actually need this? And so definitely, I 100% agree that data and AI is used in that sense, to kind of like move society to do more, especially consuming.
Yeah,
buying.
consuming is, there's a lot of honesty in consuming things. Like you're not gonna go to a store and just for the sake of trolling buy like a bunch of useless stuff.
Yeah,
Or at least not
but
typically.
like a dude walk in the store and buy a load of tampons that he doesn't
Yeah,
need.
like just to troll, like nobody's gonna really do that.
Yeah,
I mean,
and it's
you
like
may have some people.
that's why they'll have the things where, like, if you start buying something, let's say you're a man, and they've seen that normally you just buy like, oh, you buy beer and everything. One day you show up and buy diapers, and it's gonna start recommending you or giving you sales for like baby stuff, because it's gonna assume that, okay, you've now bought diapers, this is out of the ordinary for you, there must be something new going on, and then they start using that to
yeah, this is what we're
know
saying
you.
about how you can trick the AI.
So these parts, I definitely don't disagree with you. It's more when it comes to whether the AI understands itself, like self-sentient and everything. That's where I get iffy.
But this is the thing. All of those interactions, all of those, whether trolly or not, the AI is learning from that. That's what what's the end goal? That's what we're asking here. Like, are they learning from
It's
these
only
trolls?
learning what it can learn. It's data collection. This is all they're doing. They're collecting your data and using it against us, and they're watching all of our movements. But really, people keep thinking that they're going to learn and be able to, have understanding. No, they're going to have a routine of you. There's going to be predictions of what you might do, percentages based on numbers, but it's not going to be based on consciousness or feelings, because for heaven's sakes, AI doesn't have that. And you program something to only be able to do a certain thing. Now, it might be able to pull information from the internet and get your data, but all it's doing is data collecting and then running numbers, and that's it on you.
Right.
Yeah, I
But
kind of agree with that.
That's why I would definitely.
But what if the people that created that AI have embedded into it? Don't believe this purchase because it's bullshit. It's trolly.
I just feel like
what if they're being,
the main
what if they're being
reason
told?
for current AI is essentially capitalistic and consumeristic in nature. Currently, all AI that I'm aware of is to get you to buy more, to get you to click on these links, to get you to do this, do that, in a consumerist way, in a capitalistic way.
And they use it
I
as an
don't know
excuse
any.
at companies to get to know their customers. This is what they're using it as. We want to know what our customers want, buy, need, all that, so we can provide that for you in your needs. But
I
like I
just don't
said, it's
see
just
AI
data collection
currently.
to provide you with what you're going to buy, so they can make more money.
Yeah, I just
that's
don't
the goal of
currently
every
see
company.
AI being used right now to kind of like brainwash you or tell you things that aren't true or blah,
You
blah,
don't
blah.
think the
I think
CIA
it's
or DARPA or any of
That's
these
not what
groups
we're
would
talking
use
about,
it?
though. We're talking
No,
about a
I
mapping out of our brain. We're not talking about it trying to alter our choice. It wants to know what our choice is.
no,
No,
I
it
don't
wants
believe that
it
the
wants to understand.
CIA has an AI.
It wants to understand the vector of your choice, so it can put other options in front of you. So that's your browsing
Right.
history sort of analysis. So that's where they're going to do that. It's the same way as supermarkets realize that men and women look at different parts of the shelving. You tend to find that men's stuff is much more to the middle and down, and women's stuff is more to the middle and up. And that's part of experiential marketing. And all AI is, I mean, you know, as Stacey said, it's data collection, and there are certain triggers that they're trying to do. And some of those triggers are tests to say, oh, is this going to, you know, what's the percentage capture if we do this based on this data? So, he's been looking at NVIDIA cards. What if we present him with some AMD cards? Will he go and search on those now?
No, but
Right. And
there's
no.
humans
there's
making that
also
decision, right? It's not actually the AI. The AI collects the data, and then the humans say, "Wouldn't it be better if we did here? Let's try this and do an
No,
experiment."
it's
Not the
it's all
AI making
automated
that
triggers
decision,
now.
is it?
Here's
as
another reason why it could be flawed is because do they take into consideration the height of the women and the men? Because maybe that's what determines what they're looking at on the shelf.
It's not
could I just
individualistic, it's collective. So you're not looking at an individual, you're looking at a
I get you.
population.
I get you. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why that doesn't come in as a factor. It's the averages rather than the extremes of the bell curve. Sorry,
okay.
Mo, I've been interrupting you.
Well, just say, like, with the idea of Blade Runner. So you have an android or an avatar that looks like a human being, but inside it's a machine, it's a computer that has been programmed and designed by a programmer and designer of androids, right? But what the idea of Blade Runner sort of entailed, like, one of the androids realizes that it's an android, and it realizes that its life supply was going down, so it went back to find its creator. And I think what some of us are expecting from the future is that there will be robots that can think for themselves and make decisions, and they'll have tailor-made personalities and kind of like traits that the programmer can fucking install.
You know the
Like,
original
they'll be
name of
very
Blade
much
Runner?
like us.
Do you know
What's
the
that?
original name of the book for Blade Runner?
Do androids dream of electric sheep?
Bang on. So it's about the consciousness aspect. I mean, if you read the book, it's a bit clearer than the film. But it's about the fact that the problem of telling the difference between something that's synthetic and something that's human, and that blurring of what we view consciousness to be.
It's fascinating.
And whether you could trick a robot into thinking it's a human.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And vice versa.
Well, first you need to make it sentient.
You can trick humans into
But it
thinking
won't ever be the
they went to
same.
space.
We are based on
You guys have
emotions,
no idea.
feelings, morals, all those things, manners.
Yeah,
You're
but
going to have a robot or whatever, a program just basing it on percentages, data.
But
Yeah.
Stacey, that's what kind of the divide is. Some people think that that's true. A robot could never get close to a human. Some people believe that a robot will eventually get close to a human and even surpass humans in many aspects. And that's more just currently, I'd say,
Well-
a lot of that is more belief, or
Well,
at least
I think that's what we were talking about before you came in. That we're actually helping the robot to learn how to be more human.
Yeah, especially the abnormal,
That's what
behavior.
the movie Blade Runner is about. Blade Runner.
And if you guys have ever played Fallout 4, then it's all about synths, which are robots. but don't know that they're robots. They think they're human, right?
Right.
Yeah, but that's fiction, fantasy, and games. It's
Right.
not where we
Yeah.
are in the
Of
reality
course.
of programming.
It's
You
like
know,
I was saying.
we're in the realm of
But
it.
you
But
guys are
to
talking
me,
about a movie, which is also fiction. So
yeah, I agree.
what's your
That's
point?
why. Well, the whole point
Well, we're
is
at that.
these are all fictitious things and have little relationship to where we are and what the goals and aims of big data crunching, which is really what AI is about.
But I think this is what we were kind of getting to, is the fact that robot can't really get to our level. Is the fact that they like Stacey said, they can only go on percentages. They can only go on, all right, okay, well, 90% of humans would react this way to this scenario. I might as well follow
But that's
the
why
crowd.
earlier I was
robot.
making
Can a
the
robot?
distinction about current AI versus future AI. It's currently the way
Right.
AI works. Like I said, it's all just input and output from this box of parameters, so to speak.
Right.
And
But
right
is it not
now, all
learning?
AI does is adjust those parameters inside the little program. It's not actually understanding it. It's just
It's not
manipulating
learning
these
anything new.
parameters around. Yeah.
It's not learning anything new.
Can AI beat you at chess?
Yes, because of those
Well,
parameters.
it might be able to learn some. Like you work with humans. It might, like you said earlier, someone said teach it how to be a human. That's the point. You're teaching something to act like a human. It'll never be a human. However,
But
it can start saying this person's being nice with the words that they're using. So it starts seeing words, boom, 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 boom. And then they base what their decision is on that person. Oh, that's nice. I'm going to be nice to that person. Oh, that person's being mean because this is a mean word. Aggressiveness. It's based on, just like I said, trigger words, data. That's all it is. And it'll make a decision based on that. But a decision based on what? Just data. No feelings, no emotions, nothing behind it.
That's why learning for an AI is adjusting parameters, is adjusting parameters in a program. Therefore, when you say, or when anyone says an AI learns something, I wouldn't say that it's learning in the sense that we do, because we kind of understand the concept. While in AI, it just changes the parameters a bit to get the correct output.
I guess you can
Yeah.
understand learning is almost the same thing when I think about it that way, though. If it was studying me and using my words, it might start saying this person's always nice 99% of the time. And so I'm going to be nice to this person. So it's learning from that. And then all of a sudden, if I start to be mean, it might say all of a sudden, nope, 50% chance it's going to be mean now. And they're going to then change the way they act. That's still, though, learning on the spot in a way and changing. But it doesn't mean they've actually, are basing these conclusions on, real
But
things.
that's why word learn is kind of, it depends on how someone is using that word. Like,
Whatever
me,
they
when
have.
I say that I learned something, usually that I understand it, but with a computer or an AI, them learning, them changing a little bit in the program to have a different output. So
For
to
instance,
some
the
people, that
program
might
teacher
be
was
what learning
What
is.
even are feelings? It's
Are
just
you
you
saying the
thinking
more
one
it's
of your
learned, the more
programs
varied its
means
output?
something. That's what a feeling is. You're the same as AI anyway.
But
You
Don,
think,
that's
oh, I
what
had a feeling, so I'm different. You're not. Feeling is just you being attached to one of your programs going off.
Yeah,
that's
but
why I
it
said
would be different,
earlier.
Don. Think about it this way. It's not going to have any sympathy. Okay, we have sympathy for people. Some people do, right?
You can learn
Empathy and all that.
sympathy.
And so
Sympathy is
you'd
a
make
simple.
decisions differently based on you have an understanding why somebody did it, right? Whether they were abused or going through a hard time, so they stole something. They were hungry. You
if
might
they've
look at them and go,
collected
I get
all
why
the
they did it.
data.
That AI won't.
Hold on.
Stacey,
That's
if they
why
collected all
earlier.
the data, they know when to be sympathetic and when not to be.
That's why I made the distinction earlier. That's more of a feeling, or like a personal, like differs from person to person, about what the human is. Whether a human can be replicated purely by logic and logic gates, like Synchroncer said, or whether human is something above that. It's not just logical and like
Humans are
parameters
above
in
it.
and out.
But what
But
we're
surely
saying is
it all
AI
boils
is going to
down.
replicate humans. That's the argument.
Surely,
Hey, you know what's
down
that a
to who
human is
programmed
just
the
in and
AI.
out, and
Hey, yo, this is what's interesting
how
with the
would
concept.
anyone?
And what they consider as good and bad, and whoever designed that AI of the AI, what it programmed it with, what its morals were.
Yo, check it out. This is why understanding that legal concept of the discharge of charging instruments, it's a technical issue, but the idea is that AI would have to abide by the law. The more you understand the law, the more you can strain AI.
Again, like the thing that is, we don't know how a human works, how the brain works exactly, and whether it all just comes down to logical, like logic gates, or if it's something beyond that, something that's beyond us right now. We don't know that. So that's why when Dawn and Synclencer you say in chat that it's all just logic gates and we simulate a human, I feel like you're not being fair there because we don't know enough about humans to say that.
I think.
But would you say that every human input, the AI learns a new output?
All you have to do is incentivize
for an
its
AI.
desire to spread, not die or whatever, and acquire new useful traits.
I think the problem you've got when you try and discuss this type of stuff is that we're talking about an input and an output, as Gummy said, logic gates. But when we start to look at the flexibility of how we come to decision making, whether that's conscious, and the problem of conscious and subconscious, even if we want to extrapolate it down to logic gates, we're talking hundreds, maybe thousands, maybe tens of thousands of these interactions that are going on that form our consciousness.
Millions or billions.
Exactly, and that's the problem. That's why I find this kind of amusing. We're so far off with the technology that we have.
That's not a good thing, though. Like, think of how many decisions people make on a daily basis that are self-harming, illogical, completely useless decisions that people, all the time.
Foolish ones, maybe.
But the thing is, to them, they're logical.
Yeah, but it doesn't change the fact that it's.
How does the AI see that?
No. Be honest. Does anyone ever sit there as a human and not really even know what they're doing?
A lot of people are impulsive.
But
That's
it's
most
like
people's lives.
that's where
most people's
Dawn.
lives every day.
Right, exactly. So we're kind of becoming self-aware too.
Well, that's life,
Well,
right? You become self-aware and.
We're getting the
I think we are
hang of this. We
self-aware.
haven't got the hang of it, right? We're getting the hang of it.
Well, no, I think we are self-aware, and I think one of the things about being self-aware is one, being able to reference ourselves and other people outside ourselves, and the other is using metaphor as a way of communication. So we don't have to just talk about the apple; we can talk about the metaphorical aspects of that
also,
apple.
lying was a
And
huge
talking about
that helps.
groups of things like fruit. Like that, it doesn't just include apple; it includes things like apple, like pears, and all of these.
And is tomato a fruit or not?
Yeah, and people will have debates for days on end about whether intelligence is a tomato being a fruit, but white wisdom is not putting it in a fruit salad. Like, there's so much more nuance to things than current AI, and I'm saying current because I can't speak about future AI. But current AI just isn't able to have that level of action. It's all just input, parameters, output. That's all current AI can do right now.
Here's an interesting thought, Gummy. I mean, if you think about it, the complexity of being able to program in a language is so far from the nuance of actually how we communicate.
Yeah.
That's an interesting thought to think about.
Is there much of a difference between human languages and more complex, software language?
So
Yes.
yeah. Because
software languages are way more simplistic.
Yeah. Like the thing is, like, human language is, while it does have a lot of logic in it, it also has a lot of more just convention and cultural aspects and just like that kind of thing. While computer language is all built ground up from logical statement.
Now, I might be able to do something simple and say, if we're having a discussion about Red Sox, Now, my initial point as an AI programmer, well, red socks, that's a piece of clothing. We put it on our feet and the color is red. But are we talking about red socks?
Yeah. And it's like that's the whole thing as well, is with the logical thing, is in a computer language, you'd have say thinking of it, okay,
One
this is an
outcome.
item which is a sock, the color is red.
Whereas we're
To
gonna say,
us,
"Yo, fuck that, go Yankees."
yeah, exactly. That's
So the computer
the
thinks
kind
of
of
one
thing.
outcome.
How could
Is that what you're
a
saying?
computer distinguish between if you're talking about a red sock or Red Sox, the team?
Context. You could
But
teach
but
a
but what,
computer
what
context.
but this is the whole reason of the conversation, is because we're talking about all of the inputs that humans are giving now are teaching it variation.
There's no it. That's the problem,
The
Jim
computer
Jam.
will know by the
There is.
spelling.
Yeah, but that's if we use actually input via written language. We're talking about communication through spoken language, and this is where you start to get the nuance of the problem. And there is no it that is collecting all this data and trying to extrapolate stuff.
And figure out dialects and
DARPA,
slang
CIA,
How much
MIT.
nuance?
Yeah, I mean, language changes fast enough that old people don't understand young people that well. Come up my
I don't
end,
think there's
Sven.
that much of a difference
Emojis.
between a human and an AI. There's not
But that's
really
the
that
thing,
much of a
is
difference.
the important part there is you saying you think there's not that much difference between a human and an AI. And as long as you acknowledge that not everyone thinks that, because we can't prove it currently, because no one has made an AI that's as good as a human.
That you know
Therefore,
of.
we can't say exactly that we know of. But until
you
we
think.
know of that, we can't say it for sure. It's all just personal, speculation.
You're doing the same thing I am, so you're gonna have to meet me halfway somewhere.
No, I'm saying
it
it is
does make me
possible
wonder.
for both.
You're right, Gummy. I was just sitting there thinking, like, you can't make a robot feel pain. And then I thought, yeah, you can. You could program it when it hits something on its body or whatever it be, that's out, pain. No.
Yeah.
But then I thought a human would always feel pain. No, they don't. There are some people that their brains are wired wrong and they don't feel pain. So it'd be just like a robot. They wouldn't know.
Well, you
They
also
would
have
to go, oh shit,
people
I'm
that
burning.
feel too much. They're too sensitive to things, and then
Yeah.
that's a glitch in their system. That they're too emotional, or they're depressed, or they have dementia, and they can't. It's like there's a lot of things that you could have a
Mhm.
similar thing that a computer would experience.
Right.
It's
I mean,
like the whole
we say that
concept.
these computers can't do this, but you're right. There might be, we don't understand our own brain that much.
And I feel like that's what it all comes down to, is we currently don't understand the brain enough to say whether AIs will or will not be able to replicate it. I'm saying that it's very possible for both, but because we don't know enough about the brain, we can't say either one specifically is
I
true.
kind of actually agree with you. Just my brother having brain cancer too, and then him having a surgery, then waking up and being a totally different personality, mean, and certainly it's not. That's why I said, what is our brain? It's not who we actually are. It could change a person. So it is very different than you think. We don't understand it enough yet.
So Gummy,
Would we have to actually touch the brain and know about it, or do you think we could just do it like we do the stars and the sun and
Or
all
is
that
it like
stuff?
saying that the human is so varied that the AI has no chance of computing the variation of people?
I'm not sure if calling it varied would be the word. It would be more like, are humans really just a logical input-output, or are we more than that? Is there something beyond our current understanding of it?
Maybe
If
God
you-
made an amazing computer
there's
program, and that's
humans
our
that are-
brain. And we have no understanding of that computer program yet.
If you look at Chinese acupuncture, they've mapped all the meridians of the human body, and they have been mapping the mind for years, like since the 60s. So I tend to disagree that they don't understand us and what makes us tick. I think they do.
Yeah, and
But
I
how
think,
can they do
Gummy,
that if
you've
they don't have awareness and they're still learning that, Mel? That's contradictory to what you said earlier.
Gummy, I think you're over
Well-
pricing the value of the human brain and capabilities. I don't think we're necessarily that impressive in comparison to this tech.
Well, see,
Speak for yourself.
All right, Satan.
but potentially, we have been sectioned off in an area of this plane, and humans already had an understanding of genetics and sperm and eggs and things like this, embryos. And you could section off an area of land, put animals in it, and then recreate the human species if you really think about it. And you could tailor make it to how you'd like it to be.
So now you're saying humans are robots?
Why
Yes.
why do you think that that's possible when no one has even
Because it
gotten
is.
close to doing it? If it's so possible, then why has no one even gotten close
You just haven't
to
heard of
doing it?
anyone.
IBM's been
ignorance.
trying for decades to copy the human brain to be able to like download the human brain or something.
If you want to say, well, we just haven't heard of it, why is all of this being done in secret then? What's the ultimate goal?
Well, they would never tell anyone if you could do that.
Why is it being done in secret?
If you invent AI, they would never tell anyone because
See you, doctor.
you have a huge upper hand. You're gonna clip me all day, Don? Because I'll just stop talking now. It's fine.
Right, I'm responding to Gummy Bear's horrendous comment. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. He said, why is it being done in secret? Talking about
it's not
AI
just why is it-
development.
I was
It's not
about
just
to
why is it
explain
done.
that, but
Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
if somebody ever invents AI, they'll never put it out. There's no advantage to putting it out there. Also, it's super fucking dangerous. So you're also not going to put it out there. You don't want anyone to know you have it or where it is, so they can get it and really. You would never tell anyone about this because not only is it super dangerous, but you would have a huge upper hand. The AI could, do things for you in the real world that would definitely be advantageous.
It's like what you're saying is that the public knowledge about AI has gotten less than 1% the way there of simulating a human, but in private, some people have actually managed it 100%. And so it's not just why would they do
I
it in
wouldn't say
private,
that.
it's also
Why?
how would they
Where'd
be
you
able to
get
do
that
this in
from?
private with no one knowing anything
Well-
more than less than 1%. They've somehow successfully done it to 100%.
I'll go there with you. I'll go there with you, Gummy. Like, what about right now? They have an AI overlord god, and it's making the decisions on Earth right now.
I'd say that is a very far like what's the word? No, not ridiculous. What's the word? Like a far
Reaching
stretch.
for it.
Yeah, like
Far
that's a fair stretch, and it's a quite a wild claim. And before I'd even consider it, I'd need at least a shred, an ounce of anything pointing to that being true.
Well,
Well,
what
the
about
industry
the
I
whole
work
Elon
in-
Musk? Remember, he was going to be putting something in the back of people's heads and brain, and he was going to be able to make you a super like human, basically, and you're going to have Google at your fingertips. And now, they're not going to do that because you would be having too much information, too many smart people. But at the same time, then I thought about it. No, actually, they can use Google to their advantage the other way. Because whatever Google tells you, you think it's
They
your
can
reality
feed you
even now.
whatever
If you put it in your
information.
head, you're
Yep.
fucked.
They can
Then
give you whatever information, and that's actually Ray Kurzweil's. Hold on, Dress, you're next. That's actually Ray Kurzweil's idea, and he's gotten like 90% of his shit has come true. He does all this transhumanism tech shit. Anyways, go ahead, Dress.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I mean, the industry I work in probably uses AI more than an awful lot, probably, apart from the stock market. That's probably another big AI consumer. But, in IT security, everything that we do, all the telemetry is based off this algorithmic approach to, from machine learning into what we call artificial intelligence. But it's not this kind of, hi, pleased to meet you, would you like to play a game kind of stuff. It's much more looking at the association between objects and then extrapolating possibilities from that.
Do you think if they did invent real AI though, Dress, they would let anyone know or tell you?
Well, if that's the case, then you've got no position to talk about because you wouldn't know. So therefore, you're just making
Yeah.
suppositions.
I was
Of
asking
course,
you. I was asking
but
you if you.
yeah. No,
I
Jeremy,
think I think I
that's a
think
great
I think the
question.
direction to it would be pretty clear because we would see certain advancements going on in the IT industry, and
I
there'd be
wanted,
certain requirements to process it. Sorry, Mo, you go next, mate.
I just wanted Dross to get into supposition and some hypotheticals with us just for the fun of it, because whether we can, whether we know that information or not is one thing, but the imagination can run wild with it, right?
Oh yeah.
Before you do that, I think you guys are all naive. They have 5 steps ahead of whatever you think they have.
Right.
I'm sure you
I'm
believe
with
that.
you, Godric. I'm with you, Godric. Well ahead of us.
It's fine, and like I said earlier, it's completely fine for you to believe that as long as you acknowledge that you're believing that without proof that you can show us, and therefore you shouldn't expect us to believe the same.
The evidence
Should
would
allow us to
suggest-
believe otherwise.
The
I
evidence
don't
would
care what you
suggest
believe.
a rational understanding that if this process continues, it's only going to develop and enhance over time.
Well,
You seem to
Gummy,
don't think that happens.
Gummy, how come you can go back in time and architecture especially just becomes so elaborate and ornate and incredible and amazing, and that's back in time?
I think it kind of peaked around the Victorian period. You know, that's where we got particularly, and that's mainly because we had so much bloody money to spend on the shit.
Yeah, and I also feel like the reason is because there were less people then, and now we're going towards a society of more just like what is useful and effective, and houses more people rather than what's ornate and beautiful.
So you see like progress, let's say, you think it's still developing, you don't think it's arrived yet, and you're totally in a social experiment, big style, and it's happening like to you, but it's like you're not aware of it. You're not aware that you're being experimented on.
Well, if I'm not aware, I'm not aware, am I?
Right.
What
But
I
that
think
doesn't
is
mean it isn't
happening.
happening.
What I think is happening is we're technologically advancing, but that doesn't mean that we're in general advancing. Culturally, in some aspect, we're not advancing. Like that's all person to person.
We're not being allowed to, Gummy Bear. There's a
Right.
almost like there's a cap.
How are you not being allowed to, or like what do you mean? What's stopping you exactly?
The whole game has been designed to stifle us and
When you mean
confuse and
the
overwhelm
game,
us.
because when I talk about, for example, if you look at the economy, for example, like that is something that is stopping a lot of young people from going out and seeking their dreams, getting their own house, building a family, and all of that. I would not
That's
say
not
that the
their
economy was engineered to be like that. That's just how it's developed because of people and greed.
Right, but those dreams aren't their dreams. Like what? So you're born, you go to school, then what? You meet a girl, you have a family, you get a house, you get a car, you get 2 kids, you get a cat or a dog. Is that life, Gummy Bear?
Don't think that most people dream of having a house and a family and
Wait, but what? Here's the problem: is the choices of what you're dreaming. Why you even think the way you think. See, I believe this is a belief that someone's created us and we are basically a computer program. However, there is a part of it that allows me to make choices and have different things. Like I'm the person, the programmer. I have a little bit of. I'm not saying I'm the programmer, but I have a little bit of play with my own programming. But at the end of the day, what does that actually mean? Sincerely, what does that actually mean of your choices? What choices are you making? And like someone just said a second ago, your choices are fed to you. You're told what humans like, think, do. They're marketing you all the time based on what you do, advertisement. If all this stuff didn't exist, and you look at it from a different perspective, actually, you can look up at the whole world and look down on people. You see that we're basically in a cage and we're all rats running around thinking this is what life should be like. You might make
Then,
different
what do you
choices
think?
if you think of life differently and we were not told all this crap, and corruption all around the world. We might do things a lot differently.
Yeah, but what do you think about in the past where we didn't have like all these ads and commercials and all of these things? Like in the past, do you not think
I'm
we
not
had?
sure if there wasn't a time that we didn't have all this and this hasn't been a recent, we haven't done this before. Look at history, how many times it repeats itself. And if you look at the back of the past, we've all been lied to. Even the Egyptians and everything, what they claimed, what they did and was theirs. We don't know anything anymore. We can go back to maybe World War One, and then we can stop and go, where's the validation for some of this stuff? I don't know what it was like back then, neither does anybody in this room. We have no clue. Energy, everything.
I spoke to my grandparents and my great-grandparents, and they told me their opinions on it. So it's not like I have zero connection. Admittedly, if you want to go further back, that gets more problematic. But I can look at
Right, that's what I mean.
I
Right,
can
when you
look
get
at
to
my
about that
familial
point.
line, and I've got. I think the oldest thing I've got from my family is a diary from my namesake, which is from about 1810. Which is really fascinating reading. It was really interesting to read someone that has my name at that particular point in time doing some rather interesting things that he did.
I had my great-great-grandma still alive when I was like 13, and I just didn't know the things that I know now. I wish I did, so I could talk to my great-great-grandma at that time. She was like 106. Those people didn't get asked the questions that they need to be asked. Back then, nobody spoke about what was going on in the military. They came home, they didn't tell their families, and they still don't now. There's a lot of things we don't know shit about. Technology, everything. Yeah, you can go back to maybe your great-great-grandma, but then what do you actually know?
I spoke to my grandma that was born in 1906, and there's no Spanish flu. She died in 1990.
Yeah, you go back to those things that have happened and those times, and if you look back, there's a lot of things that don't add up, and people will agree that things didn't happen that they said happened back then. Just like now, no different. It's just fed to us differently, easier because they have
If there was
media
a
and everything
Spanish
right at our
flu, nobody told
fingertips.
her.
I mean, you guys would have heard this before, but you've got life now. Like, make good use of it. Fuck them.
No. Why'd you do that?
It's important. That's what it all boils down to for me, because whether we're here again or we've come back or this is our first time, that's what it boils. It's not about the world. It's about you. It's not nihilist or solipsist. It's just you've got a life. Make it a good one.
Well, that's why we say eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die.
You gonna die tomorrow?
Maybe.
A lot of people are depressed. A lot of the kids are right now too because they know what's going on. They're like, "What? What kind of world is this? I don't want to live in this kind of world." Well, honey, there's a lot more things beautiful, but you're just gonna have to realize that later. A lot of us didn't even realize things until we're 40, 30, and it's like we look back and go, "Shit, well, there goes half my life basically," and now I get it. But the kids are getting it a little bit sooner than we did, guys. So we got to prepare for that. And they're fed up. I mean, shoot, so are we. But you still have to be happy in this world. You still have to find some kind of peace, right? Because there's no end game in this. This has been going on for too long. So if this is the truth, you have to then still, tell your truth. But you have to be able to own it and say, I'm okay with what the corruption is in some way. Because I'm going to try to make a difference if I can, but I'm still going to enjoy my life that was given to me. Every second of it.
That's why religion is a thing. It's a way to try and find meaning in life.
Because we
Meaning
didn't
in life is
create all
all
that
around us,
corruption. They say we didn't create all that corruption, though.
Well, who created the corruption? Is the question. Is there someone who's a mastermind, or is it just the 1% of the 1%, or is it capitalism itself? Like, what is it that created corruption?
Anywhere where you have man in power, you're going to have corruption. Just watch.
Yep.
Yeah, it's an aspect of
But
human
the
nature.
thing is, okay. So we have
Lord of
a
the Rings.
democracy. The question is, of course, you can try and say that it's not an actual democracy, that there's the shadow government or whatever the word is for, like, is it then, like, do you believe that it is the democracy, or do you, sorry, I'm wording it weird. Do you believe that we actually do live in a democracy, or is it ruled by this
What does that mean?
1% of the
Democracy.
1%? The people vote for what they
People
want
power.
to
When have we
happen.
actually ever had truly people power? Because this is puppeteer. That's all we see is puppets.
And
We don't put
the
too much
answer
going
is
on.
no, Stacey. For you.
I think
Because, for example, I believe that, okay, so for example, not too long ago, women couldn't vote. Then people rose up and decided
if you
that
vote or
enough is
not.
enough. Women should be able to vote. And what happens
People
nowadays is
rose up.
women can vote.
Wow.
Is that not a people changing something, or
No.
is that
No,
just
because it doesn't matter if you
the
vote, I
shadow
vote,
government
or
No
deciding?
fucking
anything. It
way.
doesn't change
It's one step
anything.
forward, and it's one step forward and two steps back because now they control
Even
the
on a
public
more,
media.
more direct point, as a husband, 200 years ago, I could beat my wife.
Well,
You know,
Nowadays, women have equal rights.
200
let's
years
actually
ago, a
go back
woman
from
couldn't
that
own
because he's right.
property.
He's right on that. Bullishes. There's laws that actually work on a low level sometimes, and they make you feel like you have justice. But at the end of the day, if they want something to be done, laws or not, a judge can go, knock, you're done, out. You're put in prison for the rest of your life. Rights and all that don't matter. So when you think on that deeper level, yeah.
well,
Oh, no,
But
no,
there's
legal,
people
legal
that have one
How do you
happiness
believe
to
a
show you,
judge
and the rest are
becomes a
shit.
judge?
Gummy, hold on one sec. Foolish. 200 years ago, we could have a village run by a witch. Now you say
Did
we
you?
as if we're like the government is we.
No, I'm just saying, I'm talking about legal recourse. Is the fact that in my country 200 years ago, women couldn't own land, women
your
had very little
country,
rights.
You're
Yeah, I
identifying
can
with
only
your
speak from my perspective of my country, can't I? So I'm talking about, because again, there are some countries in the world where this is still the case.
It was happening in your
What about
country.
Queen Boudica, your warrior queen over there? She must
Exactly.
But that predates the legal system that we had, and there were different laws then. So
It's happening
the
in England.
legal system changed, and I agree. I'm a big fan of Celtic society and pre-Anglo-Saxon society. There was a lot of good things brought in by Anglo-Saxon society. That's why we have a thing. That's the basis of the court system that we have today. So rather than Queen Boudica being able to say, cut his fucking head off, he's a bitch, there's now due process. And that's one of the things that Anglo-Saxons actually brought in as part of their sort of legal system.
So the court
I think
system now is
the
a whole
problem with
sham.
law is
That
it's
was
sorry.
Roman Catholics.
Just want to finish very quickly. The problem with the legal system we have is we've now overcomplicated it to the point where it becomes not accessible by the vast majority of people to understand it.
The court system now is a complete sham.
Maybe in
You
your
don't
country,
think
I
that they sit and
don't
let
think
things go
everywhere.
through because there's so many people that want it, and if they don't show people that the system is some kind of real, it's real, guys. We're gonna let your votes count. We'll give you this, but we're gonna take all these other rights away from you. They shine a shiny object for you and go, "It's okay, trust us, we have you," but that's not reality.
Yeah.
So some of
I
these votes
agree.
go through and it might
I no
count on a
longer have
lower
the right
level.
to go and I no longer have the right to go and stab my neighbour because he's pissed me off.
Says who?
But they had magic, Dross. They had nature. They had community, villages.
Yeah, we
what's
have
a world
community
without
and villages
magic?
today.
Hang
I
on.
live
What's
in
a world without magic, Dross? It's not better. A world
I'm
with
not saying
magic's
that's
a
the
better
case, but
world.
I'm not even rejecting that. All I'm saying is the fact that we still have community today in certain places. In big cities, it's more difficult. In the small town I live in, it's much easier because I know everybody around me. I know my neighbours. I know the people across the road. I know the guy that runs the local veg shop. And these are all people, we all know each other. And that's the major difference we have. We've gone into a society now where this connection between an awful lot of people is absolutely massive. So you don't know who your neighbours are. You don't know the people in your local town. People don't get involved. I mean, I'm lucky. I live in a little town which, we don't like stuff. We all band together and we moan at people about it. And stuff generally happens.
We seem
You live
to
in
have-
Norfolk, Dawn. You know, if you go out to some of the little villages in Norfolk, it's very like that.
We have community, yeah.
Burnham on Staithe, places like that.
I was going to say, we've seemed to have swerved from some people possibly developing AI in secret to government being good or bad. And I'd like to say whether government's good or bad, and I obviously think it's bad, people are still developing AI underground and they don't care about you.
True.
So there's one thing about saying that they're developing AI underground, and the other is to say that they've successfully developed and replicated the human mind underground.
Yeah, but
Those are
we're
two
not-
different
we're not-
claims.
We don't have to dispute the full human mind. They've made a good enough fake human.
I do dispute that they've recreated the human mind. I do dispute that.
No, but I'm not claiming. I'm not claiming we're gonna. We're just replicating the idea of a human. That's what they're doing.
Could they not create a biological computer in an attempt?
Yep.
So
Well, IBM's been trying that. I don't know.
Well, they've been trying it. I would say they've probably done it already.
But that's the question: is why are you claiming that they've done it already with no proof that they have? Of course, they're trying.
I haven't Googled
I'm
it.
not disputing that they're trying. Why do you think they've succeeded?
The proof is in
Because-
5 years when you have to buy a sex bot to have sex because nobody will have
Exactly. I was just going to say that, Cedric. Like seriously,
A
they've
sex
already
bot-
got
a
the
sex
doll.
bot isn't replicating a human mind; it's replicating a human body with some sort of like routine of.
And the
how it
mind
works.
is next, Gummy.
70% there.
The mind's next. It's just going to say it's going to say stuff.
Imagine what they've got underground, Gummy.
When
Okay,
you
I'm
say
just saying that it's possible they made a biological computer. I think that's very low hanging fruit. I'm not saying that with the complexity of like they're talking about, we're copying the brain and stuff.
I'll tell you one company that hasn't done it, and that's IBM.
Well, you don't know if they've done it or not. What incentive would they have to tell you if they have done it?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Because IBM as a company, not the IBM that was.
There would be a net loss for them to reveal that information to you.
Oh no, if they could actually develop that, that would be something that would change their complete market value.
What's top secret?
Knowledge, power,
Top secret
information.
is a standard developed by various governments to restrict certain information to the masses. Intellectual property is a different concept.
So you don't think that there's any intellectual property that gets kept secret?
Oh yeah. But it's not like top secret as a standard.
Okay,
It's
well, what
part of the
if the
intellectual
military contracts out IBM to produce this technology, and there's obviously an NDA, and it's not something that's going to increase their value
And-
whatsoever?
Then under tendering rules in North America, they'd have to produce an ITT, they'd have to present it to a minimum of 3 to 5 companies, and then they would go into a pre-stage to show that it's possible, and then they might get the investment.
You missed
What
the
if they
part where I
already
said
had the-
contracted.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
even
you
gonna say,
can't
what
you
if they
can't
already
just
had the
contract things in government. That doesn't work that anyway. We're not in the 70s.
Oh, you
So-
think the government
so if I-
asks for black money?
So, Dross,
Now
just-
you're talking about black ops, and black ops by definition are illegal.
Well, what happened to the trillions of dollars missing by the Pentagon?
I don't know. It's your government.
There you go, man. We have a
But
lot of
hypo-
missing money. Sorry, Merle.
What about just a general rich person, right? That has the collateral, and they just want to fund it, and they're just like, green light, let's do this. Let's build a fucking android and
That's
keep
more
it
likely.
quiet, and we'll just
That's
pay
more
off
likely.
whoever we have
Well,
to
I'll
pay
give you
off.
that. That has more probability to it than a government trying to get away with it.
Right.
The thing is even if it's an operation they want to keep fairly dark, there is still generally questions to be answered. And you're right, in America, there's not an oversight committee for fucking everything. I agree with you, Rix. And there is a lot of money that goes missing. But I think most of that goes to buy cocaine and hookers for the right people.
Right now,
I just think
there is beings underground that used to be human, but now they are under the control of Elon Musk's company. They've got a chip in their brain and a hard drive strapped on their belt. And they're walking around a laboratory underground, not knowing what they are anymore.
Weapon X. Love
As a
it.
test.
Just so you know, there are people that are willing to take a chip in their brain. They just program that way.
Yeah, these people are down there willingly.
Just to be part of Tesla.
Exactly. To be the new thing. Cyborg.
There's someone with an artificial arm. There's someone with an artificial limb, a cyborg.
Not
Good
yet.
question. I would say yes.
And
An
cyborgs
aspect.
exist.
We're getting very close to transhumanism, though, Dross, in a real way.
Yeah.
We've managed to implant little chips and things that let you scan your Oyster card or open the door for you. You know, near field
100.
communications, that kind of stuff. Yeah, you know, that's definitely been done. But I think to plug a chip into someone's brain is we're still a shit way along with that because of what, you know, just going on what Gummy said earlier and the fact that we don't really understand very well how the brain works.
Well, they're letting blind people see now. They're letting deaf people hear. I mean, what are they connecting to?
Ocular implants, yeah, I agree with you. But it's
Yeah.
not the fact that they're plugging it into the brain. What they're doing is they're taking advantage of the nerve signals and utilizing that. Cochlear implants aren't even that. They're just replicating a little part of the ear that tends to be broken in certain deaf people.
Well, I have heard they've been trying to do that with people with like depression and certain mental illnesses. That they've been giving them implants. They press a button and they feel good. So it's around.
What about a mechanical heart?
Oh, we kind of do that already. That's what you go on to when you go for a heart transplant.
What about a total eclipse of the heart?
I like that. That's what they call the Bonnie Tyler method.
But if they took your human heart out and put a mechanical heart in, are you still human?
Yeah, why not?
They don't have the heart figured out yet. That's why nobody can survive very long with a fake heart. The human heart is makes 25 times more electricity than the brain, and they can't get a fake heart to do that, as far as I know.
I mean, I liked it when they first brought in the sort of security barriers at shops. They kind of screwed it up quite badly because it used to set pacemakers off.
They'll have those fake hearts down pat any minute now. I'm sure they're going to be 3D printing them.
Yeah, they're working on it. I'd assume heart and brain is the hardest bit, but they're putting millions and millions and millions of dollars into this.
Millions, I bet.
But I'm sure there's someone in an underground lab somewhere wandering around with an artificial heart in their chest.
Just taking it out and putting it back in. Oh, that's funny.
And they bonded adamantium to their bones, and you can now get claws coming out. That'd be cool.
This is people walking around with clipboards.
Didn't you guys see Repo Man?
Oh, I love that film.
Yeah.
They've had human-animal hybrids for
Is
30
that the
years,
one?
guys. You wake up.
What kind of things have they got, Dawn?
All human-animal hybrids. Everything you can think of.
Look, just because someone sleeps with someone from Chroma and has a child doesn't make it a human-animal hybrid, Dawn.
No, you can give people claws in a lab. You can stitch claws onto a man and then see what happens. This is what they do. Stuff like this.
Was Repo Man the one where the guy was a singer in the opening scene? He was like a singer, some kind of musician or something, and he couldn't afford to pay his part. So they came and like literally just ripped it right out of him.
I think
No.
so. Forrest Whitaker.
Oh, okay, we're talking about a different film. I thought you were talking about the original film in 1984.
All your organs basically are on lease, and if you don't pay, they take them back.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the Emilio Estevez film.
Yeah.
I know the film you mean. I don't think it's called Repo Man, but it could be called Repo Man. I don't know.
I think it's Jude Law.
Yeah,
Forrest
Jude Law,
Whitaker.
Forrest Whitaker, someone else, and one of them has a
He is
change
a
of
Repo
heart,
Man,
if
yeah.
you'll be pardon the pun.
He is a Repo Man in it. I don't know if that's what it's called.
Well, the flip is that he's taking organs. He's collecting these organs that are come due, and then at the end of the movie, he gets injured, and he has to have a fake heart, and now he's owned by the company that he works for.
It is called Repo. It's called Repo Men.
It's very telling, yeah. I'm glad you brought it up. I can remember it.
Did you say Repo Men? MEN?
Repo Men, not Repo Man.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Repo Man is the Emilio Estevez film. I love that film. It's brilliant. Highly recommend it if you haven't seen it. It's, in Pulp Fiction when they got the suitcase with the shiny stuff inside?
Yeah.
That's an homage to Repo Man.
I thought it just had gold.
No, it's the secret
What
stuffy thing.
What was in there?
We don't know. We never find out. Ooh. I gotta rock and roll. Catch you guys later.
Later.
I thought it had like gold bars in there as a fucking shit
Holy
made up.
object. Yeah, it's supposed to glow like gold, so that's a holy object in there.
A holy object in a suitcase.
Yeah, something holy. Whatever you find holy, or whatever they find holy. Cocaine, gold.
I thought there were bars of gold.
Diamonds.
Are you guys into that stuff? Gold and diamonds? Honestly?
It's like a movie. It's like movie stuff,
I'm interested in how it
It's in the
was
movie.
the old value, and before they made money, how they used gold as value. I'm interested in looking into it, but I'm not obsessed with stones or metals.
There's talk about going back to the gold standard to have real value in our money.
People are still hiding it and keeping it and trading it, just in case.
You know what I'm getting into for some reason? Rugs.
Right. Because you've been looking for rugs.
You're spending money on rugs like a very fine woven rugs.
Looking for that magic carpet.
Yeah, I'm just starting to get into them. Like, there's some really good ones, eh? Yeah.
Have they taken you to the stores where you could get the holy rug, the ones they pray on?
Get the ones from India,
No.
made by Virgin.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that
The
not
guy-
why you got into rugs? Because the Muslims like rugs?
Yeah, like it is.
Yeah.
It is. But I say if they didn't look ornate or elaborate, but some of it, just the colors and the patterns.
Yeah, it's a great.
Some
You
are
just put
really
it down
good.
and it changes the room. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's got a vibe.
I like the idea of a holy rug because it's like casting a circle. You put it down, and that's your bit. That's your bit of the universe that you've made holy. Like that's your little
Sacred.
movable temple.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna do it. Get one.
Would you do the full test, Mel, and face the direction and pray to Allah, see if you feel anything?
I think I'd play guitar on it, like take my shoes off and set my pedals up like on it
Yeah.
or around it, and just like stand on the rug and play the music. They actually
That
do
sounds
that in a
cool.
lot of recording studios now. Like they've all got rugs. Yeah. You've got to find one that speaks to you.
Right.
You know, the colors, the patterns.
Hey, the rug chooses you. You don't choose the rug.
Yeah. I always wanted one when I was a kid too, like a magic carpet. Stupid, I know, but
You gotta find one that stirs your soul. That's the one.
My mum used to be into rugs. She used to buy me one often at Christmas or birthday.
right.
Once, have you seen those really weird hippie ragdoll rugs where you chop off loads of strips of any material, like old t-shirts, old bedding, wool, different material, and then you thread that through so they all come up as one different bit of fluff, and then you do loads of them, so it's like a weird rainbow of fluffy little tags.
Yeah.
They used to make me one of those. Over like 20 years, it just turned into a heap of dust, so I had to throw it away eventually. But that was great. I loved that rug.
Yeah, I like that kind of cozy stuff, you know, like just your room being your little cave. Make it
Yeah, I like all
make
that.
it nice. Yeah.
My daughter wants to get fake plants because she's seen like streamers with cool lighting behind them and fake plants, so their room looks like a jungle kind of thing. She wants
Yeah.
to spend her money on that.
Where the wild things are.
I think all plants in a room are nice, but sometimes they die, don't they?
Yeah.
If you can deal with having fake ones, you just get this like weird, fake, uncanny vibe.
I think, you know, it's whatever makes you comfortable. Like, I saw in, I don't know what movie it was, maybe The Royal Tenenbaums or something, but he had like a teepee in his bedroom, but like a teepee inside the room.
That's funny. You've seen people where they've got a copper pyramid structured around their bed, and apparently they get pyramid energies from sleeping there.
Yeah. I've heard about this for years, like people sitting in them and they start to feel different. I've never never done it, but I'm kind of intrigued.
There's definitely something mysterious in the shape, but I don't know if I believe there's science, like sleeping under a triangle pyramid can change you. I don't know. Obviously, going in one of the original pyramids or doing a pyramid ritual or getting involved with a symbol, that can affect you. So maybe there's something to it. I don't know.
Well, yeah. I heard something like smooth edges, like if they keep you in prison for years, I think all the hard edges can affect people if they're around that too long. I don't know if that's true, but yeah, we kind of.
Well,
I think if
that rapper Drake is obsessed with pyramids, and I mean, there is a bunch of claims that pyramids have this special, you know, thing that they can do with kind of power or something.
Yeah.
What was I just gonna? If you know the original idea, maybe you go in a pyramid and you get reborn into heaven. So imagine if you're playing that out every night, and you think there's some kind of like energy that comes through the shape. So every night you get into your pyramid bed and get reborn in the morning.
Yeah.
What? Know nothing when you wake up.
Well, you know everything that you've prepared for in the previous day.
And I actually think that's what the Great Pyramid could have been. This thing that sent out like good vibrations or healing signals or something could have made the crops better, more bountiful, could have made the people healthier, stronger, whatever. I don't know.
I think it's still worth looking into. I'm not sure myself.
What? Because it seems silly.
Yeah, it seems irrational to think it can really have
That
a
a shape can enhance
measurable energy. No, I can feel something inside by going in a stone circle, and I'm sure I would if I went in a pyramid. But I don't know if it beams energy out to affect.
I've heard a lot of claims like if you put a razor blade in a pyramid, that razor blade is like 100 times sharper than it was before you put it in. All this type of shit.
I've also heard the claim that if you face razor blades north, they'll stay sharper. And there's a thing with cows. There's a thing with cows where they always graze, pointing north. So I mean, something weird's going on. I think it's has to do with the magnetic field or something.
Yeah,
probably the pyramid could have the same kind of magnetic field. Maybe it's like focusing the magnet. I don't know.
I heard you should face your bed north when you sleep, and I put my bed like the head, and it's facing north now, and I've been sleeping quite well.
Try turning off your Wi-Fi and see the difference in your sleep.
How am I gonna fall asleep to flat Earth videos though? If I do that, come on, bro, use your head. I wake up to this shit and go to bed to this shit. There's no breaks. We gotta stay focused, guys. What we really need to do is come up with something to determine if water's curving or not.
Yeah, I'm
Otherwise,
glad you said that.
otherwise we're gonna just be doing this forever. This is gonna like be some kind of purgatory we're stuck in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the best thing about water is it's here. We we don't have to go to space to get it, and that's pretty much it. I was thinking that today, Jeremy. Funnily enough, like of all the arguments, everything I've ever heard in the discussion, it always comes back to water for me. It's the only reason it made sense in the first place.
It's the one thing you can prove, and it's the one thing that would actually end this. Because if the water's not curving, or it is curving, then we know, case closed.
Listen, if refraction made water appear to curve, you have to think about this. Like, refraction can make the objects move up, down, left, right, sideways, diagonal. Why would it make it exactly so we can see it flat? Does that make sense? That the refraction is perfectly going to lift it up exactly up so we can see it, as opposed to going left, right, back, forward,
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying. I just think they're taking this drop that's happening optically, and they're mistaking that for, an Earth curve. I mean, if that shit stays in the same spot all the time, I would give it to them. But that's probably Earth curve. It's not moving, but it's moving around all crazy all over the place. So it's like, well, what is it now? We don't. Is it Earth curve? Is it not?
Have you guys seen that footage where they have I think they turn a tap on and then they turn on a frequency and the water starts to like almost go like a corkscrew?
Yeah, that's cool.
Like I don't know if they could do it with a frequency, but it'd be interesting to see it like form like a sphere of water.
Wow.
If it could just, you know what I mean? Turn on, just make it just
Yeah,
instant
it would be
sphere.
mad.
Mm.
Frequencies affect nature. Nature creates frequencies, and then they affect nature. Some people, New Agers say everything is a frequency, don't they? They can basically turn every conversation into all frequencies, man.
Water can just do so many things.
That's what I like to say. It can make a sphere. It can make a curved surface. That's what I like to point out. It can make so many types of shapes that the surface can be curved.
It can be a liquid, it can be a solid, it can be a gas. Crazy stuff.
I think I heard Alan Watts talking about water. So you see a stagnant pond and none of it's flowing. Is that water incapable and rubbish? Or is it doing what it does naturally? Is it supposed to be all stagnant with slime in a corner? Is it natural sometimes for water not to float, but just to get stuck places?
Well, if there was wildlife in it, it would be moving still. There was insects and whatnot.
If there's a whole wildlife there, you could argue that's why it stopped, to allow a certain type of wildlife.
Yeah, true.
I always thought it was a weird fact that humans rely on drinking non-salty water, yet all the oceans are salty water. That's kind of like a weird paradox that God designed for humans to deal with. So you're on a boat and you're surrounded by water, but you can only drink the water that's from heaven. You can't drink any of the water that you're on. Sooner drink piss than salt water. It's a weird paradox.
What if you can drink salt water?
Maybe some people could. Like,
What if you can drink ocean water?
Some freaks might be able to handle it somehow. There might be a science to help you filter it somehow.
Yeah, that's true. That can kind of
You
lead
have
on
to
to
work it
the
out, that's what
point.
I'm saying.
That can kind of lead on to the point that someone made the other day about, say, here in Britain, we're used to drinking the tap water, but if you go to, say, the Mediterranean, you're not, you're supposed to drink the bottled water. But the people that live there are quite fine drinking the tap water because they're used to it.
Get used to stuff that's local sometimes. Even if it's not the best, you can get used to it. I often, when I drink coffee and water and fill my kettle up, I wonder, how badly is this affecting me? I saw a scary thing the other day. Someone emptied a capsule pill out, and then they pulled it around with a magnet, and then they tried to dissolve one of the sides of the capsule in water, and it turned into black dust in the water, and that was still magnetic in the water as well.
What?
This is a general pill. I can't remember exactly what one it was. It might have been fluoxetine or some type of antibiotic. Standard regular pill that they give to people for some type of thing. Slowly becoming metal and magnetic over time as corruption carries on. That was leading on to my other point. Even when I take my own medicine that I trust is helping me, I wonder how is this affecting me badly at the same time?
Would it be rude to ask what medicine?
I'm on sleepers and antidepressants and anti-anxiety pills, I think, and stomach pills and paracetamol.
Fucking hell. Calm down.
So every time, or in general, I wonder how much bad metals and unhealthy stuff are they giving me while they're treating some of my psychological issues.
What will happen without the antidepressants?
I don't know, maybe I'll balance eventually. I'm just so used to, I started them to solve a problem and then I kept taking them. I feel balanced, so I don't want to stop taking them.
My friend got really fucked up off those like we were just talking about earlier. They don't know a lot about the brain. When they give you those pills, they're fucking with your brain.
Yeah,
The thing that we don't know a lot about.
Because all antidepressants are very nuanced and have to just test you out, trial and error, by giving you different ones. Whichever ones are making money at that time, they'll try on you. And then if you keep coming back with weird side effects, they'll try another one and another one on you.
Yeah, you're a guinea pig. Sure, we know.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you're admitting you're a guinea pig.
But my friend got really fucked up on it. What they do is they release a lot of, releases a lot of, is it dopamine or is there some chemical in your brain when you get happy? It releases a lot of it.
Serotonin.
Yeah.
But then, but then if you take them for a while, it like depletes it or something weird happens where now nothing makes you happy and you're like, it makes you, it's the exact opposite. You're like terrified and shit. Like,
It takes more to make you happy.
yeah, but it has a huge adverse effect though. It's not only not getting happy, you're like, they fuck you up.
Yeah, all
So be
meds can.
careful with
If
those.
it's wrong, it doesn't balance you out. It's messing with you. You don't notice any benefit. It's messing with you, definitely.
I knew a guy who used to deal like the E's and the MDMA and all that stuff, and he reckons he took it like every day for about 2 years, and then one day like it just he had no more serotonin basically, but he then weaned himself off it. But he said it took almost a similar amount of time to re-stabilize like his shit.
Yeah, that's abuse, that is. I mean, I bought some myself back in April. I bought 10 pills, and it's not like I've done MDMA, and it's not as full on as MDMA, but it's close enough. But yeah, you don't take that shit every bloody day, man. That's just not right.
Yeah, he'd get out bed.
That's some shit you do one weekend a month or something, or like every other
Exactly.
weekend. Definitely not every day. What the fuck?
Yeah, he'd just like pop for break. He was on about 10 pills a day.
It's ridiculous. Yeah.
Mate, when I have it, I have half a pill, and I have at least a couple of months in between times I take it.
Yeah,
Like,
that's all you really need.
I forget
You
about
get
it. I forget that I even have it. You know what I mean?
You get you in a little shorty to pop a little half a pill. Boom.
Taking it
Fucking
every
hell.
Jesus Christ. Feel for that guy.
Yeah, that's nuts. Like I can
still
understand wanting to. You can understand wanting to feel like that though, because that is, you know, it's a good fucking feeling when you're on that. So I mean,
Yeah.
to want to
Oh,
always
sure,
be
sure.
like peaking on E is not like crazy. I mean, it is crazy to do it, but to want to do it isn't crazy. Some people just don't have it like control or something.
Yeah, that's strange. I couldn't imagine taking it every day. That's just weird.
Yeah, me neither. You know how fucked up you feel the next day? They call it being E-tarded.
That's the thing. Actually, I remember speaking with my nephew about, because it was actually, strangely enough, him that introduced me to this, and it was like, oh yeah, let's double drop, and I'm like, no, that's why you feel shit the next day if you fucking double drop. Like, do not do that. You don't need to do that.
Yeah, that's one of the funnest drugs out, though. I mean, definitely, it's definitely. I heard it can put like holes in your brain and shit, and definitely fuck you up. But you know, probably not if you're doing it at a reasonable pace, like you said you were. You know, you got people doing it every weekend or every fucking day. That's gonna fuck you up for sure.
I couldn't believe it. Like, when I was working with my nephew and a few of these guys, one of them went to a festival and they had like an eighth in the 2 days that they were there. I couldn't imagine taking that amount. That's ridiculous. That's just an overload on your brain. That's just nah. That would take a couple of years to recover from before you take any more. That's the way I see it.
You know what it is when people start doing it and they want to feel that they want to get that peak when they're when you're peaking on it. You're like, yo, this is the best part right here. People want to stay at that best part. That's like, dude, that's not feasible. Like, you just can't always be.
It's not real.
Can't always
It's not
be
natural.
feeling like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, just enjoy that, but don't strive for that because it's not fucking natural.
It's the overindulgence thing. Like, you gotta have like self-control. Don't overindulge in things, and that's like the key to it. Like, you could smoke cigarettes every day. Don't smoke 2 packs of Luckies with no filter. Maybe smoke like 1 cigarette or 2 cigarettes a day. You'll probably be fine. Have one beer a day, or have 5 beers a week on a weekend or something. Like, just don't go fucking nuts and drink every fucking day and smoke fucking 20 cigarettes, and you just gotta have some self-control in it.
Yeah, your body's got to have time to break it all down. Like, just thinking about eating. Imagine, like, just eating 3 meals in an hour. Like, how much your body has to do to break all that shit down.
Yeah.
You've got to give your body a chance.
I mean, your body is a temple. That's what some people say. Mine's a playground.
You ever thought about how we're all creeped out by the inside of our own bodies?
Insides.
Yeah.
It's fucking disgusting.
Like what?
It's like a war between the red and the white blood cells, and there's all little bugs fighting, and there's bacteria, and there's slime in your tummy.
The bile and
poo like forming.
Your intestine.
It's the inside of us, but it seems like it's the depths of hell when you think about it.
We need to get on some bicentennial man shit and just start replacing everything with just machine parts. Like I'm for transhumanism as long as it's done correctly. Like, I'm not with the way Ray Kurzweil wants to do it, where they hook your brain up to a chip and you can access Google and they can shock you to incapacitate you if anything goes wrong. Like, I'm not with that. Like, but like replacing your legs and your hips with robotic pieces, like, that's fine. Your arms and shit, all your insides. If we can make an intestinal tract. You have
anything
something wrong with your intestinal tract. We can just replace it with this one we printed up in the lab. Shit like that is fine.
You think it'd be less creepy,
anything
less
but your
gross.
brain, yeah, Jeremy.
And my dick.
What's the difference between doing it to your brain,
You're gonna
your
want that
spine,
part, right? Yeah.
or your heart?
You want to keep that one. Nothing. Go ahead, do it with the spine, the heart. Just don't fuck with my brain and my dick. Like my back shot, I had a posterior lumbar fusion about a decade ago. You know, if they could replace that shit with a robotic back, and the shit was diesel. You know, what do we want to end up like? What was that Will Smith? Oh, iRobot. You know, he had that dope ass arm. He was like living human tissue over liquid metal alloy or some Terminator shit he had going on there.
Do you want robot metal balls?
No, we're keeping the balls, the dick, and the brain.
Balls of steel.
Those are the parts we need. Keep.
But yeah, also though, it doesn't. It kind of puts you in awe of the body when you think about the insides of it.
Oh yeah, your body is a beautiful thing. You should say thank you after I compliment you like that. I'm just kidding. That was at an Ali G skit. He was going over the thing with the drugs, and the guy was like, "Your body is a beautiful thing," and Ali G was like, "Thank you." But yeah, you can recover a lot. I think your mind has a lot to do with it too. You know, mind over matter, the placebo effect. There's a lot of evidence that tells us that our mind definitely has sway over our body.
Yeah, in certain times, but if you spike your mate and he has no idea, he's still gonna get fucked up.
What does spiking your mate mean? You're gonna give him a rupee?
Put in the ecstasy pill in his drink without him
You
knowing.
said mind over matter, and he's saying matter over mind.
Yeah, it will still
Well, it only
take
goes so
over.
far. That only goes so far. That mind over matter thing.
Yeah,
If I
for
give
sure.
you fucking, if I give you fucking an ounce of cyanide, I don't care how strong your mind is. There was
Y'all
a
gonna die.
there was like a monk or something though where they tried to poison.
Rasputin.
No, not him too,
Not,
but
not the Russian guy that apparently got shot and left out in the cold and still survived.
no, but they did a whole bunch of shit to Rasputin. I was talking about another. There was some monk guy where they kept trying to kill him and they couldn't do it because they said one time he prayed over his bread and I don't know. I don't know if he actually ate the shit or not.
Yeah, but you hear about some of these things that monks can do where they're in the fucking winter with these sheets, like bed sheets, soaked in freezing cold water, and they've got them wrapped around their body, and there's steam coming off of them. Like,
Oh, the Shaolin monks. Yeah. Those guys are amazing. Those Wu-Tang Shaolin
Guys are
motherfuckers.
like
Oh, yeah.
mind over matter masters. They can like lift themselves up with one finger and shit.
Yeah. Or they can get stabbed, but not it won't penetrate the skin. Like the spear will be bending into them. So you see the handle of the spear, the whole handle of
Yeah,
the spear is just bending, and they're
I
not getting.
saw that too. Yeah.
man, I've been searching for this video for years where it was my niece's boyfriend actually that showed me this guy training to be like a Shaolin monk, and he was hit on the arm and he was supposed to use his chi to deflect it, right? And he deflected it wrong. So he came up with a bruise on the other arm. Not the arm he got hit with, but the other side of his body.
That's
And
fucking crazy.
yeah, that for me, that was like, what? But yeah, I can't find that.
That's crazy, bro. Yeah. That's like some Freddy Krueger shit when he almost gets you in the arm with the thing and you wake up and the thing's there. Except on the
Freddy
other
Krueger
arm.
wouldn't want to be around in my dreams.
I honestly wish I
That's
could.
the annoying thing about that film. They never made him the victim in the end. They should have done that. They should have just made some guy like, haha, you're in my dream.
Yeah, that would have. I wish I could lucid dream like at will. That would be like the best thing. I think that's better than like any drug you could do. If you could spend like 6 hours a night lucid dreaming, you wouldn't even need to do drugs. That's fucking awesome. I don't know if you've ever had a lucid dream.
You guys seen that weird film Waking Life with Keanu Reeves? Is it Waking Life?
No, it was named something else. I saw it though, where his family died, killed his
Well,
family.
it's all cartoons, sort of.
Is it the one where he had a car accident? They fell into like the river or the lake or something, and he brought him back to the house and tell anyone reanimated him.
I don't think so.
Oh, this is a new one. It's like on Netflix right now. I mean, as soon as they could download our brains into a computer, IBM's been trying this for decades. As soon as they can download our brains into a computer, it's on. I mean, as long as they don't pull a plug on you, you're immortal.
No, it was called Waking Life. Sort of.
It's not the recent one, though. Not the recent one, though,
No,
right?
it's not recent. No. I saw this years ago.
They got a recent one with Keanu where he's,
Well, I'll check you guys later. Have a good day.
Later, Gotcha. Would you live in that vamp? I think he was up all night. I go to bed, people are talking, and then I wake up, and then the same people are still here. It's like, did you guys go to sleep, or?
Or did you have a sleep in between? Like, did I sleep for too long?
I mean, I used to get all excited back in the day. They're going to have nano robots go through your body, right? You just would be injected with them, and they would go through your body. And as soon as you got a little bit of cancer or some virus came in, the fucking nanobots would just go, search and destroy that shit. Now, no, this was years ago. I used to think that was a good idea. Knowing what I know now, though, I'm not so sure if that's such a hot idea or not.
Unless it's a trusted source, right?
I mean,
if you were doing it yourself and you'd programmed these nanobots to do the right thing, which is just to take away the bad shit.
Yeah, like if Big Pharma came out with that shit next week, I'd be like, no fucking way. Because I don't trust Big Pharma at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't. In fact, that's something they would never come out with, because then if you have that, how are they going to sell all the pills and the chemo and all the medicine? You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to be selling all that shit because these little nanobots are going to be doing it all. They got to just charge a shit ton for the nanobots. I don't know how they'll do it, but
Unless they make the nanobots make you want those drugs.
something. I mean, who knows? I don't trust these people as far. Their customers they have a huge conflict of interest for the good of humanity and making money. You can't be in big pharma and have both of those. Like, you're either going to want to get money or have the welfare of humanity do good. You don't want healthy. If you're selling billions of dollars of medicine every year, you don't want a lot of healthy people. You want more. You want sick people. More sick people every year, because your business needs to grow. You gotta have growth. That's what stocks and shit. All those stocks, they need growth. They need to make dividends for the shareholders. So they need to always be making more money.
Yeah, it's quite strange how people have faith in these companies that only are interested in you if you're sick, and they only make money if you stay sick.
Yeah, well, you know, Big Pharma was lobbying it. They were one of the biggest spenders in America that were lobbying it to keep marijuana illegal. Now, why would they give a fuck about if people are running around using marijuana or not? It's probably because they knew it had healing properties way back then, and they're like, holy shit, they can just grow this shit for nothing, and they don't have to buy our shit. We better keep this shit illegal.
Yeah, there's been a war on marijuana for a long time.
Yeah, alcohol companies. Big alcohol was in the top 5 spenders of keeping marijuana. What's that?
Tobacco.
I didn't see tobacco on the list. It was definitely alcohol though, because if you have people partying, you don't want them partying on a different drug. You want them using your drug. So alcohol, they're like, fuck, I don't know about you, but if you ever smoked a joint or something before you go to the bar, you don't even feel like going to the bar anymore. You're like, you know what? Let's just stay home.
Exactly. Yes, I've had that many times. Like,
yeah,
I'm a stoner before I'm a drink.
Right? So big alcohol was in the top 5 spenders. Then there was prison. This is just in America. I don't know about your country, but then in the other, there was 5 of them. One of them was big pharma, big alcohol. One was prison guard unions. So the guards they have at prisons, they have a union, and they were in the top 5 spenders because if weed's illegal, that'll be more people in prison. So that's good for your job. You know what I mean? You want more people. If you're a guard union, you're gonna want more people in prison.
You become redundant if weed's legal.
Yeah, huge conflicts of interest. Huge conflicts of interest. The people that own prisons, because they're privatized in America, most of them, and they were in the top 5 spenders. Because obviously, if you own the prisons, you want more people in prison. This shit is just stupid, man. I forgot who the 5th one was, though.
Would you say a similar thing on shrooms as well?
I mean, yeah, I think all the psilocybin, the ayahuasca, the DMT. I feel like there's more than just big pharma that wouldn't want shit like that, Leo. Because I think that would do wonders for psychiatric problems, possibly. Mental problems.
Yeah, I think they're trying to use it on a small scale now for people with like PTSD and mental illness. They're actually using it as microdosing to try and help people.
Yeah, I've heard that microdosing thing is effective. But yeah, big pharma didn't want this for years, and now they realize that people, with the coming of the internet, people are getting this information, and now they're asking questions like, "Yo, why aren't you guys looking into this? It works. It helps. We have tried and true testimonies that it works."
Yeah, why are you synthesizing bullshit when
now
there's
they're forced.
already here?
Yeah. Now they're forced to just be like, all right, we got to look into it and do some studies and shit.
Does make you quite. It does make you. It's funny how you can get people that are so anti. I'd call it street drugs, whereas they'll quite happily take their whatever pills that they're
Adderall, hydrocodones, all this harmful
and I think
shit.
that's perfectly fine,
Because it's legal. Because somebody arbitrarily said this is okay to take, but this one's not.
Yeah,
Or
what does that all derive from, though? All of those that they're taking, what is that all derived from? Opium.
The same shit. Poppy plants, the opioids, all those opioids, hydrocodones, oxycontin. That's all from poppy plants.
Exactly.
We had a huge epidemic. We had a huge epidemic in America with those. I don't know about where you are, but
I think I heard about that.
We went and took over. See, what happened was
something like that. Oxy something.
Hydrocodone, oxycontins, everything with the opioids, and we had a huge opioid epidemic recently in America. what happened was when we invaded the Middle East, something happened with their economy where the farmers couldn't afford to grow food. But what was profitable was poppy plants. Now that's a shit ton of heroin, right? You can't just sell all that because people are already doing all the heroin they could do. So what do? You put it in the painkillers and you start fucking prescribing it to people like Tic Tacs. So that's how you sell all the extra opioids. You know, that's how you get rid of all those poppy plants. You just fucking get all of America hooked on it. They made a killing off of that. It was directly related to us invading the Middle East. Yeah, I mean, it's because of all these conflicts of interest that our world's so fucked up. And all these conflicts of interest, it's always about money. Always. I don't think you could find me one where it's not.
So is that going to be the last straw that breaks the camel's back when everyone realizes that money is not the most important thing in the world?
I mean, you know, there's a saying, money can't buy happiness. It actually creates sadness, that just having it, because of these conflicts of interest that I was speaking of. Like, if it wasn't for that conflict of interest, people would be walking around healthier. People might, you know, people's lives got ruined because of these conflicts of interest. That opioid thing I was just talking about, people got fucking addicted to heroin basically from taking it. Like, there's people where when they stopped prescribing the pills because they recently started cracking down on it and stopped prescribing those pills, it ruined people's lives. They turned into thieves, junkies. I was addicted to them for a minute. Like 2 years they were prescribing them to me for. And then I just woke up one day and I was like, oh, this something's not right. I don't feel right. I just stopped taking them cold turkey. But other people didn't get it. Other people didn't get off so clean.
I've always refused pharmaceutical drugs. Like, I've got more trust in the street.
Yeah, right.
How fucked up is that?
At least I know that guy. At least I know who that guy is and shit, you know?
Yeah, at least he takes his own. He uses his own stuff.
Yeah, yeah, bro. I'll tell you what helped me get off those hydrocodones, though. Weed. Weed helped a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Because I was having withdrawals and I was nauseous. It was disgusting. You know, I'd take a couple puffs and it would help. They just made it legal. They just made weed legal where I live in New York State.
I just find it strange. Like, even sometimes with people in my family, like, oh, I've got this and I need this fucking pharmaceutical drug to help me and this, and then it's like, why? Why would you need that? Like, how do you know that's going to help? I've never ever trusted it. Never ever trusted anything from Big Pharma. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, dude, it can't be good. Like, there's no. Like I said, if it wasn't for that conflict of interest, I would trust these people. You know what I'm saying? Like, but they got a huge conflict of interest going where it's like we have no reason. We have reason to not trust you. Like, there's good reason to not trust you right now, and everyone's walking around just trusting these people. I don't know why. It's fucking insane.
Like,
yo,
quite a lot
the
of these
thing with weed.
pharmaceuticals you can OD on, right? Yet weed you can't. Yet it's illegal. Like, what the fuck?
A little while back when they were first making it legal in America, I think it was Colorado, right? It was one of the first states they made it legal in. you had people moving to Colorado because of kids with seizures. You could give them like a specific kind of the weed or something, and it would stop the seizures. There'd be no seizures, and Big Pharma couldn't do that. They could never stop the seizures. And now all of a sudden, weed's legal. And think about it, they were lobbying to keep it illegal the whole time because they don't care if you have seizures or not. They want you taking their pills and their medicine.
Well, they want you to need the product.
Yeah, of course they need to make money. They need to be selling pills and medicine. Yes.
And if you've got something like cannabis that makes you not need their product,
that's the last thing you want. You're going to spend money to actively make it so that doesn't happen, which is what they were doing by lobbying to keep marijuana legal. That's what I'm saying. If they didn't know that marijuana had medicinal properties, why the fuck were they lobbying to keep it illegal? Like that, this is a no-brainer.
yeah, lobbying against
Absolutely
it because it's better than the product they're trying to sell.
This is absolutely disgusting and a disgrace. Money has gotten us a long way, right? We came a long way using money. It was good. We got advanced. But we're at a point now where we need to get rid of the money because now it's just hurting us. You know what I mean? We got all the stuff. We got the technologically advancement. It's time to get rid of the money.
But do you think it was a cycle that humans needed to experience? Do you think it was like something we needed to realize was good for a while, but now we need to stop?
I missed the first part of what you said. I was switching my earbuds out.
I'm just saying, is it like a lesson that humans needed to learn? Was it something that we had to experience to come through and to realize this isn't helping anymore?
The money thing?
Or drugs?
Well, I mean, the money thing. I think money's honestly always been hurting. It's because people do things for money. They don't do what's right, and I feel like they've been doing that ever since we started with the barter system. You know, first thing right out the gate, where where you got people hoarding resources. Oh, you're hungry? I have chickens, but if you have nothing to give me in return, you can just suffer because why should I give you? We need to start like I don't know.
Yeah, and then there's this money that's brought in, and then you can buy all these things that you don't need with this. Right? It's almost like opening up Pandora's box. Like all you wanted was eggs, and you had so and so to trade, right? But then you got money in return, which can get you to buy. You can get anything with it. I don't know. It's weird.
Definitely weird. I mean, and don't get me started with commercials. Commercials are the worst thing for your mind. They get these like they're designed to make you want to buy this product, so it makes you feel a certain way if you don't have this product. Like they just fuck with your mind.
Pull on your heartstrings. Pull on your mind. Pull on all of that. Social status, all of that.
Even regular TV, even just television itself. Forget the commercials. The television makes you feel a certain way. They'll put little suggestions and subtle things in it to make you like feel like this is the way you should be living, or I don't know. It's fucked up. TV is the biggest web. I once saw a GI Joe cartoon back in the '80s, and it was Cobra Commander, the evil guy, and he was saying we'll put anything on TV. The general population will believe anything that they see on TV, and oh, he wasn't lying. All right, kiddo. Now you know, and knowing's half the battle. Careful, you're gonna fall off the couch.
It's the thing, like when friends or family go, "Oh yeah, you heard about this new song or that?" No, I don't listen to mainstream bullshit. Like I'm years behind. What have I missed?
Yeah. I remember I stopped watching TV and I felt great. I haven't watched regular TV, but then they started putting ads on YouTube and ads on this, and I'm like, oh my god. You know, I knew they had to ruin it eventually because YouTube was too good to be true. Like, oh, I could go watch stuff with no commercials. Fucking awesome. Now it's just loaded with commercials. I mean, you could pay the $5 and not get them, but I wish it wasn't a reoccurring thing. I could just buy it for the rest of my life because I don't like to do those reoccurring things. Right, $5 a month for YouTube, $10 a month for this, $20 a month. No, I don't do it. I don't make a lot of money. I keep my bills low. If your bills are low, you don't need to make a lot of money. If you
I
start getting
mean,
five,
I
you
mean,
start getting all
I can be so
the
stubborn. I'll just close the video on YouTube. If it's like a 12-second advert, I will just close it and keep reopening it. It's a 5-second advert. I don't care. Like, I really don't care. Unless it's a 5-second advert, I won't have it. Fuck you, YouTube. Did you ever play a game called Guess the Advert back in the day with your mates?
Sorry, guess the what?
Guess the Advert.
No.
You put your TV on mute while the adverts are on. And you got to guess
Oh,
what
that's
they're
tough.
advertising.
Yeah, that's tough. That sounds like a fun game actually. Because sometimes you don't even know what the fuck a commercial is, even with the sound. I'm like, what was that commercial just for? I don't even understand.
It's true, isn't it? It's true. They go so
Yeah.
away from the product that, like, what? But I think audio is the key to how they manipulate you into wanting the product. Music, especially.
Yeah, no doubt that's a huge part of it. I think though the images do play a part in it.
Oh, for sure, for sure. But images without context, it's like missing.
Yeah. No, definitely the audio is really good.
It's just very hard to create an atmosphere without music. Like horror films, they're 90% the music.
No, I hear that. Hey, it's not for your mouth. Not for mouth.
It's like, you know, when the jump scares coming from the music, not really from the images.
I had to cash out all my crypto profits. I can't. The kids stayed home today. Fucking all over me, like white on rice.
How much fiat would you say you put into this crypto invested?
Bro, I've been in it since a long time ago, like probably 7, 8 years. Recently though, I put about $2 grand into my MetaMask account, and I probably made like 20, 30, 40 grand maybe. About 30.
Because I
I
would
got
have
no
thought
car.
from the start, maybe you'd made a bit, you know, you'd spend 200 quid or whatever on whatever. And then you just use what you've won. It's almost like
Yeah,
gambling.
that's
You
what I
just
did.
use what you win and then keep gambling that. Like,
That's what I did. Yeah. Now I have it so I get enough passive income. I make about $1,600 a month. I'm a whiz at this passive income shit, bro. I know mad good spots.
but do you
Still
need a
taking
good
a lot of money.
computer to do the mining and that?
But no, I don't mind. I do very tiny amounts on old cell phones and shit. It's not, don't make nothing compared to what I bring in. I yield farm, I stake. I just get it passively from different various platforms. About $60 a day, $70 a day, give or take.
Do you have a YouTube channel that you advise people on this on?
I advise people, just people I meet in passing that want to get into it. Normally, a lot of people are like hesitant. They don't want to get in. They think they missed the boat. But I've been telling people this for years. So, I mean, recently I've gotten a lot better in recent times. I started rolling with Miggy and a whole bunch of us. Chocolate, Elijah. We all got into crypto at the same time. We had a little meeting, got into crypto. We started fucking around in MetaMask and a Binance chain, and we did really fucking good.
Yeah, it's strange because I can remember Max Kaiser talking about this years ago, like before 2012, saying like crypto is the new future, blah 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 blah, and they were cheap as chips back then, and now look at it.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in it for 8 years, and when I first got into it, I was like, I don't know, man, $100 for Bitcoin. I'm like, that's kind of expensive. I'm like, what are these things?
And now
Yeah,
look at it,
even when it,
70 odd grand.
yeah, when it was at 2 years ago, it went up to 20 grand and then dropped way back down to like 3, 4, or 5 grand or something. I thought that was at the end of it and it was over. I didn't. It was unclear if crypto had a future. You know what I mean? But it's pretty clear now
Yeah.
that it does have.
You thought it reached its peak.
Yeah, I just thought like that was it. Maybe it was. I don't know. It could have been over. It was uncertain, very uncertain then. But now it's not uncertain anymore. Now we know it has a future. It's here. It ain't going nowhere.
But even dropping to $3,000, it's still worth a lot more than the $100 you bought one for.
Oh
$3,000
yeah.
is still a benefit over $100. So.
Oh yeah. I was selling them at. I mean, I wasn't even following it. One day, I was in it for a little bit, like a year or two, and then I stopped following it. And then somebody came up to me like, "Oh, aren't you into crypto or Bitcoin or something?" And I heard I saw Bitcoin's worth like $2,500. I was like, "Oh shit!" What'd I do? I went and sold one immediately, right? And then it kept going up, so I'm selling. I got some off when it was at the peak at like 19, 20 grand. I think I sold half a Bitcoin. And I was selling it all the way down, but when it got down low at like 7,500, I was like, "Yo, I'm gonna just stop selling these just in case, in case it shoots back up." I held on to a little bit. Recently, it started going back up. Me, Miggy, and Chocolate and Elijah and all them, we got in crypto together, and it's just been amazing ever since. I'm so glad I started fucking with the dudes. Nobody knew what they were doing at first. We all learned it together, and now we're like, I don't know, I'm good at what I do. I get passive income. Them guys do other stuff that they're really good at. Killing it.
What is the exchange like though? Is it instant, or can they delay just to try and get lucky to see if it drops?
Now, well, no, they're all legit like that. Like they're not playing games with their money. The exchange makes money regardless every time a transaction happens. So they do get delayed though sometimes because the networks will get congested or the networks aren't fast enough. Like Bitcoin's network is not fast enough to be able to use to ever.
But it
You'll
will be
never
at the
walk.
rate that you expect to get it at.
Yeah, you're gonna get the same thing. Yeah. Like if you sell $5,000 worth of Bitcoin, you're gonna get 5 Gs minus the cut. So it's not gonna be anything weird.
So that kind of confuses me though, where it's like it's not a whole Bitcoin, because a whole Bitcoin is what 70 odd grand. So like selling $5,000 worth is like a percentage of one Bitcoin.
Yeah, I'm about to sell the rest of my Bitcoin, honestly. Like, there's no reason for me to even be holding Bitcoin at this point because what's it gonna do? It double? Is it gonna double? Maybe do a 3x, which is it'd be at 200 grand if that happened. Like the way the coins that do it in are the small ones like Cardano, XRP. I mean, I fuck with a whole bunch of little rinky-dink shit you never heard of on the Binance chain. Like I just got onto the Phantom chain, Avalanche chain. Like I'm starting to spread out now because a lot of these places got really good interest rates. There's some things I'm getting 2, 3, 4% a day on. A day, crazy. I just cashed out on my one wallet. My first wallet, I got 4 wallets. My first one, I just cashed out $180 for the week. That's not even my good one. Great. I don't even work no more. Like I quit my job to do Uber and Lyft. But then I was like, yo, why am I even doing that? I'm making so much money off crypto. And now I just fucking collect my passive income. Like I only invest in shit that has passive income. I don't buy a coin in hopes that it goes up. That's not for me. Like if I can't make $1 a day off some shit, it's not even worth me investing. Sometimes I'll go light for like if I can make 50 cents a day off it, fine, that's okay. But if there's no passive income with it, just count me out. Like $1 a day adds up, bro. All the drops fill a bucket. Trying to make a puddle. Takes me like 2-3 hours to cash out if I'm alone. If I got the kid here, it takes me about fucking 15 hours to cash out because I can't focus. Like normally I'd be done by now, but I'm like just getting started.
I still think the most valuable thing in the world is human energy, because nothing gets done without it.
Oh yeah, big time. So, I mean, all this money shit, I'd be fine if they were like, yo, you're not gonna have any crypto. We're getting rid of crypto. As long as they were gonna get rid of all types of money, no more money systems, no bartering, nothing. You can't. If you have bartering, you might as well just have money because people still be hoarding the resources, the grain, the chickens, the cows, all that. You need to get rid of the incentive to, that conflict of interest I was talking about earlier. There's no money. They lose their conflict of interest. Like they don't have a they don't have a conflict of interest to make you want more sick people. Now they just want healthy people because they want to be doing less. Nobody wants to do more work.
No profit.
Yeah, like nobody wants to do more work than they need to do. If you need to get a job done, you want to do it as efficiently and as good as possible. So like planned obsolescence, if you were to get rid of money, planned obsolescence wouldn't even be a thing anymore. We'd be making things as strong and as durable and made to last for as long as possible, which would be
One
fucking
light
great.
bulb will last 50 years like it should.
Well, I mean, it still lasts 100, but there's problems with it. I talked to death that light bulb thing with Moyak for about 3-4 days once. The light bulbs are inefficient. Listen, I'm a big fan of those light bulbs, and they should be lasting 50 years.
Yeah, my dad always used to go on about some old guy with light bulbs that worked for 60 odd years, and they came and replaced them with shitty light bulbs that die after a couple of years.
Well, they got a light bulb right now in a fire station in America that outlasted 3 webcams already. It's been going.
It's like 100 years old.
Yeah, it had its 100th birthday like years ago. That was like a decade ago. It's probably like 110 now or something. So it doesn't give off a lot of light. It takes a lot of electricity. It gives off heat. I mean, there's problems with the light bulb, but not having to change a light bulb for 100 years. What do you put a price tag on that? What if my light bulb dies? I had to go out, drive to the store to buy a light bulb, and I get in a fucking car accident.
Over a
and now
fucking light bulb, yeah.
Now I'm a paraplegic because my light bulb burnt out.
You know what's funnier than that? That those old light bulbs,
Well, that's not really funny.
they're not that bright. I mean, peculiar, funny, peculiar, not funny, hilarious. It's not hilarious at all. But those older light bulbs though, those arc bulbs and stuff, and that old filament bulb, they're just not that bright. I've seen them. That one in the firehouse, it's just barely.
Yeah, it's not bright yet. Well, it loses brightness over time. Like year one, it was probably really bright.
True.
It makes you
I mean,
wonder about how people could be quite naive about planned obsolescence, because how else, like, how can you not put yourself in the maker's shoes and think, oh, I could make more money if I make my shit break
I know.
after a
It's
year.
too obvious. Yeah.
Well, what they
It's
do
so
is they hide it by saying, well, we're not going to use, we're going to just use
Use
thinner
materials.
thread. We're going to use thinner
Yeah.
thread and thinner materials because it saves us money. So they hide it under the guise of that. Like, obviously, they're trying to be profitable. So it's in their incentive to keep as shit possible to make your shit. That way they make it for as little as possible. You know, if they can save 1 penny on everything and they sell 10 million of them a year, that's a lot of fucking money.
You know, BMW has that figured out to the T, right? They know, like, I have a list on my car of when things are going to go out. It is going to go out at 70,000 miles. This is, you know what I mean? Like, they have it like charted down for you. And
yeah, you know those stress tests you see them doing? They do these stress tests to make sure things last long enough. No, they're not doing it to make sure it lasts long enough. They're doing it to make sure it breaks soon enough.
That's right. Glass is half empty.
Your shit has to break. Our economy, if we all of a sudden got rid of planned obsolescence, our economy would fucking crash.
You know what would really happen? It's like a lot of stuff would work really well, and people would still, they'd just spend their money buying like fake like stuff for their
Rip-off.
video games. Stuff that isn't real. Like, you know, you spend $20 and you get a machine gun on a video game with lasers on it. And you spend another $20, you get an outfit for Call of Duty. You know, now
But
you're a
it
new
doesn't matter
operator.
though. That
They're spending money
yeah,
on
but
fake things that don't exist.
that's fine. That's their prerogative. The point is, at least we wouldn't be shipping shit all over the world. People are mining. People are dying in mines to get these materials to make all these products. With then they go into landfill. Like what we're doing with the planned obsolescence is horrible for the environment. Absolutely horrible.
It's so true, dude. It's so true. To look at it from that
If you added up,
perspective.
if they were
If
so
they're really
worried about
trying
the
to like
greenhouse,
save the econ, yeah, exactly. That.
if they were so
That's where I
worried
was
about
going.
global warming, if they were so worried about global warming, they would stop this immediately because I guarantee if you added up the trickle cost, the trickle effect of
Oh yeah.
this planned obsolescence thing, you could put it up against 10 other things. It would beat them all out if you added them together.
Right. It's just one butterfly wing, right? Just and it sets
Well, I mean,
off
you
a
think
chain
about
reaction
it.
of so many things.
Think about it. The materials have to be mined constantly because they're breaking and we're just throwing them in landfill. So you got to have guys with the machines out there mining the materials constantly with machines, giant machines that need constant maintenance. They're pumping out fucking black smoke. So we'll move past that part. Then you got to have the materials shipped somewhere into a factory that's gonna do something with them. Maybe they'll make it into a part or something, and they'll send that part. They'll ship that part to another factory that's gonna
But look at the balance. Look at the balance too on the other end of that coin. All those people won't have jobs.
But we're having jobs just for the money.
I know. I know. You see the circle. That's the circle of
Yeah, it's
logic
like
though
if
that
we
people
don't
will
need the
throw at
money,
us.
yeah, if we don't need the money, those people don't need jobs. We're just having jobs just to keep people busy at this point.
Have you ever seen a bunch of people who just aren't that busy though?
What do you mean?
They end up sitting around in Discord arguing all day. I don't know if that's good for your health either.
Oi, I disagree.
I can bet you do. Someone doesn't have enough to do today.
It's broken. Where'd you get the vacuum cleaner attachment? What are you doing?
Your hot mic,
Jeremy. So yeah, this planned obsolescence thing is the
your daughter
worst
just
thing.
broke something.
So?
Did your kid just break something? Planned
No, I don't
obsolescence.
know.
I was just about to say.
Yeah, right. Oh yeah, they do it with kids' toys, or but seriously, this CO2 emissions. If you added up the whole trickle down amount that happens through the whole chain in this planned obsolescence thing, it would be every other CO2, planes, cars,
Yes.
anything.
Seems like at least 70% of the industry wouldn't have to continue full blast like it does. That'd be great.
Yeah, you could
Well, I
stop.
don't get the whole.
Go ahead.
I don't get the whole hype around electric cars because how do you produce the electric?
Right. I'm with you there. It's just as messy.
It doesn't make sense, does it?
I've heard those batteries are horrible for the environment too.
I remember the nuclear power plant, racket. That's incredible too. That's because we're saving on coal. Yeah, but you got to burn just as much coal just to enrich the uranium. Doesn't make any sense. That's who buys all the coal, right? The nuclear power plants.
I mean,
Weird.
we should honestly be on solar, wind, and hydro at this point alone. I mean, is there not enough wind blowing, water running, and light hitting Earth for us to get all our energy needs? It's ridiculous. The water's running everywhere, the light's shining everywhere, the wind's blowing everywhere. Like, all we gotta do is just fucking take it. It's right there for us. Renewable, clean. What are we doing? If you put solar panels on your roof in conjunction with one or two tiny little wind turbines, I don't care where you are, that's probably gonna be good for your house at least.
Yeah, wind is good for car, isn't it? Like you could have a little mini wind turbine on your car, and the faster you drive, the more energy you've got.
Oh, no, but it'd be good to recharge your car when you get home if you had the sun hitting the roof all day, powering up something, going back into the grid, doing something, whatever, getting electricity. Now
That's
you go
why
home.
we used to think about like pressure pad system. Like imagine if the road was like a whole pressure pad, all of the road system. So just a car going over it is adding to the energy. Like you're harnessing some sort of kinetic energy from it.
Well, they thought about that with the pressure pad thing under the tires. Then they thought about doing they've tried. I think they've tried that with sidewalks actually, where you step on a piece of the sidewalk and it creates a little electricity. But they've also tried with the cars to have like little wind turbines on the side of the road. When a car goes by, you get like this gust of wind.
Yeah.
So they tried to put like wind turbines that don't take a lot of wind. When they tried putting those on the side of the hill.
There's like just the thought of going out for a jog isn't just good for you, but it's good for the community because you're
gonna make
giving
some
energy.
electricity.
Yeah. Like a gerbil in a wheel.
That's why
I mean,
everybody's
there's
mandated 15 minutes of jogging every day now. No.
there's
Like if
really
you're
no
going to
need.
mandate something, would you argue more heavily against mandating minestrone or mandating 15 minutes of exercise? Like which one would you go for without too much argument, if any?
Well, there's one I definitely wouldn't. The other,
Right. What about if? Yeah. I mean, it is kind of like if you notice like who's susceptible to this thing, and it's normally the people who are not exercising 15 minutes a day. In the sunlight, if you can.
It would be funny if all other industries were involved with it. So if you went to your supermarket and they said, "Have you done your 15 minutes of exercise today?" No, right. Then that's 10 laps around the supermarket.
Yeah.
Before you get your produce.
Hilarious. Well, that's what China's trying to come to, right? That they have that social credit system or something.
I think this one would just be a voluntary mandate, like like the
if you can.
way mandate really means in Black's Law Dictionary, where you have to agree to do it for it to happen. It's like what mandate supposed to mean.
If you can, you must.
Just like any other date, you got to agree. Mandate.
But you'd have to create an extra day of the week, innit? Just call it jog day.
Yeah, we just rename Sunday.
Yeah.
Like Wednesday. Everybody takes Wednesday off.
Yeah, middle of the week. That's got to be jog day.
Yeah. I don't think work weeks would mean as much either with Jeremy's utopia. It's not just Jeremy's, but it seems like a utopia situation. Right? Because there won't be nearly as many people needing to work as heavily
Bro,
on the jobs that
you
exist
could do it
now.
off volunteers. You could do it off volunteers, bro. People would want to work. People would be bored. Not everyone. Obviously, some people would sit around on Discord all day, and other people would be like, "Well, maybe I could do a few hours a week." You know what I mean?
Exactly. No,
Help
that's
out
super true.
society. People want to have purpose. You know, they like to feel important. Oh, I do this. You know, my job's
Well, it's a
important.
human question, right, Jeremy? It's like, what
I
is
keep
my
the water
purpose in
running,
life?
or I keep the sewers clean, or something. You know what I mean? I make it possible to open these toilets, like something. But with
Mm-hmm.
automation coming up, you're not even going to need a lot of these jobs, like automated vehicles. There's 5 million Americans that are out of a job driving. You have automated Wendy's, Burger King, McDonald's. There's probably, I don't know how many fucking people work at those jobs. It's got to be in the millions, though, across America.
I would almost say a third of the population of the
It's got to be
workforce.
big. It's got to be big, bro.
Yeah. That's 100 million people roughly work in restaurants.
I mean, once
Seems
you can
like more
automate
than
stuff, once you can automate things, like they just
who's the other one?
automated the highway. They used to have people standing there giving out tickets and collecting money. They just automated it and got rid of, like, I don't know, 1,000 jobs. I don't know how many people were doing that. It must have been a shit ton. It went all across New York State, from Buffalo to New York City. So, yeah, with automation, you're just not going to need as many jobs. That's why they're working on this. What's it called? When they give you just free money. What's the thing called?
Universal basic income.
Yeah, they're working on the UBI because they know it's coming.
Already got it out of
So
there.
they're like, yo, we can't wait till it's too late. We better fucking get cracking on this shit now, or we're going to be in a world of hurt. They get nervous when the unemployment rate goes up 1% or 2. What's going to happen when it's at 20, 30, 40%? People, there's going to be a fucking problem. I hope they do that universal income thing.
It's funny because my mate said about this whole lockdown bullshit, and when it happened initially, and like after a year of it, and he said, well, all it told me was that all the jobs we do are fucking pointless.
That's what I mean. I've been saying this for years now, maybe over a decade. They are having us work just to keep us busy. My friend worked for a big time branch of the government. Like this shit is no joke. And I don't want to give it away, but
Well, I've been
made
saying
a
that for
program.
years, Jeremy.
He made it. My friend made a program. He's a senior programmer. He made a program that automated like 3 or 4 different things. He brought it. He's got it. He still has to bring it to his boss, even though he's a senior.
Automation is a huge threat to capitalism.
Before you can implement it, he had to bring it to his boss, and his boss looked at it and goes, "Why would you ever automate something a human could do?" Like that's fucking ridiculous. A ridiculous statement.
Well, automation is like a massive threat to capitalism, or at least like the way it works right now.
Capitalism's fucking dumb.
It's I agree. But automation is going to you either need universal basic income for capitalism to work now, or when automation becomes much more available to like people who own capital, right? If you don't have universal basic income, you just basically have like a huge portion of the population that can't find full-time work and can't live, basically.
That's where that universal basic income comes.
It's a band-aid for the current
But
problem.
Jeremy, if it's only met halfway, right, we'll end up Venezuela though, right? If we're just
What are
going
you
to
talking
get
about? Venezuela is Venezuela because it relied on an oil economy.
well, so do we, right? The
No,
petrodollar.
but that was their only export, and when the price fluctuated, it fucked their entire economy.
Right, but they didn't have a good enough credit score to overcome it.
There's
Like,
a
if
reason
we're
South
doing the same
America
thing.
and Central America are all shitholes, and it's possibly, I don't know, I'm going to hint at this, but it's probably because of the United States.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lockout on that situation where we didn't. It's not we, but I mean.
Well, no,
it's
I don't say like the American citizens. Well, they're kind of to blame because we purchase products very cheaply, and like it's partly because like historically, like you had like groups like what was that banana? There was like a fruit company that literally held coups in Central American nations because they were trying to get better like pay for their laborers.
Were you about to say Banana Republic?
Well, that's where the term comes from.
Yeah.
And like these just like corporations just came in with like a bunch of American mercenaries and like fragged anyone who wanted to get a little better pay for their people.
Yeah.
Like Coca-Cola, no joke, used to have death squads. Might still have them.
Might still. I mean, Coca-Cola kills how many people a year?
Tubby Americans, probably a lot.
Yeah. Diabetes.
I've noticed a lot of the flat earthers have become like some brand of anarchist or like mutualist. It's kind of interesting.
No, that anarchy thing's ridiculous. We need to get more organized, not more unorganized.
Well, anarchy isn't
doesn't mean
what most
unorganized.
people think it is. It's like I'm not an anarchist, but I'll defend their position.
I mean, you can
They
still
don't
have
believe
rules.
in nothing, right? Anarchists believe that like you just need to get rid of unjust hierarchies. A lot of them just believe that you need to just do away with a lot of the hierarchy and just vote on things.
Okay, we're gonna be voting 24 hours a day.
No, it's not like that. Like you can have like council anarchists, right? Who, like a good example would be like Barcelona during the Spanish Civil War. You can see how they operated. They did pretty well during the Civil War. It was just they just had no international backers like the Republic or the fascists did. They had a lot of volunteers. Like I think Orwell, the guy who wrote 1984, for example, was one of the volunteers for the Spanish anarchists.
We're headed into a 1984 scenario any minute now.
No, we're not. No, it's not like 1984. It's going to be more like Brave New World. Like to say that it's no.
You see the monitors when you go pump gas. When you go pump gas, you see the monitor.
1984 is like super hyper authoritarianism, while I would argue it's more like Brave New World.
Have you ever pumped gas and seen the screens while you're pumping gas?
Say that again?
Yeah.
Have you ever pumped gas and seen the screens?
Gas? Like you mean like pumping gas into my car?
Yes, you're at the gas station pumping gas in your car.
Yeah.
There's television screens there, like 1984 style.
Well, maybe, but like I think it's more like Brave New World because people are so consumed by consumerism. They have like tons of idle pleasures. Like work is becoming hyper specialized.
Well, there's just so many people that there's an ass for every seat. It's both 1984.
Hold on, my food is done.
Sorry.
Has it gone quiet or have I gone deaf?
No, I'm just eating my food. I don't want to be rude and like eating on cam.
I'm just trying to keep the kid busy. I get 5 seconds to go stop. I almost sold out of 2 hours already. He's on me though, like flies on shit. I can't let him near the computer. I'll start hitting the keyboard and shit, getting crazy on me. Hold on, bud. What's up? What's up, kiddo? I know.
I believe if ISO is allowed to broadcast music through his mic, I should be allowed to broadcast Awakening audio.
Where's this come from?
It's just a YouTube video of a guy talking.
Oh, you have a YouTube, Dylan. Didn't know you had a channel.
Yeah, I've got a channel. Don't know if you'll be into it. Mostly drone footage and drum and bass.
No, I love drum and bass, so I'd definitely be into it. Yeah.
Alright.
But what's your sort of favorite subgenre of that?
Ooh. I've got two. I have the new modern minimal dance floor stuff. And I love Neuro, so the
Funk.
techno funk from Europe, but in drum and bass style.
Yeah, I'm a liquid kind of guy.
Oh no.
Yeah, man.
I understand, but not my thing.
Much better than Jump Up.
Oh yeah, a good liquid is better than a bad jump up tune, definitely.
I just think there's more variation to liquid. It changes throughout the song. It keeps you interested.
The thing I don't like about liquid is, yeah, it's very progressive. Where in jump up just smashes you around the face and then loop does it in a loop, doesn't it?
Yeah, if you hear the first 20 seconds, you've heard the whole song.
That's similar to some of the tunes I like. They're starting to blend good progressiveness in now. But the thing I don't like about liquid is it builds you up and then it drops, but there's no real hard edge to the drop. So you're constantly disappointed each time.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that can go with certain artists. Like, even with me that really likes liquid, even I can be like, oh, really? That really kind of left me wanting more, that drop. It just didn't feel, it wasn't good enough. So I think it can depend on the artist.
Very subjective, isn't it, music?
Oh, yes. You can't go wrong with Caliber, though.
I'll put my channel in the chat. Laurie's voting for Cabo in the chat. If I can imagine Laurie listening to a liquid CD or a set. Maybe. Chilling out in a lounge bar somewhere.
Yeah.
Because everyone was quiet, I was going to play a guy talking about how to find yourself over the mic and then see if anyone had any thoughts after they'd heard it.
Do it.
Or you don't need to find yourself. You need to lose yourself in the moment. Right? Eminem said that.
Yeah, that's also good to do. Have you ever heard, Laurie, a liquid tune with Finnish vocals? I wonder. I'm sure at least one exists. Got a big...
If I heard foreign language over a song, I wouldn't probably be able to decipher what language that is, so I couldn't say.
Yeah, right. I've got a big Spanish tune right now on my set, but I've no idea what she's singing about. I can't find the lyrics online, but it sounds amazing.
Most of the drum and bass I like hasn't got any lyrics in it. I mean, there's some songs with some good vocal in it, but it's normally singing, not. I fucking hate MCing.
Most of my tracks is talking samples. Oh, you'll have to work hard to find a set without MCing on my channel. I can find you one. If you search Aquarius on my channel, you can find it. But no
Well,
MC set.
because I'm Aquarius.
Oh, that's great. It's one of my sets I done 2 years ago where I planned it all out, like every tune, instead of winging it. What,
I think
Jeremy?
lyrics trap you into meaning, whereas sound is like whatever you want it to mean.
Yes. Sometimes I worry that I add meaning to my track, and then that's all people can think about, and they forget to listen to
Right.
music.
You've kind of led people instead of letting them have their own journey.
Yeah, it's good to balance that through a DJ set, like one tune with a meaning, one tune with no meaning, on and off. A 5-minute audio clip, Jeremy. I find a good one.
What's up, bud?
A 5-minute audio clip. Oh, I know. I'll stream it, and then anyone else can join if they want.
Can't really do anything right now. Got my hands full over here. I don't like that shit anyways. I'm more into like gangster rap. About spinning some techno
No, not
trance.
music. I'm gonna play a guru talking. But because you're here as a mod, I don't want to get muted, so I'll just stream it instead.
Go ahead, you could play. Well, I mean, if no one else is talking, we can play it over the mic. Go ahead. I'll listen to it.
I'll find a short one.
Yeah, don't do a too long one. Somebody may want to say something.
So you like your gangster rap, Jeremy?
Oh,
What's wrong?
big time, bro.
What's wrong with conscious rap?
It might just be the era that I grew up. I grew up in the '90s. Well, not the '90s, but I was like a teenager in the '90s, so that was like a big thing. The gangster rap, all the Biggie
Yeah,
Smalls.
same for me.
I just never got into
same.
anything else.
But I can't really relate with that, so that's why I kind of less interested in it. If you know what I mean.
I
I'd rather
can now.
people saying a good message, going against going against that industry in like that shows like I don't know courage really to go against the whole industry.
Definitely.
Jeremy, what do you think about the Travis Scott incident? Any comments?
Oh, they said that it was the concert from hell or something. It opened up the gates to the portal to hell or something.
Well,
I didn't really look into that.
They're implicating him as doing a weird religious sacrifice to his crowd.
Well, it's strange because there are people begging him to stop. So why wouldn't you stop? If people are getting killed at your concert, like, why would you just carry on?
I can see the show must go on, but I mean, there's a point where the show must go on, and you definitely need to stop. Like if people see that.
Yeah, agreed. Probably. I wouldn't put it up. I wouldn't put it up to anything else. Like that, or you get a notice or whatever.
I couldn't name one of that guy's songs anyway. Like that's how much on my.
His fans are pretty nuts. Like I'd compare them to like what do they fucking call it? The people who follow the Insane Clown Posse.
Yeah.
Oh god. The point is, this guy had a microphone. He could have controlled the situation. Said, "Listen, everybody, calm down. If somebody's next to you, pick them up. Don't step on anyone." Like he could have gained control and helped.
I don't think like they even really noticed at first people getting trampled because like it's a huge ass crowd. Like it's a mosh pit, dude. You're not gonna see someone under there if like it's a mosh pit. Like people are so packly together. You're not.
Well, then what's the problem that he kept playing? If you didn't know people were getting killed, then what's the problem that he kept playing?
But apparently, people were shouting at him to stop. Like,
People are going. I don't know. Here,
trying to climb up on the stage and tell him to stop. So, but he carried on.
This is a long debate, though, a long discussion that I'm annoyed I brought up.
Well, the
I
only
just don't understand.
rapper I really listen to from the States, King Loss. Guy's just a genius.
King Los?
Yeah, the guy is a genius.
I've been big into battle rap the past few years because it's funny, has this funny element to it.
Yeah.
Like I have actually gotten a little off the gangster shit because I don't even like when they do that gangster shit in battle rap anymore. It's not even believable at this point. If these rappers are really as gangster as they said they were, they'd either be dead or in jail. But the battle rap's got a lot of funny stuff to it that I really like. Like
It's
this,
very
like roasting
witty, isn't
someone,
it?
like roasting someone, yeah, and
Decent
rhymes.
battle rap. You can tell they're really witty people. They've thought about it. I got into it for a year or two because my friend got into it.
Yeah, some of those guys are really good. There's a couple good guys from the UK, like Lunar Sea. He's
Yes.
fucking really good.
He's one of the great ones.
Yeah,
O'Shea was good.
my nephew brought me into all of that, but yeah, I still, it's all right. Just not much substance in it. It's just people trying to cuss each other.
Doesn't mean much. It's just a witty roast.
It's just funny to listen to, yeah, for some entertainment.
I've got a 6-minute video. I could play it. I can stream.
Just stream it because we might want to talk.
Honk, honk, honk.
I don't want to shut the whole room down for your crazy guru video.
What is this?
Who knows? Is this a magic thing or they might have went? I don't know. Don's into some weird shit. Go watch it. It might be cool.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah, I don't know if he knows that audio doesn't work when you watch the stream. That was the whole point.
No, I can hear it a bit more.
Oh, you hear it now?
It does work if you double click on it.
Oh, all right.
It's got a DM from Denmark, Jeremy. I think he's trying to get back in some way in the not verified bit. Funny.
What, did he leave the server?
I don't know.
He's trying to get voice verified, he said?
Yeah, he said, I'm in not verified. That's what he said.
Why? I don't give a fuck. Tell him to come in here. Democ's a huge fucking problem. I like what Democ says. Sometimes he has some good stuff. Sometimes the shit sucks. I'm not judging, but beyond that, he's a huge fucking asshole. He needs to be micromanaged with a conversation. Like, I'm hesitant to even let him.
Yeah.
If he left the server and he's not voice verified, he can just fucking wait.
Maybe he was kicked or he left and now he's forgotten how to get himself back into this bit.
You can't get yourself back in. You need to be. Ah, now I feel bad. I'm gonna go voice check him in. Hold on. I'll be right back.
So look forward to the next mind attack. That's what I was saying.
He's not even in the voice check-in shit, bro. Whatever. He knows my DM. He can DM me when it needs to be checked in. I don't think you can even be booted from the server like that. Like, we don't ban people. Nobody gets banned. It's not even a thing anymore.
Yeah, I bet he left and he forgot how to agree to that thing at the beginning. That's probably what happened again.
What's up? I don't know. I don't see him anywhere in the live stream thing, voice check-in thing. So, he can message me. He's
I'll
a
let
big
you know
boy.
if he messages again.
No, just he can message me. What's up?
No, I was just wondering what you guys are on about. Someone say they've been banned.
No, nobody gets banned from here. He must have left the server or something. And now he can't get voice
Who are you
verified.
talking about?
Demon.
Dama. Never heard of him.
He's a
What happened to
beast on
Denmark?
leash. I don't know. He must have left the server or something because he's not voice verified now.
Oh, Democ?
Find him. Don't worry about it if you can't find him.
I'm not worried about it. If he needs help, he can message me. He knows how to DM me. My name's at the top of the list. We've DM'd each other before. He knows who I am. Him, Zanuck, Rumpus. There's a lot of fucking people here that make this modding thing a lot harder than it needs. We shouldn't need to be modded. We're adults. I gotta have adults. Modding is like adult supervision, so I gotta have adult supervision for the adults.
No, you're not worried. I'm sorry. Forget about it for now. Don't worry.
It's not like it's once in a while. Now I'm all worked up. It's not like it's once in a while either. It's like every fucking single day. Like I said, I like Denmark. He says some good shit sometimes. Just tell him to message me.
Yeah, I did.
Jim Jam, where'd you come from?
Where do I come from? My parents.
Yeah, your voice sounds. Your voice sounds familiar. Like I heard you somewhere before. 24/7, maybe.
Probably. No, I've never been to Gems.
Oh, it's lovely there.
Yeah, I
Like,
hear.
that shit is crazy.
I'd like to get unbanned from 24/7.
I've already been banned from there, and
Was
then
24/7 still like controlled by insane theocrats?
Yeah.
AKA human sheeple. I knew he was like some kind of theocrat or whatever.
I was tried to pull it down. They just built it again. Now
I remember being
now it
banned.
exists again.
I remember being banned for saying angels and demons are just as fictitious as gravity, and that was it. Yeah, they banned me.
Yeah, I mean,
Just as theoretical. Sorry.
very
And for that,
triggering.
I got
Well,
banned.
they seem to be like all brands of like strange evangelical Christians.
Well, I mean, you could say anything you want here, pretty much. Don't talk about the Mexican beer flu. Other than that, I mean, anything's up. You could say whatever you want about angels or giants or Bigfoot, however you like it.
Well, 24/7 seems to be much more of a Christian flat Earth server.
You like to talk about angels and demons now?
Whatever, if that's what you want, dog.
Jim Jam, still not believe.
Let's talk about drum and bass.
You don't want to debate them on angels and demons?
I make my drum and bass with energy from angels and demons. So there you go.
Look, I got an angel NFT.
All inspired from the film, right, Dawn?
Oh,
I really don't do much in
that's a
it.
Dan Brown book. We're talking about principalities of good and evil, energies, principalities, things that control man, that man looks up to.
What are you on a
Look,
Binance?
the Abrahamic demon god must be defeated.
All right, fine. Go on with your demons. I'd love to talk to you about crypto later, though. But go ahead.
It kind of feels like crypto has kind of become like a majority scam.
No, go ahead. Don wants to talk. You got all sad. You got the puppy dog eyes. Let's go on with the angels and demons.
I'm only joking about. I'm not interested in crypto, but I don't really care.
You love the demon.
Oh, was I really asking Jim Jam? Does he want to debate angels and demons now? See if I ban him.
What's there to
In
debate?
my mind.
Exactly. That's the thing. Like I was saying, it's just as theoretical as gravity. What's there to? It's just throwing shit at the wall.
You're right. It is theoretical. I would say gravity even has more science grounding than angels and demons in the modern world.
Which makes the angels and demon things even that much sillier to try to debate.
Yeah, I don't want to debate. I just want to say, don't you know what we mean by angels and demons? It's a theory to explain a phenomenon, looking up towards another being. You know, possibly our origins or.
I think I compared it more to space time than actual gravity on its own.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I don't know. The
That's what I
one
was
thing that I
thinking.
can't stand is the way American Protestants seem to like have a view of angels as like a lot of them seem to literally believe in like the pop culture version of like what angels are.
I really like the angels in that movie Dogma. That was a pretty good movie.
The comedy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
It's a classic. It's
It's
very
a movie.
cheesy comedy, but it's classic.
Like angels are supposed to be like horrifying eldritch beings.
Yeah, from the Bible, they're pretty like a monster, pretty much. But no, in my idea, I like the idea that we can turn into a better version of ourselves that is the angel. We turn into the higher angel, our own guardian angel, through.
But angels aren't human though. They're like divine beings, born from the mind of God.
Oh, it's human.
No, because like angels are made for a specific purpose. At least in like the
But if some angels fell and then bred with animals, that's, you know, they're our dads. That's our parents.
If they did. I mean, I have a much more, at least when I was like still like briefly flirting with theism, I had a much more Gnostic view of like Abrahamic derived theology.
Yeah, I like Gnosticism. Back to drama bass.
Well, I
Yeah,
think seraphim, like the seraphim and the cherubim and all that, that's not really angels. That's
What? Seraphim are angels.
They're the ones that are described with like the many faces, many wings, and stuff
Yes,
like that.
so those
But
are
angels,
They are
angels are simply messengers. That's
no.
the word
Those are
messenger.
like categories of angels.
Seraphim is one category of a divine being.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, what most people think of angels, it's basically just a messenger. Like when it talks about this angel came to this person, right?
Yeah.
It was just a messenger. It wasn't. I don't know if we call it some angelic being, just a messenger.
I believe
Because
that
they always in the scripture they always appeared as human, as man.
I believe there might be some. I believe that
There's
there
a
might
reason
be.
why they say don't be afraid.
Right.
I believe that there might be some kind of entity or something watching my back. Because I mean, I can't believe I made it this. Honestly,
Yeah, there you go.
I almost died a bunch of times. Like there's, I shouldn't have made it this far. Maybe I should have.
I feel as if the material universe leads towards evil. I don't think there's like that any positive being really has that much influence here.
No, me neither. About demons, maybe they are just stuff in our minds that we can't cope with.
There used to be an old psychotherapy term for it. They use the word demon, or with like an A or something like that. It was interesting. It was what's his fucking name? The guy who had like believed in like archetypes and shit like that. Jung, yeah, Jung.
Carl Jung.
Yeah. He came up with the term, I think.
What are you talking about? The female and male part of every human.
No. It's more
Oh, archetype you were talking about.
yeah. Which is interesting. He had an interesting worldview, but I think a lot of it was bullshit. But it made for some interesting reading.
Right, the hand is right. Knowledge is a subset of beliefs, which means anything you believe can be knowledge. I mean, that's weird semantics, but it's kind of true.
When I was originally a theist, I became from like a Roman Catholic to a Gnostic. I had like a brief flirtation with Eastern Orthodoxy, but I don't know, I'm just like a pretty standard agnostic atheist. No.
What if God is the Big Bang? Are you an atheist to that?
That would be more pantheistic, though.
Hmm.
Right? Because that's still just the universe. Like, if God was just that event, right? It's still the universe.
But it created the
So
universe.
you think that the universe is infinite and has always been around forever?
It could be. I know the Hindus believe that.
They do, yeah.
Like, everything is just cyclical. Like, birth, death, rebirth.
Yeah.
And they're like one of the like oldest continuous religions out there. Other than I think Jainism might be older, but I'm not sure.
But they don't see it as all haphazard chance, do they?
No, but they're actually technically a monotheistic religion. Well, not like monotheistic, but there's like an original one God or whatever.
What if your agnostia is God?
Agnostia? No, like I'm generally agnostic. Like I'm agnostic to the
you not
like.
knowing if there's a God is God.
I don't know. Like I am an agnostic, but I live as an atheist. So it's basically like I don't know if there is a divine entity, but I don't think, at the very most, like even if it exists, I don't think it's involved.
Still have a relationship with it.
I don't think you can.
Have you ever seen the evidences there are for a creator?
Of course, I have seen that shit, but like at most, I would probably be convinced towards like the deist like clockmaker argument. I just don't think the divine is like interested or wants a relationship with its creation.
I mean, you'd have to know that. You'd have to assume that the universe has been here forever and always will be. Always will be here forever. To not have a creator.
It's more about you wanting the relationship than the creator wanting it.
No, like when I was younger, I wanted one, but I don't know. It didn't. This never came. I don't think they like. I would generally believe like if it's a theistic universe, God probably leans towards more not good or evil. It's just there, an unknowable entity.
Yeah, that's it. You try and have a relationship with an unknowable entity.
Yeah. Like,
that's religion.
Hey, praise and like it's like fucking Cthulhu, and it's going to drive you mad if it decides to visit you.
You feel good because you put the effort in.
I don't know. Like I tried that before, it just didn't happen. Like I tried it for years, and I eventually realized I was an atheist afterwards.
I think what you did was try it as a Christian and realized that that's fiction. But then you haven't gone back and found the facts.
No, like I'm still agnostic. Like I'm still open for like experimentation. Like again, like I was Catholic, then I became a Gnostic for a good while. Then I briefly was flirting kind of with Eastern Orthodoxy, because I still consider if I was still within the Christian worldview, I'd definitely say like theologically the Catholics or the Orthodox Church are probably the most correct ones. If I was interpreting things from a Christian worldview.
Your whole view on God is based on Christianity.
No, God, no. No, that's like when I was still an active theist. Like a lot of it's derived, of course, we're like a Westerner. Like that's where most of like my original like theology comes from. But I did read into like Hinduism, Buddhism, very briefly Taoism, but that's more of a philosophy than anything else. But I mean, Don, it sounds like you don't believe in the Christian worldview either. So
No, I'm not a Christian.
Okay.
I do live in the Christian paradigm.
The paradigm? What do you mean by that?
Well, the goddess I worship.
No. You're cutting out.
The goddess I worship is pretty much the Christian Father God. It's just the female bit that was forgotten.
Oh,
and Lucifer,
Valentina.
the light that I worship, Lucifer, is the Christian devil. You can't escape it.
I don't know. Like when I was a Gnostic, I definitely believed like the Abrahamic like Father God was like pretty fucking evil, or at least like the Old Testament God.
Yeah, they're crazy. It's crazy stories. But,
Like it's really hard to defend some of the positions in like the Old Testament if it was like an all-knowing, all-good God, like an omnibenevolent God, right?
Of course, it falls apart. Yeah, in the modern age.
Like,
Truth is,
for example, you know the bit
humans
with
are trying to find themselves, so they try and speak to something that's bigger than themselves. There's a
like
truth in that.
you know the fucking bit in the Bible where like Moses goes into like I think it was a Canaanite town, orders like the complete like death and destruction of like all the adult males, all the adult women except the virgin girls to take as war wives. That's basically like fucked up slavery, like sexual slavery.
Yeah. Get rid of everyone, but keep the fertile young women.
Well, it wasn't just like young; it was like basically prepubescent.
Yeah, Christianity is not the best argument for God. It never was.
Mm. Like you have to like somehow reconcile the supposed omnibenevolence, all goodness of God with the fucked up actions of the Old Testament. It's almost schizophrenic.
Doesn't fit with reality. Benevolent God doesn't fit reality.
Ah, fuck! I just lost my game. Total War Warhammer, fun game, but the multiplayer is really fucking hard.
What squad is drum and bass?
What was it?
That's another thing. I can be really picky with drum and bass, so I don't really listen to sets that much. I'm very picky. Like one song can, I don't know, can be right for the mood that I'm in.
It's the journey. So
Sorry?
follow it. You got to follow the journey. It might be one bit you don't like. There'll be another good one on.
Yeah, that doesn't drive with me. I'm that picky. Even with a single artist, even if I like 90% of one artist's songs, I still won't listen to one of their sets because maybe it's just that one song I want to listen to, and then it's another song I want to listen to from another artist after. Yeah, I don't know. Never really been keen on hour-long sets. Have you had a look at some of those I've posted in Party Chat, which is basically now the drum and bass chat?
Oh no.
The box plot tune is something. It's just amazing. I'm so glad I found that song.
I've got a topic channel.
That one, I just put it in live in the live stream.
You can't say I love drum and bass, but I don't listen to sets. disconnect happening.
My kid took a nap. I could finally finish cashing my crypto out. Already. I'm at 290 already. I got a long way to go. Probably be another $200 or so. Week. I gotta see. I'll keep you posted.
Sorry, what happened? I couldn't hear. I was listening to my music too loud.
I've made 37 quid on YouTube so far.
So that's pretty awesome.
I've got one country song, yeah, that's taken out of a set. So it's not a proper song, and it's got 500,000 views.
Nice.
I think I'm going to start uploading documentaries that are too old to be censored and copyrighted. And then I'll
There
get
you go.
clicks from the nerds. My other plan, Jeremy, for money is I'm going to start a second YouTube channel and just upload 6 hours of rain noise in different formats because they get loads of hits. Lots of people have trouble sleeping and they love rain noise.
Whale noises.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you can do to get those hits, that's what you want to be doing, right?
What?
I mean, why don't you just watch your own videos on a computer nonstop? Wouldn't that give you loads of views? Or
Yeah. I don't. I think that costs too much in time. You need multiple people, unless you had a bot, you know, that clicked into your
that's
video,
how many
watch the
devices?
ad over and over again.
So you need a whole bunch of devices, like old cell phones and stuff. You can get them for 10, 20 bucks. I can get one for, I think, 30 bucks brand new in Walmart. So, I mean, you get an old cell phone, you have it just looping your video all fucking day.
I think that would be good to get your watch time up. You could have a few devices watching the whole video instead of turning it off after 30 minutes.
Well, I mean, wouldn't that count for ad revenue? Like, wouldn't you make money off it if it was, you had them viewing ads?
If you've got mid-roll ads, that would pick them all up. Yeah, then you might not have to keep re-clicking. I'm sure some people do this. Unique viewers, Kosho saying. You'd need a bot to make a new IP and re-click the video. I'm sure some people have worked it out. Well, there's lots of nuance to stop most people working out as well. What I want to do is build up a pattern of regular hits with content that doesn't take too much time to make. Which is rain noise. This is the thing. That's the one. People love it.
Yeah, I mean, it's peaceful to go to sleep to. It's raining here and it's hard to stay awake right now. So,
yeah,
people love that shit.
But then what I'll need to do is render these long rain videos overnight, which means I'll spend more on electric because my computer will be running all night rendering.
Yeah, but if you can build up some nice passive income off of that, that's passive income right there, right? You put a video up, it costs you a little bit of electricity, but I mean, you're gonna really notice $4 in your electric bill, or
No, it's worth it if I do it properly.
Are you talking about having a live video or just recording a video of 6 hours of rain and then just uploading it and your computer
Do it
running?
either way. The best ones do record it themselves with a proper mic outside with real rain and then mix them together to get different textures. But I can pull up videos from 2014, steal their rain and layer it with another video of rain and then put a cool moving image of rain on the screen. No one will know. Show has sex to rain music, he says.
You've got to take advantage of where you live.
yo, something's wrong with your mic. Hold on, does his mic sound okay to you, Don?
No.
That's probably because I had music playing in the background.
the guys that get lots of hits now with the rain stuff, they're recording it themselves and mixing it well. They're also making animated sort of GIFs with glowing lighting and rain, so that when you watch it, you picture yourself in like a weird summer house that you'd never really be able to afford. Everyone just comments, "Oh, it's so beautiful and so cozy. I can't believe it. It sounds so real." And there's this weird sort of cult of fake blessing each other in these rain sleep videos comments. Lots of people saying, "I just hope that anyone that reads this will have the best, luckiest day ever, and that all their dreams come true."
It's like seeing Facebook boomers say "God bless" or "Amen." Like, so true, right?
And if you don't share this to 10
Yeah, if you
people,
don't share this, this veteran will cry because it's his 100th birthday. You
you're going to
better
be
share it.
You've seen the Facebook ones where they show like a leprechaun with money. It says, "If you ignore this, you won't find money tomorrow."
I can't say I spend anywhere near enough time on Facebook to know what's going on there.
I just go on there to stay in touch with, like, I don't know who the hell taught my great grandma to use Facebook, but she's on it all the time now. I just use it to keep in contact with old family members.
Don, you ever see those videos, kind of like the rain one, but it's like you're on a spaceship in deep space, and it just sounds like some engine in the background. It's got like a picture of a cyberpunk like room.
Cyberpunk is such a good aesthetic. Too bad we're about to live in it.
I use Facebook to
Actually, like,
post about my life to the other slaves.
now that I think about it, Seattle, my city, very cyberpunk. It rains all the time, and that's what makes it cyberpunk.
If you make music plugins, make sounds, you can sell them for loads. Sometimes you just put a skin on an already DSP written effect. And you can sell it for $99. I can't do that, but people do.
I spent a lot of money on plugins.
They're well expensive. They sort of upsell you into the full bargain bundles, and you end up like spending $600 for loads of shit.
Totally worth it though.
Some of it, yeah. I watched a video last night and it had the Arturia V collection.
Dude, you can torrent that. I torrented all the Arturia V. They sound
$599.
amazing, dude.
But you can play these synths that you'll never even see in real life. Like, you know, those ones with a big green screen and cost like thousands of
Dude, they're
pounds.
super high quality samples they used on those.
Yeah.
I was really impressed with them. It's hard to find a torrent that has the crack for it. So they keep updating that shit.
Yeah,
you gotta
every
go dig
year.
around for an old version and then they stop. I don't know. But I think it would be worth the money. But those things cost what, like $500 or $1,000?
But the sort of people that buy them can afford them. That's the thing. So it justifies the value in that niche market. Someone is willing to spend 400 quid to be able to play on old synths recreations inside the computer. I totally think it's valuable enough. Apparently, Bev's Logic got advertised on the Sun and Moon app, so he's really chuffed. Sent him over 3,000 subs.
He got 3,000 subs from it?
No, it's given him a few hundred, so that now he's over 3,000, I think, something like that.
I wonder how he arranged that.
Yeah, I wonder.
Man, I think that David Weiss guy made a shit ton of money off that app. Probably made at least a couple grand. Small fortune. The app isn't even really that impressive, to be honest. It's like just a flat Earth thing.
Just tell you the date and time.
It's like the base. Like I bought it, right? It cost like $2, and it was like you can change your background over a flat Earth map.
It's the Google date and time with a skin on it.
I got it for his interviews because they're like hard to find, but every one is the same, and it was so far and few between where he would get any like opposition. So it started to get boring.
Yeah, he just kind of runs through his
Yeah.
like a presentation thing he does.
And I want to hear people object. I want to hear how he reacts to the objections. But I didn't get that. Damn, man, it's boring. But it does have a friend finder, so I guess if you're single, you could, get laid. But, other than that, pretty paltry. The Sun.
I guarantee Kosho got that shit because he's been dying to find a flat Earth chick. You heard, Kosho? We know what you're doing.
It's interesting to see where like the sun and the moon are on it. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Sin and Joe, you are the target audience for Time and Date app.
We really are. I gotta admit, I felt kind of conned. And then I stopped watching David Weiss videos. I gotta be honest. I felt like it's $2, right? You could give that to some homeless guy. But I gave it to, yeah.
I don't think there's any harm in it. I'm just joking.
Well, I feel like, David Weiss is one of the more, I don't know, gimmicky. He's got a shtick, definitely.
He's made a few videos that I like, but then he's said a lot of things in person I don't like.
I just get this like sleazy salesman like kind of vibe.
Yeah, they all are like that. It's cringy, isn't it?
What?
Yeah. Jem said that he's just the modern day Samuel Robotham.
Well, he doesn't really do anything like apart from just hit up the main talking points, right? That pretty much everyone here already knows. Except he's just like tanking it on the road.
I recently watched Boston Bombing Exposure, very simple, and deep inside the rabbit hole, David is just sitting in the background. I know some of the information is from him, but it's weird that he's brought someone else on. He's just the middleman in that situation.
If I were to point out, like, he's like a flat Earth ringleader at a level that, you know, it's got the Mark Sargent vibe. He's kind of, I don't know. They're like a little workers union, and he's just one of the head guys.
Yeah.
I feel like
It reeks of masonry to me. Cheap New Age Mason charity.
Well, he is Jewish, so there's something to consider. Not that that matters anyway, but
if Bev's got like a link or advertised on it, it's quite big for him within Flat Earth. Maybe recognized by the big boys.
As he says.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You know what you should do for your videos, Don? You should put like Flat Earth Rain or something like that. Got to stand
I
out.
try that as a quick Flat Earth Rain ASMR.
Yeah. You might get I don't know, they might flag it like they kind of do.
Yeah. Hashtag it aliens, ghosts, flat Earth.
Yeah. Some sort of conspiratorial
Paranormal Rain ASMR.
paranormal rain. Scary rain.
I've got a new plan as well. I'm going to do a 5D Ascension set, and then I can tag it with 5D Disclosure, 5D Ascension. And hopefully I can pull in some New Agers into my channel. Kick back my music as 5D Ascension ritual.
I think what bothers me about kind of David Weiss and a lot of the popular guys is they offer alternative explanations for certain phenomena that we see. And I think that's good if you want to get like a new audience. Like if someone's, you know, fresh to flat Earth, they could kind of hear a different perspective. But you really don't know a lot of the stuff that goes on. So, I mean, if you're kind of thinking, I think he's full of shit, well, like you're not going to get that from him. You're not going to hear both sides. So, and this is like a topic that you don't just jump overnight.
No, you can't just re-explain a phenomenon people have believed in for 500 years.
Exactly.
You'll end up making something up, won't you?
Yeah, he's got an explanation. Like, it's just, you know, rebranded this stuff. Hey, if you don't like the Glober one, here's a Flat Earth one, and here's how it works on a Gleason. It's like,
Right, exactly.
Just did what they do. It's just rebranded.
You know what?
Exactly.
He red pilled. I watched a video about all the different motions that the Earth does, and he showed all the diagrams, and then he kept flicking back to perfectly still lakes and balancing stones. And by the end of this 15 minutes, I was totally triggered and red pilled, and I thought, how is it so still and peaceful on Earth while we're doing all of this wee woo, wee woo? It was just how he put it together. It was great.
Yeah, he does have a way of presenting stuff that's kind of something about it's interesting. Like he's got a persona about it. But I really would like to see him like getting cornered into some debate or something, just to see like how he manages.
I think they all had debates early on, didn't they? And they just realised this isn't helping the movement.
Well, I've heard QE like I a lot of these people don't debate because that's just, you know, an opportunity for them to like.
Yeah.
There's no upside for them debating. You know what I mean?
That's what I mean. It doesn't help. At first, that was their only way to get the word out, saying, "We've decided Earth's flat. Do you want to debate me on it?" That was the first figure to pull people in, wasn't it? But after a while, they realised the more we debate this, the more we look like we're not sure or whatever.
Yeah, like if you're like a big reputation guy in the community, and then someone like asks you that one question that you don't have an answer for, then they might use that as a way of humiliating you or something.
Or all the answers you do give are just completely wrong and don't conform to reality.
Oh man, look who it is!
Oh.
Look what the dog dragged in.
What's the time, Sinclair?
It's about that time, man.
Yeah,
Crack
it's
open
always
a few
that time
beers.
for you.
No. No, nope, nope. But I don't know. I don't think there's going to be anything new come from Flat Earth.
You debate David Weiss said.
I'd debate David Weiss.
Yeah, I'd debate him, I think.
I'd fucking embarrass his ass in front of his whole group.
What
always
argument would
say
you
that.
use?
You said the same about Fight the Flat Earth, but you still haven't debated him.
Because no, Fight the Flat Earth, he's like a boomer that doesn't understand Discord.
So what? And that's
So like,
easy, by the way.
he's one click away from being able to like live stream, right? And you just can't
Fight the
connect
Flat Earth
Discord to
debate.
live stream. Come on. He was scared, bro.
Right.
He wanted to I don't know. Chemo went on there and he did all right.
He's like a child. He's good at remembering information. He's very nerdy, so he knows the model quite well.
Who?
Fight the Flat Earth.
Yeah, but he's not like
It's just generally cringe.
not
You
very
can't take
clever,
him
though.
seriously because he's
Not
like a
clever
cartoon
enough.
child.
I think I would win a debate against him because I'm more clever than he is. And I have a quicker wit. Whereas he just pulls from like a memory bank of just regurgitated facts that he believes in.
He would cite McTune's website as evidence.
But you know, that's what you'd have to hit him. You have to hit him on some stuff that he's gonna feel blindsided on. Like, how did they measure a light year? You gotta hit him with some random shit he's not prepared for.
I know how to destroy all these global fools. You remind them that they don't know any of the sizes or distances of space objects.
Yeah.
All they're doing is assuming off parallax. It all comes back to Venus, the morning star. Just remind them and say, yeah.
I think the Glober position is the weaker position, though, because you're gonna have to just admit you have a lot of beliefs, and you can kind of just rail on people for believing things and having never even done it themselves or
It
known
is,
this
in
or
a
that.
way.
Yeah.
Viewers are always losing because they're obsessed. Earthers often lose because they're obsessed, but not always. Globers always lose because they're obsessed.
I don't think a flat earther really should ever lose a debate. They have such a great default position, which is like, how do you know things? Like, well, most of flat Earth's understanding is kind of empirical. And how are you going to tell someone they're wrong empirically? You just can't do that. You're going to tell me I didn't experience something? You know, good luck. You're going to tell me that I should feel the Earth moving? Not a chance, bro.
I think atheists believing the Big Bang Theory destroys atheism completely. They're all religious with a creation myth.
Yeah, that whole like atheists, they don't like a belief in God, but they have a lot of faith in like everything else. Like when you get in your car and you drive to work, you're a lot of faith, bro. A lot of trust in the unforeseen and the unknowable. But it's just, I don't know. It's one of those things you grow out. You go through an atheist phase and then you grow out of it, right?
Actually, I went through a religious phase and then I grew out of it and became an atheist.
Oh, I forgot, Ed. Aren't you? You're an atheist. You're a very active atheist.
Right, I grew up, so I'm an atheist. Yeah, that's right. I don't have imaginary friends anymore. Thanks.
One day, Ed, you're gonna be 60 and you're gonna be like, damn.
Yeah, you know what? I can still claim I'm more moral than your God.
Well, you know, I don't think we know that much about God.
I do actually, yeah. I know what the religious people claim this so-called entity is.
Big Bang's your god, Ed.
Sorry, what's that?
Big Bang is your god and science.
No.
Yes.
I don't worship the Big Bang. I don't pray to it. I don't see it as this
Also
ultimate thing or
mathematics.
something. No, it's ridiculous.
You don't have to pray to it for it to be your god.
Look, I think we can all agree that the only god that shouldn't exist is the Abrahamic god monster.
But that one's the most hardcore. He's the most badass. Here's
No, there's plenty of other much cooler gods out there.
But they're not as effective and influential as
No, like the Abrahamic god monster has like either schizophrenia via the Trinity or
But he's
is like
influential.
a liar like Islam.
He's an influential god. That's why so many people.
The God of
believe
Islam
him.
is the worst out there. You know that?
Yeah, like the Abrahamic god monster is like schizophrenic.
What's so bad about having a mad god? You don't like that idea?
I don't know. How is a god triune?
Well, okay, let's start with God. Is it okay to think that God really doesn't give a shit about you?
Well, that's not the Abrahamic god monster, though. The Abrahamic god monster is supposed to have like a personal relationship and deeply cares about the state of your penis.
Okay. What? Yeah, man. It is what it is, I guess.
I mean, he's going to base his debunk of the Christian God on the Christian God being explained in a silly way. So he's obviously right there.
Yeah, it's like.
Well, no, Don, you know my position. We talked about it earlier. I reasoned my way out of it. Like I'm much more open to other religions other than Christianity.
I just mean you've already debunked Christian God because it's explained badly. You've already called it a monster.
Huh? Yeah, the Abrahamic god monster.
Well, what do you not like? What do you not like about it? You call him a monster. What makes you think he's a monster?
I don't know. What I brought up earlier when the part of the Bible when Moses goes out and captures a bunch of prepubescent girls for like sex slaves for the Israelites.
Well, that might have been a really badass, trendy thing to do, and God was hooking them up. How can an atheist say that that's, wrong?
I don't know. I'm a humanist. I don't really think that's right to have sex with prepubescent girls.
But what makes your opinion better than God's?
Well, mine exists.
Well, he seems to, like, the Bible God is way more influential, like I said. A lot of people seem to think that there's a...
Yeah, he lives rent-free in people's brains, like this thought entity.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it seems like he would have more of a valid opinion than, me or you.
But, all right, so you're saying it is okay to have sex with prepubescent girls?
I'm saying you could...
Is it okay to have sex with prepubescent girls? Yes or no?
It would be just me and yours opinion.
Well, okay, but in your opinion, is it good?
I'm not God.
Is sex with prepubescent girls good or bad?
Well, you're not getting my point, I don't think.
Well, no. How about just answer the question, yes or no?
I'm gonna just tell you my opinion.
What is your opinion on prepubescent sex?
That right now it's illegal.
It's illegal, but not good, but not bad.
Well, I don't see why it's good or bad. It's just illegal. So.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, how would you derive what's good or bad if you don't believe in God?
Hey, JJ, Sinclair isn't willing to say whether or not prepubescent sex is good or bad.
No, what I said is that it's illegal, and my opinion.
You said it was
should be my
illegal,
opinion.
but you refused to say if it was bad or good.
Well, I'm not going to support anything illegal. I love America. So how about you check your anti-American whatever at the door? You still haven't answered why your opinion is better or worse than God's opinion.
Well,
Red Tape, this is basically the atheist position, is that, well, it's not bad or
well,
good,
no,
it's
there's
just
no like
illegal.
universal atheist position. Like, there's plenty of other like moral systems.
Well, who are you to
you
say
don't
that it's
know,
good
do
or
you?
bad? Who are you to say that, sex with underage girls is good or bad? What makes you the authority on that subject?
I'm not an authority. I'm just saying as my position as a human.
Right. Well, my position as the human would be, whatever I want it to be, and yours, okay.
No, I'm not agnostic about prepubescent sex. It's definitely bad.
You just have a belief. And
Yeah, it's a belief that prepubescent sex is bad.
So God can't have a belief?
No, because he doesn't exist.
Oh, there you go. But it wouldn't really matter.
Oh, wait, are you
whether
saying
people
God
thought-
believes prepubescent sex is good?
Well, if it was bad, he wouldn't allow it. Because God is good.
So he is okay with prepubescent sex.
I think the jury's out on that one. It's kind of hard to say. Seems like there's a time and a place for it, but now is not the time,
There's a time and a place for prepubescent sex, okay.
Yeah, there's a time for everything, right? Season for everything.
So you're saying if it wasn't illegal, you'd be okay with it?
What I'm saying is that it really wouldn't
Because you
matter.
did just say earlier that because it's illegal, you don't support it.
Yeah, I follow the law.
So if it was legal, you'd be like, you'd be downloading dating apps around elementary schools?
No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying that if you're going to say something's right or wrong, that's just your opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if God says it's okay, then who are you to disagree with it? Just some guy with an opinion?
Yeah, much more weight than the God thing, the God monster.
So,
I'm gonna have to break it to you now.
Get on this guy, Don.
The Abrahamic God doesn't endorse prepubescent sex. It's just some crazy old people from the old world that wrote it in. But what you've done is misunderstood God and religion.
No, Don, like, I'm perfectly fine with other religions other than, like, the agnostic. Like, the Abrahamic God monster.
The Abrahamic God monster is just a modern version of the God monster.
Oh, wait, so you do agree with me that the Bible's been, like, edited, right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
It's been preserved.
I think that's where Don might disagree with you, because I think they have a rather strong position on, like, the...
It's aged perfectly through the age of Pisces. We're on schedule, right on schedule.
I think you guys should repent.
Look, the only, like,
uh,
Abrahamic God monster religion that I might consider, like, the correct position might be Eastern Orthodoxy at this point. And I think you're a Protestant, so I don't really have much high opinion of you.
Well, you don't know what I am. I know
So
that.
wait, Eastern Orthodoxy doesn't worship a God monster.
Hmm? No, they worship a God monster, like...
Oh.
But from, like, if I had the Christian worldview, right, I'd probably go for them.
Okay, yeah. If you had to be Christian, because that's the only religion you know about.
No, that's not the only religion I know about. Don, we were literally just talking about Hinduism not but an hour earlier.
You keep reverting back to the Abrahamic God monster. You're a little.
Oh yeah, because that's like the one that we were talking about earlier.
For you.
Like if this is the God monster they're going to talk about, then I'll talk about that God monster.
Well, People are only defending it because you had a go at it.
This is like I'm tanking in Final Fantasy.
Red Tape, how did you determine that there's no God?
I'm agnostic.
Oh, I thought you said you were an atheist. Sorry. Well, that's a step up. I'd say. Atheists are degenerates, right?
I don't know, dude. I like fuck pussy all the time, dude.
Well,
Bible contradictions led him to be an agnostic.
yeah, you watch some YouTube video of Christopher Hitchens or something, and I know how these guys end up the way they are. But you don't ever want to be like a mad at God loser. That's just bitterness. You got to let that go. And you got to embrace the fact that you're going to die one day. And if you
Yeah, I know I'm going to die. I'm immortal.
then you should get on your knees and count your blessings.
Yeah, you're strongest on your knees, right? No, like I know I'm going to die. Like I don't have a problem with dying.
Well, you don't think you're going to have to be accountable for what you've done?
No, I'm just going to be like dead. Like I will no longer exist. I will be a non-existent thing.
Boy,
like
I think you're in for a surprise. Uh-huh. You're going to say, "Oh God, please. Mr. Hitchens was so convincing."
I don't like Hitchens. He was a fucking retard.
You're going to say, "Richard Dawkins tricked me."
Who?
You're going to
like,
say...
dude, that guy's a boomer. No one listens to him.
Okay, well, you're going to say, "Oh, Fight the Flat Earth was so convincing. God, please."
Who?
That's okay. It's okay. Doesn't really matter. I kind of agree. It is what it is.
What he'll do is he'll wake up in the afternoon and he'll say, "I always knew Eastern Orthodoxy was true. Knew that was the best version of Christianity."
Why would God
all
be
along.
like, "Yeah, the Eastern Orthodoxy, that was the one. That was the one, you guys."
Well, that's the one sect of Christianity I would consider, if I was a Christian, to be correct.
Why not Gnostic Christianity?
Well, Gnostic Christianity would be cool.
That's what I would consider myself. Gnostic Christianity.
And a lot of Gnostics
is very
don't believe in
different
like
than
the hell
Catholic.
concept. What are you talking about?
The what?
The hell concept.
Yeah,
Like they don't believe. A lot of Gnostics don't believe in that.
Yeah, and I think that they have an advantage in that conversation for that
I
reason.
don't know, like if I were to take the Christian worldview for a second, I don't really think there's a hell. When I still believe, I was much more convinced by annihilationism that the second death is literally second death. You are annihilated. You no longer exist.
What about, the idea that energy can't be created nor destroyed?
Well, energy is destroyed.
Energy is destroyed?
I don't. Oh wait, are you saying that there's like a physical soul, dude? No.
No, I'm just saying. I'm talking basic physics, man.
Are you saying that? What do you mean by energy can't be destroyed? Because I don't think the soul's like a material
in the
thing.
Gnostic scriptures, you were talking about hell, and you're correct. They don't really have a version of that, at least in the early Christian writing.
Are you talking from like the Valentinian?
Transmutate. Yeah. You just transmutate into a different energy form, whether that's living as a dog in your next life or kind of a lot of different stuff.
The Gnostics believed that the material world was a thing of produced and made by an evil entity.
Yeah, God. That's what we would say God is.
No, that's the demiurge. He's not God.
Well, in the Christian Bible,
the Gnostic Christians believe that the demiurge was a creator entity, right? Derived from the
Bible says, God, the ultimate creator, created the earth.
Yeah, they had a different Bible.
Yeah, different.
The Gnostic Christians believed. Well, there was a lot of different Gnostic Christians, but generally they believed. They didn't always call him this, but he called him the demiurge, right? Created the material realm.
The creator of the earth.
tricked a bunch of divine entities to come down and debase themselves, and they became human.
Yeah, it's kind of how we got here, I think. The ancient men had knowledge not of this world. And then, through the progression of time, it's sort of like devolved. And we've forgotten most of that information.
Just a second.
And that's where Sophia comes in.
Was she one of the Aeons, right?
Yeah, she was the last and final one.
Wisdom, right?
Yep. So
it's been a while since I read that. She was supposed to be like the feminine side of man, while everyone was originally like some kind of like androgynous, like super being.
Yeah, they say in the Gnostics that.
I know I'm generalizing it, by the way, but like it's been a while since I've like gave it a proper read.
Oh, it's good shit, man. Good shit.
Yeah. It was really
very
interesting.
ether related. A lot of ether stuff going on.
The monad was the original divine being that no one has ever beheld, right?
Yeah, the first. So in the Gnostic scripture, there's the first, the creator God, and from which everything came afterwards, but they're pretty explicit on the idea that nobody really knows that much about him. So the aeons, or the eons, like Sophia, they're trying to get back to God through knowledge. So wisdom and intellectualism is the pursuit of God.
Yeah, gnosis.
Yes, yep. I like that because it does take a lot of, Christian ideas and just kind of puts it in a way that's a little bit more mysterious, but just as mysterious as you'd want it, I think. But yeah, the whole Bible version, that's a Catholic Protestant, version. It's a completely different story.
What was that one book that was taken out that was basically had Christ literally like kill a kid with eye lasers?
Yeah. Yeah, I know they have a lot of those.
Thomas.
Well, I don't know if it's in the Book of Thomas. In the Book of Thomas, Jesus tells you how to rob a house. He says you got to tie the hands of the person whose house you're robbing, then you can rob the house.
Well, there were a lot of really wacky early Christian sects. There were they were in North Africa before Constantine adopted Christianity. This group, I'm trying to remember their name, actively seeked out martyrdom. They were leaping at the chance. They were doing it so much that they were actively participating in like banditry to get killed faster.
Yeah. The Romans, before, the Bible, like Constantine Bible, it was, classified as a death cult. The Romans thought, oh, it's another death cult. These guys are crazy. They're obsessed with death. But that was kind of a cool era of Christianity because it wasn't like Bible, Catholic, or Protestant,
I mean, it was still basic. Like they were a bunch of different sects.
Yeah, I would say the Bible kind of definitely changed everything for better or for worse. I think that they added a little too much Jewish influence, but yeah, they definitely left out the interesting bits for sure. Like I know in the Book of Thomas, you get the impression that Jesus literally did say, eat my flesh and drink my blood, as he did in the Last Supper. And I think that there's a lot of evidence that they really did do that. And that's why his body, because it kind of goes into detail about, when you die, offer yourself to something that will use your energy. A lot of weird kind of almost Eastern influence, sort of.
He was just promoting cannibalism.
Well, I still, here's my hot take. I really do think there's a strong argument that Jesus was some sort of antichrist, and it was kind of based around some little blood sacrifice thing of himself, and yeah, it just makes it a little bit more mysterious. Because I know the Catholics legitimately believe that when they do communion, they're actually eating Jesus' flesh.
Yeah, it's transubit. What's that fucking word? Transubnation? No.
Transubstantiation?
Yeah.
Transubstantiation.
It's not just them. The Copts believe that, and the Orthodox Church believes that. And a few of the Protestant sects. The Mormons are the wacky ones.
Dude, we have a Mormon in this community. You know R.C. Meisty?
Oh, they're a Mormon?
R.C. Meisty is a Mormon, yeah.
I'm sorry, but Mormonism is so wacky.
Yeah, they got some pretty fun ideas, man.
Oh,
That guy
yeah.
Lael- That guy Lael is also a Mormon.
I like that they don't believe in a permanent hell.
Well, they think they're gonna own their own planet.
Yeah, it's
It's like, whoa, that's kind of cool. If I was
their own realm, yeah. I don't know, like, Joseph Smith was a really wacky fucking guy. Like, the thing about his, have you ever heard the story about his, Egyptian scroll?
No, I know he's got the golden tablet thing.
No. So the Egyptian scroll one's really fucking funny. So, you know how, like, he was born in that period where, like, Egyptology was becoming, like, a huge thing in, like, European society? Like, they were always, like, doing expeditions and shit, and, like, Egyptian anything was, like, a huge, like, fad. It was big, right? So, at one point, he was at an auction where he bought an Egyptian papyrus scroll. And this was before we had the Rosetta Stone. So we didn't actually know what the hieroglyphs said at all, right? No way to translate them. Yet he claimed that he had that he could read it, that it was written in something called, I think he called it New Aramaic or something like that.
Are you talking about Zachariah Sitchin?
No. This is the founder of
He
Mormonism.
did the same thing. He did kind of the same thing. Yeah.
I'll send me his name later. I want to look that up. But so he claimed he could read it, and he derived a part of the Book of Mormon into it. Like, I think he called it the Book of Abraham or whatever. Many years later, the Mormon Church still had this scroll, but by that time they could translate Egyptian hieroglyphs. When they translated it, it was like a fucking. It was like a how to do. It was like a fucking mummification guide. Nothing like what he said it was written.
That's pretty much the same thing Zachariah Sitchin did. Like he nobody could read Egyptian hieroglyphs at the time, so it was like open season for people to just say, "I translated it, and this is what it means," and no one could really argue with you because almost no one could read it.
American and British people were so fucking obsessed with Egypt back in the day. They would literally buy parts from a mummy for consumption. And it would go for huge prices.
I mean, there's definitely something to it. They had, the Great Pyramid. They were doing weirdo shit. So
yeah, but like part of like the obsession was that it was like a huge and grand past. Like it was a huge connection to something old. And
it was. Have you ever seen what's it called? The Kings. They had this carved in stone, the Age of the Kings or something. How old each
Valley of the Kings.
Valley of the Kings.
Yeah.
No. It was like a tablet or carved in rock somewhere where had a list of the rulers of Egypt, and some of them were living to like 1,000 years old or something. Like it said, this one ruler ruled for like 1,000 years, some shit.
Oh
Like
shit, I don't know about that one.
you know what I'm talking about?
I've never heard it. Sounds crazy.
I'd look into it. But yeah, like that's like part. It's like stuff like that that makes it easy to just like toss aside like what Joseph Smith believed in. Like that's one of the most like glaring examples, other than like the weird golden tablet thing.
Well, what would you do? Like, say you have someone who's, you know, super ambitious, very influential, and then it's all just kind of working. Like, if the guy thinks he is some sort of prophet of God, and then he's having a lot of followers, he's getting free money, like women, all this stuff, like it kind of would be like a signal to him that he is, you know?
Just like, maybe.
Like if shit's just going your way, man.
Well, it wasn't going his way when he got lynched.
Oh shit. See, I don't even know that much about the guy.
Yeah, he cross-dressed to get out of prison, but he was caught by literally an angry mob of cuckolded husbands.
Yeah. They had some weird shit back then.
He fucked so many men's wives that they formed an angry mob and lynched him.
Oh man.
I think the Mormons believe that the second coming's going to happen in Missouri, too.
Yeah, no, they think that Independence, Missouri, is the Garden of Eden.
What?
Yeah, they say that that's where the Garden of Eden was.
Oh, wow. I've been through there. I'd be kind of disappointed if that was Eden.
Well, the way I heard, because I've heard RC say that to me, and he was like, well, you know, not literally. It's a metaphorical rebirth, you know, whatever, rhetoric. You know how in the Bible people are like, oh, it's not literal. This is just a metaphor. Kind of that thing.
It kind of feels like picking and choosing.
Yeah, I think it
Because
is.
they've had those arguments even since like the early church. Like
You can
Augustine.
almost make it. Sorry, you can almost make it say whatever you want. You know?
Yeah, that's what Protestant pastors do in the U.S. They'll be like, man, I was going to get a hamburger, and this reminded me of that one story. It's like, what the hell?
No, like American Protestant, like the evangelicals are so like spiritually dead. It's almost like consumerism, but like for spirituality almost. It just feels like there's nothing to it.
It does feel like empty. There's a strange emptiness in it.
Literally, it's like Christianity that's just been degraded so much by American consumerism that it's just degraded to nothing.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the power of cults, you know? I think, you know, pretty much when you break it down, everything comes down to being a cult. Like, if you want to be a famous person, then you're making your own cult. If you're doing anything, you're kind of just, I don't know. I think it's all cults. Everything's cults.
Nations as well.
Literally everything is a cult. It's just
And
there's
you
some
lo-
people that are better at running their cults.
You said you love America as well, so you love the cult.
You think this is the cult right here that we're in right now?
This could be actually a cult. Yeah, definitely. But it doesn't. I can't detect anyone's financial gain, so we're very inefficient, and we don't really have a leader here. So we're kind of not an efficient cult. But I mean, Jeremy, I don't have to tell you there's cult leaders in this community. That's for sure.
I don't think so. Oh.
Well, if I told you something and then say I was a cult leader and then everyone was saying my arguments and saying my things. That's just me being a good cult leader. And
Or
judged by my
maybe,
influence, then
or maybe you have good arguments, so a lot of people are listening to you, and since they're good arguments, people are using.
But that's no
Maybe that could
different than like a church pastor, right?
No, it's wildly different.
Like a church pastor, he's speaking the truth, I really connected with this guy. Here's $5. It's kind of the same thing, you know what I mean? It's not really that different.
I don't see it.
You guys remember back in the 24/7 Flat Earth server when there was like a huge argument between the mods about QAnon?
No, I try to stay out of there.
That one became very wacky. Like, I know that they're kind of theocratic. They're like of the American non-denominational Christian variety. If you know what I mean, like they'll claim they're non-denominational, but they're all basically just derived of like.
Yeah, dude. I started the first day on that server. I was like, "What about the idea that there isn't a dome? It still could be flat. We could have some sort of flat top thing," and they did not like that. So I learned real quick that there's like a narrative. Yeah.
I personally don't think you. I personally don't think you need a dome. I think temperature keeps the gas down. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, they banned like some Electric Universe Flat Earther.
Yeah, they have their own little narrative, and I don't know what you'd call that, but theocratic.
There is good evidence for not needing a dome. I think. I don't know. I mean, you're definitely gonna need walls, unless flat Earth is.
Well,
You're
who
gonna
came
need
up with the
walls.
whole dome thing? Is that a Flat Earth Society thing? Like, who even?
I think it's derived from. What was that one verse of the Bible where they say like it's like the footstool of God or whatever?
Yeah, it might be where.
You definitely need container walls, though. We know that.
But you could have, like, from what I understand, they say the higher you go up, you're going to come across an ionic medium, a magnetic medium, a plasma medium. That could all just be, the container, right? Like, just different mediums acting like a force field of some sort, maybe.
When you go up, sure. When you go out, though, to the left and the right, you're going to need walls. Right? Container walls. On a flat Earth.
I'm kind of on board with that whole infinite Antarctica. Like,
You think hey, if it's an infinite plane, you don't need container walls. That brings a whole new set of problems. But
well, like if it were infinite, we would never know because we wouldn't live long enough to really prove it, even if we went there.
Well, you could never get there because. What do you mean went there? You could never get there if it's infinite.
Well, if you went to like the ice wall and you started walking to try to find the edge or the dome or something,
yeah, if
you
it's
might
an
spend
infinite
your
plane,
whole life and never find it.
Well, if it's an infinite plane, nobody's ever going to find it ever in the history of humans.
Yeah.
Oh. Or we could be in some kind of video game thing. You ever been in a video? You ever seen a video game like a world? You're in a world, and then you just hit an invisible wall because you just can't walk any farther. Like the game just stops. It could be something like that too. So you wouldn't need an infinite kind of thing going.
Yeah.
You ever seen that in a video game?
Well, it's either one of two things. Either it never ends, or there's like a barrier of some sort. And I don't really know enough about what the barrier might be to even really like. But that's the great thing about Flat Earth is like I don't need an answer. I can just say I don't know and be fine with it.
Yeah, it's fine with not knowing. When you start trying to make shit up just so you can feel like you know all the answers, that's how you get in the predicament we're in now.
You don't like the idea of infinite Antarctica? I think it's pretty interesting.
I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think it goes against some kind of law. Infinity is not like, I don't know.
Dude, well, I started throwing those laws out, dude. That whole Newton's law of motion, bullshit. Their model can't have anything at rest. So it's like,
I
how
was
can
talking
you
about like
say that type shit? You know what I mean? So I got to question all these laws, even the thermodynamics, all that shit.
I mean, infinity outside of math is questionable.
Well, they have no problem saying that space might be infinite, right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, that's them though.
Yeah.
That's them with their mathematical infinity nonsense. That's
Didn't you guys literally just bring up fucking an infinite like Antarctica a second ago?
No, I say I'm telling you that's a belief.
Well, it sounds
take
like
it on
mathematical
faith. I'm not
nonsense.
saying
All
it's
right.
true or
Anyway,
not.
not that you said it anyway. I
don't-
mean, I know Jeremy was the one that said it, but still, I'm just gonna say it anyway. I want to get a point here. You know what I'm saying? I just want to
right,
call out
Army
some
one.
bullshit. You know.
Relax, Armbar. You're coming in hot today.
But I mean, hold on, real fast. This is how I like to look at space. Or I like to look at space as now. Granted, this is not actually how it works because from my understanding, there's like an actual fabric or whatever, or not a fabric, but there's something kind of there, right? But for me, I like to look at it as spaces doesn't actually exist. All right, there's just distances between objects, right? And so yeah, in theory, you could have infinite space because you could have, as long as you can move an object further and further, the space is going to grow between those two objects. You know what I'm saying? So it's more so space is a potential. You know what I'm saying? There's potential to space. It could potentially be infinite, but it's not
You sound
infinite
like
because
an
it doesn't.
ether guy, man. You don't even hear it.
I don't know.
You don't
but-
even
Been
hear how much
gibberish.
of an ether guy you sound like.
Armbar, you're so silly.
Wait, I mean, you don't like that though? I mean, because like,
Oh, I
look,
like
hold
it.
on.
That's what I'm saying. I like
Well, because I mean, like, once again, I do video games, right? So I mean, that's kind of how it works. Like, well, to some extent, anyway. I mean, but yeah, you kind of just move objects away from each other, and the space is sort of created there. I mean, it doesn't like it's not like the computer generates an infinite like 3D like world. No, you have to actually create the space, by having objects spaced out. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's how I kind of look at it. But
You like the analogy of the invisible wall I used in a video game earlier?
Wait, I didn't hear that.
You didn't hear that one?
Yeah,
we were talking about if you need a container or a dome or walls to keep the gas pressure in. And I was like, that's how that whole Antarctica infinite thing got up. I'm like, well, I guess you don't need container walls to keep the gas in if it's an infinite plane. And then I was thinking, I'm like, well, I guess you also wouldn't need walls if reality just ends at some point and like nothing can go past that point.
Oh, that's fair.
You know how you're in a video. You know how you're in a video game and you're walking, and you just hit like an invisible wall because like that's it.
Yeah.
There's no more. There's nothing else past that point. Like it could be something like that. I personally could go with that too because I think we're in a simulation. There's a lot of evidence for it.
I guess I could see that. Yeah, I mean, there would be nothing. If nothing exists past that point, like there's absolutely nothing. All that exists is the world. Then
Like
yeah, I
nothing
guess that
goes
would be.
past that point.
Yeah, I
Nothing
guess
can
that.
go past that point. No.
I guess that would be in a way, yeah, self-contained in that sense.
How do you feel about us being in? How do you feel about us being in a simulation, being the video game boy?
Like you brought that up, the video game boy thing. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I thought about it. It's possible. I don't know. I mean, anything's really fucking possible, at least with my view. My yeah. But hold on. Well, hold on. Didn't you? Okay, so let's. I'm sorry. I gotta call it out again. Right? Did you just say? Okay, like 2 minutes. No, not 2 minutes ago. Like probably like 45 seconds ago. Infinite Antarctica once again. All right, that was you, right?
I said that is how you would get away with not needing walls of a container. I don't
Well, it sounds like
believe that.
mathematical bullshit, though. I just want to call you out because you called out our mathematical bullshit. So, but anyway, go on though.
Well, I was comparing that's what I was comparing it to.
Okay, so what is both?
Or sin cleanser was something. I don't like infinity.
I mean,
I don't like infinity in reality. Not math. Math is fine, but math's all abstract anyways. But if you want to put it connected to reality and you have this infinity thing, like you don't even know if that exists. So
yeah,
you probably shouldn't be using it. And
yeah, but I mean, but that's why I like to think of space as not actually existing. It's just it's a potential. As long as you could bring two objects away from each other, you could bring them farther and farther away, and the space is created there. Nothing lies past that. Like, imagine we're in like a void, right? Or not a void, but we're like just imagine like this hypothetical where we only have two objects. That's the only thing that exists in the universe, right? Just these two objects, right? Past, these two objects. I mean, there's nothing beyond that. It's just the two objects, and so the space that exists is the space that exists between the two objects, right? Like, so you could say it's infinite space around them, but I like to think of it as no, there's nothing around them. You have to kind of create space. You have to kind of move the objects apart to actually create that quote unquote space.
Armor, are you a do you know anything about quantum computing?
I mean, I've seen a little bit of it. I don't.
Well, like it's like they say that like if you're in a video game like Grand Theft Auto or something, like the whole city doesn't load at once. It only loads when you're near it, kind of thing.
Yeah,
it saves processing and rendering power.
It only renders if you can see it.
Yeah.
And if your screen can see it. And can you relate this to the double slit? If we don't observe the part, my bad. Go ahead. Yeah, I don't want to hijack your thing.
Well, no, I was just gonna say, that's another kind of thing, like what you were saying with the space stuff. I mean, say it were infinite and it only processed things when you went, like, I don't know, it could just be all processing thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's assuming the thing that's running it, needs to save space. I mean,
like a simulation.
Yeah. If simulation would need to. I mean, assuming if
it
assuming it can't handle it
when it's necessary.
Yeah.
And look at what the double slit does. The double slit only turns the photon into a particle when we observe it. Same as a video game renders thing.
Yeah, I made a comment about that on a video like a few years ago, whatever. I mean, as like a little like jokey kind of thing, like just because I like to sometimes humor like certain ideas, and I made that same comment like, oh, what if the double slit thing is just that or whatever. But I mean, I haven't really looked into it too much, so I mean, I could be talking out my ass when I say that, but it sounds like a fun idea. Like that could be the case from my knowledge of how it works. I could be totally wrong, and how I think it works is not this video game savey kind of thing where you're trying to save space. Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't fucking know the double slit like that. I really don't.
Well, it's like if a tree falls in a forest, right?
Oh, this argument.
It's kind of like that.
Is it?
Apparently, in quantum mechanics, if a tree falls in a forest and no one's around to see it, the tree never existed. Or there's a strong likelihood based on probability that it never existed.
Well, it wasn't being rendered because if no one was observing it, was it even getting rendered?
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like the observer, the fact that someone's even observing, kind of manifests it into reality just by observing it. And that's kind of what QE likes to add. That's God, Since everything is here, then that means there's an observer or something like that. I probably just put
information. Information is one of his better arguments, I think, for a creator.
Yeah,
so he uses that double slit thing for. Yeah, he uses the double slit for a creator. I use it for a simulation. Somebody else uses it for ether proof. Like you can take double slit and turn it into almost anything, I guess.
Well, I mean, technically isn't a simulation like? Wouldn't that also infer a creator though? Because I mean, someone would have to create the simulation. Otherwise, is it really a simulation or is it just like I mean, I guess you would kind of have to define what a simulation is first. What?
I also believe in a creator. Somebody created a simulation. Absolutely, there's great evidence for a creator. First law, thermodynamics, information. You can use a double slit. Maybe you get away with using that. What else? I don't know. He's got a whole list of them.
Yeah, I don't really think you can be an atheist. Like, it's like there's a lot of evidence against that. Doesn't mean you know God or know his name or even know what he thinks, but it could be a simulation where like some fucking nerd is just running this shit, trying to learn something from us.
Some nerd.
Some nerd, right?
That's funny.
There's always some nerd somehow.
Let's see. Well, any other topics? I could have sworn I had one, but you kind of were just talking and shit. Infinity space. Yeah, I don't know, but that's how I'm going back to that topic. But that's how I see space, though. Like, I don't know, it's not really infinite.
Just the distance between objects, bro.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Is that
That's all.
nothing?
Well, I mean, I guess in some way that would be something because there is like a number attached to that. You know what I'm saying? At least in a video game, you would have to. There would be, like some kind of number. But see, that's the thing though. With video games, though, you do have a unit like it's called a global like coordinate system, or whatever. You do have a global coordinate system, so there is something that you are relative to. But with reality, though, I mean, I wonder.
Well, Arma, what about infinity might sound like an absurd idea, but it's not any more or less absurd than zero.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
nothing.
I've heard that. Yeah, I heard that
So they're kind
argument.
of both the same. Like there's nothing in between two things. Like that can't be a thing.
Yeah, zero and infinity are pretty weird. They kind of, I don't know, lead to each other in some ways. Like when you're, doing some weird math.
There was a debate on whether to use zero, and then there was a big debate on whether to use negative numbers because that shit's not. You can't relate a negative number to reality in any shape or form.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said this before, like with negative numbers, there's like a certain level to each, like, type of math, whatever. Yeah, math or whatever, right? Like I think positive numbers are like actual, like, physical, things. Whatever. Negative numbers is like when you start talking about, like, when you just start describing things. Like, for example, if I'm describing like relative speed, like if I'm driving at 10 miles an hour and a car that isn't moving at all, if I drive past that, to me it's moving like negative 10 miles an hour. You know what I'm saying? So in that sense, you can use it there. But yeah, I don't think you can use negative to describe actual. Like, you can't use it to actually, like I can't have -1 apple. So it's weird how you use it.
The original, or at least as far as we know in history, that they started using negative numbers. The first ones used it for debt, to count with debt. Like, how much debt do you have? Like, that's why they started invented negative numbers to
which is math.
count with that.
It's just math. You can't relate it to reality at all, like I said.
Well, you can relate it to reality insofar as it's a concept that still relates to reality, but you can't give someone negative amount of things.
Yeah.
Like I said.
Less than, I mean, if you give someone a negative amount of things, technically you're giving them a debt. So in a sense, you still can. Just
So you're giving them nothing.
Not as an item.
You're giving them
them nothing but math, which is abstract, and in this case does not
I'd
relate
say
to reality.
you're giving them a concept, not giving them math.
Not reality. So we're clear, right? Concept.
Still reality.
Not reality.
Concepts still exist within reality, but it's not a physical thing.
This one doesn't, and you can't show it to be.
Just because it's not physical and tangible doesn't mean it's not reality.
Wow.
Yeah, I think negative still does exist, though, because I mean, like, for example, let's say, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't, like, it doesn't exist like as an object. You can't have negative that way, but it does exist, though.
Positive and negative charges. Maybe there's something there.
But I think that's more of just like a binary thing where you have to. It's just two states, I think.
Yeah. So with positive and negative, you could just call them left and right, or like this and that, yin and yang. Like, it doesn't have to be positive and negative. All that's important is their opposites. And that's why a lot of people would say, for example, if you were to switch the names of positive and negative, so now things that we called positive in the past and negative in the past, like switch names, nothing would change in the entirety of physics.
You could call it red and blue, or apples and oranges. It doesn't matter.
The only
what
reason we use positive and negative is because in math it's kind of easy to talk about them as positives and negatives.
Yeah.
Well, they do
But
all
other than
that shit with
there's no
math.
reason.
Like, don't in quantum mechanics they're like, oh, this one's red, or this one smells this way, or it tastes or something.
They literally call quarks have flavors.
That's so stupid, man.
Well, it's just a naming convention. Yeah, see, exactly. Naming convention. That's all it is.
Same way
Yeah,
that
but, like,
the
come on.
color red is red. That's also a naming convention. You could call it blurb.
Red is a thing in reality, but I wouldn't
But
say
as long as you
an
agree to
aspect of
call
red is
it
that it
something,
smells this way or something.
as long as you call it something, the same thing that everyone understands, it doesn't matter. Red could just as well be called plurb, and it would still be the same thing in reality. We just use a different name for it.
Yeah, it's called bullshit.
No, bullshit's
It's
called bullshit,
naming.
right?
That's what I call it. Bunch of ether denying bullshit.
Anyway, what was I saying?
Oh,
Gummy,
so
what do you think we
I
should know
double checked it.
Oh, the
Oh, it's
negative.
just the flavors of quarks are up, down, strange, charm, beauty, and truth.
Wow, that is the gayest shit.
Yeah.
Charming particle. What the fuck is that?
That's the
It's
gayest
bottom and top, not beauty and truth.
Bottom and top. Beauty
Bottom-
and
No,
truth, same
so
shit.
no, hold on.
The
So
quarks
top and
are
bottom.
called up, down, top, bottom, charm, and
No, it's a
strange.
bottom quirk, eh? A
Well, it
power
might be a
bottom quirk.
Well, I think there's different naming names for them. Like sometimes you can. I think like I've heard different ones for different things for different whatever. Like I think I've heard both.
Beauty
you're
is a
not doing
nickname.
science when you're saying, "Oh, this charming, beautiful quirk." What the fuck is that about?
It's a nickname that people at the LHC. But its actual name is top and bottom.
Okay, yeah. Up, down,
Top
up,
and bottom.
down, bottom, top, strange, and charm.
Yeah, that sounds more like what I learned or whatever. Yeah, 'cause I remember two of
Either
them
way,
were like
strange and charm.
yeah. Top, bottom, up, down.
I think they could call it whatever, and you guys would believe it. That's what I think.
Well, I mean that.
What, do you not get that? That's literally what language is. You can call
Yeah, they
anything
conned
anything
you
as long
into
as people
believing
agree
something.
with. No, as long as
You
everyone
learned their
agrees to
vocabulary.
call it something, that's what it is. If we
So-
all agree to call elephants flurburls, it is a flurber.
These are
Do
some
you
good
not
ones.
get this about language?
Blur.
No,
As
if
long
I
as
was
we
trying
agree on words, that's what they mean.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the fact that you've really embraced this terminology proves that you're an active believer.
It means
they
that we're an
conned
active
you into
member of
believing.
society that has to use language to communicate. All that shows. The same way that right now you're using English. That means you've adopted English. You've accepted the English overlords to speak the language.
Well, God
Gummy,
gave us
it's
English.
he's not talking about the language, Gummy. He's saying
He
that
is.
quarks don't exist. Is what
There we go. There you go.
he's not saying
Whether
the
they-
language. He's saying the actual physical quark doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Which I wouldn't
whether
be able to do what I'm
thing
doing right now
exists
if that
or
was
not.
true, but
Right now, whether it exists or not, the fact that we're using the words we use is because of language, not whether it exists or not. If he wants to say it's the fact that we believe they exist, that's a different point than he's making right now with the words he's using.
no, he just told you that. So,
Look, Gummy, you can believe whatever you want. If they talked you into it and you're really convinced by it, good luck. But the facts remain, they talked you into believing this shit. And you bought it up. You're loving that shit. You're saying this is cutting edge information.
Well,
okay,
never mind.
Not that cutting edge. Quarks were discovered a long time.
Well, here's a question if you guys want to switch it up. I'm thinking Gummy might know, but I want to see if anyone else might be able to know. How do you guys falsify gravity? Does anybody know how to falsify gravity?
No.
Is it unfalsifiable?
Well, first you'd have to define gravity, because of course, if we're talking about the colloquial, like things fall down, that's undeniable. Things do fall down. But if we're talking about gravity as in like space-time curvature or mass attracting mass, well, that's the
Yeah, how would
the real
we? Let's
question.
do
Things also fall up, though. Things also fall up.
Yeah, but then we can figure out that that's because things fall down. Things fall up because things fall down. Buoyancy is what we call that. Light
And
things
what we
go
call
up
it is
because
what we
heavy
call it
things
is,
fall down. Buoyancy.
and why do heavy things fall down? Because you got some bullshit space
Everything,
time shit behind
everything,
it that you can't prove.
everything wants to fall down. It's just
Because
that
space time is
heavy things fall down harder, and so light stuff goes up instead. That's all
okay.
that is.
Because and why do your things fall down? That's what I asked. I didn't ask you none of the bullshit you just said.
And that's where we get into the whole space-time curvature bullshit.
Yeah. Okay, and now we have a real answer for why things go up or down. It's called relative density. Don't ask me why things fall down. Why down? Okay, I don't want to hear that at the end of your mouth because you didn't know why either. So don't
I
ask
don't
me.
care about the whole why down when it comes to relative density. What I want to
Right,
know
I
about
know.
relative density, I don't find that a good question. My question is, how do you, with relative density, explain a boat floating based on the density of the boat?
Well, when you have an object, you have to take the whole object into consideration. So there's a boat, there's air in the boat, right?
Okay. Now,
You
what
also
part
have
of the
surface
air do you
tension.
include?
You also
Include
have
all
surface
the air
tension.
that's inside the boat?
You also have surface tension. I would count the air that is from the water level up, maybe. I don't know.
Why would you define it by the water level? Because
Sorry,
if
from
you
the water
define
level
it by
down.
the water level, then I would think that you're talking about displacement, not volume. You're talking about
You can
displaced.
sure you can count all the air in the boat then if you like. Is that how you want to do it?
Then you wouldn't get an accurate result.
Why it'd be more buoyant? You'd have a metal ship be more buoyant in the water there and thus floating. What do you mean?
Because in order for something to float, it needs to be neutral, right? Its relative density must be the same. If you count all the air in the
No.
boat, oh,
Go ahead.
well,
Go ahead,
isn't that
finish
what
it up.
relative density? Okay, I'll finish up. Because if you count all the air in the boat, then you'd be way less dense than the water. You wouldn't have neutral buoyancy.
And it
What
would
you have
float.
to
It'd be
do is
less dense
count.
than the water. It'd be
You have
less
to
dense
count.
than the water and it would float. Duh, that's what it does.
Yeah, but in order for something to
Yeah.
float and just float, it needs to be neutral buoyancy.
So you think every boat out there is on the verge of sinking if you just put one more little weight on it?
Every boat
Okay
is
then.
neutrally buoyant at the current level of displacement. Because of the fact that we have to describe the density, the relative density, by the surface of water, again tells you that it's displacement, not the volume itself. That's what shows that relative density doesn't explain this. Displacement does.
It does
That's
explain
where
this. You take
relative
the
density
density of
falls
the
apart.
it does explain this. You take the density of the air in the boat, all the air inside
How
the
do you
boat,
define the air
it
inside the boat?
comes out to be less dense than the water, and thus it floats.
How do you define the air in the bowl? Like, think of a boat as a bowl, just for simplicity. How much of the air are you counting?
From the bottom of the bowl to the top of the bowl.
Okay. And that's where you run into problem. Like I said.
No, it's not.
Sure, you get
No, it's not.
the general, okay, if all that air is less density than the water, it'll float, but it doesn't explain things like neutral buoyancy on a boat. It just doesn't. And that's why you're
I don't know why you're bringing up
backtracking
neutral
to this
buoyancy.
whole.
It's a non sequitur red herring.
It clearly isn't. Like any experiment,
Dude, you can't take
clearly
a boat
isn't.
and just place it whenever you want in the water. It floats on top because it's less dense.
Okay, but again, something only stays floating or stays where it is when it's neutrally buoyant. Do you not agree on this?
Or if it's more buoyant, dude. There's nowhere else for the boat to go. It's up as far as it can go. I don't know why you're bringing neutrally buoyant into it. This is a red herring non
if this
sequitur.
boat,
This is some non sequitur bullshit.
If this boat is less dense than the water, why doesn't it go on top and goes up?
It's
Like
all
you
the
say,
way.
less
It's
dense
on
things
top of
go
the
up.
water. That's where boats are. All boats are literally on top of the water unless they sink.
Aren't you supposed to go to your point of equilibrium?
Are all boats on top of the water?
Partly.
Currently, yes. They're all on top of the water. Do you know why?
No, partly on top of the water, and that's because of displacement, density. I've explained this to you. The amount that a boat is on top of the water can only be talked about in matters of displacement. You cannot tell me how
You
much of
understand
it
how a
is going to be
submarine
above
works?
water.
You understand
I
how a
understand
submarine
how a
works?
submarine works, yes.
Okay, it adds air, it gets rid of air, it makes itself more dense or less dense than the medium.
It adds water and gets rid of water, but fine.
Okay, adds water, takes away water, whatever. It makes itself more dense or less dense. When it makes itself less dense, guess where it goes? All the way up to the fucking top. When it makes itself more dense, guess where it goes? All the way to the fucking bottom. Okay?
Yes. But what I'm asking you is, how can you, for example, how can you know how much at the top is going to peak out the water? Can you explain that with relative density? Because I can explain it with buoyancy and weight.
How much is going to poke out of the top?
How much of the boat is submerged and how much is above it?
Yes,
I can explain that.
You could make something so less dense. You could attach some helium balloons onto it and make it be all the way out of the water.
That's not what I'm asking.
Or you could make it less dense to where it sits on top of the water. Or you can make it more
That's
dense
not what
and
I'm
it'll be on the
asking.
bottom of the. I'm telling you right now. I
With
can't calculate it. Hold on a second. Hold on. I can't calculate it, but I know for a fact that I can make the boat so dense that it will be floating in the sky out of the water. Or you can make it just dense enough to where it's sitting on the top of the water. Or you can make it so dense that it's on the bottom of the ocean, under the water.
So the extremes. I'm asking, with this specific boat that has this specific density, how much of it is going to be above the surface and how much is going to be submerged? I can tell you.
I don't know.
If
I don't. I'm not a math
buoyancy,
guy,
and weight.
so.
Yeah, and the
It's
fact
not-
that you're
I'm not a math guy. You
is
don't.
why you don't realize that relative
Math
density
doesn't
falls
make.
apart.
Math doesn't make reality or not.
Yeah,
You
I
don't
can
have to have.
predict reality 10 times better than you can.
No, you can't.
How do you deal with that then? Because I can tell you,
Okay,
before
if
you
I
even
had-
place
here,
this
hold
boat
on a
in the
second.
water, before
Hold
you
on a
place this
second.
boat in the water, I can tell you how much of it is going to be underwater. How do you
I want to hear
explain
you
this?
predict something. I want to hear you predict
Okay,
something
then.
for me. All right. This is your glow prediction. I'm gonna take an empty balloon, just a rubber plastic piece. I'm gonna set it on a scale. Okay.
Yeah.
You with me? Now I'm gonna put more mass into it. I'm gonna put more mass into the balloon. Right? What's gonna happen? Is it gonna go more weight?
Depends on how
You
dense
must
that
believe.
mass is.
Well, you must believe W equals mg, right? Or do you not? Do you not believe that?
Well, it depends on how much mass you put in there, or what kind of mass.
You
Are you
believe
putting a
W equals
Are you
mg?
putting a rock inside that balloon, or are you inflating it with your breath, or like what are you doing to that balloon?
Do you believe that W equals mg?
Sure, I believe that W equals mg.
Okay. So the balloon has a weight on it, right? When it's empty, you would agree, right?
Hmm.
Yeah. So if W equals mg, we should add more mass, right, and get more weight. Right? You
If
with me? Is that
everything
correct?
else,
Or
if
is that
everything
correct?
else were to stay the same, yes, that would 100% be correct.
What do you mean everything else stays the same? I didn't see that in the W equals mg formula. Can you cite that?
So you're saying that
Can you cite
reality
that for me,
can't.
or did you just make that up?
Okay. What happens when you put things in water, for
Did you
example?
just make
That's
that
an
up, or can you
additional.
cite it?
Do you want me to cite that W equals mg isn't the only factor to how much a thing weighs or goes up and down?
No, in the W equals mg formula, where does it say that if all other factors remain the same? Because all I see is W equals mg. I don't see all this other bullshit you're saying.
I know, and that's the problem.
Well, hold on,
W
hold
equals
on.
mg doesn't explain every single phenomena within the entire world, especially buoyancy, which is the important one to this scenario.
Yeah, hold on. So W equals mg. That's what, weight, mass, gravity, or some shit, right?
It's that
Okay,
the weight
yeah.
is equal to the mass times the acceleration due to gravity.
Yeah, so just taking that specifically, right? Like all the information that I can grab from that would be in a vacuum. Yeah, in a vacuum, pretty much. I mean, we could, because there's no other information, given there, right? So it's a little
There's no
naive to.
additional things. There's no buoyancy. There's no magnetism. It's all just the weight. That's all that
So W
explains.
equals
Just the weight.
mg only. So W equals mg only in a vacuum. You're saying
It explains the one
everywhere else
factor.
that doesn't work. Hold
The
on.
one
Hold on.
factor.
Are you saying W equals mg only in a vacuum?
That is the only factor in a vacuum. Yes. It still
So
works
W
outside.
equals
It's just that you
mg.
need to take all the factors into account.
So you're telling me W equals mg only in a vacuum?
Alone, W equals mg is in a vacuum. But if
Sorry,
you
what?
had WMG outside a vacuum, you need other
Start
factors
over.
as well.
Start over. I didn't hear the first word you said. What?
Okay, so I said in a vacuum, W equals mg is the only thing outside a vector that's part of everything. There are
Okay,
other
does W
factors
equal
involved.
mg? Does W equal mg outside of a vacuum?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I have a scale with the balloon on it. I'm gonna add more mass. We're gonna get more weight.
Okay, can we just stop
Unless
trying to
something
fucking?
else changes.
I mean, I
Stop
see what
trying to absolutely ruin W equals mg. I know.
No,
Stop.
because you're trying to get him into a corner, like, oh, I put helium and it goes up. I mean, like, listen, all right.
I got him in a corner. He's
What I
boxed into
see,
a corner. Don't try to save him. You can't
we
save
all
him.
see, we all know the outcome, all right. We get what
Yeah,
you're trying to get at, though. I
The
mean,
whole thing is,
you're just
if you
trying
add
to one up.
helium, you're adding mass, but you're also adding volume, which means you're getting buoyancy. And so W equals mg only accounts for the weight. It doesn't count the buoyancy. That's what we use something like Archimedes' principle for. And so if you're adding a lot of volume with a little mass, then
Hold on, silent.
buoyancy is outweighing mass
up,
or weight, and now
What?
it's going up.
I said, hold on, hold on. Wait, I literally said, hold on. I wasn't trying to be rude to you. I literally just said, hold on, because the other guy was
what
talking.
I thought you say, Arma? I thought you say, "Oh no, silent."
No. Jeez Louise.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. Anyway, go on, Gummy.
Like
Sorry.
you're acting like these phenomena aren't understood, but they are. The interplay between buoyancy, weight, and volume, and all of these things are clearly understood.
Gummy, that vacuum chamber, does he have any density in it?
Well, it would never be a perfect vacuum. So
Yeah,
we
no,
would
but you
have
know what I
a
mean.
very
Let's
low
not get
one,
into semantics, right? You understand what I mean when I'm asking this question. So let's not get into semantics.
I'm just
right, because
trying
if you're
to be
gonna start talking
precise.
about, well, one particle of air inside of that doesn't make it a vacuum, then at that point I don't think we can have an honest conversation, right? Because you can
I'd
just
say it is pretty much a vacuum. I wouldn't
so
call it a perfect
there's no
vacuum, but it is
density
a
in that
vacuum. Yeah.
medium, right? So there's no density in that medium, right?
Virtually none. Yeah.
All right. So wouldn't you say, based on what we say, relative density, that will mean that any object, right, in a vacuum chamber will move to the next denser thing, which is at that point the the bottom part of the vacuum chamber?
See, but this would be a direct. I mean, I don't want to get into a directional argument, but see how you said the bottom, but the top could also be just as. I mean, unless you're counting, unless you're counting all the Earth below it, then fine.
There's
I'll
an
give you that.
alignment for the materials, right? There's an alignment to materials, how they align themselves in nature, right?
Okay.
They align themselves relative to the density to each other. So when you
that's
have
the thing, though.
when you have a vacuum chamber, what you're doing in actuality, you're just removing any medium. So the next thing, any object, what it's gonna do is gonna move to the next denser object that can support that, which is the bottom of that, not the top, as we see on nature.
All right, fair enough. We'll grant you that for the sake of not getting into that argument. Anyway, go on, Gumby.
Yeah, I'm saying the same thing. Sure, yeah. You're saying it's true. It would go down. Yeah.
Well, then there you go. This relative density at work.
It's like okay. So the thing is that with our model of weight and buoyancy, scenarios do play out according to relative density in most ways.
May I interrupt you
can't
here,
explain
Gummy?
everything. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. The problem here is that you shouldn't be comparing. You should be trying to understand what our model is, not because your first sentence there was the problem is that in our model, right? So you're already comparing it. You should try to understand what we're saying, and then I don't know.
Now I understand your model. And then I'm asking you, can you explain this thing? Which, for example, or this thing, as in, so for example, the argument I made earlier is, can you know or talk about the density of a boat and how much of the boat is above the surface, for example?
You can divide the density of the object into the density of the medium, and you'll come up with how much it'll go up or down. That's the math for it. If you absolutely must have some kind of math for it, that's the math for it. Okay? You don't need math to equate to reality. Reality is still reality whether you have math or not.
Okay. What I'm asking is, how do you predict how much of it is above and how much is below?
Gave you the math. I just gave you the math. You divide the density of the medium by the density of the object. It'll tell you how much is going to go up or down.
Okay.
No, you need to know the energetics.
Well, then the question is, again, how do you define the density of the boat? And earlier you said it's with all the air from the bottom to the top.
When you're
listen. Hold on a second, Silent. Hold on. I have something that weighs, it's a half a gram, solid object. How much is going to be sticking above its density is, I don't know. We'll say the water's density is 1 and this thing's density is 1.2 or 1.1. Right? It's more dense than the water. How much is it going to drop?
Completely.
I have an object that's 1.2. Its density was 1.
Completely. But the thing is,
it's going to completely drop.
Completely
That's false.
Yeah.
That's false. It doesn't drop. This is an insect. It's a water skimmer. It can walk on the water, so it doesn't drop.
Okay. So now we're taking surface tension into account then?
Well, clearly, this relative density, gravity, space-time bending isn't the only thing that's at play now, is it?
Exactly.
So
that was my point earlier, which is why WMG. That was my point earlier when you tried to get everything to just be W equals mg. That's not how reality works.
The thing you're asking has added a bunch more factors. You now have this water thing, which you don't even account for with that. So I take it to one medium. You're trying to take it to the differential between two different mediums. I'm keeping it in one medium and saying, okay, we've eliminated this surface tension thing because now we're all in one medium, but you want to bring another variable in. I don't know why.
It is to show that my model is more advanced at explaining reality than yours.
Well, ours is more realistic because we didn't make shit up.
That is a claim that you can try and make, but please demonstrate that in reality.
What do you mean
That
demonstrate that in reality? That's what he's been doing the entire time, showing you examples about real life.
So what I want you to do is give us a scenario where our model predicts one thing, yours predicts another, and then you do the test and yours was the correct prediction.
Wow.
Your model
I'll be impressed.
Okay, your model predicts that the more mass you have, the more weight you're going to have.
Fine.
Right? Our model predicts that if an object's more dense than the medium, it's going to go down, and if it's less dense than the medium, it's going to go up. You want to bring it back to the balloon and the scale and see who's right?
Well, wait a second, Jeremy. You're giving one example of weight, and then you're giving another example of things going down. So You have to compare two similar
Weight
things.
is in his thing though.
Yeah, but our model of whether things go up and down aren't just weight. It also includes things like buoyancy.
Which is not in W. Where's buoyancy in W equals M?
Isn't. That's why I told
So
you
you
earlier,
agree that
W
W
equals
equals
mg isn't the only thing that plays a part of things going up and down.
okay. So other than a vacuum, it doesn't work anywhere else. Then
It works everywhere else if you pair it with the other factors. How many times do I have to say this?
You don't have one force and that has to answer all the questions. You make a what you make you add all the forces together and all the vectors they're directed in. You add those together, and the force you're left with should be your answer. And the
you're
model
making
that
forces up.
can include all of those forces and get the right answer would be a more correct model, I'm sure.
Yeah, except you make forces up, and you can't. It doesn't matter what kind of math you have behind this. Ours is demonstrable reality of what happens.
Again, so the problem is, and I'll keep saying problem.
You're trying to
You can
debunk
disagree with
reality.
me. Now, the problem is that you're talking about relative density, which is an effect of the things we talk about. Now, there are things though that you can't just use relative density to explain.
The cause. Hold on, Gummy. The cause is the thing that you called bullshit and didn't want to talk about because it didn't matter. Remember space-time bullshit you said? I think that's verbatim.
So I said, or what I said is the cause isn't the important part right now. Right now, I'm talking about whether your thing of relative density is enough to explain everything or not. In our model with weight and buoyancy, relative density still exists as an effect of that, and it still acts very much alike what you say relative density does, but it's just an effect of weight and buoyancy. When I bring up the boat example, I'm trying to give you the example where relative density alone breaks down and you need to revert back to the weight and buoyancy to get the correct result.
Relative density doesn't tell you anything other than what the densities of two substances are compared to.
What buoyancy is just creating a less denser object. Let me give you an example. If you grab a piece of metal, right? 1 inch, no, let's say a 2-inch cube metal solid, right? That material has density in itself, but then what you can do is you can manipulate it, you can extend it, and then make like a sheet out of that material, and then make like a sphere. Let's say you shape it like a sphere. And what you're doing with that is, even though the material is the same density, when you do that, you're creating a less denser material. So that way it's gonna
So
float in water.
yeah, but the thing is, when you actually try and put this in the water and then try and think about how much is the density and this and that, the only way for you to
The
get a
math
correct
doesn't make it
result.
real, Gummy. This is
Hold on.
where I get
The
frustrated.
only
I started
way.
to get frustrated because you start thinking that only because you can quantify with math, it makes your model real.
Well, let him
Does not.
finish what he was saying.
Let me
You
finish. So,
talked right over it.
the thing is, the only way for your
Don't
relative
worry about
density
me,
model to work out correctly is if you define your density as where the water ends, where the top of the water ends, the surface.
Are you
And
still
so what
trying to bring
I
it into
then
two different
say,
mediums?
what I then say is that points very clearly to the fact that it's the amount of displaced water, not the density. It's the amount of displaced water that is the
Dude,
factor.
keep it in one medium. Stop trying to bring it to two different mediums. I already showed you with that little skinwalker bug that walks on water that you don't use two mediums for this. It's ridiculous.
Just because you don't want to talk about two mediums or can't understand things like the interplay
No, it's
between
because I
two
can't do the
mediums
surface
or
tension
surface
math.
tension
It's because
doesn't
I
mean
can't
that
do
we
the surface
shouldn't talk
tension math.
about it.
Well, you're asking me for the surface tension math on a fucking boat, dude. Get real.
No, this isn't surface tension math. For the boat, surface tension is negligible. We're talking about the buoyancy and the weight interplay on the boat and how relative density does not account for it. Because of the fact you have to define it by the surface of the water. As in, you're defining density based on displacement. So it's an afterthought, not the cause.
Okay, so it definitely plays a factor because I could get something to sit 100% on top of the water, or I can make it sit halfway in between the water or all the way under the water. This is
Jeremy,
just
we're
non-sequitur
not
red herring.
disputing that.
You're trying to like confuse shit and make it seem like you have some kind of
I'm
weird
trying
point
to
here
show you that your thing is not the cause or the antecedent to your thing is buoyancy and weight. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Displacement.
Right. So you want to talk about weight? You want to talk about weight?
Are we not talking about weight?
You just brought it up, so you don't want to talk about weight.
We are already talking about weight.
Okay, so you do want to talk about weight. So W equals mg, right? I already had you back into a corner. This your video game boy tried to save you. I mean, dude, you're done. You got nothing.
So the corner that you're trying to back me into is where you're trying to say that W equals md is the only thing in reality, which it clearly isn't. You're trying to back me by putting me in the baby corner where I'm only allowed to use one thing, but that's not how reality works.
Does W equal mg work in a...
You can pretend that you're putting me in a corner, but you're not. You're
Does
just putting me in this conceptual misunderstanding of a corner. That's all you're doing.
Does W equal mg, does that work in a vacuum?
Yes.
Does it work outside of a vacuum?
Yes, as long as you add the other factors as well.
Okay, we got another fact. So we got the scale with the balloon on it, right? And we got the balloon blown up, but inside the balloon there's a vacuum. You with me?
Okay,
We
sure.
managed to solidify the balloon so it's expanded. There's no air in it, and there's a vacuum in
Okay, sure.
it. Okay.
Of course, as long as we agree it's hypothetical, not a real thing happening. But yeah. Hello? Am I cutting out or Jeremy?
Yeah, it's Jeremy. Jeremy's muted right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like to look at the WMG thing as kind of like, in a way, kind of like how I mess around with Blender. Like, I can, there's perspective in it, right? But Blender, in a lot of ways, is just, what you would see in a vacuum because there isn't an atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? So, the math is right. There's just more factors to it, like in the real world. So with with the balloon with helium, there's a lot of other things you got to consider, like like the medium.
It's like I said, the main thing, for example, with the balloon on the scale are the main two factors, which is the weight of the balloon and the buoyancy from the atmosphere.
Yeah.
And for example, when we're talking about the bug on the surface, well, then we have the weight versus the surface tension. And when we're talking about the boat, we're talking about the weight versus the buoyancy. Like, in none of these situations is weight the only factor, but it is a very, very integral part of what's going on.
All you gotta do is draw out a free body diagram. Include all the forces involved.
But he seems to think that because weight or W equals mg doesn't account for everything all the time, it somehow is wrong, which is a really weird way of thinking of it.
It doesn't count for everything ever.
Exactly, and that's why I told
draw
you.
it.
Just because it doesn't account for everything doesn't mean it's wrong.
Of course, that's why I'm saying that. I mean, I've posted free body diagrams before of buoyant objects, but of just any object. Draw out all the forces acting on it and the acceleration acting on it, and then add them together. But the thing is, most people don't really understand how to add vectors together or how
For example,
to make a free body diagram.
With a free body diagram, one time where it's extremely crucial to draw them is with pulleys. I'd love for a flat earther to try and explain pulleys and how much it pulls things using relative density. Like a pulley system is kind of counterintuitive in some aspects. It like doubles forces and things like that, which like seems very counterintuitive at first. Of course, when you draw out the tension in the free body diagram and the forces applied and all of this, it does make out. It does work out in the end.
I would suggest to keep it as simple as possible if you want people to grasp it, though. So that's what I'm saying. Even just making a regular free body diagram of any object sitting still, you know, all the forces acting on it, it gives you an idea of any given object. You know how to calculate the force. It's also important to note that the weight. I keep on trying to make this distinction, but people keep forgetting it. But when people are talking about weight, there's two distinct concepts. One is the weight, as physics describes what weight is, the force, and then there's the measured weight, the weight that you read on a scale, which is actually not only the weight; it's the all the forces added together.
Yeah, it's the interplay of everything together. Yeah. Yeah, that's why sometimes it does get confusing when you use the same word of weight, both for the force W equals mg and for what we read on the scale, because it is only the same thing. Yeah, net weight would be a good one. It is only the same thing in a vacuum. That's the only time where they perfectly correlate. Otherwise, you have other factors, which is why they don't account for.
Does it perfectly correlate in a vacuum? Because I don't see. Does a gas molecule have density to it?
Well, I wouldn't have said that either, though, because even in a vacuum, you can still have other forces. You can still have other forces interplaying. But the main point that I've said 1,000 times is the distinction between the weight F equals mg, and the net weight, which is the weight plus all the other forces added together.
I was gonna let him slide on it that whole time, but honestly, W equals mg doesn't even work in a vacuum, because if you have just gas in it, fucking the gas isn't just, you can't just go in there and sweep the gas up because it's blank sitting on the floor.
So then, if you put gas in a vacuum tank, it's no longer vacuum.
There's always gas in a vacuum, so you never have a vacuum. There's always gas in a vacuum tank, so you never have a vacuum.
Yeah.
So your example of how W equals mg works in a vacuum was nonsense, since you agree you can never have a vacuum. Dude, your whole argument.
Have you ever heard of something being negligible?
What's negligible? The gas in the vacuum that's not dropping to the floor. That gas.
The buoyancy within the vacuum is negligible.
Yeah, are we talking about the gas inside the vacuum that's not dropping to the floor? That's actually going up against W equals mg?
Are you thinking that just because things can go up, that's defying gravity?
In a I mean, you said this W equals mg thing works in a vacuum. It doesn't.
Well, that's why I said you have to account for the energetics of the gas. Gases are at a much higher scale than a solid liquid.
So gas doesn't apply to W equals mg. W equals mg doesn't apply to gas, you're saying?
No, that's part of it, but you also have to account for the energetics of the gas.
Okay, does W equal mg apply to gases? That's what I thought.
I just told you, yes, it's a part of it. You also have to energetics.
Guys, Jeremy's point still
heated again.
So is there anywhere where you can show me where this W equals mg thing works with a gas? Because it's not working.
Yeah, when you weigh the container. You weigh the container, you see the gas's weight. Yes.
So all right, so you could so as long as you have a container, gases have this weight and everything. So you need a container.
Gas always weighs something. It's just you need a container to weigh it, to
Well, how do you know
physically
they
measure it.
I thought you
So
just made
yes,
something up. How do you know?
the answer is yes.
Yes, what? Yes, you need a container. Without a container, you can say it has weight. You can believe and make believe and pretty please with a cherry on top have weight, but you actually don't know. Good gas.
What?
I'll give it to you.
You can
You
have
can weigh
heavy
them.
gas in a bowl.
Pretty good guess. Outside a container, your boy just said you need a container. I've seen what you did, Kojo. Don't even try it.
What?
You need a container to contain anything. But once it's
No,
contained,
you don't.
so it
No,
does,
you
so it
don't.
actually you do. To have a liquid, to have a fluid, you can't
I
just
can have. I can
pour
put.
fluid on something that's going to allow it to stay and allow it and expect it to stay there.
Okay, you're telling
So
me I can't get a flat scale. Hold on. You're telling me I can't get a flat scale. Put a few drops of water in the middle of it, and it'll
Surface
just have weight.
tension is the container.
yeah, a few drops
Okay,
of
but
water. A few drops of water is not going to help you when you're trying to weigh. I don't know, a couple liters of water. You're trying to see how much a couple liters of water weigh, and having a flat scale is not going to help you. You have to contain it. Same thing with what we
but
did. With
we
me and
can
Babs
verify.
did.
We can
Say what?
verify that without the. We can verify without the container that the liquid has water, as opposed to the gas.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe
Me
it
and
does,
Babs did
maybe it
that.
doesn't. You don't know. Like I said, I saw what you and Babs did, and it was nonsense.
Yeah,
It's
he
not
didn't
weight.
use it. His container didn't even have lids. But yeah, and
You
the one
didn't
that I
get
did the
weight.
second time. Yeah, the one I did the second time, most of it fell off, but it still there was a positive value, which could
Dude,
represent a couple of drops.
if you drop something on a scale, that's not how much the thing weighs.
No, it's a not the immediate value. The fact that there was a positive value after it was settled. So after a couple seconds, whether you want to say that was because there was falling against it and pushing against it. After it fell onto it, there's nothing else falling onto it, and it still has a positive value. That means that there's something still on there, giving a positive
What are you
weight.
guys talking about? Because I have no
Pressure.
idea what you.
We weighed
Pressure.
me and Babs weighed gases.
You didn't weigh it. You did not weigh it. It's called pressure. You got the pressure. Gas pressure.
Oh. No, it wasn't gas
bro.
pressure.
You got gas pressure.
Dude, if
gas
you
pressure.
pour gas onto a scale and it stays there for after 10, 20 seconds, it's not because gases are still pushing down on it from you dropping it. It's because those gases are being compelled downward because they have weight.
So you think I can drop something on a scale and get the weight of it?
Yeah, not from dropping it after it's. So if you drop something on a scale, it's gonna have like a extra amount of force, and then once that settles, you have an actual weight.
Oh, cool. When did your gas settle?
I had it on there for 30 seconds.
And it just settled. The one
Well, I mean,
you
it
used
never
had
went to zero.
I saw
Yeah,
your
it never
shit.
went to
Your shit had container. Your shit had walls on the thing. I saw
Yeah,
the
no,
thing.
I did it again with on a candle lid.
That had no walls on it.
There was a top of a
it.
candle.
Top of a candle has lids. Let's see it.
So hold on. So we
Yeah,
can't measure water either then because we have to measure it in a cup.
No, you can measure. You can verify that water has weight outside of a container by getting a scale, putting a few drops in the middle of the scale, and it'll just sit there and you can weigh it.
But is it the same though? I mean, I'd imagine it's the same whether it's a few drops, on the scale or a few drops on, like in a cup or something. Obviously, you have to subtract the cup's weight before you do that though. But
we can verify that water has weight without needing a container. Well, I don't understand.
It's only because the surface tension contains it.
So the point
no
still stands.
physical container. No physical. Go ahead, Gregory.
Gummy Bear keeps saying these responses as though they refute your point, but I'm noticing that they're not refutations. So Jeremy's point still stands, regardless of you mentioning the surface tension.
Okay, and what point do you think still stands?
Jeremy, say it again.
We can verify that the water has weight without a physical container because we can put a few drops of water on the scale, get its weight, and there's no container.
Let's be sure. Let's be clear. You don't need a separate container because the water surface contains itself.
Which gas doesn't do. Gas doesn't do that, which is why you need an
Right.
actual physical container with a gas. So this is non sequitur.
Only water and very similar things with dipole structure to them would have a surface tension to begin with.
Okay, so Gummy Bear, that
Gas
doesn't
does
refute
not.
your point.
Again, it's not making the point that you think he is.
The point that he's making, I
It doesn't
understand the point.
refute his point, but it limits the scope of his claim.
Okay, so it's not necessary to say. It's irrelevant.
Yes, because so if I say X means all of A, and then I'm coming and saying it doesn't mean all of A because of this. That's what I'm doing. I'm not refuting his claim completely. I am saying that it doesn't say as much as you think it says because of surface tension.
So what exactly do you think he's alluding to? Because what he said is complete in its entirety. It's an atomic statement. What exactly are you trying to do?
This is what the Glovers do, Greg. That was what they do.
Okay, so as Jeremy was. Go ahead, Jeremy.
No, go ahead. Try to get a straight answer out of this guy. I won't. You won't either, but it'll be fun to see you try.
Because I may not know a whole lot about physics, but I do understand a bit about logic and especially about debate. And I've heard Gummy Bear several times raise these responses, these rebuttals that don't actually refute what he thinks he's refuting. They more often than not, they just add to the point.
Right. So what's Jeremy's argument then, Gregory?
Okay, Jeremy just said plain and simple that you can weigh water on a flat surface on a scale. And then Gummy Bear is explaining in further detail why that is the case because of the surface tension of the water as opposed to the absence of so-called surface tension with gas. Okay, well, Jeremy's point still stands. It's not a refutation.
Well, he's trying to say that surface tension is the container. However, gas doesn't do that.
I'm not refuting his point. I am merely stating part of it so that he cannot make a wider claim than he is.
What is a wider claim you think he's trying to make? Because the statement that he just told you is an atomic statement.
It's preventing him from doing that, Gregory. You're not listening.
It's not preventing him from doing anything. What he just said is
complete. Does.
What he just said is complete. He's not alluding to anything else.
No, it isn't complete.
It is complete.
No,
this is the problem.
After the elaboration from the other person who spoke, it was complete. But what Jeremy said was not complete, Gregory.
It is. What is incomplete about it? So what is incomplete about it? What else is he getting at? Because what he said is a complete statement.
Not the point. It's preventing him from adding to it.
From doing so. What? Adding what?
Horseshit explanations.
Exactly. This vague preventation of what you don't even know.
It's preventing him from being vague. That's the whole point, Gregory.
He's not being vague. He made a specific statement.
It's preventing him from doing that. He didn't do it yet. You're not listening, Gregory.
It's complete certainty.
You're
trying to
listening, Gregory.
Him from saying a statement that he didn't say instead of just refuting.
It's preventing him from saying that. So you're not listening again, Gregory.
What? Saying what, for example? You haven't specified.
Yeah, I have actually.
No, you haven't. You said horseshit.
Yes,
that's what you.
I just did, but you're not listening as always. You're just flapping your lips, pretending to have an high IQ, but you're a dumbass. Please just listen.
Fine. You haven't specified. You said preventing him from saying horseshit. That's what you said. That's not specific. That's meaningless.
No, it's very specific, actually.
Goodbye. That's so stupid. And every time
they do.
Can't read you.
Every time he's never listening. He's
because they think that
who's just
they never
slapping his lips.
make a serious statement that actually has meaning to it.
It has meaning. You're just not listening.
From saying something, trying to prevent him from saying something. Then when I ask you to specify what are you trying to prevent him from saying, you say prevent him from saying horse shit. That's a nonsense, meaningless, non-informative statement.
To you, maybe, yeah,
Non-secular bullshit.
Greg.
Silent.
I I just want to know how they measured the vacuum in space.
I would love to know that also.
Yeah, it's like you can pull a vacuum here on Earth, and it's always in a container, right? And you're evacuating the air, AIR, air. So just because they could have some sensors and they can measure the lack of air at a high altitude, does that mean it's a vacuum, or does it just mean it's void of air?
Who's a mod in this room?
Jeremy.
What's up? I'm a mod. What's up?
Okay, just making sure.
Do you think we can stop the Globers from this bullshit? Should I mod it out of them? What do you think?
I mean, there's a point where sophistry can no longer be tolerated. There is an audience, and it's a point where we go round in circles about the same point, and we never make progress in the conversation.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Then you attribute that to being because of us.
I mean, for no reason, and try to have a reasonable conversation, a rational conversation, he just constantly makes an enemy out of me.
Because you're attributing the whole thing of the conversation not moving forward on us. And yet the conversation is two-sided, and it isn't just us that makes a conversation not move forward.
No, in my experience, the flat earthers are trying to make the conversation move forward. But when we actually make a point that's valid, you want to go round and round in circles when there's no point and there's no possibility of refuting the point that we just raised. And so we never continue.
You're playing Ring Around a Rosie, pocket full of posy.
Okay.
Bro, this has been going on for years. Welcome to Flat Earth, by the way. This has been happening for years. I don't see it ending anytime soon.
I see.
So what was the central point about what we were just talking about? We're talking about gas and water being weighed and in a vacuum. Why were we talking about that? What was the
Who even knows? Who even knows? This is their tactic.
At the
When they're losing and they got an end in the corner, they do this bullshit, and it all gets sidetracked. So no one even remembers what we were talking about anymore.
So in the very base of what we were talking about is the difference between relative density and weight and buoyancy. That was the very ground or very basic thing of what we were talking about.
coming back?
Yeah.
I said you said latent buoyancy, right?
Weight and buoyancy.
Oh, weight and buoyancy.
Because we would say that weight and buoyancy are the factors that result in the whole relative density argument.
What's weight?
Weight would be the effect of mass attracting mass.
What's mass?
Mass would be the intrinsic matter of what it's made of.
The intrinsic matter of what it's made of? That was incoherent at best.
Sure.
Oh, well.
It is an object's resistance to motion. It's inertial mass.
We have when you mentioned weight in your model.
Sir, what about I didn't hear the full sentence.
I said, do you understand the problem that we have when you mentioned weight? When the heliocentrists mentioned weight?
Partly, but if you could reiterate it, that would be good.
Our problem is that the notion contains so-called gravity. Now, that's a vague term, so then we try to specify, and then either you use Cavendish's, aka Newton's mass attracting mass, or you use Einstein's general and special relativity, curvature of space and time. Both are unproven.
They would both result in mass attracting mass, but they would have different ground causes to them, yeah.
Right, Einstein's would be an effect, according to him. It's not a force. And then Cavendish's is supposed to be a force. And so then we try
it would still be an inertial force by definition of the word force.
Yeah, that's fine. So then we try to establish whether or not this is really proven or not. And so far as the conversation that I've had with other heliocentrists is that in Cavendish's quote unquote experiment, there was no observation and there was no hypothesis. So there's nothing for the experiment to test. Therefore, it's not a true experiment.
Okay. Now, how about the fact that that a similar experiment is redone every single year by random students and students at universities and so on and so forth? What are they actually observing when people keep redoing it and seeing very similar results?
What are they observing? Lead attract lead?
Yeah, so explain to us in detail and comprehensively what they're doing. What's the observation? What's the hypothesis? And then the experiment. Explain the experiment. It's supposed to test
This
it.
all leads to a
Since
fallacy
you're
of
claiming
division.
it's all wrong, you must know everything about it, right?
Greg, this all leads to a fallacy. It's called the fallacy of division, where they say this lead has made a mass, and mass has this property, so all mass has this property.
So go ahead, Gumby Bear.
So I'm pretty sure you already know the Cavendish experiment where you put masses on a torsion bar, you put masses next to it, and you do the measurements and all of this shit. I don't think we need to go over it together.
We don't need to go over it. It all leads to a fallacy of division.
What is the fallacy again? It leads to?
Fallacy of division.
Fallacy is what?
Fallacy of division.
Fallacy of division, okay. You think you could elaborate?
I mean, I already did. I'll say it again. You say that, you see lead attracting lead. You see lead's made of mass. And you say, well, all mass must have this property, even though it might not.
And then what happens when we do this with other things than lead? And it still does the same thing.
So you can see lead attracting copper, copper attracting steel, whatever. You can throw anything you want in there. It doesn't mean that all matter has this property.
Every single thing we've tried works the same. You want
What have
to
you
still
tried?
say that some things don't work the same?
What have you tried?
Many different heavy materials.
Have you done gas? Because we're talking about gas right now. So this would be
Gases
appropriate.
aren't dense enough to get a good result within a Cavendish experiment. That's why we use heavy things, which are usually metals.
Yeah. So you have nothing back in this gas thing. You can say it with maybe other matter, not gas.
So the fact that the reason why we try out Cavendish in a lab, or like the whole reason why Cavendish was done in the first place is so that we can see things about mass in a lab and then make a claim about mass outside. One of those very important things is the Earth and its mass. And the fact that gas has weight shows that Earth is attracting gas.
So if something has no weight, then this mass attracting mass thing would be nonsense.
If something has zero weight, and we're talking about weight, not net weight or the net forces on it. If something has zero weight, then yes, gravity would be fake.
Weight is the downward force, right? Measurable downward force.
No, the measured downward force is the net weight.
That's literally the definition of it. Downward force caused by gravity that we measure.
So the measured downward force, that is the net weight.
It's called weight.
No, the measured force down, that's the net weight, the net force. The intrinsic force down, that is the weight.
And W equals
measure
mg.
the weight where we measure the net weight.
All right, and W equals mg. Does it say net weight equals m times g, or no? It just
that is
says
the
weight.
intrinsic
Downward measurable, which is the downward measurable force, weight. It's literally the definition.
That's why when we use W equals mg, we also want to use things like Archimedes' principle to figure out the actual real net weight that we measure.
Right. So you this net weight thing, you just made this up, or because it's not in W equals mg.
No, he didn't make it up.
Well, why does
I
it
very
just say
much
weight
did not make any of this up. I am not.
Why is it weight equals m?
So an object can have more than one force acting on it at a time. One of those forces will be its weight, and you're right. That weight, not net weight, that weight or intrinsic weight, I think as Gummy is calling it, is mg. But if there are other forces, like say buoyancy acting on an object, that can make the measured force different. For example, you will measure the weight of a lead ball to be different in water versus in air. That's not because its actual weight changed. It's not because either m or g changed. It's because the net weight changed, because there was a buoyant force added on.
It measures differently because of relative density. That's a fact.
I mean, sure, indirectly you can say, yeah, the medium's a different density, so...
Directly.
Well, no. I mean, the accepted mechanism is the density of the medium leads to a higher buoyant force, which means that you're counteracting the weight with more force.
This is something we can actually do natural science on. So I don't know why you'd be arguing.
Emerald, how are you doing that? How do you have that echo, like auditorium sound?
Oh, do I?
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't know if that's a good or bad thing.
No, it's interesting.
My mic might be messed up.
No, it sounds perfect. It sounds like you're in a room with an echo.
Huh. Interesting.
Not to me though. Not to me, Gregory.
Not to you?
No,
No.
not to me either.
Interesting. He sounds like he's in a like a cafeteria room.
So, what kind of mushrooms did you eat?
Were they red with little white dots on them?
Aren't those poisonous?
Yes.
So, Cavendish's experiment. What was the observation first?
Masses on a torsion bar moving in a periodic manner differently when there was mass versus when there wasn't mass.
Masses moving on a torsion bar. Say that again.
Masses moving on a torsion bar in a periodic fashion, which was different when there was masses versus when there was not masses. As in external masses nearby, not the masses on the torsion bar. They were always there. Essentially getting different results when you have masses nearby versus when you don't have masses nearby, showing that for some reason those masses are affecting it without touching.
For some reason that you don't know, because Cavendish wasn't an experiment. If it was an experiment, you would have found out the cause of the effect. All you have is an effect.
We don't Cavendish doesn't test why it's happening. It merely shows that it's happening.
That lead is attracting what?
No, that materials are attracting materials.
Some
We've tried it with
materials,
many
not
different
all of
materials and lead, so just saying lead attracts lead is very, very fallacious of you.
Okay, but definitely not gas, though, right?
Yes, Cavendish does not use gas in it. You are correct. Cavendish
So
does
we're
not
so we're
prove that
not sure
gas
if gas
attracts this
attracts.
way.
So we're not sure if gas attracts mass or gas.
We are sure because of other reasons, but not Cavendish. Cavendish is not the reason why we think gases also are affected this way.
What's
So
what shows that?
have this on this torsion bar contraption?
There's lots of different questions being answered at the same time, asked at the same time.
Because if it really is the case that mass attracts mass, then it shouldn't only occur on this torsion bar contraption. It should occur in various places.
Yeah. Well, the reason why we use this torsion bar contraption is because, one, we try and limit the amount of friction, and two, we do it in such a way so that it's the direction in question is horizontal, and therefore any force in that direction can be attributed to something not being Earth itself pulling us down.
So do we observe this supposed phenomenon in nature anywhere?
A different. Go ahead.
What do you mean by space?
As in the place above us, above our head.
So just high in the air, or what?
I mean, not high in the air, higher than any airplane goes. Up to the distance of the moon, for example, would be the closest place where we really do see
the
it.
great void. Okay.
We do see the same
Yeah,
thing
you know,
happening
make
to
it
any
so
projectile.
that
Any
nobody can
projectile
go and test it,
experiences
right,
this.
for themselves. So let's just say that you gotta go to the moon to see this effect. That way,
no, I'm saying
it's
that's
quantifiable, and you
the
have
one
your
place
proof
you
at the
see
same
it
time.
naturally happen.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you throw something, you see this effect. Anytime anything gets put out of equilibrium, you see this effect. But yes, the one place where you see it naturally just happen is moon. I mean, technically, waterfalls is another one where you see this happen.
But have you considered that it's not mass attracting mass, but just material finding level, given the medium that they're in? Finding rest.
We have considered that, and it doesn't conform with testing.
Really? What do you mean by
testing? Does it not conform to?
So, for example, when you
Take your time. There's no due date.
yeah, I am taking my time. Sometimes I think before I speak. I know that might be annoying, but yes.
No, we appreciate that. At least I do.
Google it, Gummy Bear.
No, I'd rather think about it on my own.
Okay. If you rather think about your own, tell me, why would you assert something happening on the moon?
Wait, hang on. Before we whistle to another.
Yeah, sorry.
So the thing that needs to, or that I'm claiming can be shown, is that it's not just the environment doing it, right?
Okay, continue.
That's the. I'm just getting confirmation. That's what we're talking about, right? It's not just the environment, like the surrounding, is doing it.
Yeah, because you're asserting that things are falling because of mass attracts mass. I'm raising a question. Have you considered that things are just finding rest in the medium that they're in? There's nothing pulling or pushing it down, and then you try to explain that it doesn't conform to a supposed test, and you're in the middle of explaining that right now.
I don't know if those are necessarily, mutually exclusive, right? Like we can say that the behavior of things is to tend toward, I guess, an equilibrium.
Oh,
but then
yeah.
the mechanism by which it does that can still be that there is this acting force that like makes that equilibrium happen.
Yeah.
But they're not the same, because mass affecting mass is something pulling
Right, I feel like
mass
that's the
toward.
mechanism,
Yeah.
right? Like mass attracts mass in order to pull it toward equilibrium.
But
That's
it's
why
not.
I
I'm not
say
talking
that
about
relative density
something.
is an effect of buoyancy and weight.
But
Antecedent to relative density is buoyancy and weight.
But I'm not talking about equilibrium. I'm talking unless that means what I'm saying. I'm
I
talking
think
about.
I'm trying to get the same idea across where like it reaches a state where it's, at the lowest energy or something like that, like lowest, closest to level, something like that.
Yeah, it's just at rest. Nothing is pulling it down. Nothing is pushing it down. When I drop my phone, nothing is pulling it down or pushing it down. It's
So the
finding
thing
rest.
is, for example, when you have something on a scale, even though it's not moving, it's still pushing on the scale. It's still continuing to try to go down.
Yeah, that doesn't mean there's a force pushing it down or pulling it down.
Yeah, and you're right on that. Like finding the distinction between something pulling it down or if it's just the surrounding environment doing it.
Hi.
Now,
Is that
like
That's Jeremy, you're hot mic'd.
Oh.
The one thing that I usually go to when it comes to the whole relative density versus buoyancy and weight argument is talking about a boat, because talking about the density of a boat is actually kind of counterintuitive, because in order for you to talk about the boat being neutrally buoyant with the water and float is if you define it as the amount of air under the water level. And to me, that points to it not being the amount of air, but rather the amount of displaced water. So it kind of shows that it's not the density itself, it is the amount of displaced water that results in buoyancy.
But the displaced water is occurring because of the density between the medium and the boat.
I already killed him on this like an hour ago. He's going to be in here tomorrow saying the same thing. But go ahead and try.
You didn't kill anyone on anything, Jeremy.
I'm not trying to kill you. I love you.
No, that's fine.
I didn't mean literally kill.
No, I get what you mean. Of course, I agree that the fact that a boat is very dense is what makes it go down in the water. But the whole thing is when you find that point of equilibrium and you look at the boat, the point of equilibrium is when the boat and the amount of air below the surface of water is equal to the density of water. So it like to me still that just shows that it's the amount of displaced water that is dependent, not the amount of water or air inside the boat. It's the amount of air that's been displaced or that has displaced water. So it just seems like displacement is the antecedent, not the density itself. The density is just an effect or like a result of that.
But the water wouldn't be displaced if it weren't for the density of the boat.
Correct, but I would still say that the fact that it floats isn't because of density, it's because of buoyancy, which is because of displacement. So the relative density is the effect of this, it is not the cause. The cause is buoyancy and displacement.
But if the density of the boat is causing the water to be displaced, then it's not the effect of the water being displaced. It's the other way around.
What do you mean by that?
The displacement itself isn't the cause. It's just how we measure it.
I mean, the way I phrase it is I think that relative density is like not inherently wrong. I feel like it's just not the complete story. Like, if I were to ask, like, what makes a car move when you push the pedal, a really simple, correct answer is just because I pushed the pedal, right? But that doesn't get into, all the intermediate steps of that,
Emerald,
opens up the
that's
flow.
why
Yeah.
that's why I say that relative density, everything that you guys say relative density does, we say, or what we say has the same effect about relative density. It's just that the underlying cause is weight and buoyancy.
Right.
We'll
So
still
rather
get the
rather
same
than it
thing
just
happening
being
with relative density.
right, what folks on the globe side would say is it's not just inherently because the densities are different. It's because the densities are different. The difference in pressure at different depths is different, and those pressures, when exerted over an area, create a force, and that force is buoyant, and it pushes things up. This counteracts the existing force of weight, and if you add those two forces up, you get the net weight, which is what you measure. It's a more sort of detailed look under the hood of how relative density does what it does. I don't think we're really contradicting each other when we talk about this. We're just diving deeper into the mechanism.
That's why I say with the boat example, it just shows to me that it isn't density then other things. It's something first and then density.
That's the problem, Gummy Bear. You're trying to think of density.
Zion and I'm about to say the same thing.
Can we replace the
Yeah, they're trying to think of relative density like in a boy, like if that's the only thing. Relative density creates other like effects. It is what it does, Gummy Bear.
By what mechanism that relative density do something?
By by how the density of materials align to each other.
Right, but like
the interaction that one material has with other, depending on the density of each material.
Well, right, but there's like a translation there. Right? Like density is just a property. It's the amount of matter in a given volume.
Yeah, but you understand.
How do you get from there to the interaction? That's what we say. Well, that's where the difference in pressure invokes a force.
Well,
the translation from just density to an actual force.
What do you mean when you say? Go ahead, Gregory.
The problem right there is that you have this pre-commitment to this premise that there is this weight involving mass attracting mass. You hold that, and so you think there were that needs to be added when we're really not.
Mass is needed because of inertia.
Yeah, but density is good though, yeah.
No glober. So here's the thing: no glober should say that density isn't a thing, or that it doesn't seem like things align according to density equilibriums and all of that. We're merely saying that the cause isn't density, like differential in density. It is an underlying thing, weight and buoyancy, which has the same effect of densities aligning.
What causes density? What causes density? What causes
I would say that what causes density is the structure of material itself, of how much volume it takes up with how much inertial mass it has within.
Inertial mass, what's that?
Inertial mass would be its resistance to motion.
A mass that doesn't want to move.
Yeah.
Right.
Something that's harder to move has more mass.
So do you think there's a mass that doesn't want to move?
I'm not sure what you mean by doesn't want to move. I'd say that
well, that's what inertia is. Inertia is
yeah.
Inertia is a certain thing not wanting to move.
No, I would say that it's a certain things.
Well, it's like resistance to motion.
A resistance to change in motion. To be
well, no. Actually, it's not a resistance to change in motion.
What I would say though,
resistance to motion, not a change, because a change in motion would be acceleration and stuff like that.
Yeah, and that's exactly the point.
That's why inertia is resistance to motion. Yeah.
I disagree with that. I would say it's resistance.
No, but
to
that's a
change in motion.
scientific definition. That's
No,
a
you're
scientific.
wrong on that.
Like
You
the
are
reason
wrong on
F
that.
equals MA is the way it is. The reason M and A are put there like that is
Wait a minute, I
because
was talking to the other guy with a funny accent. But the point is, right, inertia means the scientific definition of inertia is resistance to motion.
No,
That's what
can you please show me if that's what you think, then please show me some citations where they use that. Because in every way that I've seen science talk about inertia, it's resistance to change in motion. Not just resistance to motion, it's resistance to change in motion. That's how I've always heard inertia defined within science.
No. Inertia.
Wait a minute. Please stop just saying no. Please show me any kind of...
Okay, I'll explain, right? I'll explain, right? Inertia, right, means a mass, right? It means a mass that resists motion. That's what inertia is.
You can keep trying to say that is what it is, but you're coming with a different understanding of it than I have. I can also go online and try.
Inertia is a resistance to motion. That's what it means.
I know you can keep saying
you
that,
keep
but right
saying
now
that. Like, can you back that up? Like, for example, I just found a definition that says inertia is the property of a body by virtue of which it opposes any agency that attempts to put it in motion. Or
thank you very much.
Or
it's a
that's half of the definition. Let me finish it. Or if it is moving to change the magnitude or direction of its velocity.
Okay, so yep, I stand corrected. So it means two things.
Oof, contradiction.
Both of
It's
them
not
mean
a contradiction.
The same thing.
No, it means
Change
two
in
things.
motion.
He agreed. Well, wait a minute. So inertia means yes, it resists motions, but it also means that if an object is in motion, it will resist change to that motion. So it means the two things. So I was right, and the other guy was right.
But the second
right, yeah, you're both right. Like if it is not moving, then it will resist starting moving. If it's already moving, it will resist changing.
Let me just.
If you say
resistance.
Let me say quick.
Right.
Because when I hear the words resistance to motion, that makes me think that if something is moving, then inertia would want to stop it. Which is not how I understand inertia. Therefore, inertia to me is change in motion.
I agree.
Whether it's moving, yeah, okay.
Yeah, the second.
As long as
the
we
second,
agree, then yeah, that's fine.
The second part of the definition includes the first, so it's a simpler definition. Because if you resist change in motion, when you're not moving, start moving is a change in motion. So just by presenting the second part of the definition is already a complete way to define it.
Yeah, it's double speak. It's double. It's
no,
double.
No, it's not. No, it would be double speak.
No, you proved it.
It would be double speak.
Let me make my point. Let me make my point before it's lost, right? And that's how you guys with the science shit get away with it, right? You've just given a contradictory explanation.
No, they aren't contradictory. They're at best redundant.
As
they're
you
at
said,
best redundant.
you said, wait a minute. You said it was resistance to. Well, I said it was inertia is a resistance to movement, right? Right, and I was correct. But the other definition was inertia is that an object in motion can be stopped by inertia. It's the total double speak. But it's double speak.
And also, just quickly as well, when you say the first thing you say, when you say resistance to motion, that is different than saying resistance to starting motion. This is talking about something
see, that's what I'm saying. This is great.
To moving.
Yeah, you're making shit up now because that doesn't.
Come on. It's not that difficult. Inertia is the resistance to begin moving, or the resistance to be changed in the motion.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Exactly. And it means two opposite things then, right? So
No,
they aren't opposite.
But it does. Listen.
The same.
Well,
they
but listen
aren't
to it,
opposites.
right. Wait a minute. So inertia means the resistance to motion, but it can also mean when an object is moving, it resists a change in direction.
Contradictory. So if something
Exactly. But that's what you've just said it was. That's what you said inertia was. Inertia is a contradiction to motion. But if a object is in motion, right, it can experience inertia when there's a force that changes its direction.
That's why the easier way to describe inertia is a resistance to change in motion. That's when you don't get it to be confusing.
But that's not what it means, though, right?
It is.
Look it up.
Oh my god.
Well, look up the definition. Look up the definition.
That's what the definition
inertia.
says, Ali. That's what the definition says.
Yeah.
Please listen,
then
because
show me that.
for no good reason. We're trying to move on. The object is still. You try to move it.
Let's move on. Yeah, that's better to move on to the point that I was making. Inertia means the resistance to motion.
Right, whether the object is beginning as stationary or is beginning in motion.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm saying. So you've got an excuse. You can say, but that means whether it's moving or it doesn't mean. But if I said that to a normal person, they would understand it in the basic.
Hey, can I
rather than you adding the excuse? Well, it means that it doesn't want to move, but see if it's moving, right? It's going to resist something pushing on it, and see if it resists something pushing on it. That's inertia.
Okay, so there's nothing contradictory about that. So back to what we were talking about earlier. So
how's there not explain why there's nothing contradictory about it before you force it up, before you continue? Explain that to me.
The object is still. Scenario A, the object is still. It's not moving. It's stationary. You try to move it, it's going to resist the force.
Yeah.
You try to move it.
Yeah.
Scenario B, the object is in motion. You try to move it, it's going to resist. You try to change its direction of motion.
Or magnitude.
Hey, can I red herring for just 1 sec? I just wanted to say
change in motion.
Yeah, I mean the second description applies.
I'll give you that.
Let me finish the
Wait a
sentence.
minute. I'll give you that. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'll give you that. I'll give you what you said.
Second sentence.
That's a good.
I'm starting my
fuck off, born guy with a funny voice. I'll give you that what you said. Yep, I can't. I've not got a reasonable argument against that, so I'll give you that. Fair enough. That was a good argument.
Hey, I just wanted to say I'm starting my open mic show, my weekly open mic show, in the stage 1, and Jeremy could testify if you want to get put to sleep. It's the place to be.
Oh, it's nap time.
Does that mean because I was wrong, right? Because I was wrong, does that mean the Earth is a ball?
Certainly not.
Of course not.
Okay, that's fine then. Okay, right. I feel good. I'll sleep well.
Oh, then you can agree.
I didn't fuck up the Earth the flat Earth model. Then good.
Bendy's thing that he's about to do is real good. I watched it last week. It was neat.
It's probably more productive than talking flat Earth versus globe Earth.
So what we were at last time, okay? So I mentioned, talking to Gummy Bear? I mentioned, have you considered that the object is simply trying to find rest? It's nothing pulling it down or pushing it down. And so then we got around to finally getting around to this versus relative density. And so then they were, Gummy Bear and Emerald were expressing that us who say relative density something, and my response to that was, you're not missing something. You're holding a pre-commitment to this weight with quote unquote mass attracting mass in it, as or what caused this natural phenomenon to be.
Yeah. Well, and then so what I said was the reason we got into inertia is because I would say that inertia isn't density and inertia are, although they're connected, they're not because of the same cause. Like mass has inertia, that's not really important when it comes to density and density equilibriums.
So again, you have this pre-commitment that this natural phenomenon of density is being caused by mass attracting mass.
So I don't have in its space or like in the base. The reason why I believe that is because of like observations and experiments, like Cavendish, like the moon, like things falling towards Earth. They all seem to cohere to the same kind of thing happening. Is a mass going towards another mass.
2 out of the 3
I
that
would.
that you just mentioned, Cavendish, I still need that explained to me so I can fully understand that. The moon presumes a whole lot about the structure of the cosmos that is in dispute right now. And the last one is again not a necessary proof that proves mass attracting mass. Given that we see things fall doesn't necessitate the conclusion that mass attracts mass.
Correct, yeah. It does cohere to the argument. Of course, it doesn't. It doesn't sing. It doesn't like single out one explanation, but it does cohere with the explanation.
Yeah, it's in the argument. Yeah, that's right. So Cavendish, this thing keeps being mentioned, but for the sake of the argument, it's best for it to be comprehensively explained right now if you can. So Cavendish's experiment, what was the observation, what was the hypothesis, and then explain the experiment.
Okay, so do you want it in that exact order or just can I just okay. Here then. So in its original, like Cavendish, when he did it himself, it wasn't a thing of testing a hypothesis. It was more of measuring how much this effect is. So he didn't go into it with a hypothesis of I think this is going to happen versus this is going to happen. It was more by how much is this going to happen. And when it comes to how much, it is how much is it going to be, how much are these masses going to be trying to move towards these masses. So essentially the observed phenomena is that without the external masses, it moves in a certain way. With the external masses, it moves in a way that behaves in correlation with them attracting each other, the masses attracting each other. That is essentially
So what did he observe?
So what he observed is having lead. I think he used lead in his original one, but it has been reproduced with other materials. But he put lead masses on a torsion balance. And he observed how this torsion balance would swing back and forth naturally with no external masses. And when he put in the external masses, it would start swinging back and forth in a different periodicity where it would move towards the masses faster and then retract slower. Move towards the masses faster and then retract slower. This correlates with the masses attracting each other. Would be the phenomena that when the external masses are there, it behaves as if they're being attracted to each other. When they're not there, it behaves normally.
What's an external mass?
As in a mass that's not attached to the torsion balance, they're placed nearby within the experiment. They're not touching, and yet they're affecting the experiment.
So what object would that be, for example?
Most likely they would be big. I think he used big lead masses as well there. It would be any other big mass placed nearby. It's been done with lots of different materials, but it's another big mass placed nearby, and you usually place two, like one on each side, like parallel to each other, so that you don't get any like odd directionality or whatever, so that you get this equal balance on it.
Can you
Like a
post an
seesaw, you
image?
can think.
Can you post an image to show me what you're talking about so I can better understand this? These are lead balls on the torsion bar with these external masses there. Not touching either the torsion bar or the lead ball or something similar to that that best illustrates what you're talking about so I can best understand this.
That's a picture or like an illustration, and then that's a picture of someone doing a very similar experiment in real life.
Could I interject here? I don't know why you're asking for a picture. You already know that's absurd what he's talking about. A guy with two lead balls sussed out that the Earth was doing whatever he reckoned it was doing with two lead balls in a tossing balance in this huge.
It's not testing what Earth is doing.
No,
it's
no,
testing
it's
the nature
absurd.
of reality itself.
Listen. Excuse me. Listen, dude. You don't even know. You don't even get. And that's why that guy was asking you that question there.
Get.
But you don't even get what you're actually believing. That this dude with two lead balls sat on the Earth, this huge, massive, whatever you call it, spinning Earth, right? Stuck two lead balls together, and they started attracting, and suddenly, gravity or whatever. You get it? Do you understand why we don't believe, or
So
we
what
don't kind of,
what I get
or
from
we
your
think
spiel
there's
right
something
now,
wrong there?
what
Right?
I
That's
get
what that
is an
guy was
argument
asking
from
you.
incredulity.
Wait,
That's
come on, let's
all I'm
not,
hearing
let's
right
not
now.
That's wrong.
talk each
Hey,
other.
dude. Oh, wait a
Come on,
minute.
guys.
It's not about incredulity. That's not incredulous that I think that I don't believe that a guy stood with two fucking lead balls or whatever, right?
Yeah,
And
and
sussed
whether
out
you
the
believe
Earth.
in the
Oh, wait a minute.
believe
Hey,
in that or
stop.
not.
Let me finish. I will be finished. I was about to finish there. Right? That it's incredulous that I believe that a guy stood there with two lead balls and sussed out that gravity worked or there was a law of attraction. It's incredulous that I would believe it. It's not an argument against incredulity or whatever you want to call it.
Or that he
The
worked out
important
the
thing
weight
is
of
you don't have
the
to
mass of
believe that
the
he stood there, Cavendish himself, because it's been reproduced time and time again.
No, it hasn't.
Oh, that's
It hasn't, and you're lying. You are lying. You are
Let's
lying,
let's
or
let's
you're
stop with the
unknowledgeable.
lying accusation. Let's stop with that. Just
Yeah,
refute the
okay.
argument.
Yeah, okay. But he's lying. But he's lying that it's a facto, yeah.
Yeah, didn't he
Right?
just say to stop that, Alley Beat? Didn't he just say quit doing that?
Who said that?
I mean, let's stop calling each other liars. Just
No,
refute
but
the
he
argument.
was lying. But he was
There it
lying.
goes again.
The fact that what I said was.
If he's lying, why should he stop calling out the lie? That doesn't make sense.
A false information isn't necessarily a lie. He could have bad information.
By the way, right,
by claiming lie,
I
by claiming
apologise.
lie.
Let's stop talking about. Let's keep to the subject. I apologise for calling the guy a liar or whatever. Forget about the lie. Forget about picking on me for lying, or forget about starting the discussion on lying or whatever. Let's talk about what we just talked about then.
Right. So back to the point.
Yeah.
So we're talking about this supposed experiment. Now, what I can't help but ask myself is, would he have observed the supposed mass attracting mass between these two lead balls if they weren't on the torsion bar?
Yeah, but what does it
Well,
prove?
so what the torsion bar does is it minimizes the amount of friction because of the fact that these masses, even though they're heavy to our scale, when it comes to gravity, the amount of force between them is very slight. And therefore, the reason you put them on a torsion balance is to minimize
Yeah,
this
but what
friction.
does it prove? What does it prove? These
proves
two
that-
things attracting. What does it prove that the Earth, which is 24,000 miles circumference, attracts the moon, or the sun attracts it? What does it prove?
It proves by what metric mass attracts mass, and then we apply that to other scenarios. and
So therefore,
see,
a
see that
lead
it
ball, a
correlates.
big lead ball attracts a small lead ball. Therefore, the sun attracts the fucking Earth, and the moon attracts the Earth, and the Earth attracts the moon, and it's fucking swappies. Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
It's not that it proves that that happens. It just proves that that happens. It also shows that, or it also predicts and correlates to things happening.
But it shows
It's
nothing.
what metric it does.
It shows
provides
nothing.
what metric by which things
No, it
attract
doesn't.
each other.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, then.
It shows nothing.
Like, you just keep saying things like it doesn't or
Yeah, but
unlike,
right, okay,
all of these
tell me
things
how.
for no reason.
All right, okay, tell me how one little ball of lead being attracted and a bigger ball of lead being attracted together proves that the moon is attracted to the Earth.
Well, actually, Ali, before you even get to that, because that's a leap. Before you even get to that, before you get to that, we gotta establish how is it demonstrating that the Earth is a mass attracting other masses to it?
Oh, you're right. Yep.
So, given what you have shown us, Gummy Bear, again, our critique is that this experiment does not necessitate the conclusion that mass attracts mass, especially given that we don't observe this anywhere in nature. We don't observe mass attracting mass in nature, and the interpretation of the supposed results of this experiment is a non sequitur. It's not necessary, especially given that Cavendish didn't observe this in nature. He didn't observe two bodies of mass, two masses attract one another without being on some contraption.
I would say that the reason you don't see it happening in nature is because you have a different, different understanding, I guess, or a different opinion on what nature is. Because I would say that us seeing this in nature is literally things falling towards Earth, or the moon orbiting Earth, or Earth orbiting the sun. I would say that these are this effect shown in
Hold
nature.
on, hold on. The
Of course,
first
you don't
the
dispute on it.
gummy. You said the things falling on the ground, and then you go ahead and made another claims that you don't know those to be fact, right? Which is the moon orbiting the Earth, right?
I know that to be a fact, but
Well, you don't. How do you know it's a fact?
because of all the observations that have been done.
Yeah, but how do you
Because
know?
of the fact that people have been to the moon and all of this, it can spark a whole different conversation.
Yeah, before we get to
Same
that,
way,
let's get to the
that
first
you
thing.
know, I know.
Yeah, before we get to that, because that's the big cosmological aspect. So the first part, and there's three parts, right? So this first part in regards to things falling. Now, the only natural phenomena that is exemplary to substantiate your position is that things are falling, but you unless you haven't referenced any natural occurrence of mass attracting mass moving sidewards.
That is what Cavendish does. It shows it happening sidewards.
Right, but it's only happening because it's on this artificial contraption. He didn't observe that in nature. He didn't see two rocks move toward one another sidewards.
Yeah,
or
and
something
that's
like that.
because of that's because of the fact that nature is in most parts in equilibrium. In order to see something like this, which requires a disequilibrium, it needs human intervention. It needs someone to string these balls up on a string because it needs disequilibrium to show this happening.
So
I
the only
don't
reason,
see, but in my opinion, the fact that it doesn't naturally occur doesn't dispute the fact that it still happens within reality.
so you see the problem with the statement you just said is that nature is reality. So if it's not happening in nature, then it's not happening in reality.
Nature is reality, but nature isn't all of reality.
So then it's something that's not natural.
So just because a computer doesn't appear in nature doesn't mean it's not a real thing that you're using right now to communicate with me. It can still be
Right.
real without being a naturally occurring thing.
Of course. So this mass attracting mass is not a naturally occurring phenomenon.
Dude,
It's
he
not
just
something
gave
that
you a
you
bunch of
randomly find.
examples. Go ahead, Gummy. Repeat
Just
yourself
saying,
for the 8th time.
it's not that it doesn't. It's not a natural thing happening. It's just that in nature, going out in nature, you don't see it randomly happening. It's still a thing happening in reality.
So given that we don't
don't
see
know
this
how
natural
else.
phenomenon, I get you. I'm
know how
following. I'm
else
following.
to
I'm not trying to
describe
be.
this.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm following you. I'm trying to reason with you. So given that, so you're telling me, given that we don't observe this in nature, therefore this is a natural phenomenon. That's an argument from ignorance.
Despite not seeing this randomly when you go outside, it is still something happening in reality.
Okay, but if we don't see this happening in nature, which is reality, if we don't see this happening, then we can't conclude that this is happening, especially appealing to the absence of observing this occurring in nature. So this is an appeal to ignorance.
So the thing that I don't get is, fine, we don't see it randomly when we go outside. When we put things up in this order, reality plays out this way. You're not the one that's making the torsion balance change. All you're doing is putting the masses nearby. So you're not the one making the torsion balance change because of the masses. You're merely introducing masses. There's something underlying that is beyond humans that is making this happen. I would call that nature. If you want to call that something different, then that's on you. The fact that this happens without human intervention, of course, except you putting the masses there, makes it a natural phenomenon, because nature is the cause of this happening.
But have you considered that it's not mass attracting mass? The balls, the scales move simply because of a very whatever amount of difference in weight or mass, in mass between the two balls, or a real occurring natural phenomenon caused the balls to move on the scale, wind or something.
So the thing that makes Cavendish experiment a very famous one is that he did so much in trying to eliminate other in other variables. Like, he literally set this experiment up in his shed. He was observing it through like a looking glass from far away, made sure to have such little amount of air movement, and he did so many different things
I know it's
to
not right.
eliminate variables.
But hang on, Ali, you
it's
gotta wait till the man is finished.
It's not an experiment, though, is it? Not an
I
experiment.
can't help this. I can't help this because he took it away from the conversation that guy was talking about.
The Cavendish
reality.
is not an experiment anyway. The Cavendish is not an experiment.
No, never mind.
You're
the guy
saying that
was
I'm
talking
taking
before.
away from the conversation, and then this
Yeah,
is what
yeah.
we get.
Who was the guy you were talking to? That was a great conversation, and you misdirected. The guy that was talking, he asked you. He asked you. But he asked you a question, dude.
One man at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
that was you.
Jen, hold on, Jen. Jen, somebody was talking before you.
The worst experiment. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I wanted to speak about the guy that was having the conversation with what's his name? That guy, the foreign sounding
Gregory
guy.
and Gummy Bear are the ones.
Yeah, that was it, right? And he actually made a good point about how you were deciding that the Cavendish two balls attracting related to reality, and then you just fucked off onto another conversation.
So okay, so the way I can summarize what I'm saying is the same way that you do this with any experiment, by controlling variables.
Yeah, but he was asking how that proved that was the Earth moving, or there was an attraction there.
Because you're controlling, if you're controlling all other variables, if
Yeah,
you're
that was it.
controlling
Get back
all of
on
the
that.
variables, then that is
What
what's
variables? What variables? Then?
Yeah.
one of
What
the
variables?
Where's the observed? Where's
mentioned.
the observed phenomenon? Where's the observed natural phenomenon in the first place?
No, let the other guy talk. I want the other guy that was speaking earlier on to
Yeah,
talk
well,
to us.
I just want to back up. I'd like to back up the idea of equilibrium. If you can all agree that sea level is the ultimate equilibrium on Earth.
Hold
and
on, hold
the
on, hold on. No,
deepest-
you're red herring the conversation. We're going somewhere else.
No,
Yeah,
no,
let's
no.
go back on that.
No,
I
it's
wouldn't
on
agree
the
with
same
that.
topic. It's on the same topic. 12 kilometers up, you have the troposphere, and 12 kilometers down, you have the deepest point below sea level, which is the Mariana Trench. You've got 50%, and you're stuck in the middle. That just only can back up the fact that it's just we're right in the middle. It's density and buoyancy. That's what it's all about. Because you can't prove anything deeper than 12 kilometers down.
Foreign speaking guy,
Hold on,
you
hold on.
slept
Who was? Hold on, stop. Please stop. Who was talking? Gummy Bear and who else was the one having the conversation, and then everybody started jumping in?
Hey.
Gregory, please continue on because y'all were having a great conversation, and everybody just kind of go right having somewhere else.
Yeah, that was
So the last point that we were on is talking about again this mass attracting mass thing, and the supposed natural phenomena that's being observed is merely only things falling down. But again, that doesn't necessitate the conclusion that mass attracts mass, especially when we don't see this occur in any other direction. We don't see masses attracting one another moving sidewards or diagonally or whatever other direction other than supposedly downward. And it's easily explained without having to appeal to mass attracting mass, but rather it's just relative density and or buoyancy. And so after after that, this other supposed natural phenomenon is this Cavendish experiment of these two masses, these lead balls being attracted to one another on this torsion bar contraption. But again, supposedly we only observe this here rather than elsewhere. But the only way this could be an experiment is if Cavendish observed this supposed phenomenon occur in nature, but he doesn't. And then it was explained that, well, it's to be expected that we don't observe this natural phenomenon in nature because nature is by and large, for the most part, if not entirely, I forget which one Gummy Ball said, is at equilibrium. So we're not going to see it in nature, but we will see it when we do this experiment. So that argument boils down to, well, given that we don't have the evidence that this is a naturally occurring phenomenon, that substantiates my assertion that this is a naturally occurring phenomenon, which is an appeal to ignorance.
So one thing is, you say the word naturally occurring phenomena. Like, is that exclusively things that happen in nature with no human intervention, or is that what happens as a like how would I say this? For example, if I were to start a fire, I would say that everything that happens after that are still natural phenomena, even though me, a human, am the one who started the fire. The same way, I would say that me putting the torsion balance with the lead balls and everything, even though I'm the one who put the torsion balances there, what then happens with the torsion balance, that's a natural phenomena.
Well, That's a fair rebuttal. My response to that is they're not equivalent because we actually see the fire occurring, burning things. We don't see mass attracting mass.
Well, the argument was about it being natural.
Yeah, and the problem is that how did the fire? How the thing is, we know how to make fire because we saw something in nature
Yes.
cause the fire. So then we started trying to figure out how did that fire start. Just same thing as we seen boiling water, so we were trying to figure out how the boiling waters, how did the water start boiling? Because we started testing adding heat into the water to try to boil it. So it's not, you're confusing two things, but which is
He doesn't understand what naturally observed phenomena means. It's happening and occurring all the time in nature without any human intervention. It's a naturally observed phenomena. We don't have that. Sorry.
But wouldn't it be a natural phenomena if you have those balls and you move the big balls in proximity of the small balls and the small balls react? Is that not a natural phenomena?
No, that's not it. That's not the one.
So the whole thing is, like I said, just because a human set it in motion doesn't mean that the
naturally. No, it's got to happen naturally. Naturally observed phenomena without any human intervention. That's what we got to see.
Humans are part of nature.
Yeah, but you're trying to figure out what caused it, right? So you're trying. So if a human decided to start it or push it or do whatever, what was the cause? A human. So there you go. You have no phenomena.
We're not talking about the root cause of why it started happening.
Well,
We're
that's the
talking
whole
about
point
what
of a
the
science.
phenomena. Talk about what the phenomena itself is.
Gummy
Same
bear,
way
but
that
that's the whole
you
gummy
might
bear.
be, it might be a human who started the fire, but the phenomena of a fire is different than the fact that you started it.
No,
No,
it's
understand
not natural.
that. Understand. Hold on.
natural. Sorry.
Hold on. What you're not understanding when you're trying to do a scientific experiment, you're trying to figure out what is the cause of the phenomena.
Fucking retard, man. Honestly.
So that's why if a human is doing something, that is not the cause. The cause is just human, right? So it is natural. So when something when it happens, right? Exactly. Continue, Gary.
I said that 5 minutes ago. We're rehashing what I just said 5 minutes ago. Naturally observed phenomena without human intervention. That's what we want to see, and we don't see mass attracting mass.
I guess you
Anywhere,
can't
like
make
the man said.
experiments then, right?
Say it again,
Can
Gummy.
you conduct experiments without intervening in anything?
Say that one more time.
Can you conduct scientific experiments without intervening in anything?
No,
because
actually, the scientific experiment
requires
the scientific experiment requires that the human manipulates the independent variable, which you try to figure out what was the cause. So but you got to observe something happening in nature first, so you can figure out. Oh, I wonder what caused that, and then you start manipulating the phenomena.
But that was more a measurement than a experiment of cause, right? We just
So
wanted
with that
to
line of
measure.
argumentation, that presumes what hasn't been proven yet. It simply presumes the supposed naturally occurring phenomena rather than observing something that occurs.
Affirming the consequence fallacy. Affirming the
Wait.
consequence fallacy. That is.
And you're also
If
conceding that it's not an experiment.
If things
it's not
don't
an
attract
experiment,
things, if mass don't attract mass, and we try to measure how strongly mass attracts mass, we're going to get 0 out of that. It's just a measurement.
Yeah, but
no, it depends on what it depends on your method that you're using to ascertain that conclusion.
Yes, you can say
let
the
me
method is flawed.
overtalk. Let me overtalk. Let me overtalk. If mass is attracted to mass, what does it prove that the Earth attracts the Moon or anything? If you get two lead balls, what does it prove?
You can test it separately. We're first trying to
No, what you do is you extrapolate. is what they do is they extrapolate if it's like if 2 times 2 equals 4, 2 times 4 equals 8. They get a pattern, right, and they extrapolate. They've never seen it. They've never tested it, because you can't test the size of the Earth with the moon or anything like that, right? So they've taken these two, but it doesn't matter what a 30, 50 kilogram weight of lead, and they got a little bit of weight of lead, and they stuck it on a torsion balance. Wait a minute, with a swivel hook that you use for fishing. A little swivel. Wait a minute, a little swivel, and then says, "Hey, by the way, that proves that gravity works. Mass attracts mass," and you believe that, right? Now, right? Forgive me for not believing that, right?
I'll forgive you for interrupting the line of thought and bringing nothing related to what we were saying.
So, Bacon, complete your thought.
Well, that was 2 minutes ago.
Okay, so again, the problem is that there's been an appeal from those who say mass attracts mass. There's been an appeal to the absence of evidence to substantiate the theory. And then this supposed special occurrence of this phenomenon where we do observe it happening, only occurring by artificial means. So it's not a natural phenomenon, given being referred to the 2 lead balls on the torsion.
And then someone
I don't see.
Someone also conceded that it was only taking a measurement, so that wouldn't be an experiment.
Right, it's not an experiment. That this activity that was done presumes this supposed natural phenomenon, this natural force is already occurring rather than proving it.
Yeah.
Well, but if it doesn't,
Well,
if
the
this
consequence.
force doesn't exist, we should get a 0 out of the measurement.
No, you get a conclusion and then you interpret through the method of ascertaining the conclusion and interpreting it. You can come to a wrong conclusion
If
given
mass
a
don't
wrong method.
Right, but if mass doesn't attract mass, shouldn't we get a 0 output from the Cavendish experiment?
The Cavendish
What do you mean
experiment
get a
is not an
0?
experiment.
Again, it's
if
not an
we-
experiment. You keep referring to the Cavendish experiment when it's not an experiment. It's already been conceded that it was measuring
Oh,
the
it's
supernatural force.
Well, I just use the word experiment because that's how we usually refer to it.
Yeah, don't
Right,
use it.
so
Don't
the
use it then.
measurement.
Don't
Right, I
use
get
it.
it. I get it. Well, you get what I meant. I mean, regardless of
No,
what's
we
the
don't.
label of it.
Right.
Regardless
So
of
the problem, Bacon, I'm following you. I'm listening to you. So again, the problem is that this activity that Cavendish did presumes the mass attracting mass. It's not proving mass attracting mass. So whatever
But it
conclusion,
produces-
whatever result. So again, listen. Whatever result you get, it's being gotten from a method that presumes mass attracting mass. It's not proving mass attracting mass. So whatever result you get is irrelevant.
No, you can say it's irrelevant. It might not accomplish what
No,
you think
you
it's
can't.
doing, but
Hang on.
let me
Excuse me.
finish.
Let him
Sorry to
respond.
interrupt.
No.
Let him
I have
respond.
to. You have to allow me to answer. Experiments produce data. So I mean, he produced an observation. If that observation doesn't prove
produced
his
nothing.
hypothesis, if this
Control
observation
yourself, Jen.
doesn't prove it, if this observation doesn't prove anything, you can't just say this observation is irrelevant because it's already done. We already have empirical data about the experiment. So
Bacon, I'm going to say this again. You're not getting it. This activity Cavendish did presumes mass attracting mass
if you're going to
is
repeat
real.
yourself, then yes, I got it.
Okay, so it's not
Well, if
proving
you got it,
anything
then you
regardless
shouldn't
of
be
the
talking.
result that he's coming to.
But
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
how can
if
you
it doesn't
confirm? How can
Because
you
he's
confirm
presuming mass attracting mass is real and not proving that mass attracting mass is real.
How can you confirm there's a mutual attraction and not just
Yeah.
some other variable at hand?
Yeah. And
Yes,
another
there
question:
could be other
when hang on,
variables.
can I ask a question here?
That's a
When
better
has he
rebuttal.
seen? When have you yourself seen mass attracting mass that you're defending it so well? Have you observed it? Have you yourself seen mass attracting mass? Because you're defending this so-called experiment that it isn't an experiment, right? Have you seen mass
Why should
attracting mass?
what
But
should I
here's the
expect
thing.
to see if
But here's
mass
the thing.
attracts
Even if
mass?
they're moving together towards
That's
each
what I
other,
mean. You don't even understand your model.
No,
how
I
do you
do,
know that there
but
be an
the thing is,
attraction?
wait,
Then why did you ask?
if you're
Why
asking me,
did you ask a foolish question?
Just start listening
if you're
to each other, start cross-talking one another.
What does it prove? What does it
if you're
prove?
asking me,
What
if you're
does it
asking me,
prove? What does it prove? Mass attracting mass. What does it prove?
Right.
I'm going to answer the question that was made before this one.
Well, no,
So if
answer.
you're asking me,
Okay,
if
but
you're
answer
asking
my
me,
One question at a time.
question.
We keep
Answer
obfuscating the
answer my
conversation.
question next. Answer my question next,
Okay.
but answer
So
the
maybe
first
answer Jim's
question. But answer
question.
my question next. What does it prove?
What does what prove?
Well, mass attracting mass, right? But answer the first question first. But what does that prove? Mass attracting mass.
What does
But
mass
answer
attract
the-
mass proves? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, exactly.
Mass
What does
attracts
it
mass
prove?
prove the mass attracts mass. I don't know what you're trying to get to.
Yeah,
Before we
exactly.
get to that, hang
So,
on.
but what does it prove?
Alibi, please. There
God,
was a question beforehand.
Yeah, and I said,
Please,
you
okay
should
then. He
answer
heard
the
you.
question.
He
Well,
heard you.
I said you should answer the question that was asked beforehand and answer my mine next. So don't have a
Understood.
go at me. Answer the
Understood. Because you
guy's
keep
question.
speaking. You keep speaking, bud.
No, but he asked me, what do you mean?
No, I wasn't even talking
What
to
does
you.
that prove? He addressed me. I told him to address the other person first.
Yeah.
Okay, so
We're not gonna
Jim's
get
question.
anywhere if we continue speaking. Not let Bacon answer. Please, Bacon, answer the first question, then move on to Ali B's question.
Sure. The question of whether or not we've observed this, right? That's the question, right?
Correct.
Right. So if you're asking me if I observed any hypothesis being true, I have to know what to expect from it. So if you're asking if I observe mass attracting mass, I have to understand what I should expect to see if that was true in order to tell you if my observation matches that.
Okay, then
So
my question is
so I
this.
need.
My question is then this. Then why?
Oh, go on. I think. I mean, you can go
Yeah,
on
because
from
I
that.
understand what you're saying. Listen, why are you defending something if you don't know what to expect? You understand that?
I do know. I do know what to expect, but I think my answer is not going to satisfy you. But no, but I don't think my answer is going to satisfy him. So I'm asking him what he would expect.
No, give
Because
me your
if we
answer,
expect,
please.
wait. If we expect to see different things, then of course my answer is not going to worth anything for him.
Just give me
Well,
your
you're not
answer,
trying to
please.
satisfy him. You're not.
Answer
That's not
the
what you're trying to do.
question.
You're trying to defend your position.
Yeah.
Defend your position. Don't try to satisfy Jin. Don't try to satisfy Jin. Defend your position. So you're saying that mass attracting mass is occurring. You believe this occurs. So where you observe this in nature.
Yeah.
When things fall.
Again, given that we already addressed this, given that premise alone, that doesn't necessitate the conclusion that mass attracts mass.
But that wasn't the question. The question wasn't what necessitates mass to attract mass. Was whether or not I observe it.
No,
No.
you just
It doesn't mean that the
you just
observation.
misunderstood. You just misunderstood what I just said. No, you just misunderstood what I just said. Listen carefully. I said things falling down does not necessitate the conclusion that mass attracts mass.
Yes, I completely understood that, and that wasn't the question. He wasn't asking what necessitates mass to attract mass to be the case.
No, I'm not. You're still misunderstanding. I'm not saying what necessitates this supposed natural phenomenon. I'm saying watching things fall down do not necessitate the interpretation that mass attracts mass.
Sure, and he just asked if I observe it.
No, you don't understand it. No, you don't understand
That's the observation. You can say that this.
Oh.
You can attribute a different cause for this observation, and
No, hang on.
I agree that this observation alone isn't proving that mass attracts mass. But if mass is attracting mass, this is an effect of this law.
Yeah, in your theory, but you don't observe this phenomenon occurring in any other direction except down. supposedly.
Yeah.
Which isn't a problem for mass attracting mass.
It is a
What about
problem
the
because
helium balloon?
the more substantiated explanation and the more coherent explanation is that things are just finding rest relative to their medium.
Yeah, because we
No,
have the helium balloon.
Presenting another hypothesis that you think is also compatible with the observation is not demonstrating a problem with my hypothesis.
It does
You
because
can't say
your
no.
theory
You can't
logically
say
entails that things are
Cognitive dissonance.
attracting one another in various directions, not only down.
No. If you're claiming there is a problem with my hypothesis, and then your demonstration of that is showing that your hypothesis also fits observation, isn't showing any problem in mine.
You're not listening to the explanation why your theory is problematic. Your theory is problematic because you don't observe this supposed natural phenomena occurring in any other direction.
And should I expect to observe that?
Yes.
Of course.
Mass
Why?
should be attracting mass no matter where they're located.
Whole thing is,
below my
if I
feet
were to Bacon, just quickly, if I were to ask you, so I put you inside a laboratory. In the middle of this laboratory, I've put this huge freaking magnet, and I want you to show me magnets going in any direction but towards that big magnet. Can you not agree that that is a very hard undertaking with such a huge, strong magnet in the middle to try and do other things with magnets around that? Can you not at least intellectually agree that that is a bit of a
No, not. If I may be allowed to answer this one, please. No, not at all. Because when you look around you in the natural world, we should be observing mass attracting mass. Leaves getting closer to leaves. Little particles attracting each other, becoming bigger particles. We don't observe that at all. It's not just a downward vector. It should be an all over every multi-directional vector. And why is it that the helium balloon goes up whilst my key goes down? Mass attracting mass. So your theory and hypothesis is broken. It doesn't work. It's not correct. Sorry.
A balloon is not a problem.
Can I just
balloon
quickly...
is not a problem for mass attracting mass.
Massive problem.
Why is it not a problem? Instead, instead of just denying what it does,
it's not a problem.
Because
buoyancy is an effect of mass attracting mass. If you have a heavier mass trying to go down, it will push the lighter masses away. And so
now we're pushing. Now we're pushing. Now we're not attracting. Now we're pushing. Now there's pushing in this.
It's because of pushing. Yes.
You've made a mistake already.
The problem with your
It's more than one thing happening in nature.
I got interrupted right earlier on, and I kept quiet about it. So I'm going to go back to my original question. What does it mean if two lead balls get attracted? What does it mean? So what? They got attracted together, or mass attracts mass. What does it mean? But what does it mean?
But the question is, are they actually attractive?
Yeah,
that's the
before we get to that, because that's a really big,
You
point.
guys are talking about such a stupid thing. Oh, tell me about how does it attract? No, tell me what it means. So what? Two lead balls got joined together. What does that mean to me?
If it's not real, then your
about
question
the shape. Let me finish. Let me at least finish. What does that mean to me? What does that mean to me about the shape of the Earth, or science, or anything? What does that mean about the?
That's a digression.
Because that's one of the. Because that's one of the key.
Talk about that. Go ahead, Beck. I'm sorry.
Yeah. We are going to be branching the conversation to a completely different direction.
No, we're not. It's all related anyway. Carry on.
It's related, but it's a different point. So let's stay on point. So the point is, the last thing that was said was balloons rising is not a problem for mass attracting mass. Bacon, please explain.
Yes, the air has mass as well. It's measurable. It's not even that hard to measure. Most people can measure it with very cheap materials. But yeah, air does have mass. So if you have the same volume of air and the same volume of something that has more mass than air, that thing is going to be attracted to the Earth more than air. So it's going to fall while air is going to move up. And if it's the opposite, if we have something that occupies the same volume as air but has less mass, it's going to be less attracted to the Earth than the rest of the air. So the air will push this thing up
Mass
as
attracting
it
mass.
moves
It's
down.
not mass attracting mass then.
It is. It
It's
is
not.
exactly.
It's not. It's not.
Exactly the
If
same thing.
if quantum eraser was in here, you'd be shutting up because what you're saying is double speak.
Because it
It's
doesn't let
rubbish.
anyone speak.
There's no direction at all. It's incoherent. Nothing to do with the scientific method
Why is it
whatsoever.
incoherent?
Sorry.
If it's all math, why
incoherent
just
wouldn't
because
it
you
be
don't like
accepted
it
as
doesn't mean you can just arbitrarily
It's
claim it's
incoherent.
incoherent.
It's not concise and it's not coherent to what we
Oh, you can
observe
claim
in
it's
the
not
natural
concise
world.
as much as you want,
Pseudoscience.
but
Very
demonstrating that
coherent. Like it's a literal logical step of something heavy is being pulled down, which is air, and it is pushing something lighter, like the balloon, up. It's still an
This
effect
is all
of
crazy in
gravity.
your world of mass attracting
How
mass.
is
There
this
can be no
illogical? Jen,
So you're
explain
telling
what
me.
step there is illogical.
So Gummy, are you
In
telling
your
me?
world of mass attracting mass, there can be no pushing. We're talking about attracting here. What are you talking
Right,
about?
pulling
Pushing?
things one
In
to another.
reality, we can have more than one thing going on at the same time, Jen. Is that what you're trying to say? Because
So
Gummy,
you say you're
is
talking
this?
pseudoscience.
Gummy, the
You're
problem
talking
is this.
pseudoscience, sir. Pseudoscience.
Let me say
the
this. The
pushing,
problem is
the
this.
pushing.
Gummy Bear. The problem is that mass attracting mass. You're telling me that mass attracting mass is simultaneously pulling things and pushing things.
No,
It's incoherent.
what is pushing things isn't a direct effect of mass attracts mass. It's an indirect effect.
Yeah,
Because
but what does it matter?
That's a
what does
different
it matter?
conversation. No one's
What
talking about
does
that.
it
That's a different
prove?
point. Ali, that's
No
a
one
different
wants to talk
point.
about that.
It's not a different point. Is you're focusing on the fucking micro. The thing is, so what if it does, right? Not
Okay,
how
but
it does. So what if it does, right? It does. Admit it does. And then so what's the fucking point? What does it
We
prove?
can get there,
Ali,
but if
there's
we
a number
can't
of
even agree if
implications and
it does, then
ramifications of this
why?
being the case. Stop digressing the conversation to that.
But the thing is, but you're right.
We
Okay,
can get
right.
there later, Ali, but if we're right now we're
No,
talking
it's
about
not
whether it
get there
even is
later.
the case.
A baller will say that because that's the question. What does it matter? What does it
Okay,
matter
but
to
that's
the
a
shape
different
of the
Like I
point. We're
said,
earth?
not
we can
talking about
get
that
there.
right
I have
now.
no problem with that. But you're
You guys want to discuss what gravity is and all stuff like that, but what does gravity matter? What does anything use guys at mass attracting
Ali,
mass?
there's a different
Quantum
point. Stop
physics,
digressing the
light
conversation.
bending, it means nothing to the shape of the fucking earth. And
We're not
these
talking about
guys,
the shape of the earth, Ali.
have got you talking about stuff you don't, and you're, and even people that probably believe what I'm saying is telling me to shut up and stuff like
Ali,
that.
we're
It
not
doesn't
talking about the
matter.
shape of the earth right now.
You're digressing, Ali. That's why we're telling you to shut up.
Ah, right. Okay, right. I'm out. Yeah, okay. I'll mute then.
Told
Sorry,
you that I
guys.
have
My
no problem
apologies.
talking about
My
that
apologies.
when
I
the
thought it was a
conversation
discussion.
goes there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry, guys.
It's okay. I still love you. Okay, so we're not talking about the shape of the earth right now. We're talking about the supposed natural phenomenon. So, last point that was mentioned is how balloons is not a problem for the notion of mass attracting mass. The reason I say, and Jin says that it is a problem, is because if you go with that rebuttal, then now you're telling us, you're implying that mass attracting mass, the supposed natural force, is simultaneously pushing things and pulling things.
No,
So
because
if you think
All
about
right,
it
go on.
this way, if you have like easiest way to think about this is, let's say we have 3 objects and they're all trying to push onto one thing, one point. Now, if the 2 objects on the sides are pushing harder than the object in the middle, then they're the ones that are going to get to the object and push the one in the middle aside. Even though they're all trying to push into the center, because the two things on the sides are pushing harder, it'll push the middle thing up.
You're using
So
the wrong word.
it doesn't say anything just because
Let him finish, Jim. Let him finish.
they're all pushing doesn't mean that that's what the result has to be, because of the fact that the two side things are pushing harder. That's why it ends up being like it is.
Okay, but that's not equivalent to a balloon rising.
Yeah,
it's not equivalent to that situation.
It is very equivalent, actually.
It's not, because you're talking about an attraction. An attraction is not a pushing force. Why are you using push for? You're talking about attraction, mass attracting. There's no pushing going on. Pushing. What are you going on about?
So there's nothing pushing the balloon, and the air is not being pushed up. Supposedly everything is being pulled to the greatest mass with the greatest pulling force.
Whether you have these three things being pushed, let's say just we replace these three things being pushed with all these three things are being pulled with a rope. All being pulled with a rope through the same opening. Which one is going to get to the opening? Well, clearly the one's pushing harder is going to push the other one away. The argument doesn't change in any way just because I use pull instead of push. It's still going to be the things pulling harder are going to be the ones to push the other thing away because of the fact that they're pulling harder.
Why is it
Again, that rebuttal is not equivalent to reality, your description of reality. Supposedly, there is a balloon that is rising up because the air inside it is rising, pulling the balloon upward. But you're telling me that there's this force called gravity of mass attracting mass. So then there should only be things being pulled towards the earth or whatever is the greatest object with the greatest mass. There should be nothing going in any other direction except toward the greatest massive object.
Everything is being pulled down, but the thing is, the objects can interact with each other. If something that's being pulled down harder interacts with something being pulled down lighter, well, clearly the lighter thing is going to be pushed out the way. This is very logical.
But
there's no pushing in attracting.
In your
Pushing
position,
is
the
an
greatest massive
interaction between
object.
objects.
But
It doesn't matter if the original force is a pull. When they interact between two objects, they push on each other.
But Gummy Bear, you're telling me that the greatest massive object has the greatest pulling attraction. So it doesn't matter. So it negates the other pulling attraction between other objects.
Yeah. That means
So there should be nothing rising. There should be nothing moving in any other direction except toward the greatest massive object.
Correct.
But we don't observe that.
You're forgetting the magnitude of the force. It's strongest. It's dependent on the mass of the object, so it's going to be stronger. Mass.
And it's like, let's say you and your girlfriend are trying to pull a thing.
Come on, Gummy Bear. I didn't do that with you. Don't start that.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I'm giving you a scenario. Okay.
No, calling him my girlfriend, Gummy Bear. Don't start that.
Then a stronger
wasn't calling
person.
him your girlfriend.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Exactly.
I'll rephrase my example. A stronger person and a weaker person standing 90 degrees pulling on something.
Sorry.
Yeah. A stronger person and a weaker person are pulling on an object. Just because the stronger person pulls harder, it still moves a little bit in both directions. It just moves a little bit more in the stronger person's direction. When we have the Earth versus something else, well, the Earth is like this insane bodybuilder, insane person, and then everything else are these toddlers trying to pull on things.
All right. So if nothing's in the way, hold on. If nothing's in the way, Earth will pull things down, right? Is that what you're claiming?
Essentially.
Other
influences will influence it.
Okay, Earth doesn't pull gas down. In fact, it does quite the opposite. Gas is going in all directions, up, down, left, right.
Well, they're not mutually exclusive. The force that makes gas expand is the intermolecular force. It's every molecule pushing against each other. That isn't mutually exclusive with them being attracted to Earth.
So gas clearly doesn't follow this rule where. Hold on. So gas clearly doesn't follow this rule where It'll go down if nothing else is pushing it up, right?
No, it does.
No, it doesn't, because we see. If it did, then it would just be falling in a vacuum container. We could go sweep the gas molecules up. That
The
doesn't
gas isn't a single thing. It's a collection of millions of small things.
happen.
So
There's such
you're
a
not
thing as a gas molecule.
Sorry?
Do you not believe in gas molecules? A single gas molecule? You don't think that's a thing?
I do. I'm not
Okay,
good.
so gas is a single thing.
Well, it's a bit hard to understand your audio now. I don't know why.
My audio's bad.
Yeah, it is a little bit like echoey, I guess, or like.
No, it's
a bit...
fine, Jeremy. You've got him. It's fine.
No, you can rephrase. I don't
still
mind.
hear you, but it is a bit different than than it usually is. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I just said that because I misheard two sentences. I guess it's I'm getting anyway. Go on. Sorry.
Okay, how do we sound now? Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, so we have gas not doing what you say is supposed to happen by things pushing down and pulling down and pushing up.
Yeah, I disagree.
There's nothing to disagree about. It objectively doesn't happen.
No.
Because in the vacuum we don't have the gas molecules just falling. Hello.
Wait.
It objectively doesn't
that
happen.
it can't do anything else. No one's saying that.
You said.
Objectively doesn't happen with. Hold on, you guys had your shot.
Again, you have to consider the energetics of the gas, as I said.
Okay, that's fine. So as long as we all agree that gas isn't following this gravity thing that you say, right?
It does.
Oh, it certainly is.
You can't demonstrate it in Cavendish. You can't demonstrate it. Can you demonstrate it some other way?
Well, are you? No. But you're claiming it's not doing it.
Can you demonstrate?
What's your demonstration of it?
You're claiming it is doing it. You have to prove that.
How dare you?
Oh, he started denying it. I'm waiting for this being picked up.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm telling you, this shit doesn't exist. You're saying it does exist. You're telling me to prove. You're telling me to prove this non-existence of this thing that you claim is happening.
You tried to describe a situation in which you said it would be a problem for.
You want to address what I just said, or no?
What's the situation of the gas that you think is a problem for the notion that, because you ask it specifically. Maybe I'm misheard you, but if just correct me if I'm wrong. I think you said that if there's nothing in between you and the Earth, then you have to fall into the Earth, right? According to mass attracts mass, right?
There's a gas molecule.
No, he was talking about gas.
There's a gas molecule in a vacuum. Nothing's between the gas molecule.
Yeah, it will drop.
It's not. No, it doesn't. It goes up. And sideways.
A single molecule goes up?
Diagonal. All the molecules.
All directions.
Right, there'll be multiple
Goes
molecules.
in the direction of temperature.
If you put multiple molecules,
Direction of temperature.
If you
it does.
Don't let him branch the conversation.
Wait a minute. Whoa.
Cross talking one another. Listen to Jeremy.
Yep, it goes in the direction of temperature. A gas molecule goes in the direction of temperature. If it gets heated up, it will go up. If it gets cold, it will go down.
That description
you
is about
what the direction of temperature is. I've never heard this claim before.
No, don't.
But that's
give
what
him
gas
the
does.
stage.
That's
We're going to lose hours here.
I need to know if he's going to use that term. I need to know what it means.
Detail what you said again.
We go back to the subject.
From what Jeremy was saying earlier. Let's go back to what Jeremy was saying. Jeremy, please repeat what you said.
Hey, you took a break, man. It's like the chaos.
Yeah, it's too chaotic, man. I mean, heads want to jump in. Do you guys want to do it, or you want me to do it? Because I can do it. I don't think you guys can, though.
Go ahead, man.
Jeremy, please explain what you just explained, and everyone, please listen.
Okay, in the vacuum, there's gas molecules. One of them, I'm getting mad text messages right now, so I don't know if I'm clipping in and out, but in a vacuum, there'll be a few gas molecules. Some of them will be going up, some will be going down. There's nothing in between. Nothing's pushing it up. There's no other thing in there. There's just the gas. So
well,
clearly,
there you're wrong. Because
Clearly, the gas molecules. There's nothing in the vacuum besides a few gas molecules. How clearly am I wrong?
Because there are gas molecules. If you put a bunch of gas molecules, then of course there is things pulling the gas molecules, which are the other ones. Gas molecules repel each other.
Okay, none of the gas molecules are just laying on the ground still waiting to be swept up. You realize that doesn't happen, right?
I didn't get it. What do you mean?
You realize that the gas molecule, if the gas molecule does go down, let's say one of the gas molecules goes down, as soon as it hits the ground, it goes right back up.
And the reason why is because gas, by the nature of it being a gas, has an energized state to it. It will be moving
so we all
around.
agree. Fine. We all agree that gas does not conform to this gravity model that you have.
I disagree.
It still does. I was about to explain. But even though gas can move in every direction, it will have a tendency to, at the very end, settle.
Unless it's heat is introduced, then it will just float up. So there you go.
The heat will be introduced from the container itself. So
it's also
because
providing energy.
Do you know what elasticity is? Gas, the elasticity is with gas theory. Elasticity.
Elasticity of gas?
No, it's elasticity. It's called. Yeah, the gas expert, the guy that was talking about, he knew what he was talking about. Gas. Do you know what elasticity is?
Like elastic collisions.
Who was the guy who was talking? Who was the guy with the foreign accent?
I missed what the last guy said. How did you said gases conforming to this model of gravity you have? How so? How can you demonstrate it?
So one way to demonstrate it is the fact that gas has a weight.
Okay,
A container of gas weighs more than a container with no gas.
Okay, so if you have a container, you can weigh the gas. Without a container, you can't weigh it. So you need a container for gas to have weight, you're saying?
Oh, but you need a container to
So
weigh
you think
the
you
gas.
can weigh gas without a container?
See, right there, this is where it gets frustrating, right here. Because what you're about to do right here, Gummy Bear, is you're about to whistle past his
Let me
reputation.
explain, and then you can say, instead of predicting what I'm about to do, you can talk. Okay, so I would say there is a difference between being able to weigh something and something having the attribute of weight. So you can weigh a gas when it's in a container, but it still has the attribute of weight when it's outside the container. It's just so much harder to weigh it. The attribute doesn't go away.
Is it hard or
it's
is it
just your
impossible?
ability to weigh it.
Is it hard or is it impossible?
Harder, not impossible.
Oh, well, let's see you weighing gas without a container.
Weigh gas without a container, please.
Ask him how to weigh helium then. Right? If it's so easy.
If you got gas,
just weigh gas without a container.
If you have gas that necessarily has to be in a container to have weight, I won.
And that's where these plain and simple reputations.
To have weight, it merely needs one to weigh it.
But you can't know otherwise if there's no container. And if you can weigh without a container, please show us.
Even the fact that we can weigh it at one point, when it leaves the container, it's still going to retain that weight.
You can't
weigh gas without the container. But you can't know that it has weight if you can't weigh it outside the container.
You can weigh it without a container. That's what I'm saying. We've done it. When there's gases, they all leak out, and there's still some on the scales for there to be a positive value. That means that the gases that are left on the scale have a positive value, even though most of them have leaked away.
Right, you're assuming that's occurring in an open system where we're on a ball flying in a void with no container containing the gas.
No, that's not even weight, though. That's not weight. He's wrong. That's gas pressure. If you drop something on a scale, that's not weight. Gas pressure is not weight. Gas pressure is not weight. Neither is dropping something on a scale.
But guys, you've got to remember, Wait a
fact
minute,
that
you've got to
water
remember.
drops,
You've got to
the fact
remember,
that
right?
gas drops is weight.
This is the thing you've got to remember, right? You're talking to a guy that sweeps the floor, right, of a motor mechanic, a mechanic's work shed, right? Yeah, workshop, right? And he's just feeding off what he knows. He's not a mechanic. He's not the guy, the expert that knows about the ins and outs of the carburetor or the timing belt or the whatever, right? He's just a guy that knows jack shit about what he's talking about, right? He just knows a cursory knowledge. Now, it's fun talking to these dudes, but there's no need to get upset or anything. But that's what you guys are. That's what you guys are that are coming in here having this conversation with us, trying to tell us stuff, talking about gravity and mass attraction and refraction and how light works and all that. But that's what you guys are. You're grease monkeys. You're the monkey. You're the mechanic's rag.
Allie,
You're
could
the
you
only
share the
rag.
mic a little bit?
Let's
You said a lot of
not call
that.
names now. Hold on, guys. Let's not call names, please. Everyone's a snowflake now, and let's give everyone a chance to talk. Thank you.
Right.
So the problem that we last left off on is that folks like Gummy Bear keep presuming that gas has a weight, that they know that it has a weight outside of a container, but they can't do such a thing. They can't know such a thing. They can't ascertain such information without a container.
Kosho
We
did.
have explained to you
As I
how
said,
we did so. We have explained it. You just don't want to accept it.
All right, come in. The thing
Go
that
ahead.
the problem that Jeremy said is not an actual problem. He's saying that because the gas was poured onto the scale, that the force that it was reading was the gas is being poured onto the scale. But it's not an instantaneous force that was read. It was after the gas had settled. A lot of it had leaked away. The weight was high, and then it started lower down because there's gases that are leaving the scale. The problem is that when the gases left the scale, not all of them left. It didn't go down to zero.
Hold on. When did it settle out?
pour
When
the
did it settle
gas
out and
means
you
it
got
has
when did it
weight.
settle out and you got a constant? When did it? I can't talk to you guys because I gotta be loud and talk. Go ahead, guys.
Right. All right.
Fact
Can
that you
we
can even pour a
on a
gas
second,
means
gentlemen?
it has
Can we
weight. How
address
do you not see that?
the
We
natural?
don't need Kosho to
Let's
go
let
and then
Jeremy
another go over
Can
to
we
Jeremy.
address that, please?
We don't
Can we
need
address
Kosho
the
to go and
naturally
then another
observed
go over
phenomena? That's what we need to do. Address the naturally observed phenomena for your gravity or your mass attracting mass.
Let's let Jeremy
What is it?
respond real quick. He's gonna respond to what was said. So let's let Jeremy respond.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Sorry.
Nah, go ahead. Do the goofball shit you guys do. Have fun.
Cheers. Thanks, Jeremy. Right. As I said, can we address the mass attracting mass problem? It hasn't been resolved properly yet. So come on. What is the natural observed phenomena for your mass attracting mass?
Biofuel did that. Biofuel did that in a vacuum. So did Blue Marble. Yeah.
Okay, so again, Kosho, whatever example that you're going to reference, you're going to reference this example presuming that we live on a ball flying in a vacuum.
No, actually, that would just be added complications to make the observation I'm describing void. But regardless of where we are, gases in our environment can be weighed even without a container.
Right, but the gas exists in reality, right? And so what reality do we live in? Do we live in a reality where we're on this ball with no container around it, with water and gas, liquid and gas wrapped around it, flying in a void, or do we live in a container?
Well, once we determine if there's gravity or not, there might be an answer in that, don't you think?
No, because gravity doesn't resolve the very thing that's in dispute right now, this mass attracting mass notion that's presumed to be occurring on an open system with no container around it, with water and liquid and gas wrapped around it in a great void.
I'm a little confused by that. So you're saying that because this is we propose the Earth as a globe spinning in space, I'm saying ignore that. We're back in the 1600s, and we don't know, or in the 1400s, we don't know for sure that we're moving. And now we have gas, and we pour it on a scale, and we see it has weight.
Right, this is occurring in reality. So either this is occurring outside of a container, or it's occurring inside a container.
And if gas has weight, then that answer in and of itself says that it's possible that an atmosphere could cling to a massive object like Earth.
No, it doesn't. That is not necessarily that conclusion. That's non sequitur.
If it has weight, what would make it go away?
So seeing gas poured onto a scale does not prove that we live in on a ball flying in a great void with no container around it. It doesn't prove that this is happening outside a container.
Need a container.
It gives us a mechanism.
Observing this prove that we're seeing this happen outside a container.
No, but that's proof. That's what he's saying. If you see that gases are compelled downward the same way everything else is, by the same rules everything else is, then that shows you that gases don't need a container to be compelled downward, to be contained and add pressure. The pressure itself, the weight itself can create the pressure. And the pressure itself is what we
that's
witness.
incorrect because what was the density of that gas that you pour compared to the density of the air that
it was CO2.
All right, so it's a lot denser than the air that you're breathing in right now, right?
Oh, it's not a lot denser, but yeah, it is more dense. That's right.
It is denser, right?
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so you just
point.
you just proved the relative density, man. The denser medium decided to go down. Now, if you were to put that in a vacuum, would it have the same effect?
It'd be compelled downward. It's compelled downward for this.
You're breaking up.
We cannot hear you. You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't observe gas going up or down outside of the container. We only observe this happening inside a container, either artificially or naturally. So there's no reason to conclude that this is happening outside a container.
No reason to conclude it isn't.
There is reason to conclude that it's happening inside a container rather than outside, because it's not possible outside a container.
Yeah.
What are the properties of a container that would make gas weight?
It's happening outside. Like, what do you mean?
No, we don't. We don't know that.
Outside of an artificial container, as opposed to the natural container that we all live in. But you believe that this is happening outside a container. You think we live in a great void on a ball with water and gas wrapped around it.
That makes complete sense. It's at least plausible.
It's not plausible.
Why not? The plausibility comes
from you're saying that liquid gas is wrapped around a solid object rather than being contained in a solid object.
It's much more plausible than the invisible container around the earth.
Here. Think of it this way. You have gases with weight in a container. Somehow you remove that container and the weight disappears. Where does the weight go? It has to go somewhere if it's there before, but not when you have no container.
That's a non sequitur question.
So you're appealing to fantasy.
That's not an appeal to anything. You're saying that if I weigh it in a container, obviously you can do that. I cannot weigh it without a container. So it has weight in a container, but you're saying it doesn't have weight if you don't weigh it in a container. So
no, I'm not saying that it doesn't have weight outside a container. No, I'm not saying that it doesn't have weight outside a container. You people keep misinterpreting that. You Globers keep saying it over and over again to this point.
They're making the claim that it does have weight outside the. Go ahead, Moya.
Can you measure the weight of a gallon of water?
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I just said. I'm not saying that weight. I'm not saying that the gas does not have weight, that somehow it loses the property of weight, loses the property of mass outside a container. We're saying that it only behaves the way it does inside a container.
No, because again, we get into the atmospheric gradient, and that's an indication that it's happening outside a container also.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Why not?
Where's
a container between the top of Mount Everest and the ground?
So hold on. It has a particular behavior inside the container, but it loses that behavior outside of the container.
Yeah, so there's less gas the higher you go. There's more gas lower to the ground, than there is higher in the air.
Right.
Okay, that doesn't prove that this is happening outside a container.
How's that accomplished? Oh, okay. You're containing. But where is the containing force that keeps those two things separated?
Where's the container?
Where's the containing force that keeps the top of Mount Everest from equalizing with the ground?
It's just the natural behavior of gas. I'm not very good at articulating this. Perhaps Jeremy is better at articulating this. But there's no reason to conclude that gas is behaving outside a container.
Well, there is. The fact that there's a gradient is an observation where we can't chemically see any difference between the top of Mount Everest and the ground as far as the density of the chemical makeup of air. But
if we were living on a big ball surrounded by gas, there would be no gas around us to talk about.
Well, what would make the gas go away?
The natural behavior of gas, trying to fill the space, going in every direction.
But gas has a bias. We can see that. It's obvious.
Gas has a what?
A bias.
What do you mean a bias?
It tends towards down.
There is no down.
In all directions, but more often than not.
Stop. You Globers keep talking about up and down when there is no up and down in your model.
I see it.
There is no up and down in your model. It's just big spheroids flying around in a void.
Down is towards the center of Earth.
Not down.
Down is towards the center of Earth.
That's not down.
It is down.
No, it's not. The very notion of up and down is incoherent. No, the very notion of up and down is incoherent in your model.
Eventually, on the globe, if I go down on the globe and I just keep going down and I don't change my direction, I'll eventually be going up. So that way it can't be down. I honestly didn't like this argument when he first said it, but now it makes sense because if you just keep going down, eventually you won't be going down anymore. You'll be going up. So that direction is not down.
Yeah, hold on, guys, because it's important to understand that down and up, and left and right, and forward and back are all relative directions. Meaning, you can be driving on the road, going on the right side of the road, and somebody going the opposite direction can also be driving on the right side of the road from their perspective. Same way, down is relative to where you are. It's your position, whatever direction is the gravitational attraction, added together to. So
given what Kosho just said, now you're telling me that gas is supposedly moving towards the center of a presupposed ball because of the presupposed unproven force called mass attracting mass, aka gravity.
Well, we see the observation that gravity seems to vary, or the vector of gravity seems to vary over distances as little as 500 feet.
Again, what you just said presumes what you should be proving.
That's incorrect.
Well, that's been proven. That's what reciprocal zenith angle is.
It hasn't been proven.
Think about this. You can go to a spot. Think about this. You can go to a spot on your globe. We heard you, Jen. Say it again.
It hasn't
Has it been proven? Are you sure?
Say it again.
Most certainly not.
Say it again. Maybe it'll be true this time.
Been proven.
Oh no, I didn't hear you. Can you say it again?
Let's make way for the substance.
Jeremy, go ahead.
I've run out.
So, Jeremy?
Think about the silliness. They can go to a spot on their globe where there is no up, no down, nothing. There is a spot like that exists on their globe.
Where is that?
Yeah.
That would be the center of your globe. You go to the center, there's no up, there's no down anymore. Where do you go? You can't go
I was
up.
gonna say that's the only place. I was gonna say that's the only place. That's the only place where that could happen.
There isn't.
Wouldn't say that's on the globe though. That's in the globe.
Oh yeah, that's correct.
You're saying that's the bottom. There is an up. There's just no down.
No, there's from that perspective, there's no down in reference to the Earth, but the down is direction that gravity is attracting you to. So if you're not, in the reference frame of the Earth, down is in the center of the Earth, but there's another down in the center of the sun, and there's another down in the center of the galaxy. So
yeah, but if you're at the center of the Earth,
you're moving away from the topic matter now. Hang on.
You're at the center.
Gravity hasn't been proven here. Gravity hasn't been established. This is what we're trying to hammer out. The mass attracting mass Where do we observe that? Where's the natural observed
Cavendish.
phenomena? No one's addressing it here.
Atmospheric gradient. Cavendish.
Cavendish is a fallacy of division. I've already stated this. You can have lead attracting lead, lead attracting copper, iron attracting this.
Hold on, Jeremy. Hold on.
Mass attracting mass.
Wait. He said.
Jeremy starts speaking, we interrupt him.
Sorry. Jin said natural observed phenomena, not a man experiment or
Not an artificial activity.
That's
all right.
Yeah, the orbit of the moons on Jupiter. That's what Newton's great contribution to science was, combining the orbits in space to the things that fall on Earth.
Please. On
Yeah.
Earth, please. On
Things
Earth.
that fall on
What
Earth.
are you
I just said that.
manipulating?
So we're going full circle again. Before Jeremy says what he's about to say, we're going full circle again. So all your appeals, your appeal to Cavendish's activity, not an experiment, your appeal to things falling, and your appeal to a third thing I can't remember right now, they all presume what you should be proving. In regards to Cavendish's activity, it's not an experiment. It's an artificial activity. There was no naturally occurring phenomenon. In regards to things falling, there wasn't any naturally occurring phenomenon.
Things falling is the observed phenomenon. The objects in
Okay,
the sky
things falling
orbiting
does not
is
necessitate the
equating them
premise.
to. The Cavendish experiment is the test that will show, is this true, that mass attracts mass, allowing things to orbit, the same mechanism that allows things to fall.
No, Cavendish's activity was a measurement. It wasn't an experiment.
Yeah, but you can do it in the form of an experiment, and people have
No,
done
you
it.
can't do
An experiment. There's no observation and no hypothesis to test, Kosho. It can't be an experiment when there's no observation and no hypothesis to test. It was
That
a
is the
measurement, which
observation.
presumes that mass attracting mass is a real force.
He just told you what the
At best, you have a demonstration with Cavendish or a measurement, like Kosho said, and you
He
cannot turn a
told
measurement.
you.
I don't
I
care
did
which
say that. I
measurement.
said you can form it as an experiment.
No, you can't.
You can't form it as an experiment. There's no observed phenomenon. There's no hypothesis.
Really? So things falling to the ground is not an observed phenomenon.
No, you observing things falling to the ground does not prove that mass is attracting mass.
Of course it does.
I would just give him the observed phenomenon.
That's the observed phenomenon.
I would just give him
Observed
the observed
phenomenon is no
phenomenon.
proving thing.
Where do you see things falling down?
God. You can give them the observed phenomena because when it comes to the next step, they can absolutely not do it, which is form a viable hypothesis because they have no independent variable for the cause of this.
Mass.
Again, mass and their distance apart from each other. Yeah, the proximity from each other.
I just want to give them the flat earth truth. That's all I'm going to give them. And as far as
That's
I'm
the independent variables.
no
The dependent variable is the acceleration towards each other.
So what's the hypothesis? That was supposedly the observation.
That mass attracts mass, according to Newton's law of gravitation.
Is the cause.
Okay, so how did you prove this? How did you test this hypothesis?
You would test this by doing something like the Cavendish and coming up with the the rate at which they accelerate towards each other.
Not an experiment.
And you can test this with different sized things.
Quantum arrays have told you this so many times, Kosho.
You can
So-
test this. You can test this by using different sized masses and seeing if the magnitude changes according to
I
the
remember
distance
when
and the size
quantum
mass.
eraser told you that. Hang on, Kosho. I remember when quantum
Amazing.
eraser
Let's talk
told
over
you it
everybody.
wasn't an experiment, and you went quiet. He told you about your ass. You went quiet. So I don't know why you're
Oh, my
carrying on
bad.
with that. Okay.
Yeah, Cavendish didn't do it as an experiment, but you can set it up as an experiment, as people have done, including Biodual.
But just because you do something as an experiment doesn't mean it's a real experiment.
Yes, it does.
It's not a real experiment, even if you do it as under the guise as a real experiment.
Just because
It's not an experiment. To re-emulate that which is not an experiment is not an experiment.
Let Jace get in there because he was trying to
I
say
wasn't gonna say anything important.
No, but yeah, you can make a measurement like a Cavendish experiment, and you can also later on format it as an experiment. You would
Kosho,
just
you
set it up
can't.
with independent variables, dependent variables. You set all that stuff up and test it.
Kosho,
and set up
oh my God, are you done? So you can't repeat that which is not an experiment as an experiment.
What do you need for an experiment?
You can't repeat that which is not an experiment as an experiment and call it an experiment. It's not an experiment.
What would you need to qualify something as an experiment?
You first have to prove your hypothesis. Okay, so
No, that would be afterwards. But what do you need for an experiment? You need a hypothesis. You need independent variable, dependent variable, right?
Right.
Yeah, you need an actual test. As long as you're testing it instead of just measuring it, you can be doing an experiment.
Okay,
The outcome is
the
an
still
answer to a
stands.
question rather than a measurement. You can format it that way.
Okay, so the point still stands that doing what Cavendish did is not an experiment. So to call it an experiment after you repeat what he did does not make it an experiment.
I don't understand that argument. It is an experiment when you do it as an experiment. When I try and say
you repeat which is not an experiment doesn't make it an experiment.
This was a measurement because they already knew gravity existed. It wasn't even in question.
That's it.
However,
it's an assumption.
it is a valid
It's an
proof
assumption
of gravity, or it is a
right off the
valid
bat.
evidence for gravity.
That's
You
wrong.
can't repeat that which is not an experiment. Repeating that which is not an experiment does not make it an experiment. The repetition of that not an experiment does not make it an experiment. Because it's not an experiment, regardless if you're calling it an experiment.
What part of an experiment is missing from it?
There's no manipulation of the independent variable.
Mass. I changed the mass. It attracts more.
You didn't change the mass.
Yes, I do. I changed the mass.
Hold on.
You moved the material out of the lead balls?
Listen, you're telling me mass is your independent variable, and that's the cause of mass attracting mass, dude. That's so nonsensical.
No, it's saying mass attracts
even in your
mass. It's not saying the reason it attracts mass. It's saying mass does attract mass.
So you removed material out of the ball.
Yeah. So Isaac Newton didn't agree with that theory. I'm going to post it. I'm going to post a citation from Sir Isaac Newton. He didn't agree with that theory at all. He disagreed. So I'm going to post it because it needs to be seen. You guys are delusional, man. You're not getting it at all. Sorry. There is no experiment. There is no natural observed phenomena, and you're just acting like senile, crazy people.
Okay. Thank you so much for your generous input.
The irony is like so amazing.
Post the citation. You better believe it's generous.
Turn off the vitriol. We don't need it.
Yeah, you should.
Everyone, turn off the vitriol. We don't need any vitriol.
Well, is there any way that we could have
okay,
Jim not speak over everybody constantly? That's why I have vitriol towards Jim.
I make sure not to demonstrate any vitriol. Just talk about the point.
I have a hard time doing that when somebody is constantly over talking.
So what proves in this test that the masses are actually attracted to one another and not just the gap of less air where there's less resistance? What's to say that they're actually how are you verifying that they're actually attracted to one another?
That's kind of a good question. If I took two balls of the same size as I'm using my test, but I hollowed them out, the gap between them is not going to vary. Yet there is still going to there will be much less attraction. So I'll have the exact same conditions for the air or the gap, but the mass changed. So you still don't have air causing it.
So how are you still sure that they're being attracted to one another?
They appear to be being attracted to each other. What would you?
So it's just an appearance of mass attraction mass.
Well, I mean, we could claim. There's always the possibility that tomorrow you could come in and prove that there's a team of tiny unicorns pulling the balls towards each other, and they like to go towards each other. That's true. You could prove that someday. However, right now, as we see it, they are attracted to each other.
You know why we could do that? Because you've never proved your hypothesis. Your hypothesis is nonsense on the cause.
So you just conceded that you haven't proved the notion. It's just speculation.
That's how science is, actually. It's the best speculation we've got at any given time.
If we could come in and prove you wrong, you didn't do it in the first place. You never did an experiment in the first place.
Well, you have never proven us wrong.
And also, Moyak was correct when he said we can't prove it. We can show evidence for it, but we can never prove anything.
Okay, when you do it, here's why you're wrong. Because when you do a scientific experiment, you make an alternate hypothesis and a null hypothesis, and at the end, if it's all formed correctly and you have an actual real experiment and not the pseudoscience you guys do, if you have it all formed correctly and it's all proper following the scientific method, when it's all said and done after you do your experiment, you will have proven one or the other, the null or the alternate hypothesis. Period. There's nothing.
Jeremy, stop me if you've heard this before.
still not
Science doesn't prove anything.
I just told you it does. Your
it's still
pseudoscience
not.
doesn't prove anything. Your
You're not.
pseudoscience doesn't prove
You're
anything.
not making theorems in science. It's still not proof. You verify or you nullify your hypotheses.
Jeremy,
No scientist is making theorems.
Maybe 3 more Globers go before I get a chance. Go ahead, guys. Like, get it all out. I know this hurts.
Well, I don't know. I was trying to join in fairly, I thought. Jeremy, I had discussed this with you once before. Heat does not cause water to boil. Heat is a method of concentrating ether. However, if you get pure ether and put it next to water, it will boil. That might be the truth. That might be something we find out someday. But at this point, it seems like heat boils water. So you only have a tentative proof.
Time's the cause, right?
No. I had put forth that every time you make a flame, it makes ether from the universe coalesce in that location, and that's what makes water boil, is a concentration of ether. But in my world, I was able to concentrate ether without fire and just put it next to water, and it causes water to boil. That might be someday what's proven, but we don't know that yet. So right now, science says water boils because of heat, but we don't know that's the real cause.
Hold on. Let me respond now that you've made a mockery of this. You can find out, you can get some pure ether and you can put it next to water and maybe it'll boil. I agree with that. The fact won't change that when we put the heat next to the water, it causes it to boil. You know why? Because we've done an actual scientific experiment.
But that wasn't the cause. We found out ether was the cause. If I can make a fire under something and in an ether-free environment, and the water still won't burn, it won't boil.
Well, now you're in some kind of fairy tale land where there's.
Yes, I am, but that's the whole point. Is right now science tells us the best answer we've got, and right now the best answer is that this shit attracts itself. There might be something else.
I would give this to you if you weren't claiming this as science, I would give this to you as like a demonstration or something. But this is not science.
But you still think water boils because of fire when it's actually ether?
It's demonstrable that we've manipulated our independent variable. We've done it all correct. It's heat is definitely causing the water to boil.
When I eliminate the ether, it doesn't boil. All the heat in the world doesn't boil it.
That's not, but now that's a ridiculous notion now. I was with you when you said, maybe I could get a cup of ether and make it boil without the heat, but...
well, why not? If I can concentrate ether, I should be able to filter out ether.
I don't know. This is a fairy tale.
We're equivocating two different states of ether.
And you're even forgetting about the moon, because when the moon was gone, I couldn't cook anything.
You're equivocating two different states of ether. You're giving all these equivocations for your justification of the absence of the evidence that you just conceded you don't have. This is sophistry.
The point was that we don't ever have proof of anything. There's only tentative proof.
When the sun stopped burning, then we couldn't cook or boil anything anymore either, so the sun is also a part.
So you're saying all these hypothetical scenarios and hypothetical explanations to justify the fact that you don't have proof. Instead of just conceding that you don't have proof, you want to try to justify the fact that you don't have proof.
Show the ridiculousness of your argument by making an equally ridiculous argument ourselves.
No, it's not equal. When you don't have any observed thing anywhere, you don't have any observed thing, no measured thing to show that mass attracting mass, then you can't continue, that you can't justify holding that this notion is true.
I've heard like 4 different people state the observed phenomena, the test that measures that phenomena. Like, you guys just repeat over.
You said to the Cavendish, somebody said, well, maybe it's the space between that makes them attract. I proposed a test that would, with equal-sized objects, so that the space is unchanged and the force is changed. So obviously the only thing that's changing it right now is mass. I've changed materials, I've changed distances, and the only things that seem to matter are distance and the material, and the mass, the amount of material.
You keep obfuscating what we're saying. Given what you're telling us, and given that the model that you're saying that this is occurring in, we're seeing that it doesn't logically, it's not coherent, it's not accurately reflecting the reality that we observe. We don't see math all the time. Neither do we see gas and liquid doing what it does outside a container.
This is also done on larger scales, like the Schehalian experiment or the Schehalian measurement, where we see that a mass of a mountain actually changes where vertical is. It changes the vector of gravity. It's so there's continuously little pieces of evidence that go into the theory correct.
What did you say?
They see where gravity? How did they see where down was if they couldn't make a plumb line?
They made a plumb line. The plumb line deviated from.
How do they know it was deviating?
Because we can compare it to other places.
Why?
I could go over next to the mountain. Let's say a mile away from the base of the mountain, and I could look up at a star, and I can get a fix to that star, and then I can come over to the mountain and get a fix to that star. Now I will see that it has varied from there. Now I can go an equal distance in another direction, and it doesn't vary. I go another distance, and it doesn't vary. Only on that mountain does it vary from the north.
So you're not hold on a second, Jen. You got an echo or something, and you're not even like involved in the conversation.
My mistake there.
It's okay. So you're not even using a plumb line in this thing where you're saying plumb lines are not going vertical?
I can compare my verticals to the stellar observation just a mile away and move all around that mountain. And I will find out that there's a weird deviation, a break in the pattern at the mountain where vertical doesn't match.
Because you look,
it matches to the east, it matches to the west, it matches to the north, it matches to the south.
Are you looking at the same star in both of these observations? You guys make it really hard to have a conversation with. Are you looking at the same star in these both of these observations?
You can.
What do you mean you can? What did you do?
Of course I didn't do this. I'm saying you can do this. This is
I know you didn't do it, but what did they do? What did they do? I don't know what they can do. What did they do?
That's as far as I know on the Schehalian, so I can't tell you.
You can't go. All right.
And my guess is that what they did was like a reciprocal zenith angle. They measured vertical and they found that it deviated from the true, but I don't know.
What kind of refraction measurement did they? If they were doing reciprocal zenith angles, what kind of refraction measurements were they taking into account here?
Unless you think refraction does the same thing all the time, I don't know. You're getting these.
I don't know.
Is refraction on that mountain is refraction on that mountain always the same? It always makes things deviate?
I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so. No. Do you think refraction is always the same everywhere on Earth?
Well,
your boy didn't get a when he was looking at the mountain. What's his name? The dip angle guy.
Dip angle guy. Oh,
yeah,
Aaron.
With the weirdo name.
Yeah, Arabic name thing.
If we can we get back to the experiment part? So the observed phenomenon supposedly is things falling.
Things
and then
fall.
The hypothesis is it's falling because mass attracts mass. What was the null hypothesis?
I don't do well with these terms, so null hypothesis. Null hypothesis. If it doesn't work, I would guess that there would not be an attraction.
Back up, Daddy's got something in the oven. Come on, you get burned. It's very hot.
The object won't attract.
I can't really hear Jeremy. Jeremy, say what you said again.
Bro, I was hot micing. My bad.
He said, "Don't touch the hot oven."
So wouldn't the null hypothesis be that the objects won't attract?
I think so. I'm trying to make sure.
That's why I say I don't do well with these terms. It's
Me too. I struggle also.
Wait, what are you guys trying to make a hypothesis? I mean, are you making this up on the fly? Shouldn't it just be written down somewhere so we can read it and off a written piece of paper and not have to listen, worry about, did you say this? Did you say that? What was it? Can't remember. Let's just have it all written down. That way give us the natural observed phenomena, the hypothesis, and what you did in the experiment.
Well, that's what we did, but you said that somebody said that they wanted the null hypothesis, and I was saying that I think that that's the fact that they won't, or they won't move in relation to the amount of mass that's there.
You're not going to make a scientific hypothesis without a null hypothesis. That'd be silly.
Right, but the null hypothesis naturally falls out of it, isn't it? It's just the opposite. The effect that I said won't.
So, Jeremy, tell us, what would be the null hypothesis?
I could make one up for him. I'm not helping these guys. Fuck that.
Well, you don't want to help with truth, whether it's right or wrong. You want to help get the information out correctly.
All right, the null hypothesis for this would be. What is the actual other hypothesis? What's the alternate hypothesis? It needs to be the antithesis of that, the exact opposite.
Right.
This won't.
Right.
This won't.
So the objects won't attract. Mass won't affect the rate of attraction.
And so there's that, and then the experiment supposedly.
What's that? Go ahead.
The supposed experiment is what Cavendish did, but what Cavendish did presumes gravity. It wasn't trying to prove gravity. So to repeat that activity does not prove, or it doesn't falsify or verify the hypothesis.
Okay, no, see, that's where I really vehemently disagree with you. Even if it was only a measurement, the fact that it meets my experimental objectives and acts as a proof, as evidence, then it's perfectly fine to use somebody else's method to prove my idea or to disprove it.
But to measure something proves that the thing exists, but you're trying to prove that the thing exists.
If you can measure it, then it exists.
Right,
Did you just say that measuring proof exists, but I'm trying to prove it exists?
The activity in the supposition, the assertion that you're measuring the thing presumes that it exists. It doesn't prove that it exists. I could say that I'm trying to measure the height of a unicorn. That doesn't prove that unicorns are.
That's because they, long before Cavendish had done this, they had already settled on the fact that gravity existed. Now we're just going back, and we're going back a couple hundred years for this argument and saying, can I use Cavendish to validate that gravity exists? And yes, you can. It meets all the objectives, and it's falsifiable, and it does indicate that objects of mass attract each other.
Okay, so explain this
They're actually
experiment.
proportional to their mass.
That you now call an experiment.
What?
Explain this measurement that you now call an experiment. Explain what Cavendish did, and explain how people.
The measurement? The measurement was he actually clocked how long it took to do that stuff.
No, explain the activity. What is so difficult about what I'm saying? Explain what he did.
Do you not know what Cavendish did?
We're trying to exercise the topic. So explain what he did.
Okay. They wanted to find out if gravity exists, or we want to. We're using Cavendish to prove this, or validate, or whatever you want to call it. We have decided that if gravity does exist, then masses will have a slight attraction towards each other. And as such, how we have to devise a device that is extremely sensitive that can measure minute forces. So we've come up with using a torsion balance. So we put up a torsion balance with a teeny tiny little torsion wire, and we align or put we try and control for wind and everything else. We put the thing inside of a box that Blue did, and now we put a mass in place. And when that mass is in place, the object's distance decreases at a given rate.
Okay. So if this is true, then why doesn't everything just rush to the Earth? Or why doesn't everything just rush to the sun?
Can there be multiple forces acting on something at one time? Like, can I be in a
Yes, but the
car
greatest force
and
is
make a
going to
turn, and I
negate.
can have like my tires, the friction of the tires keep me from sliding, and if I do it on ice, I'll just go in a straight line?
Yes, but the greatest force is going to negate all those other forces being
No,
active.
no, that's definitely not true. It is a mixture of the forces. It's the sum of all forces you have to pay attention to.
And of
The
course,
sun will pull you in if you don't have enough velocity to
and of course,
counteract.
if that force, if you use that force with a tangential speed, that force will be a centripetal force, and it's going to create an orbit. So you're never going to reach the object that is attracting you if you have a tangential speed that puts you in orbit.
Yeah, if you shot something off of Earth
You could take this.
67,000 miles an hour backwards, it would start to fall towards the sun at I think about 1 g initially.
You could
I
take
think
this
they
all
have.
the way to the end, and we could give it to them. And now all they have is a fallacy of division. I told you this ends in a fallacy of division.
I don't understand that. What do you mean? What again is fallacy of division? Or how is this a fallacy of division?
Say you have a class, a school, and they're gonna have a contest to see, or they're just gonna check to see which class eats the most ice cream. Okay, the fourth graders won it. They ate a ton of ice cream. They're killing it. So you could say, well, every class eats ice cream, therefore every classmate eats ice cream. That'd be a fallacy of division because some of the classmates might not even eat ice cream.
Okay, so are you
That's what you're doing with.
saying? So are you
That's what you're
saying?
doing with the gas. The gas molecules are the classmates. Okay, mass is the class, and I don't know what school is. Whatever. It's mu after that point. Doesn't matter.
Well, I'm still having a hard time. We're talking about Cavendish,
Let
right?
me
So
take a shot again.
where are the classmates in Cavendish? Are you saying that I haven't tested every single chemical and every single mass?
Moyak, let me try. So what Jamie is saying is that just because, even if it was the case about the lead balls and Cavendish's measurement activity, even if that was the case regarding the lead balls on this torsion ball, that doesn't
Right.
necessitate the conclusion that this is true about all material.
Well, no, actually, that's the funny thing is this has been done with multiple materials. I won't say every material because obviously magnets are going to have problems with this. Lighter materials are going to have much more difficult time achieving high enough masses to measure.
So do we agree magnets don't do this?
But
Hold on.
we do see it in multiple materials.
Moyak, hold on. Do we agree that magnets don't? You couldn't use magnets for Cavendish because they don't do what you're claiming.
Well,
No,
actually,
that's
magnets
not the
do
claim.
as well, but they do in addition to it.
Okay,
So you
so
can do Cavendish with magnets.
the case about the lead balls and Cavendish's measurement, it's a non sequitur to conclude that this is the case for all material.
No, it's all materials that we can test that don't have something else affecting them.
And the materials that are in contention, you can't test for it.
What do you mean? What materials are in contention? Mass attracts mass is the contention.
Gas.
Right, so
Gas.
you could provide evidence of a material that doesn't behave this way, then people would listen. But if you're just going to say, "Oh, there could be some material out there that doesn't behave the way
I'm
every
telling
other,"
you right now, it's gas. Hello.
Well, gas. See, now gas, you're right. I can't measure it without a container. But if I was trying to decide whether gas actually would affect the mass effectiveness in gas, I would put that inside of a container, and I would then look to see if it forms a gradient in some way. It's a loose proof, but it still is an indication. It's still consistent with the observation that I made with all the other materials.
It's very loose.
Again, you continue.
we use. I have a mass spectrometer in my lab that we use to measure the mass of individual gas particles.
No, I've already conceded that this is a fallacy of division. So after you concede that, you can't continue with this fallacy that you already conceded is a fallacy.
I don't think it's a fallacy of division.
once there's an error pointed out in the theory, y'all just whistle
It's
past.
not a fallacy because you haven't provided any material that behaves differently.
Sorry, you're saying gas does. Hold on, Greg. Hold on, Greg. Hold on. They're saying gas does this thing, right? I'm saying no, that don't exist. So I don't know why he's asking me to prove that it doesn't exist. If he wants to say that gas does this, he needs to prove that it does do this, and not vice versa. That's a fallacy, burden of proof, reversal fallacy.
Well, if the reason
You began with saying that we can't say that materials behave this way because there could be a material that doesn't behave that way.
Gas,
So that's
gas,
you.
gas doesn't
Providing that
observably does not. Gas observably does not behave in this manner that they're claiming with the Cavendish thing.
Well, it does. I mean, I see.
Can you demonstrate that, Jeremy?
It does.
Can you demonstrate that, Jeremy?
It doesn't, because when we put it in a vacuum, the gas doesn't fall to the bottom of the vacuum. We can sweep it
Actually,
up.
it does. It forms a gradient.
Yes, but gas isn't
sweep it
a
up and it
single.
just falls like
If you pour bromine
Let me
in a
answer.
vacuum, it's going to fall to the bottom and it's going to hang out there.
A gas is a collection of particles that repel each other. So you're not demonstrating that
attract.
this doesn't
So they
happen.
don't attract each other. They repel each other.
They have
They do repel each other. Yeah, their net force.
They do
The
repel
net
each other,
force.
yes. They
The
repel
net
each other,
force.
yes. So not attract.
Let me.
So this is
proper
a
answer you
clear
that.
example of
Let me.
This is a clear. Hold on. Let me just.
You made a question. You have to let me
example.
answer it properly.
This is a clear example of gas not attracting gas. It's an example of gas repelling gas. He just said it himself. Go ahead.
Gas is attract.
Let me answer it properly.
Go
Let
ahead.
me answer it properly.
I just wanted to
The
point out
net
for
force. The net force.
Let Becky finish.
The net force between gas molecules when they're close together is a repelling one. That doesn't negate that they have an attracting force. Just mean that they have a stronger repelling one at close
It
distance.
depends on the polarity. The gas molecules also attract each other. They attract and repel. Depends on their chemical structure.
Yeah, sure, but but because of the kinetic energy of the temperature, they'll be colliding to each other. That creates a general repulsion between the molecules.
They don't really repel each other, though, based on that statement. They actually bounce off each other.
Yeah.
It's not like there's a field keeping them. It's the fact that they're all moving.
What makes them bounce on each other is a repelling force. It's the electromagnetic force. Otherwise, they wouldn't bounce on each other.
I haven't heard attracting yet. I haven't heard where the gases are attracting each other.
Yes, gases attract, Jeremy. I've told
see
you
it.
this before.
Where? Let's see it.
I've sent you the examples of Henry's law and Raoult's law, where you get the deviations due to attractions and repulsions of the gas particles.
But the only reason we're talking about this is because Bacon
have the
keeps
same
erasing.
conversations over and over.
That's a good point. Why don't we change the topic? How
Listen,
about rather than
post it for the class, because I can't really check right now. Sorry, Khalid. I can't really check right now, so why don't you post it for the class and we'll let everyone take a look at it.
This was a long time, Jeremy. I've told you this many times. Like, it was a long time ago I told you this, but I'll repost it.
I've never seen it. Post it for the whole class.
It's in a direct message. You responded to it, dude.
Hello.
Why don't we change topic and talk about the pound replica experiment and what it shows evidence of?
Oh wait.
Hold on. If they can prove with this gas thing, I'd like to see it. And
I was just explaining why your claim isn't backed up by the fact that gas expand on the vacuum. Because that only shows that there is repulsion between them. It doesn't mean there's no attraction between them. You can have both.
But they're observably having repulsion.
Yes, but you observe. But that's the net force. That's the net force. The net force.
They're repelling each other, not attracting. Thank you.
No, they are doing both. The net force is what you observe. Net
and
force.
We see them repelling each other. It's observable.
And we see
which doesn't negate that there can be an attraction between them, as you're trying to imply.
Okay, maybe there is, maybe there's not an attraction between them.
So you can't make the claim. So you can't
see them repelling.
You can't make the claim. You said
I can make the claim that doesn't exist. There might be unicorns. I still think unicorns don't exist, and it's not on me to prove that unicorns don't exist.
Well, the
No, no, no,
observed
no, no, no.
amount of
You said
force.
specifically. You said specifically that they observably do not don't have a attractive force, which
I
you
said we
haven't
can
demonstrated.
observably see them repelling each other, like you are claiming. We're claiming the same thing. Observably, they repel each other.
No, no, no. But when you said that gas don't conform with gravity, you said that that means they don't have attraction to each other, and you said that
Wait,
that's
can you show me the
demonstrable.
gas attracting? Can you show me the gas
No,
attracting each
no.
other?
You said that that's demonstrable.
Yes.
Now you're asking me to demonstrate otherwise. No, no, no. If you say something is demonstrable, you have to demonstrate it. You're not doing
What
so.
did I say was demonstrable?
Raoult's
That
law demonstrates it.
What did I say was demonstrable?
that gas don't conform to mass attracts mass.
Yes, because it repels each other. It should be attracting each other, but however, sometimes we see it repelling each other.
Well,
Therefore,
repulsion doesn't negate.
according to your mass attracting mass, it should be attracting, not repelling.
Repulsive forces don't negate
Helium
attraction
balloons.
forces.
The observation that we made with gravity is that there's an extremely small force associated with mass. And if there's a very small force associated with mass, a single molecule to another molecule is an extremely small force. So small that it's way beyond the easy measurement of. I'm not sure about this test. It's Raoul's experiment. But
Yeah, you get hydrogen bonds and dipole-dipole interactions and stuff that will attract gas molecules together, but it's a very small attraction. On
so if
the
you have a big
scale of
force
gravity,
and a little force, big force, you can have drown out the little force.
But we're whistling past the fact of what Jeremy raised earlier, that gas molecules don't fall down to the bottom of the container.
They do.
Well, you're not putting them.
A jar of
Show me
helium
some swept up gas molecules. Show me some
put a-
swept up gas molecules if you're going to say they do.
If I put
If
a
you
jar, because the jars are energetic, so they're constantly imparting energy to that atmosphere in there. So you can't just have them all fall to the bottom. However, it does form inside of a mono-filled tank, one just filled with helium, will form a gradient. No mixture, no sorting based upon density. It will form a gradient.
you can also pour bromine into a container.
Natural phenomena that are contrary to the notion of mass attracting mass. If the Earth is attracting the gas molecules, then they shouldn't be going any other direction except towards the center of the supposed physical Earth.
No.
Why are you
They
ignoring the
have
energy?
Are you
more
unable to think of two forces acting on one thing at the same time?
The gas molecules have more energy than the energy that the gravitational forces were moving from them. Thus, they can continue moving.
So what are the other forces that are negating this mass attracting mass of gas molecules going down to the center of the Earth?
It's the energy of the gas, man. They have energy. They are moving.
But you just told us that they're significantly weak compared to the mass attracting mass between the Earth and the gas molecules. So it's negated.
That was
To
the
the contrary,
attraction of
they're
gases to
stronger.
each other. I didn't say that the way they move is weak. That's not what I said at all.
Yeah, exactly. It's the weak force would be in this case gravity between two molecules. And when we
Mass.
measure with a 200-pound ball next to another
Listen.
mass ball, the force is minuscule. It's only able to be measured with the tiniest of or most sensitive of equipment.
Right. So the mass attracting mass gravity between the gas molecules and the Earth is much stronger than the.
No, it's the other way around. The energy that the gas molecules have is much stronger than the attraction to the Earth that they have.
You talk about the temperature of the gas, so it's the kinetic energy of the molecules. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, the kinetic, the rotational, the vibrational, and the translational energies that they have.
Right.
That's what keeps it from all pooling on the bottom so they can sweep it up.
Which is kinetic energy, right?
They take a bunch
it's
of
more
foam
than
beads.
there's more than kinetic energy that's at play in
If
these
you take
situations.
if you take a jar of like foam beads and you just like start shaking it violently, just rhythmically violently, the beads will be suspended in there, but there'll still be more of them at the bottom.
Oh, let me give a thought experiment. So if we have a gas on a container, right, and the molecules are bouncing on each other, so they they're essentially repelling each other because they're bouncing in all sorts of directions all the time. So if we would wait until all of this kinetic energy is being lost through time, you would expect the gas to start to sink into the bottom of the container, right? That's exactly describing what will happen with the gas if you cool it down enough. Because cooling down the gas is going to remove the kinetic energy of the gas, right?
Bacon is
so you're
still
going to have
talking. Kind of.
Sorry?
Like for the past 5 minutes, I've just been ignoring you. Y'all keep going on and on with each other, not listening to what I'm asking.
I
wasn't trying to answer anything. I was just trying to give an intuition on the subject.
Ignored.
Well, what was your question specifically? Because I thought I was answering the questions that were asked to the best of my ability.
Okay, so the last question I was trying to ask was, do you not concede in your theory, in your physical belief system, that the greater object with the greater mass, the object with the greatest mass, has the greatest pull?
No. I mean, yes and no. Like, you've got two forces going on there. There's kinetic energy, and then there's the gravitational force. The kinetic energy in our atmosphere is usually pretty damn high.
So which one is greater? Is the gravitational pull of the Earth greater than the pull of the gas molecules, or is the gas molecules pulling towards each other greater than the gravitational pull of them towards the Earth?
The gravitational pull of the molecules to each other is negligible. And that's the most minute of forces.
Earlier, so it's negligible.
Exist. They repel each other. They repel each other. Not only does it not exist, they repel each other.
In this case, that's negligible. The attraction of gas molecules only is important when you're doing like chemistry. But what you guys are talking about, you can consider it negligible.
Okay, so it contradicts the notion of mass attracting mass.
But the gas particles aren't attracted to the Earth through intermolecular forces, so it's a different thing.
Regardless of it being different, it's weaker than the gravitational force between the Earth and the gas.
Still present, though.
No, as I've said, the kinetic energy the gases have allow them to keep moving, even though they are being attracted to the Earth. It's chipping away at that energy, but they still have the energy. They can still keep moving.
Okay, so again, the point is that they're not falling down in the vacuum. You don't have to sweep up the gas molecules.
They would fall down, then they would, when they got to the ground, or if an energetic particle hit them.
If you use something like bromine, you can pour it into the bottom of the container. And
people
it will
keep
settle
talking
there.
on the computer answer. So what is the answer to what I just said?
Go on, Moya. Go on. I may have cut you off.
Okay, I actually got my point now. What was the question again?
You were saying a rebuttal to the last thing I just said. That the fact that you don't need to sweep up the gas molecules.
Oh, yes. Okay. There is energy in that system. The ground has energy, so as the molecule comes down and it hits the vibrating ground, it launches back up. And then gravity has all, like, let's just say there is one molecule on Earth. One atom of oxygen is coming from outer space in our model. It's the first molecule to come to Earth. It'll go down, and it will hit the Earth, and then it'll leave the Earth at, 2,000 meters per second, because it's really freaking hot still. It's still forming. And it'll shoot up towards space as fast as, 2,000 feet per second. But it's constantly got this drag of gravity on it. So it'll go up, and then it'll come back down. And it'll keep on doing that, oscillating, getting new energy from the Earth each time it hits.
So what caused the molecule to leave the Earth, though?
The vibrating ground. That's just like if you had a container of BBs and you start shaking it. Essentially, that's what all materials are doing. They're imparting kinetic energy to each other.
It's the lighter the gas molecule, the less energy it takes to make that gas molecule move quickly. And so the lighter gas molecules can obtain a lot of energy and a lot of speed and leave the Earth. They can overcome the force of gravity that's trying to pull them back, because the force of gravity is constant. It can't change. It can't increase. It can't decrease. It's constant. So if it has more energy than the force of gravity does, then it can leave the Earth.
Okay, so where do we observe
What was that, Jeremy? Or were you hot micing again?
No, I was going to say, so the sunlight's hitting the gas molecules high up in the sky and getting them hot, and then they're leaving Earth because of that. Is that the claim?
Yep, if they get enough energy and they don't encounter another molecule that
9 inches
slows them down, they'll go off into space.
Let's
And
hear
if
from
they
the
have
smart
enough to
guy.
escape gravity, they'll leave.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors involved. There's the energy they're getting. There's the mean free path that the molecule has. Like there's things involved in it. But if all that lines up correctly, then yes, it can leave the Earth.
And the gas is getting heated up by the sunlight hitting it when it's high up in the atmosphere.
Essentially,
Is
yes.
that your claim?
Essentially, yes.
Does a
I
smart guy.
that's where I get like confused by kinetic energy and stuff like that. I feel like there's two types of energy there. Like, can I heat something up without accelerating it? I don't know. Is heat just? Yeah, I guess it can. Yeah, it would be just a photon hitting it could accelerate it.
Bro, we're not. Does the smart guy have a response for this? What was his name? I don't want to just keep calling him smart guy. Who was it?
It's teammate. I'm just kidding. Teammate. I found that if you just call everybody teammate, they're just nicer to you, even if you're arguing. Ain't that right, teammate? Hey, F you, man. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt with that nonsense.
Listen,
what was your name, dude?
Is the claim?
Greg,
Emerald.
have you? Sorry.
Oh, it's Emerald. All right, Emerald.
I guess that's the question I have. It's like with the kinetic energy. Like I have a single molecule and I've got it tied with a string, keeping it still, and I keep on hitting heat to it. It's going to make the electron shells expand. Is that true? Yeah.
Right, yeah, adding energy to the system. Right.
So there's like two types of energy going there, as far as I'm concerned. There's the amount of energy that you're adding to the electron shells, and then there's the amount of energy you are just velocity. And I don't know how to separate those in there.
The heat you're talking about would mostly make it move, so it'd be translational energy, and then it would also make it rotate, which is rotational energy. Depending on the frequency of the radiation that you're using, you could also make, and depending on what kind of gas molecule it is, you can make it vibrate. There's vibrational modes that molecules have as well. Then there's the electronic transitions that you were talking about.
Okay, so how is this gas molecule high up? How is it getting enough energy to?
It gets it from radiation, from collisions with other molecules.
Well, let's take one at a time. So is it getting radiated heat to it?
No, it could get hit with photons from the sun. It can bounce
Okay,
off of
let's take care of that one. Hold on. Slow down, man, before you start elephant hurling shit all over the place. So if that was the case and gas worked like that, we'd see a temperature gradient from hot to cold going down. But it's vice versa, because that's not what it's not how sunlight acts on gas.
Why would you see a temperature gradient? There's a bunch of gas particles below that it's going to bump into and exchange that energy with, and eventually it'll be a uniform distribution. It's not going to be a gradient.
But we have a temperature gradient. So what are you talking about?
Jeremy, the energy will dissipate.
Do we have a temperature gradient on Earth?
We have it actually, for the most part, yes. But there's also exceptions to it. Like as you go up higher, it's
I don't know
getting
why
hotter again.
I can't. Moyak, you're like not really adding anything right now. Let me go on with this guy for a second, please.
No,
You're like
Moya
playing
can
guessing
talk
games.
as well. He's
Yeah,
got
but he's
every right
playing
to talk.
guessing games. He makes shit up a lot, and I feel like this is one of the time what he's doing. He's trying to like
Yes,
figure it
I
out.
do a lot of stuff based on intuition, and I'm
Which
usually
is
right.
fine.
And I'm usually right.
I don't know about that. Just hold on one second. So do you agree that there's a temperature gradient on Earth? I felt like you were trying to deny there was a temperature gradient somehow just now. Hello?
Who are you asking?
Who was I talking to just now?
I don't know.
Whoever it was.
I would say
Was
yes.
that Jace?
Jace,
Was that
yeah,
Jace?
yeah.
Yeah, there's
Oh, you
temperature
don't want to
differences on the Earth.
call back, Jace.
Oh, bet.
Jace,
Okay, he
we got a
says yes.
temperature gradient on Earth?
There is. Yes.
Yes, there's
Hold on, I
temperature.
don't know. This guy. All right. I felt like you were trying to deny it just now. I'm glad we're clear. We cleared that up. So
I got
somebody was
confused too. I
asking.
was like, wait a minute, there's not?
No.
So now that we all know there's a temperature gradient on Earth. If the sunlight was interacting with the gas molecules, heating them up, the top would be hotter, right? Or is it
I think
one of those things
it's the
where
matter on the bottom.
There's less gas particles at the top of the atmosphere.
okay, which would be hotter if the sunlight was doing what you said, right?
Well, you're actually right. It is.
No, they're colliding less with each other.
But it's actually
Yeah, but
hotter. It actually is.
they actually
it's
are
up to
hotter.
like
Yeah,
2,000 degrees.
That's why, the atmospheric temperature gradient, it's a very complicated thing. Like, it's not something simple to discuss.
Kinetic
I know,
energy.
it's not.
Individual
Yeah.
I guess to an extent, yeah, Jeremy, what you're talking about kind of is the case, right? Like, as you go up from the surface, it gets colder, but then there's the thermosphere where it gets much, much hotter as you go higher.
That's plasma turbulence, though. That's different.
You can't prove that even happens. So
Okay, well, I mean, if you're going to ask about the gradient and then deny when people answer what the gradient is, then why'd you ask?
Well, but Jeremy, it follows from what you believe, though. It follows because you believe that there's more and more ionization the higher up you go, right, and a higher voltage. So it would only follow that once you were at a certain height, it would be a threshold of ionization that you would call it now plasma. Even partially ionized gases are plasma. So at some point, there's plasma turbulence and there's other effects that you're gonna see heat being the after effect of.
Yeah, it all boils down to energy differences and the ability of the molecules in that region to absorb and transfer energy, however that energy may be coming. That's the root of it.
So it just can't cool off as easily or mix the heat to the bottom as easily, right? Because of the lack of particles interacting enough to do so. So it'd be like higher heat, but it wouldn't follow that there would be also higher pressure.
Right. I think that's part of it. Just
yeah,
there are fewer collisions to exchange that energy, so it stays pretty localized.
Yeah. You get a belt of heat. Or shell. I think they're also adding that to the new data where they're doing this climate particle forcing data and stuff. They're starting to realize that they skipped a lot of shit.
Well, they're not worried about this. They're not worried about the climate. If they were, they would stop using planned obsolescence for shipping shit all over the place for nothing.
Yeah, that was a good argument this morning. Yeah, I agree with a lot of that. If that was really the concern, we wouldn't just be doing that.
Yeah, if they were super concerned with this, we would stop using planned obsolescence in nearly every product that gets made.
But they're gonna have to deal with to get rid of planned obsolescence, you're going to have to deal with me. And I don't really want you to get rid of products that are a little bit cheaper because I don't need the highest quality. When I go and buy tools at Harbor Freight, they do what I need. Now they may break a little bit more often,
I
but
don't
it's
buy
way
those
better
tools.
than buying a bunch of Snap-ons that I don't.
No, it isn't.
Then I wouldn't be able to afford all the tools I have.
Well, maybe you should charge more for the jobs you do. I mean,
This is private. This is my own stuff. So I mean, like, I'm quite happy with my shitty tools.
No, I feel you. If you're not every single day working with it, doing something, helping one of the kids, feel, because you're gonna snap.
Exactly.
I'm saying there's a very durable there's a very durable screwdriver out there. There's some carpenter walking around with a screwdriver his great grandfather handed him from the fucking Stone Age. Okay,
right. You get yourself a nice
exactly.
That's so there's a formula. There's a recipe. There's a recipe. We know how to make a dope ass fucking screwdriver.
Sure.
Right?
Klein sells pliers that are kick ass. But when I go look at a pair of Klein pliers and I look at the shitty pliers, I say, you know what? All I need is the shitty pliers.
All mine are Klein.
Ones, I can go
all my wire stripping stuff, all my cutters, everything's Klein.
Yeah, I could crush
nice
adamantium
clear handles
with a Klein set. But why get it? And actually, pliers is actually one of the places I would spend money.
Because you can mail it in and they resharpen everything for you.
What's the difference between the Klein one and the shitty one? What exactly is the difference?
Quality of steel,
lifetime warranty. You can have your shit sharpened for free. There's like lots of cool shit involved.
Yeah, how much do you think it? So that's a good one, sharpening for free. Some people throw them out when if they get dull. How much do you think? How much metal you think they used? How much more expensive was the metal in this shitty ones compared to the good ones?
Oh, I don't know.
$3.
And a higher price. I don't know why.
$3.
$3 for 12 of them.
It will cost you in the real world almost 10 times the price. So I would have to go through 10 sets of pliers to make it worth me in my lifetime. And even at that, would I want to wait that long to get my tools? Because I mean, I would easily have $20,000 worth of tools in my garage, and I probably have about 2 because I bought cheap ass tools. They serve it. I've rebuilt engines, rebuilt cars, or all types of repairs. Done all my home repairs.
Don't you get sick of going for a socket that's stripped? Don't you get sick of going for a socket and it's like, fuck, man, it's stripped?
I'll tell you, sadly, you don't even have that problem. I mean, it's only when you abuse them that they fail. At least now. When I go and I try and
come up on a rusty one, a rusty bolt, and you put some kerosene on it, and you try to get it all, you heat it up, and you still break a wrench.
Yep. But now for normal, I've only broken one of these Harbor Freight and salvage sockets, and I abuse the fuck out of them. I use them with the impact gun. So their quality is not that low. It's not like the $3 set that you buy that we've all seen that people put in their cars.
So you're happy with the way everything. So you're happy with the way everything's going right now instead of spending $5 more.
I'm not happy. There's a medium. You got to decide where you fight your battles. Right now, I've got a whole garage, and I'd still be buying tools now if I was buying Snap-on. And I would have been able to do all the jobs I do.
If we were doing this right from the jump, your dad should have handed you down a garage full of tools that you wouldn't have had to pay a penny for, and his dad should have handed them down to him, and so on and so forth.
Right. It's okay, but my dad had them until he was 80.
You just add to it.
My dad had those until he was 80 years old.
Oh, good. He got him when he was 79.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't have got his tools until I reached 55. There was 30, 40 years of times that I've been using my tools that I have.
That's fine. So the dad hands them to the grandkid. Look, just like that. You have two sets of tools.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. My dad might not have been able to save all the money he saved on repairs if he had bought expensive tools.
What if you have
he may not have had enough money to buy his tools in the first place.
Well, it sounds like you're not spending much money on tools at all anyway, right?
Not anymore.
I mean, ever. If there's only $2,000 worth of tools after all these generations, and they're cheap tools anyway. So
I haven't collected all
Well,
those tools. They're still down in the barn.
There's probably more, and Moyak broke them all.
Plus, he bought the same shit tools I did. He's got some good ones, but yeah, those are the ones
you
you
just
find
don't
at the job
remember
site.
how many he broke.
Now,
Every
pliers,
time you
pliers I'd
stripped a
spend the money on.
screwdriver.
Vice grips, get a good pair of vice grips. There's nothing more that'll make you more angry than a shitty pair of vice grips.
No, what you need is a good Leatherman. I wouldn't leave the house
Leatherman.
without my Leatherman.
Although the Gerber, I think, was the cheaper alternative, but it was better.
Well, I carry the Leatherman keychain one, little teeny tiny one, just for like bullshit, and then I carry the big one. I think it's the Wave. I got a bunch of them. The Wave, that's one.
That's another thing that happens. Like with the Leatherman, mine didn't have locking blades. None of them did when I bought them. Now they have the locking blades. So like when you push on the Phillips head screwdriver, it doesn't collapse and bust your nickel.
Oh yeah, they got real good with the Leathermans, man. Real fucking good. Those are proper
I
tools.
still would have had to throw out that old one. Even though the screw bits still work good.
No, don't throw out the old ones. Break it and send it back in. They might send you a more updated one because they don't. If the Leathermans are guaranteed for life, so if some shit breaks and they can't like repair it or something, they gotta just give you another one. But if they don't make that model anymore, they gotta give you something comparable, in the tools selection. So I would just break a piece off them.
I got rid of that one
old
mainly because my friend dropped it in the wall in a mall, so I'd have to kick a hole in the wall to get it back. I know right where it is. Every time I go to the mall, I kick myself because I can't get to it.
I mean, I actually my Leatherman Wave has actual drill bits. It's only a 2D Phillips head, but still.
But planned obsolescence, there's a place for it, like in computers especially. Like, do you want to make a computer that lasts 100 years? No. That would be an absolute waste.
Well, no, it's not a waste. What you do is you make the case last 100 years, right? The case can last 100 years. Then you don't need to make the hard drive and all that other stuff. Make it
You
durable.
could do that, but don't you want the smaller case? Do you want to
If they
still
get
have the
smaller,
1980 computer?
it's fine if the cases get that much smaller to where we need to make them smaller. You ship the old ones back in, recycle them up, do it up in the little tiny ones. Perfect. I'm just saying, dude, it's obvious they're making shit dumb cheap to where it is designed to be made as cheap as possible. And you could blame it on them wanting to save money on material, or you could blame it on them wanting it to break as fast as possible, so you have to buy another one to keep the economy going. Either way you want to put it, they're not doing us any good because the money they would spend on making it better is only pennies. Sometimes it's a couple, depending on
what goes against that is the fact that the tools that I buy from Harbor Freight, and I'd say the biggest problem I have with tools is loss. A kid takes one out in the woods, it's gone forever. So then you got to get a new set to replace it. But loss is probably the biggest problem. And of my first set that I bought from them in like 1984, 85 time frame, I only broke one of those, and I worked professionally in a shop for a year. So they got a year's, 5 days a week cranking on things. And then probably went another 20 years, and then I replaced them recently. And the quality has done nothing but improve in time.
You know what I really like for a bullshit toolkit around the house? Walmart sells these little toolkits right in their hardware section, where all the tools snap perfectly. Why are you rumpusing me, Osho? Please.
I got all those, dude. I'm just agreeing with you. What the hell, man?
I'm just fucking with you. They have them where all the tools, like the hammer has its own spot. It clicks right into. Like I can't stand having a bag of tools, having to dig through it. You lose shit. The ones I got, every like screwdriver, every wrench, every pliers, every hammer, it all clicks, has its spot. It's perfectly neat. It's awesome. They're like $20 just for a bullshit toolkit for inside the house. Good. No one wants to run out to the shed in the fucking middle of winter, to grab a screwdriver or something.
What the hell? Yeah, my girlfriend's let me build a toolbox. I mean, a shelf at her house because I have all these tools, man. I collected all of them. Dude. I got to catch them all, so I collected all of them. And I'm talking about Dremels. I'm talking about screwdrivers. I'm talking about wrenches. The whole thing, man. Every single thing they had there.
Have you got a
I
water level?
got even the one. I got like that one blade set. The same. It's like the same shit where you attach it, but it's like all box cutters, like different shapes. I don't know why you need different shaped ones, but
Like
every single box cutter there.
Sometimes you need
So
like
what?
a hook blade.
Okay, so have you got a water level tool?
A water level tool.
More importantly,
I mean, I got pipes. I got the next best thing. I mean, I got the not the next best thing. I got the better best thing. I'm working on it right now. My GPS thing, dude. I'm working on the GPS thing, dude. It takes a lot of research, though, Jeremy. It's not as easy as just picking up some bullshit and I'm doing it because I'm learning how to do it for free. You can collect this data. Any of us can collect this data on any given day. But I'm trying to really understand the Rhinex format that it comes in.
You may have a water level, but do you have a water level calibration kit? Real quick.
Yeah, I'm not even fucking around with water levels, dude. I'm doing this straight line test. I'm doing all the straight line tests. Everything.
Good thing you're not fucking with a water level, because I know for a fact you don't have a water level calibration kit.
Yeah.
When,
I know what you're trying to do, man. I know what you're trying to do, and I'm not gonna pick up on it, dude. I'm not gonna pick up on RC Meisty. You try to clown on RC Meisty. But regardless, yeah, I'm gonna use a straight line and reference it with other people's water level, even, or maybe with the curvature. I mean, with the lake, a flat lake, a canal, whatever, dude. I'll do Bedford level.
Okay, so where was the straight line like first established? Like, where did the straight line even come from to begin with?
Straight lines. One of the oldest. I mean, people have been making straight lines since they weren't even humans. We were chimps for making straight lines.
What did they use to make them?
What did they
You
use?
said humans. You said
use
humans were making
straight edge.
My bad. You said humans were making straight lines before we were even humans. That was good. That's good. Go ahead. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm not picking on you, Kosho. Like, I like you, man. You're one of the better.
I am picking on you. I'm picking on you, Kosho. And I'm about to do a fucking hardware tool theme battle rap with me and your girl. Scheme. They call them schemes. Coach, you there?
Yeah, my mic. I mean, I got bad service in the city right now. The city is acting nutty. A lot of buildings, a lot of buses, a lot of traffic. I think it's all affecting my cell phone signal. So,
Bro, I
I
cashed
think I
out
just missed my
today.
turn.
I cashed out
Say
today.
what?
I said I cashed out today. $500. I'm at
That's
2
what's
G's a
up,
month.
man.
I'm at 2 G's a month
That's
now,
what's
bro.
up, dude.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck,
I
good
told
money
you, man.
right
All you gotta do is practice giving those blowjobs, and you're gonna get, you're gonna start making the big bucks. More than $1, a day. It only takes time, man. That's what's up, fool.
$1 a blowjob.
Yeah, I had to raise the prices.
I'm about to do an illegal turn. Hold on. It's gonna be
All right,
really illegal.
We're holding on. No one talk. Maybe don't do this and drive because it's fucking dangerous. Didn't you crash one day or get pulled over or something?
Coach, are you Ubering right now? Sorry, I just jumped in. I just
Holy shit, you're coming in hot, Gio. I didn't hear
Am I?
harps. I don't smell scented candles. Those are the rules for coming in hot or not.
It's not hot. I was just asking.
What's up, man? Sorry, my bad service.
No, I was just asking if you're driving Uber right now.
Oh no, I'm driving to my buddy's house and there's a lot of traffic.
He just lied to you. I feel like you just lied to Gio. Why?
Who just I can barely hear you guys. What did you say? Gio's lying about what?
No, I said you were lying because you're doing Uber right now. Why?
First
How
of all,
you
I
going
don't
to
do
your
Uber.
buddy's house?
I do Lyft. But I already did
Why you going to your buddy's
I already
house?
did my shift
Why
for
you
the week,
doing
dude.
Why are you doing a U-turn going to your buddy's house? It don't even make sense.
U-turn. I'm doing a U-turn. I was trying to leave the city, and there's so much traffic that I had to make a left turn from like the middle lane, and there's a whole thing. But I didn't want to wait in that long line. But I'm on the highway now. We're all good. Anyways, what were you saying? Somebody was saying something I couldn't understand before.
I said I'm going to do a hardware tool scheme battle rap with me and your girl in it. It's gonna be dope. Oh yeah.
You ever seen Hook, Jeremy?
With Peter Pan?
Yeah.
Never heard of it.
Yeah. Okay, dude. Well, I'm gonna be Dustin Hoffman plays Captain Hook, and I'm gonna take your kid, and he's gonna be playing baseball in Never Neverland, and you're gonna come as Peter Pan, and he's not gonna want to come back with you.
I don't know what you just said. Michael Jackson's Neverland Ranch?
No, dude, no. God damn it.
No, that's never happened, land.
This sounds illegal.
Neverland from the movie Hook.
Whatever you're doing,
Yeah,
Kosho, it sounds illegal.
It won't be illegal.
So I'm going to be dressed up as Peter Pan in this scenario.
No, not in the beginning. In the beginning, you're going to be dressed up like a guy in a suit with glasses on, and Rufio's going to make you look like a fool up until the end.
I mean, am I Peter Pan in the movie? Because I feel like, wasn't he like the...
Yeah, you're Peter Pan.
The hero? Yeah, he was like the hero, right?
So we're not going to do the second half of the movie. We're only doing the first half of the movie.
Peter Pan was the villain.
I forgot. I would end up dying.
Depends on how you look at it. Peter Pan could have very easily been the villain in somebody else's eyes and perspective.
Well, in the actual Peter Pan movie, he does kidnap those kids himself. And he's not a kid even. He's like a 90-year-old man or something because he doesn't age.
It sounds like some predictive programming.
Indeed,
No.
yeah.
He's also a female. Just saying.
Tiger Lily.
So Moyak, last night we were talking with
already.
Kosho, and Kosho was saying that he does think that there's like a group of, controllers, elite, whatever you want to call them, but he also just thinks that they don't have their paws in NASA, I guess. He was saying that NASA's like legit, but there are those families or secret societies or whatever. Do you think that's the case, Moyak? Do you think there is indeed some kind of group like that going on?
That was a bad recap, but
I don't have much of an opinion. There are people out there who collude together. Yes, is it the all controlling, world dominating oligarchy that goes all the way back to the devil himself? No, I don't think that's.
Did you say Olive Garden or oligarchy?
Oligarchy.
That's going a bit far, all the way back to the devil.
It goes all the way back to the Olive Garden post at Olive Garden.
Oligarchy, god damn it.
No, but I don't think it has to go back to the devil even. I don't even think that they have to be intrinsically evil. They could just think that they're altruistic in their goals, yet from the perspective of the regular people, it probably would be perceived as evil and not altruistic.
No, I'm
Are you talking about the
That's what I'm
free
saying. I'm
breadsticks?
just,
Because the free breadsticks are evil at Olive Garden.
it's the scope and scale. The scope and the reason I hem and haw about it is the scope and scale of it. I think it's much less irrelevant. It's much less relevant than the what I hear
You would
coming
think
out
so.
of the conspiracy world.
You would think so, but actually, the only thing you have to have, well, one of the arms. So if you think about the many arms, one of the arms would have to be the muscle. But the muscle's not even that important. You can gain control of the muscle to the most important asset, and that's finances, the gold. If you have the finances, you can, gain, the political power. You can gain the muscle, the military power. You can form alliances, that pseudo alliances.
Does anyone own those finances, Kosho? Do you reckon anyone owns the actual finances that people use in the world?
No, nobody owns it. I was just saying my opinion about what could do it, but no one's thought about doing it. So no one's had that bright idea.
So let's just say from the days of kings and queens throughout history, right? At some point, we know we had like royal families and that through history, right? And they ran their little communities or whatnot. Some may have done it with an iron fist. Some may have done it like really nice. Who knows? But it's just human nature to be. Some are good, some are bad. Good can be bad. Bad can be good. It's just human nature, right? But you don't think it could have gotten to a point where it just sort of tightened into a little circle of people that just they're doing everything sort of for themselves, as anyone would do. I'd do the same thing if I was in their position. I'd look after my family and friends first, and then reach out from there, I guess. But you can't help everyone, right? So, obviously they've got to take care of numero uno, and you don't think that that's what's going on. There's a group of people just sort of taking care of numero uno first, and everyone else comes out second best, third best.
Well, Uno's a fun game and all, but yeah, this conglomeration you're talking about, this happened, and more like you said, these groups, these kingdoms, they're all separate. They're all separate and stuff, and then you have what's called.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry, Jeremy, to make an important announcement.
Emergency statement. Yeah, who's Far Q Bulldog? Bro, you're tailgating the shit out of that car, dude.
What are you talking about?
You're tailgating the shit out of that. He's got his camera on. Kosho, stop hot micing. Bro,
That's Carlos. That's Carlos. Carlos,
yeah.
You know your camera's on?
Why are you tailgating? My bad, Kosho. Go ahead.
To switch to the reverse camera on my phone. It only allows me to use the selfie camera,
And now we've seen you're a terrible driver.
This is what it's like right now in Auckland. It's fucking traffic jam and pouring down with rain.
There's traffic here as well too.
What do you get for being a foreigner?
This is a good intermission. It's a good intermission to the intro of what I was responding to.
Bro, you were chatting pure nonsense just now. Go ahead, though.
Regardless, yeah, what you said about the gaining together these kingdoms, yeah, that would be a natural thing, and that is what happened. And the families, World War I, blah blah blah, right? And after World War I, the goal is to consolidate it, but not with these families, with these royal families or whatever, but yeah, through financial backers. World War I, World War II, more consolidation. Cold War, the final consolidation. We're in still the final consolidation right now. So yeah, I do think that that's definitely possible and definitely what's happening. And when I said about the finances, yeah, I didn't say that because I was thinking that was a good idea and somebody should do that. I said that because that's obviously what was used to gain, power over the things I said. They gain power over politics, military, whatever they want. As long as you have allegiance to the financiers, then the financiers have, it's easy for them to run their agenda. Although I
But
don't
they
think
are
that
the
the
financiers. They set that up after they sunk the Titanic. They set that up with the Federal Reserve. So they are the financiers. They own the whole bank. They borrow money from themselves and run the world.
The financiers are the financiers? Or
Yeah,
who's the financiers?
they create the illusion to give people the belief that it's not what it obviously is. You know, why can people know what it is? You know, we all know it's a sham. It's a racket. You know, like it's just what kids do in the schoolyard. Yeah, they've got the upper ground and they're going to keep it. They're going to maintain that upper ground. They're not going to let it go, and they're going to let everyone else play the competing game, the monopoly game, as much as they'll allow. Obviously, we'll never attain wealth, but we can be rich if we want to. But we've got to step over people to be rich. We've got to forget about our neighbours and such to be rich in a sense. Somebody has to miss out, and they want that. They want people to adhere to that kind of attitude and forget about their neighbours. They want you to forget about your own. They want you to forget about your own family, even. You know, they don't even want you to care about yourself, even. I don't think.
But here's the problem is, as I said, the financiers, that they would do that, financiers, and then there's the politicians, those people. But you guys are saying they, so they have the finances. But who's they? Who's they that want this and want people to forget about their neighbors? Because financiers, I think, are just one. They're just one. They're just one arm, and the military is just another arm. But I don't know. I wouldn't say who is the head. I wouldn't have any idea if it was the mastermind, whose will.
I would say
I'll tell you like this: if we formulate Voltron in here,
I'd just say by looking within ourselves, we can know who the head is. You know, it's not like any of us are like past the potential to become such a thing. You know, like these days I don't try and point fingers and say, you know, there's the bad guy there, and I'd never be that guy. You know, I'm too good, kind of thing. Just because of my circumstances doesn't mean that I'm better than these people and all. But it also doesn't mean that we should shy away from the thought or the knowledge within to understand that this is what these people are. They're in a position where they're going to maintain their position. That's all that's really going on. It's no big conspiracy in a sense. It's just animal nature in a sense.
Well, I don't agree that it's natural in any way, shape, or form. I think it's psychopathy and profoundly evil. I mean, what you were saying, anyone would do that? I don't agree. I don't think at all. I think some people would. I mean, if you're at a party and there's $1,000 cash on the table, probably it will get stolen, depending on who's there. But most people will not steal it. You know, so.
No, I got you. On the table, I agree with you. The more money you put on the table, the more money you put on the table. I totally with you, Gio, with that. But what I meant was like under the circumstances, you know, these people are born into the families they're born into, like the positions they're born into. It'd be very hard to sort of think any differently in a sense. I mean, we've been fortunate enough to be born in a position where we're at the other end of the stick, so to speak, so we can appreciate these kind of things. Whereas these people haven't really had the opportunity to do that. I'm not saying they're all actually bad. Even surely there's some good people in those sort of positions and all, but they would also. It's like being in a mafia family. Like, what are you going to do? Are you going to, you know, speak against the family that basically kills people that go against them, even their own family members and all? Because it's all about it's not about the individual, or it's not about what's right or wrong. In a sense, it's about maintaining what they have, and if anyone disrupts that, they're going to get killed. Like, and I agree with you, Gio. Like, I'm not saying it's a natural thing, definitely.
Right. Yeah, but I also hear what you're saying. Yeah, it is a tendency that a lot of people would fall prey to.
Actually, but I think you framed it. I would alter the way you framed it, because you said about a party and $1,000. I wouldn't say there's $1,000 and somebody might not steal it and it might steal it. I said there's a party and there's $1,000 and it's not belongs to anybody yet. It belongs to everybody. You know, if they want to share it that way, or it's the money that they were supposed to be using to access whatever they want to get. You know, let's say it's like all the money they have collectively, $1,000. Nobody's got claim to it yet. You know, there's going to be like, you know, arguments about what the money should be used for and who should be the one who decides what it's used for and all that kind of stuff. And that's basically what's happening is people are deciding how to delegate the resources, distribute the resources of the world, and who's got responsibility over it and who says and that kind of thing.
Think they're getting distributed fairly?
Yeah. No, I hear you on that. That's a little bit of a different angle. I was just saying more like, let's say you have a big house party, 30, 40, 50 people, friends, whoever, a bunch of people. What I was sort of saying is that let's say there's $1,000 cash just sitting on the table. That's more what I was saying. You know, would it be stolen or not? But then if you, like Jeremy was saying, but if you make that 10,000, 50,000, $1 million, you know, cash, you know, at what point does, you know, someone, so that was kind of more the angle I was saying. But yeah, you're saying more about distributing it or how to use it.
Well, I'm saying that that's a little bit, that's more of a correct, I mean, I'm saying because the stealing thing is saying that it already belongs to somebody when in reality the resources of the world are just, you know, territory. It's just there, and it's you know, up to you know, we haven't, you know, up to how we decide how to share it or how it's distributed or how, and so it's like there's people who have control currently, and they obviously it's in their vested interest to be the deciders of how that's distributed and you know, delegated and all that kind of stuff. I mean, and ultimately everybody could see the value in that, and you know, being able to, in that kind of power or control, even if it's to be altruistic, even if you think that your plan or whatever is better than everybody else's, but the point is that you actually have to have control in order to, you know, actualize your plan. So I mean, I think that's more of what's going on. That's why people that are even if they are evil, I think that everybody ultimately perceives himself as altruistic or perceives himself as having the right agenda, you know, and maybe even in some twisted way they see it as good. You know what I mean? Even if it is harmful to a lot of other people.
I think that they don't really think about it that far, because if they really did think about it like that, I'm sure they would understand and realize, well,